studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Back and forth. Doncic. Into Jackson Hayes. What pass? Jackson, free goal! What a pass!
TNT with the call. That is how we start the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Thank you for waking up with us. Hopefully you stick around for a little bit. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Ralph James Choppy. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And what a game last night at the AAC. When you get the Lakers, when you get the Warriors on your schedule, if you got the season tickets or the mini game package, or you're just looking to be in the look at me atmosphere of Uptown, you're hoping for games like this, that it lives up to the hype, that the stars play. Kyrie, of course, is still out, but you got everything else in this game last night. This was really, really entertaining.
It was. You know, the NBA went the MLB route, not promoting this game at all. I barely heard a word of this. It's usually you have this thing penciled in. Well, they're promoting this for weeks.
Are you usually? Well, I don't think the Mavs are that much of a promotion. And are you watching TNT on the regular? You watching Charles and Gayle King to get your fill of this?
King, no, that's a good point. It's a good point. Usually it's on ESPN, so that plays into it. But no, man, that was fun because you get the Lakers in. They've got many stars, and you get a really great performance from a couple of guys that you don't always get great performances from.
And the X factor was Dante Exum hitting a career-high 7 threes on 9 attempts. He scored a season-high 26 points. He hit 5 of the 7 threes in the fourth quarter to help the Mavs stay in front, stave off the Lakers, and put this game away, too.
He might not get 7 3-point attempts the rest of the year.
Yeah.
And he wasn't making 7. Hardaway was fantastic as well in this one.
Season high.
Yes, sir. When he's going to go, then he's going to make 50% of his threes or more. That's going to be a hell of a night. And then you're able to do that without Kyrie, which is, they obviously they want him bad. They've got to get him back. But when you need to have guys step up, and they did.
And Exum is a guy, he did. I've been trying to figure out a nicer way to say it. I don't have one. He doesn't look like a NBA basketball player. He just looks like a body that's out there. I don't know whether it looks like a poor man's Boris Diaw. I'm trying to come up with a better comparison, but it has been a nice fit as he's putting up career-high numbers, his highest numbers since 2019 in Utah. He was at 4 and 5 and 2 points a game the seasons before this. He's at 7.5 right now. He's shooting 52%. The Mavs, if someone's going to kind of let the air out of the balloon, it's going to be about the field goal percentages that all these guys are reaching in career highs. Are they shooting above their skis? Tim Hardaway, career high, his shooting percentage. We already talked about Luka's shooting percentage, a difference this year. Exum's shooting percentage. Now, Exum is only getting 5 shots a game. He's shooting 40% from 3, and he's a career 31% guy. He's shooting 53% from the field. He's a career 41% guy. We all know how hot and cold Tim Hardaway can get. Hardaway has been at 14 points a game. He's at 17 right now. He has been shooting 40%. He's at 43% right now. His free throw percentage is 7 points higher than normal. So it feels like a collection of guys, Choppy, are shooting about 3 percentage points higher than their career averages. Can that keep up? Can that maintain? And, of course, the Mavs lead the league in guys shooting good field goal, good 3-point percentages throughout the entire NBA.
Just sip the tea and don't ask questions.
Don't ask questions.
Don't ask questions. Just hope it continues. Happens with the Rangers had a couple of guys this year that they played a little bit better than their career numbers did.
Yep.
And they wanted winning a title out of it. And you don't really worry. You don't care if it doesn't continue the next year because you only worry about this year or maybe like that hot streak just continues. But it is true. They do have a lot of guys that are playing above their head from a field goal percentage standpoint. Now, maybe it's some guys are getting more attempts and more ability to play and prove what they're able to do. In Exum's case, maybe he just kind of became a better player. He is in the prime of his career. He's, at his age, he's in the prime now. Maybe he's just becoming a better player. Who knows? But it's a good problem to have when you have guys shooting better than the normal career percentages.
He was the 5th overall pick.
Yeah.
Dante Exum.
Yeah.
The 5th overall pick by the Utah Jazz, and he's never scored more than 8 points in a season.
That's not what you want out of the 5th overall pick. Generally, you usually want to have that guy play be a star.
6-2-2 career averages, but he lit it up last night. Dante Exum afterwards talking about getting hot from 3.
Yeah, just how Luka plays, and he can find anyone at any point, and knowing that their guy's going to help off and go double him, and I've got to be ready. So that's just, I try and put myself in a situation where I can be on the floor. I don't want to be the guy that's taken out because I can't hit that shot. So it's just something I'm going to work on and continue to work on.
And the Mavericks were able to withstand monster nights from LeBron James and Anthony Davis. Anthony Davis did not disappear. 37 and 11 on 15 of 21 shooting. And what LeBron is doing at his age, I love how all the old guys throughout the NBA are marveling at it. Like Richard Jefferson, Vince Carter was on the TNT set, Jamal Crawford, Grant Hill. These guys are like, I remember how I felt at 38. And LeBron is going out here and doing something physical. You can have whatever Michael Jordan, LeBron comparison conversations you want. You can have zero, not one, conversation about LeBron, the player that he is, versus Mike, the player that he was at this stage or the latter stages. It's not even a comparison. It's not even close. And we'll never see someone, I don't think. I know you got, medical marvels, and you have medicine and modern this and modern that and rehab and all the training. You'll never see someone athletically like this at the age of 38 do what he's doing. He's 25, 7, and 6. He's spinning in the lane. He's still throwing down dunks. He's still agile. He's 38 years old. So that part of the MJ argument can never be had.
What did Mike average at 38?
This was in DC, right?
Yeah.
23?
22-9.
22-9. So that's impressive, but I was there. Well,
6 rebounds, 5 assists. Not bad.
No, not bad at all, but it was all
after 3 years off.
It was all on mid-range jumpers.
Oh, for sure.
It
was a game.
The athleticism, it's not even. Anyone who it's like when one of our old producers told me that Luka could win a slam dunk contest. It would be that stupid of an did I say 3-pointer dunk contest?
Dunk.
It would be that stupid of an athletic point to talk about Michael's game versus LeBron's game at that age. Still very impressive for Mike, but
yeah, Mike was just like the
old
he was
man
kind
at
of
the
the old guy at the gym that just nickel and dimed you to death, and you look up and it's like, oh, he's got 23 and 6. Where'd that come from? Because he like that, and to play, and in his last year at 39, he played all 82 games, which is remarkable.
What was the shooting percentage?
Mike in 01-02, which was age 38 season, he was 23 points a night. It was 42%. That was a career low.
Yeah.
Outside of the 17 games he came back in 94.
LeBron's at 55% from the field.
Yeah. Yeah, Mike was, he was just no
one would ever put Mike in an MVP conversation. I would not put LeBron in an MVP conversation. Kevin Garnett tried to the other day. Man.
Oh my God.
Letting Kevin Garnett and Paul, that is a must watch. Kevin Garnett and Paul Pierce is getting wasted every week, and Kevin Garnett is not having to hold back with a dump button on national TV. He's just, you get a sense for what KG was like on the floor trying to dog cuss Dirk and everybody else as KG was talking about him as a top 3 or top 5 player. I'm not going that far, but I guess you could have an argument. The Dallas Mavericks getting a fantastic victory last night. That was a thriller at the AAC. And then after that, Draymond Green did it again. Are you effing kidding me? I'm generating a rage towards this dude. What does the NBA do now after the Mortal Kombat move from Draymond and the report that Bill Belichick is definitely gone? It's the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ. We have Green Day tickets to hook you up with during the 7 o'clock Expressway. We got power rankings at 8, and RJ has booked Lee Bryce, a favorite of Bobby Belt's wife. He's going to be performing locally. He'll be joining the show. He's a big-time college football fan. It's the Wednesday edition of Sean and RJ, just getting started.
Coming up in the next...
Fields has picked up his third foul. And now Green runs over Nurkic, and he'll be called for the foul. And they're going to take a look at this. Oh, man.
Well, that's going to be a flagrant.
Yep.
After video review, Green makes unnecessary and excessive contact to the face. The foul has been upgraded to a flagrant foul penalty 2, and Green has been ejected from the game.
A spinning backhand from Draymond Green to the face of Nurkic. Draymond is tossed again, and he will be owning at least half of all the sports programming on television this morning. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean and RJ with you. Bobby Belt, Cowboys Insider, is around the corner, and I woke up to this and immediately had fits of rage watching this clown, watching this. He's acting like a thug. He really is. I know it's dangerous and scary to throw that word around in sports talk or just in general. Draymond Green, I'm convinced, his main goal in stepping onto a floor is to intimidate and let everyone know that he can beat them up. He did it starting with Jordan Poole. We saw the Rudy Gobert chokehold, and now this last night. Yeah. What did you think of it?
I mean, that's. I want to know what happened. Like, why? First of all, was Steph playing?
All right. Yeah.
If Steph wasn't playing in this game, then we know why he got kicked out. I have no problem with him. His goal being to intimidate. That's like the Bill Laimbeer style, right? That's very old school. I have no problem with that. But when you take it to a point where
Steph was playing,
oh man, I mean, just wanted a night off. Maybe he knew Steph was going to get like 3 to 5 days off coming up here, and he didn't want to play any other part of those games. So he was going to get himself suspended because this is, what is the motivation here? What is the motivation for just turning around and swinging on somebody and catching them in the side of the head?
So, look, I only saw like the 10-second clip. Right. I didn't see all the build-up. I don't know if there's build-up. I'll look at it a little bit more here in a second. But it didn't look like him and Nurkic were fighting or tussling to an intense degree. It looked pretty innocent, and Draymond spun around with the roundhouse punch. Now, are we all agreeing that this was intentional on Draymond's part?
Did he mean to turn around and swing and punch him?
Yes.
I mean, that's pretty hard to, I think, say no.
Okay.
Right? I mean, just like he's.
I have zero doubt.
He's tussling with him, and he just spins and like that. Like, what'd you think you were gonna do? You were gonna just not hit him?
Aiming high. His arm swung high. Peyton, do you think that it was intentional from Draymond?
Yeah, it was 100%. It almost looked like as soon as he made contact, he kind of let up like, oh, no, I didn't mean to do it. But, I mean, he went through it. It's a hit. It's Draymond.
Let's hear the spin job and the excuse making after.
He was pulling my hip, and I was swinging away to sell the call. Made contact with him. As you know, I'm not one to apologize for things I meant to do, but I do apologize to you, sir. Because I didn't intend to hit him. I sell calls with my arms. I don't fall or to sell a call. I'm not a flopper. So I was just selling the call because he was grabbing me and pulling my hip back. So I spun away, and unfortunately I hit him. And so, like I said, I apologize to you, Seth, because I didn't intend to hit him.
So there doesn't appear to be a Rudy Gobert type build-up or history. It was just based off of this. So now you're Adam Silver. Last time it was 5 games. Now what do you do? 877-881-1053. I need a number from you on the truckwreck.com text line.
8 to 12 games. 10 games. Just double it. There's no number you could put on it. The guy didn't care. Like, he obviously didn't care. Like, you could spend the rest of the season. He's not gonna learn a lesson. We are way beyond lessons with Draymond Green.
He's got to be gone for a minimum of 10. I'm thinking 10 to 15.
I was thinking 15.
Yeah.
Send a little message.
Yeah, it's got
more of a message.
There has to be something, man. But you're putting you got to protect the other players to some degree. It's ridiculous. He's a thug. He really does go out there and try to hurt people and take it way over the line, man. It's not safe. It's not safe for you.
It's not safe for you.
So this 10 to 15. If Adam Silver wanted to go even longer than that, I would not fight him on it. Golden State loses. As I went to see if Steph played, I don't know if I've ever seen a box score for a starting 5 like this, let alone the Warriors. No one else in the Warriors starting 5 besides Steph scored more than 7. What is going on? Draymond had 2, gone. Kevon Looney, Mavs killer, 0. Wiggins had 3. Clay had 7.
Combined for 12.
And Steph had 24.
Yeah, I mean, they got a lot for their bench, but something's going on.
10 and 13 on the year.
Something's going on. Something's going on. That's the second year in a row, right? Something's going on.
Yeah.
They weren't that great. Maybe they're just getting old. I mean, they better. We forget that this run's been going on for almost 10 years now.
Oh yeah, I haven't forgotten that.
And Steph's been.
They were a dynasty.
Yeah, and Steph's been in the league more than a dozen years. Like, he's been in the league a long time.
Pepe, what are the Tolos saying about the number of games suspended this time?
10 to 15 range is what I'm seeing. 706 is 15. 469 says 20 games. Got us into message. And 817 says just do it the rest of the season because it's going to continue.
It will happen again. I mean, he has no control. And he has had zero self-control. It's part of his game. But come on now, Adam Silver. From 5 to what this time? With the absolute, no doubt, punch to the face of Jusuf Nurkic. We have some reports that Bill Belichick will be done. It will soon be ending in New England. Tom Curran of NBC Sports, he's pretty plugged in, said that Robert Kraft made the decision to make a change after the Patriot-Indianapolis game. Remember the rumors? This game in Germany? Saying that Belichick may be fired after it. Well, Tom Curran is saying he was unofficially fired. It's going to happen after the year, but Robert Kraft made up his mind after that.
All right, so that was maybe this is Tom Curran just wanting to prove his own report right.
Yeah.
But listen, I mean, this is we know this divorce is happening. The question is going to be how do they do it? They do it where he retires.
He said the parting of the ways could include a de facto trade of Belichick to a new team.
Yeah, now that's what they were talking about because that way he doesn't. The Patriots aren't on the hook for all of his money because they got this secret extension in the offseason. Bill, though, he's like, well, I don't want my new team to have to give up capital for me. So we'll see what happens. Does he retire? Air quote, and then just go somewhere else? Who knows?
Are we all past the Belichick deserves to stay as long as he wants? I don't hear a lot of people fighting this over the past month or two. Like, none of us think that Robert Kraft, this is a disgusting, ridiculous move that he owes Bill Belichick everything, and Belichick should get to decide when he leaves. I don't feel that way.
I mean, look,
I thought at one point in time I would never change my opinion from that. But this is too ugly.
Well, it's
too ugly.
It's ugly, but like, man, you don't even give they're treating him like he just got there. Like you're giving him the same amount of time as a new coach would get 3 years. You would think he would get more time than that. Like he has to find a quarterback. Like he had a quarterback, now he's got to find one, and that's a big problem. Now they could change the structure of the organization, but he would never do that. That's the problem. If he wasn't the GM too, you can absolutely get away with the idea that he needs to stick around a little bit longer.
We go inside the Star to begin the Buffalo preparation, and the punt god, the former Bills player, has finally gotten rid of all the legal issues and troubles. Will he return to an NFL field soon? We get you ready for some Cowboys in Buffalo preview with Inside the Star as our insider Bobby Bell joins us next.
Be a part of fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Cowboys, Bills, Sunday on this radio station. This is the morning show on the Dallas Cowboys flagship. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy. You dancing?
Yeah. All day.
To what?
It's a big game. I'm looking forward to this game more than Philadelphia.
Why?
Because we don't see the Bills very often. You know, I'm like, I want to see something different. Like, I'm bored with the Giants and the Commanders and I want to see something different every now and then. So, like, you get to see Philly twice a year. We get to see the Bills every 4.
Who finished the game at quarterback the last time the Cowboys played in Buffalo?
Buffalo.
4 years ago?
In Buffalo.
8. So that was
Finished the game for who?
For the Cowboys.
Kellen Moore.
Useless knowledge over here. Good job.
Thank you so much.
Not
I
you.
I can get my questions
RJ
down.
answered it. The spread for this game is what, Choppy?
Buffalo 2.5.
That is correct.
Ooh, it went up. Because it was 1.5 is what it opened.
Are you surprised by the spread? Is this something you're sprinting to bet on the Cowboys?
No.
Okay.
No, I'm not surprised by it at all. Home team, Cowboys don't play very well on the road. They're 3-3 on the road. They're a good team. Buffalo has been one of the best teams this year. I know the record doesn't show that.
Whoa.
They have the 5th highest point differential in the league.
Okay.
Like, they're a good team. And they have been a little bit unlucky. They have lost 6 games by a combined 26 points. Like that. That is the mark of a good football team.
And they're your sleeper team.
Oh, I've already got a ticket on them at 40-1 to win the whole thing. They are my. If I was picky today, I'd go Patrick Mahomes. But I think Buffalo, if they could sneak in, they are the one team nobody in the AFC wants to get in the playoffs.
They're the 11th seed right now with a record of 7-6. When you look at their standing within the AFC East, they are second in the division, of course, above the New York Jets. Miami's 9-4. The Bills, 2 games back in the loss column.
Yeah, they're a weird team. Like, they're one that I know when we've done power rankings throughout the year that you'll have weeks where you're like, oh, yeah, that's definitely a top 5 football team. And then there are other weeks where it's like, you can't even put them in the top 10. This is embarrassing. They barely beat the Giants. They probably should have lost to the Giants.
Yeah.
They lost to the Jets. They lost to the Patriots. But then they also have weeks where they're beating teams down. They'll beat down Miami by 30. They'll go, into Arrowhead and beat Kansas City. They're incredibly dangerous because you just don't know what to expect. They remind me a ton of that 8-8 Cowboys team in 2019. That would beat people down and then just lay eggs at random points.
Yeah, they have. I mean, and they're one of the oldest teams in the league. If not, they are the oldest team in the league. They play some stinkers, man. They will. So like, they're very hard to gauge. Like, it would not surprise me if the Cowboys go up there and beat them up, and I wouldn't be surprised if the Bills win by more than a score.
I am really excited to see Stephon Diggs go across from Trayvon Diggs, though, in this game. That's what I'm excited to see. Per the Mavericks, that Trayvon Diggs will be playing in this game. So,
see, I knew you had your troll face on that. I detected.
Oh, you got my tell now. Damn it.
That I detected the other day. Yeah, last night at the Mavs game, Deron Bland was there. Was this Sean Heath who made this mistake?
I think it was. Which Sean Heath is the stadium host for the Cowboys.
He's getting me Mav tickets for over the holidays, so I'm not going to say anything about him.
Sean Heath saying, and now your interception king of the National Football League, Trayvon Diggs, everybody.
It's on the screen. They wrote Trayvon Diggs.
Oh, no.
There are people messing up in a couple different ways.
What was Deron's face? I didn't see the video reaction.
He just kind of smiled and waved and did a peace sign, and then they corrected it. And apparently Sean Heath was like, "Oh my gosh, this is actually Deron Bland. So sorry." Trayvon Diggs was at the game last night, so I wonder if he was told. He saw the title of Diggs and thought, okay, this would, and they focused on the wrong person. Could have been some miscommunication, but still, to say Mr. Pick 6, you would not be talking about Trayvon Diggs, and that's how he introduced him.
Dak Prescott, according to Bet Online, has taken over as the leader for MVP. It is Rain Dakota sitting up top with odds of 7-5 to bet on. Second is Brock Purdy at 3-2. Who's third?
Wow. At this point, Lamar Jackson.
It is.
Wow.
It is Lamar Jackson, 25-4. Then Jalen Hurts. Well, Jalen Hurts is actually tied with someone else.
Tua?
No.
Tyreek. Mahomes.
Nope.
Tommy DeVito.
Nope.
Josh Allen.
Josh Allen. Josh Allen, for all the Josh Allen hate, is sitting there tied with Jalen Hurts in Vegas to win the MVP as the 11th seed in the AFC.
Yeah, that.
What is that? Is that them telling us that they could make a run? Why would he be that high up when they're possibly going to miss the postseason?
I would say the reason is that he is number 3 in QBR, number 5 in CPOE, number 4 in DVOA, and number 8 adjusted net yards per attempt. Like, he's having a great year.
Yeah, but there has to be something a little bit more to it, because we're talking about the standard for Dak Prescott to have to win the division to leapfrog Purdy. Here's Josh Allen, maybe not even making the playoffs, and he's right there tied with Jalen Hurts. Upcoming schedule for a possible run, they got us at the Chargers. Justin Herbert out for the year, so that should be a win. Patriots in Buffalo, that should be a win. At the Dolphins.
I think what they're telling us on the Josh Allen thing is, well, one, they're telling us this is a bad field this year for the MVP. There's nobody that like really stands. Honestly, like Dak's having a really good year, but I don't think Dak is at the top of the MVP conversation most years with what's happening. It's just there's not an obvious candidate this year. The other thing I wonder is this a little bit like I don't know, you give Martin Scorsese the Scorsese, whatever you want to say. I don't care. Okay. Tommy Cutlets, RJ Choppy over here. No, is that it's like one of these lifetime achievement award type things where they're putting odds on Allen as like, he could have probably been MVP like 2 or 3 different years, and it's kind of an open field. So if he goes on some hot run and gets them in the playoffs, we might want to consider giving it to him.
Also remember, these are not predictions. Like Vegas doesn't view these as if Brock Purdy, so let's say Brock Purdy's the favorite right now. If he doesn't win the MVP, Vegas doesn't consider that as a wrong prediction. It's not a prediction. It means they're right because they won all that money on people betting on Brock
Defensive Player of the Year favorite.
Myles Garrett.
No.
TJ Watt.
Nope.
Micah Parsons.
It is Micah Parsons. Good. Don't give him a correct on the third guess. Micah Parsons is the favorite now at 2-3. What happened to Miles? TJ, Miles injury issue. He's 2-1. Then you got TJ Watt. Deron Bland is fourth at 14-1. He was off the board on my birthday, November 21st. On the board, November 28th. He's got the fourth best odds. Then Nick Bosa, Josh Allen in Jacksonville, Danielle Hunter, and Max Crosby, who I am in love with.
How far down the list do you get before and maybe you just said the name and I missed it? Was Khalil Mack in that list?
No.
Why?
I know. What's he got, 16 sacks?
Is it because the Chargers have been like so bad lately?
That's crazy, right? What is the lead that he has on the second highest sack leader?
I think he's like 3 up is what it is. I'm going to look for it.
Coach of the year. Who's the coach of the year favorite according to Bet Online?
It's probably going to be Man Campbell.
It has been Man Campbell. I'm guessing it's now D'Amico Ryans.
It is D'Amico Ryans, followed by Dan Campbell, then Shane Steichen, who many people are saying is missing in Philadelphia. Orlovsky was on TV saying, boring, generic play design. Shane Steichen being forgotten about as the Eagles' offensive coordinator.
TJ Watt has closed the gap on Khalil Mack. So Khalil Mack has 15 sacks. TJ Watt has 14.
15-14.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. DeMar Hamlin is still your comeback player of the year favorite.
How many snaps has he played this year on defense?
Don't know. I've seen more inactive than snaps.
Did it have McCarthy on the coach of the year at all?
No. I'll give you all the coaches.
That's
D'Amico,
criminal.
Campbell, Steichen, Mike McDaniel, Stefanski, LaFleur, Kyle Shanahan, Sean Payton, John Harbaugh, Zach Taylor, Sirianni, Kevin O'Connell, Mike Tomlin.
They're all ahead of McCarthy?
Yes.
All of them?
All of them. McCarthy's not even listed on here.
That's brutal.
67 snaps for DeMar Hamlin this year, 9 of them on defense.
Yeah,
the rest of them are special teams.
Comeback player of the year is
the Alex Smith Award.
It's not about who was the best after the comeback. It's who came back from the bigger injury.
Will the punt god be coming back? Matt Ariza is all clear from a legal standpoint. This was the Bills punter who was in trouble for rape allegations. Well, the woman who accused him of rape dismissed her lawsuit, according to Dan Wetzel. The lawyer for Ariza said the win is bittersweet. He's been forced to defend himself for the last 16 months against false accusations in a campaign to ruin his career in the league. He will never get this time in his life back.
Right. And so she no longer is going to pursue the case. He has agreed to drop his lawsuit against her. He can still go after the attorney, her attorney. He still reserves that right. So we'll see. We'll see now if he can finally get back into the NFL and get his life back on track, because it appears this was a completely erroneous and frivolous lawsuit.
I mean, I would sign him tomorrow. If my team and my investigators feel like, he was wronged, unless it's like, no, he definitely did this. They're just making the case go away. But otherwise, this guy should be back in the league.
Yeah, I don't think he ends up in the league. I think he's probably done.
Really?
Yeah, and I think it's something
23 years old.
Because I think the way they look at it is, regardless of how things have been cleared up legally, I think a lot of teams would look at it as, do we want any heat around our punter one? Like, it's a punter. Is that an important enough position to sign somebody that they're going to want to talk about? And two, it's a question of, I know that there was discussion. People were surprised when he was like the third punter taken in that draft, because they're like, he's the punt god. He can kick it 90 yards. And I remember asked somebody with the Cowboys.
Whoever branded him that is
what a name.
Genius.
What a name.
Oh, man.
I remember asked somebody with the Cowboys, I was like, why did he go later? Why wasn't he whatever to talk about? They're like, he's got a booming leg. He doesn't know how to kick, though. Like, he doesn't know how to, he doesn't have the nuance of a punter of knowing how to directionally kick. He's just going to boom it out of the end zone, and that's not totally what you need.
I don't know. I mean, like, if he did nothing wrong, then there is no discussion around the punter.
Okay, but the reality is there is. Like, I mean, it's such a huge story. He would, even if it's from an angle of like, hey, let's talk about your comeback and everything you've been through. Like, the last person they want is like media swarming around special teamers. Like, that's not what teams want.
And no one probably, we don't ever know the answer, whether he did something wrong or not.
No, we'll never know. No, she may come out and say, because there was thought that they did say that that she was wrong, or she said something to that effect.
She got specific details wrong, like about he was apparently, like, there's definitive proof he was never at the party at the time that they were saying he was at the party, and that he would have been in position for that. Now, that doesn't mean nothing happened or that there weren't other details that could have been correct, but there were some specific details that involved him that were like, no, he literally could not have been in that place when you said he was. So that makes everything else harder to then justify.
So we'll never know exactly, but that is a major part to the story. And I look, it's one of those things. I mean, you would get these interviews, it would be a major story at the beginning, and then 3 years down the road, nobody's going to talk to him about that anymore.
And then I haven't retweeted any of it because it's much more dangerous online than on the radio, as hard as that is to believe. Man, y'all wrong for this Sean McDermott stuff, man.
Oh my God.
Yeah, you got Sean McDermott in the locker room. Y'all got him speaking Arabic after the night. Come on, man. What are y'all?
What's going on?
Man, what are y'all doing on there? So I sent this to my buddy who's like the king prankster, the king of jokes in the Metroplex and in my life. And he goes, what's he saying? And I said, he's speaking Arabic. And he goes, because I was just thinking he was at work and he couldn't listen. And he goes, I know. What's he saying?
Yeah,
and he's making the insult back towards me after the Sean McDermott 9/11 stuff. Man, they got his face. I'm not even going to get into the other jokes, but him yelling Arabic in the locker room, man, God almighty.
So bad.
Man, the internet. Man, it was funny. That one was funny, I have to admit. 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. 877-881-1053. Mavs get a humongous win over the Lakers. The rumors that Bill Belichick is out, and the latest baseball rumblings. Are the world champs anywhere to be found? Next on the home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. But let me get you hooked up. We are the home of Frankel and Frankel, the Tolo team of attorneys.
Hardaway with the offensive rebound. Doncic thinking three. Now the runner, Lively will slam it down up hard and down.
Kevin Harlan with the call on TNT. It's Sean, RJ, and Roberto here on 105.3 The Fan. That was a thriller last night. That was a treat to watch. The Mavs get the win over the Lakers without Kyrie, 127-125. Dante Exum is the hero with a career-high 7 threes. And, Bobby, you were saying that Darvin Ham, Lakers head coach, not making their fan base very happy.
Yeah, Darvin Ham was getting killed a little bit last night on social media because after the game, everybody's, talking about, well, you let Dante Exum just roast you, a guy who had, I think, 8 3-pointers made going into this game last night. And apparently he had said, look, we looked at our analytics. Number said shift off of Dante Exum, but he just started nailing the threes. And so Lakers fans are like, okay, but at what point do you say he's making shots, let's rotate over there a little bit? But also, you've got to remember, you're picking your poison a little bit. Like, I think it was Jason Kidd said after the game that, like, he said Luka has to lead the NBA in double teams. Like, anytime he's on the ball, they are sending 2 defenders over there. And so you're going to have to leave somebody open, and they've got to make their shots, and that's what Dante Exum was doing.
And Hardaway's making his shots. Derek Lively is sitting there ready for the lobs. Here is Jay Kidd on Dante's monster game.
Think about, Exum, he's playing at a high level right now on both ends, and with the injuries, it's giving him confidence, and you can see that, not just shooting the threes, but I thought attacking the basket there in that fourth quarter, getting that layup, not just settling. And again, we've talked about it, his IQ is extremely high. He knows how to play the right way. And with Luka or Kai or whoever he's out there with, those guys trust him. And you saw that with Luka. Again, Luka's probably been, has to lead the league in double teams. He's been double teamed for the majority of the game. And his trust with his teammates, if it's not Timmy, it's Exum. And if it's not that, it's the next guy. And he trusts that the guys are going to make the right play or take the shot. And so tonight, Exum was the one that was he was looking for.
Grant Williams came back and scored 19 in his return from being out for 3 games. They were still without 2 starters. We know about Kyrie. Derek Jones was out. They didn't have Josh Green. They didn't have Maxey. And Seth was ruled out at halftime with an ankle injury.
Yeah, and so that's what happens when Grant Williams in his return ends up playing 40 minutes is you end up having those sorts of things happen. And Dante Exum puts up 36 minutes. But this is what they had hoped when they signed Dante Exum. You remember that was one of the things they were trying to pitch us on was like, hey, he's gone over, played in Australia, played in EuroLeague, and he's cleaned up this 3-point shot. And we hadn't seen it to this point. Like I said, he had made 8. I think he was 8 for 28 was the number heading into this game. But knocking down those 7, I mean, you hope that, all right, this is a little bit of what the Mavericks were seeing when they decided to sign him.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't expect this, though. Like, this is
probably
Look,
not.
don't get mad at Darvin Ham if you're a Laker fan. Like, as Barkley would say, you tip your cap.
Yeah.
This guy doesn't shoot threes.
No one's dying.
Tim Hardaway scoring 32. So you leave someone open unless you want a single coverage Luka, which is suicide.
Dude, if you're going into this game and you told Darvin Ham that Exum's going to have 9 3-point attempts, you're like, cool.
Yeah.
Sure. Let's go. Okay. Right. Now, maybe he's better than his career averages, but you still would take that over, here's Hardaway getting open threes. Here's Luka getting open threes. You would definitely take Exum.
Yeah, I think if you told me that, hey, in a given game, Grant Williams, Dante Exum, and Tim Hardaway Jr. are going to shoot 17 of 26 from 3. Then I'm going to say the Mavericks are going to win that game probably every time.
Yes.
And they had to eke this one out, but they won.
And Hardaway got the referees trending nationally last night. He got the tech for hanging on the rim. And then right after that, Joker gets tossed against the Bulls. Not on his second tech. This looked to be the first and the second tech for arguing a call, and NBA fans and sports fans, even the Bulls announcers were like, what are y'all doing? Like, we're here to see Jokic. These fans are here to see the MVP and the world champ. So they have to get rid of every single rim hang and backboard slap has to be outlawed as a tech. It's the stupidest rule in the NBA. I do not care how long someone hangs on the rim. If they want to hang on the rim for a while, they can be late getting back on defense, and the other team can carry out a punishment for him bragging too much. I don't care about him slapping the backboard. Get rid of that stupid effing rule as a technical. It's so dumb. Last night's was egregious against Hardaway. And then, look, I do believe you don't have to have a first tech. There's language and things that you can say to other people to get you tossed out as two techs. I doubt Joker went there, but he gets thrown out last night, and NBA refs were trending.
Yeah, that was a cheap tech with the hanging on the rim.
Awful.
That's a cheap technical. And, slapping the backboard's fun, man. It's fun.
Exactly.
Remember as a kid, you
the NFL's line,
you're just slapping the backboard.
The NFL's you never touched it. The NFL, your son might be able to get it.
I can out-jump him still.
No, you cannot.
Absolutely.
What's the vertical?
How the hell do I know my vertical? I don't have one of those things where you got to jump and touch it.
He's not getting tested by his
oh, no, I don't think
teams in high school.
No, he's in 8th grade.
You had trouble going up 2 flights of stairs last Friday. I don't know.
I had a pack on my back. Okay, that thing was heavy. That coat weighed a lot.
Bobby, Draymond Green is going to get suspended again. The spinning roundhouse punch to the face of Yusuf Nurkic off of the Phoenix Suns. What'd you think?
So I think his comments after the game are interesting from Draymond, because I've always felt like, I remember Terrell Owens years ago was when the Ed Werder story came out about, the tension that was going on inside the locker room. Terrell Owens pushed back against some aspects of it and was like, that didn't happen, I'm telling you. And people were like, don't believe you. You are a head case, everything else. And the point that Terrell Owens made at the time was, I am always honest. I will tell you directly. You can come to me, ask me a question about something controversial. I'll volunteer more information. Why would I not tell you this now? I have kind of the same thought with what Draymond was saying, which is Draymond said, I will tell you if I was doing something intentionally. I have never run away from that. I'm telling you, I didn't do it on purpose. That gives me a little pause to make me look at it again and say, okay, maybe he's being honest that wasn't something intentionally. He was just flailing or whatever. But then you see it back and it's like, you can't. Like there's nothing you can say about it. And it's a hell of a defense to say, I wasn't trying to punch him. I was trying to flop like I always do. That's a kind of an odd defense to me.
Yeah, because if you flop, you're just throwing your arms up, not turning around and doing a roundhouse. Like that's completely different, right?
Yeah.
What do you like on the list of? I've forgotten them, to be honest. There's so many on the list of Draymond flagrants and ejections. Is this like the hardest one to defend as not being intentional? Where's this on that list?
Man, I don't know.
There's a benefit of the doubt.
Like who did he step on? He stepped on their abdomen.
On. Like I said, it's too hard to keep track of.
I mean, he is Albert Hainsworth, Ron Artest, and everything. He is. It's wild that. Look, I think we all agreed Ja Morant should have been suspended. Sabonis. Yeah. I think we all agreed Ja Morant should have been suspended, and Ja Morant's been an idiot. But the going heavy-handed on guys like Ja and then constantly giving Draymond a pass is a little bit odd to me. Or not a pass, but going light.
Gun.
Yeah, I know.
2 guns.
Right.
Yeah.
Little different.
But that's what I said.
Minor.
But I'm saying that they're so stringent on here's the line. It's a different crime, obviously, but I'm saying they are so stringent on this is the line and we enforce this, and then on Draymond they don't.
Yeah, because your comparison analogies is off. But it's apples and oranges to guns and stomping.
But here's
it's different galaxies.
But I'm saying they've tried to establish themselves as we have rules and we enforce them, and we have standards and we enforce them. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that it's an equal crime, and I'm saying they don't enforce standards with Draymond for some reason.
How many games? Adam Silver.
8.
All right. You want to do a bet like Corey Majors with me?
No, I'm just throwing out a number.
Okay.
8.
8's way too low. It's ridiculous now.
Yeah, it's going to be around in the 10 plus.
10 plus, 10 to 15. If he wants to go 15 to 20, I'm fine with it. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, because you could slow this thing down enough, or you could do it at regular speed. There's no doubt what he was trying to do. And the idea that he was around his waist, I mean, he had his hand on the side of his waist, which happens on every play.
And for what? There's no buildup. There's no tussling. There's no entanglement. There's no back and forth flagrants. It was a post-up play.
Yeah, like Euros, man. Gobert, Nurkic, Sabonis, the Europeans.
Speaking of Ja, what's the latest there.
So I said it in my prep email last night. I don't think I've ever read a Ja Morant story that wasn't absolutely hilarious. Like every time I read it, I'm like, this is high quality entertainment. So he took the stand in this. Remember this fight that he's alleged to have had at a pickup basketball game where he was fighting a 17-year-old apparently. Ja acknowledges on the stand in his defense. He says, I threw the first punch, but it was in self-defense, people. And the reason is because this kid pulled his shorts up. So I had to punch him. That's literally his defense. He said he pulled his shorts up after we were arguing a little bit. It was the checking the ball in bounds. He kind of threw it at my face. It hurt. And he pulled his shorts up. And to me, where I come from, that means you're ready to fight. So I had to punch this teenager first in self-defense.
So he wasn't saying like he was grabbing a weapon or a gun out of the shorts. It's just that he pulled the shorts up.
Yeah, you got to pull them up, right? I'm ready to go, man. Let's go. Yeah. Let's go, man. My dad used to do that to me. When he was ready to, like, we were ready to tussle, he would go, oh, you want to go? You want to go?
Pull the pants up from the belly button to the chest assist.
There are certain, I will acknowledge, like this isn't it sounds so silly when you're saying it in court. There are certain things you see. Somebody takes off their shirt, they're getting ready to fight. Like, I mean, there's certain like things that are indicators that they're ready to go. But Ja being like, I had to protect myself against a 17-year-old by throwing a punch. My favorite here was when he was going back and forth, getting cross-examined by the attorney for this 17-year-old. And the attorney said, you testified that this basketball was a weapon, yes? And Morant said, yes. She said, a lethal weapon? And he said, it hurt. It's like, gosh, this is everything about this. When you read the quotes, you read the testimony, it just sounds ridiculous. But Ja said him pulling up his shorts where I'm from, that's a fighting stance. I hit him first to protect myself.
Now that's interesting because usually you don't see self-defense when you're the one that hit first. Self-defense is you hit second. Generally, right? It's like, or at least the perception of it would be.
I mean, yeah, that's exactly what it would be. But apparently Ja Morant said to him, he said, what you on? And then he said he pulled up his shorts. So it's a little bit of, I don't think that there's a strong leg to stand on here. I would think this would be something that might get settled. But Adam Silver, regardless, he's scheduled to come back. Ja Morant's scheduled to come back next week. And Adam Silver is supposed to meet with him this week and kind of get an idea of where he was. But Adam Silver said earlier this week that every bit of information they've gotten while they've been in contact with him is that he's checking all the boxes along the way, and they're just trying to make sure that he's in good standing.
We have a Green Day ticket giveaway for the 7 o'clock Expressway. We would love for you to win that as part of the 6 a.m. Club, our best audience of the entire show. We'll do power rankings at 8, and Lee Bryce, special guest appearance live at 9 a.m. for all the country music Tolo fans. The Rangers lose another pitcher, and are they going to lose their favorite reliever? That's next on the Home of the Champs. But do not sit there.
ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Peyton, you better put that turkey in the fridge.
Oh, it is back here. I got a fridge back here.
Oh! I brought in some leftover turkey for Pepe.
Yeah.
After his Hungry Man dinners, I wanted to go ahead and hook him up, and he comes and takes it out of the fridge, and I'm like, just looking at him, I don't say anything. I'm like, you're gonna sit here 5 hours with the turkey back there in your 75-degree studio? But I did not realize he had the accommodations back there. So very
Got a little
impressive.
mini fridge back here.
I had no idea they had a mini fridge. We don't have a mini fridge in here.
I was gonna say, you don't have a mini fridge. There's a community mini fridge, and it is mini. It holds about 2 cans of soda, and there's
That's it?
I mean, it's like this big.
It's had ranch back here since August, so I'm afraid to open it.
People are stealing your sodas out of this one.
Yeah, I mean, I put my Coke Zero in there, like a 12-pack of them, and I know the risk whenever you put anything in the fridge like that. I recognize it's going to disappear. I'm just always surprised at how quickly and how much of it disappears is what it is.
Yeah, especially because nobody actually comes up here.
I put it in that. Well, I mean, a good bet here is this is just Chiafalo probably snatching stuff, because Chiafalo just goes, oh, there's something in here, I'm going to take it. And so there's a 12-pack in there. I think I've had like 3 of them, and there's 3 left. And so it's been, they've been down on him, whoever it is.
And a happy birthday yesterday to Brian Broaddus.
Yes, indeed. He turned the big 6-0, 60 years old, Brian Broaddus.
You know what he got for his birthday?
I don't.
Fryers.
Fryers?
Yeah. He got double
Providence?
Double fryers.
Like that was his splurge on himself?
No, someone, I think he had bought it for himself the other day, and then someone happened to give him like deep fryers. So he's got a pair of deep fryers now to continue the Cajun cooking.
Look, it's the simple things, all right? That's what
bad
matters to
running joke,
Brian.
Bob.
But man, it's 60 years old. I don't know. More and more I think about things lately. I'm like, I don't know that 60 just seems so far away.
It's not for you. It's not for you. You're whining, aging.
I don't think I'm going to make it. That's what I mean. I don't think I'm going to make it. I'm aging too rapidly.
Yes.
I think your age is just about the same time as it was.
I wish y'all could see the number, the amount of medical gear in here between these shows. Today it's a Corey Majors seating pad. RJ is down on the ground doing something. They got ropes up here.
Maintenance.
They got pills up here. They got creams up here. They got everything. It's amazing for us sitting on our fat asses for 4 or 5 hours a day, and everyone is sitting here stretching like it's a plyometrics class.
You've got to stretch. You've got to maintain. Okay, if you don't use your body, it will die on its own. You've got to stretch. You've got to maintain every single day.
I mean, they'll tell you, like, health and fitness nuts will tell you, like, stretching is a big part of their routine in the morning. But I am aging rapidly. I've noticed recently over here on this side, this was not gray the other day. I've got like 5 of them all of a sudden. I'm starting to get gray up here. Like, it's rapidly coming in over the last 2 months.
Rangers lose Will Smith to Kansas City. You putting your $5 bet on the Royals winning?
I am not going to put my $5 bet on the Royals, even though he has won 3 straight. I can say now they also got Seth Lugo, so they're really boosted their rotation. Or
their bullpen.
Cole Reagans is going to be their opening day starter. They most likely think. How about that?
Kansas City Rangers.
How about that?
There you go.
Yeah, because they added another. It wasn't just Will Smith. It's not just the fresh pitch. You also get Chris Stratton. Stratton signs with the Royals yesterday.
Chris Stratton with the Royals too?
Everybody's going to Kansas City.
Chris Stratton goes to the Royals. Must be the barbecue. Will Smith, and then you've lost Austin Hedges recently. Nobody too critical, but it is starting to feel a little bit like, okay, no moves, and now you're just slowly starting to see stuff get picked away.
And you were keeping an eye on Mitch Garver, Choppy, a little worried about him?
Little bit, because the Mariners are in on him, and that's look. I mean, he's a major, not a major piece, but he was a really good role player this year, and
big home run against the Orioles.
I mean, he had a lot of big hits in the playoffs. Like, do they win the World Series without Mitch Garver? Do they make it through all the rounds? I mean, maybe.
Probably, but yeah, I mean, he still came up big for them in some games.
And obviously during the course of the year, you're going to have injuries. He plays. Look, he can play. Obviously, catch, but from a DH perspective, I mean, he's a good hitter. That is not somebody that I wanted to lose. But this is the general what happens when you have a team that wins. You're going to get guys who are going to get paid because they want a taste of what success is like.
Yeah, and I saw, so we already know the chatter about Jordan Montgomery, and then there was Aroldis Chapman. I saw there was chatter that, I can't remember, I think the Padres or somebody were connected to him. So, I mean, your biggest free agents left are like Garver, Chapman, Montgomery, Martin Perez, if you want to throw him in there. And right now, I mean, it doesn't seem like they're in any sort of a hurry to get those guys done and bring them back.
Josh Hader was supposed to be the big name before we went bankrupt with our television deal. By the way, I want to correct something. Man, I got fooled yesterday. Someone tweeted out, Dallas Stars making a change, TXA 21. I put that up, and I got like hundreds of likes and responses. And then I did a little bit more digging. I'm like, let me just triple check this. They're like changing over to TXA 21 for an isolated game.
Yeah.
So Eddie
Sefko was it?
Eddie Sefko, Stars guy put that up, and I was like, okay, so they're not taking all the games off of Bally, putting it on TXA 21. So I got fooled by that. I took it down. So I just wanted to clarify that on the radio.
I think it was Mike Heika.
Mike Heika.
Yeah.
Hey, Eddie Sefko.
Sefko's a Mavs guy.
Sefko's Mavs.
Mavs.
Yeah.
You're like telling us like you didn't just say it. Like
you said Eddie. Well, hang on.
He's like Chubby got it wrong with me, and then he's telling Bobby like, yeah, well, he's a Mavs guy. Like, yeah,
because you said Eddie, so I was like, oh, that's the only Eddie I know.
Yeah, well, that doesn't mean you have to go. Like you co-signed.
I didn't see the story. I just saw your post.
You know the guys in town. You know the guys in town, and then you just co-signed it. Like,
I'm like, well, I don't keep tabs on Eddie Sefko's job. Maybe he's like Adam Schefter wanting to get in everything else. So when you said Eddie, I was like, oh, it must be Eddie Sefko. There's no other Eddie in town.
I told you, don't play that bell. Shove it up your rear end. Put that turkey and that bell up your rear end. Keep the bell out of it. Back to Bally's costing the Rangers. What is going on with Hader?
Well, nothing at the moment. And there are talks that the Dodgers are in on him. And if the Dodgers are going to be in on him, that is something that they're going to wind up paying a lot of money for. The Dodgers have all the money they could possibly ask for.
So I wake up to Dodgers Glass now possibility, Yamamoto, and now you're talking about Hader.
And Hader. So Glass out of the Dodgers, maybe Yamamoto. The Hader thing, the Rangers really wanted to get him in there, maybe, but the money for what? If they're not going to spend $25 million on Jordan Montgomery, they're certainly not going to spend $20 million on a reliever. They're not going to do that. They'd be foolish to do that if they're not going to be able to willing to pay Jordan Montgomery what he wants, because he's obviously much more important.
Man, I really hope this is just them being picky and choosy and not just like, well, we don't have money.
Yeah.
Like that's what's concerning right now. And if they don't have money,
that's reality.
If they are, short on operating cash right now, then you really start taking a harder look at, okay, well, maybe you shouldn't have thrown all that money at Jacob deGrom, who's now sitting on the shelf potentially until the end of next year.
Unless you're going to blame them for foreseeing what was going to happen with Bally. We need to get a real answer on how much of a pass we should give them for not spending because of this. Like, are we all just going to say, because I have a feeling the fan base is not going to be so forgiving. They're going to simplify and boil it down to, hey, Ray Davis is a billionaire. You still got money to spend. You're still making money in other areas. Doesn't mean that you can Florida Marlins this thing up. We need to get to the nuts and bolts of how much to blame and hold them accountable or give them a pass.
I mean, I don't know that we're ever going to truly find that out, unfortunately, but if they're losing $110 million a year from their TV deal, now they're going to get the TV rights back. If Bally truly goes through with this, they're going to get the TV rights back. So they'll be able to sell them. So they'll make some money. But in the interim, without having known exactly what kind of money that's going to look like, I don't know. I mean, like this is the reality of it. Like, you get a lot of your money from TV. If you can't get that TV money, do we expect them to spend the same? It's $100 million they were getting a year. Like, do we expect them to say, oh, well, too bad. I'm going to take it out of my own pocket.
Right.
We know owners don't work like that.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on the show. Speaking of Eddie Heika, Choppy, you have the broadcast call of the year.
This is from the Manitoba Junior Hockey League. Manitoba is
where Joey went to work.
Who?
Where Joey went to work? Joey Erickson?
No, he went to Wisconsin, which is almost Manitoba. I don't know what exactly happened to this guy, but he was unable to speak. His brain and his mouth did not move at the same speed. I think this is easily
The Sean and RJ show.
the call of the year. Yes.
Joey Belichick turns back. Looks like they're doing a little reverse that you might see in football. And here comes Bazin. He's got some speed stretch with the D. Oh, what's he going to do? He's shooting the roof, Daddy. Oh, look at that. Look at this. Look at that.
That's my favorite part.
What?
Look at this. Look at that. Look at that. Look at this. Look at that.
So who is this?
Nobody knows this. It's like some minor league hockey thing. It's like juniors, right? It's like these are kids. These are 17-year-old kids. And this dude
Peyton,
loses this one.
Look at that.
Play the whole thing again, Peyton.
Joey Belichick turns back. Looks like they're doing a little reverse that you might see in football. And here comes Bazin. He's got some speed stretch with the D. Oh, what's he going to do? He's shooting the roof, Daddy. Oh, look at that. Look at this. Look at that.
Yes, look at this. Look at that. He sounds like Bob Nightingale, really.
He sounded like he was going through puberty. Like his voice cracked there.
I heard a roof.
Sounded better than your resume tape. I wouldn't talk.
I heard roof daddy.
At least this guy had a pulse and a heartbeat.
Did he? You heard him?
Yeah, did you hear the excitement?
You
were just the Mavs looking for revenge right now.
Roof daddy.
All right, you're gonna make me go look for some really old the sheriff
I know
sheriff
you-
cuts.
Maverick's looking for some revenge today.
Peyton, I will kill you. All right, just for that, Peyton, I am gonna. What I had always saved, I am gonna go back and cut up your UNT women's softball play-by-play. Now you're gonna have to. We're gonna play that now.
I didn't know he did that.
Oh yeah, I've got it, and I was trying to be nice, but we'll have to cut it up.
You didn't bring that out for that.
He
segment
literally
we did.
he lit it well because the other stuff was better. But he's literally sitting in the stands with like a stick mic, and the wind is blowing. It's like when he's like, they're
let me in the booth.
Good. That's what you're supposed to do. These lazy kids today, they just expect to walk in here and host weekends on the Fan, and you just go sit in the stands.
Full 7 innings
with
baby.
your recorder.
He thought he was Eric Nadel too. He was like the mean green coming out in their green caps with white trim, like he was doing the whole bit.
Good for you, Pay. Don't let him shave you. Don't let him shave you. I'm sure there's more Bobby podcasts we should dig through.
Do you have any Rockford Peaches play-by-play?
I'm sure I have it on tape or CD somewhere.
Nothing that he'll share.
Yeah, I won't give anything.
I did not look very hard for my TCU soccer play-by-play.
It was the Vida calls were so great though. In the San Juan shootout.
Apparently, it is about to be official. Bill Belichick is out as the Patriots head coach. And do we need to worry about the Giants drafting the Heisman Trophy winner? That and our Green Day ticket giveaway next on the Fan.
Let's get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell. It is, of course, Stephen Gilchrist owns store, Gilchrist Automotive. They want to hook you up with a brand new Ford car, truck, SUV, Platinum Ford.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The report out of Boston from Tom Curran, trusted Patriots insider, is that Bill Belichick is gone at the end of the year. Robert Kraft made the decision after the Patriots-Colts game. I'm not seeing this on like ESPN.com. It's probably petty media stuff where they don't want to give Tom Curran credit till like Schefter wakes up this morning and confirms it with somebody else. But Mike Florio and everyone else seeming to run with this, that we now know it will end with Bill Belichick in Foxborough.
It will. It will. I'm surprised. I can't believe it happened this fast. This is going to be fast, comparatively speaking, to what he had done. You thought that the extension, the leash would be a little bit longer, but there is no leash in the National Football League. No.
Does anyone think this is wrong, that this is unfair, this isn't right?
No. I mean, look, he's
earned more.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's got a great resume and a great legacy, and he's one of the greatest coaches of all time, but there's also a point where it's like, it's time for something new. Like, they reached a point, and there's still people who have not forgiven the Cowboys for this, but they reached a point where it was time to move on from Tom Landry. It's the same sort of thing.
You bite your tongue!
I'm just saying, Chop. There was a time, and it's Bill Belichick's time. He does not, I mean, when was the last time? We don't routinely feel like, and I understand it's also got to do with the level of play that they've had, but I mean, in the last couple of years, have we had any of these, like, just, wow, there's Belichick, the wizard, who just knows things that nobody else knows?
No.
Like, those advantages seem to be fewer and far between, and you've got just a talent deficiency. He cannot find the right assistant coaches to save his life in the last couple of years. And I think that it just at some point they go, all right, it's time.
And now, what do you get for him? Does Robert Kraft at least do him a solid and say, hey, tell me where you want to go. If it's not within the division, we'll make it work. We're not going to hold another team hostage for your services.
You mean Bob Kraft do an honorable thing? Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, work out the deal in the massage parlor?
Yeah, I don't know. Well, look, I mean, what did Sean Payton get from Denver? A 1?
Yeah, wasn't it a 1+ or something?
Yeah, and he has accomplished nothing in his career compared to Bill Belichick.
I was gonna say people think he's doing a decent job this year in Denver so far.
I mean, he's not doing terrible at all. There's no doubt about it.
Really good job.
You know what's wild though, and this is just Northeast media, I guess, because I don't know that we would ask this of a Dan Quinn in the middle of the season, but they actually asked Gerard Mayo yesterday, their defensive coordinator, like about replacing Belichick.
He's been on the show. We really liked Gerard Mayo when he came on, right?
So they asked him yesterday. They're like, what would you think about replacing Bill Belichick if he were to be gone at the end of the season? And he's like, I'm focused on the Chiefs, guys. Like, I've never seen media ask somebody about replacing the head coach while he's still in the building, and it's like his mentor. It's very awkward. But he was like, yeah, I want to be a head coach someday, whether it's here or not. People know I got a lot of love for New England. It's like, why are you even entertaining answering this at all right now?
I mean, and like if you're New England, if you're going to fire Bill, you can't have any of his disciples be the head coach.
No, blow it out.
They wanted Mike Vrabel, apparently.
I know. You've got to go completely like elsewhere, right? You just got to go with it. Vrabel, because Vrabel never cut his teeth under Bill, right? Like he was with Ohio State.
Yeah, but I mean, he's viewed as like. He learned everything from Bill as a player.
Right. I love what Florio had to say about all this. For now, it's obvious that in today's NFL, the militaristic approach to pro football does not work. Players no longer are willing to check their individuality at the door, to fully submit to the authority of the head coach, to self-police every single word they say to the media like robots. The proof that it doesn't work comes primarily from the stream of failed Belichick disciples who have tried, consciously or not, to implement the Patriot way elsewhere. Find guys who love football so much that they'll gladly take whatever S the head coach forces on them. Who would play for free, which means they'll take less than they could get elsewhere. Who will do your job and never question anything. Who will accept the fact that there are only 3 times each year to be happy. When confetti falls, during the parade, and the night the rings are distributed. And I was like, wow, that's well written.
It is. It is. That's the reality, or that's a reality. Now, it all could change if Bill goes somewhere else, and he only needs one person to buy into it. the quarterback. And that quarterback has to be elite. If you get if he came here and Dak Prescott bought into that, there's enough respect in the locker room for Dak. There'd be a trickle-down effect.
Yeah, but it would exactly have to be that. It would have to be Dak being the advocate and completely buying it.
And is the next owner saying you need a general manager, or you get someone desperate like Washington who brings him in to have full control? That's still where I think he ends up.
You think it's Washington?
Yep.
Yeah, I think that makes the most sense.
NFC, out of Kraft's hair. They're probably willing to pay more than others. They're probably willing to give him that control. Belichick have enough awareness to step back from the general manager role? Probably not. Probably not.
Yeah.
He's not going to go into another job, I don't think, unless it's with someone that he's worked with, you know?
He's such a football savant or a football junkie that I think he wants his hands on that. I don't know that he would want to, but that may be what you have to do. I think it would be much easier for him to admit to agree to it elsewhere than in New England. I don't think you can go backwards in New England. I don't think Kraft come to him and say, "Hey, look, we're gonna bring a GM. You could stay."
You looking at the New York Giants drafting the Heisman winner?
Well, that's one of the reports out there from ESPN on one of their mock drafts is that the Giants would take Jaden Daniels, which that would scare me. Not because I think Jaden Daniels is some great player, just that I know Daniel Jones isn't. I don't want them to draft a quarterback. Quarterbacks come with upside. Daniel Jones has no upside.
I think there's a lot of he had a really great year at LSU, and he's going back to all the way back when he was a freshman at Arizona State, and he played really well. He's had a nice college career here, and he does some impressive stuff. I know there's a lot of people in the NFL who are skeptical about how he projects at the next level. It doesn't mean he won't be a first-round player. I haven't even started on the draft yet, but doesn't mean he won't be a first-round player. Doesn't mean that some other team won't buy into him. I just know that there are plenty of people in the league who are like, I don't know about that guy at the next level.
We getting Tommy DeVito MVP talk, or the Giants fans trying to, what rankings did you have?
Man, they are so hard up to convince us.
Okay.
They are so hard up to convince us that Tommy DeVito is going to be this upper echelon quarterback of any kind. Is it not good enough for them to just recognize they have the biggest story in the sport right now? Whether it's right, whether that's right or wrong that he is the biggest story, it kind of is, right? Who's talked about more than Tommy DeVito? But CBS, not some random CBS. Quarterbacks this year with a 750 winning percentage and 95-plus passer rating, minimum 100 attempts. Brock Purdy, Dak Prescott, Lamar Jackson, and Tommy DeVito. And then another one. He has a 100-plus passer rating in each of his last 3 games. No NFL quarterback has a longer active streak. And then another one. Most pass and rush TDs among rookie quarterbacks this year. Will Levis 8, Bryce Young 9, Tommy DeVito 9, and then C.J. Stroud with 23, kind of lapping the field. But I mean, they are doing everything they possibly can.
Please,
they want to
keep the hype train rolling.
They want to convince the networks to keep him on their primetime games.
Yes,
and not flex the Giants out. Oh man,
do us a favor. And what's going on with his agent? We got some Manning cast controversy.
All right, so Sean Stellato is the agent, obviously, for Tommy DeVito. Now, on the Manning cast, Peyton and Eli saw him, and Eli gave us a nickname. And Eli said he did research on this. But this is Eli joking and trolling.
DeVito's dad said he wanted to kind of stay under the radar. He's hugging, his agent in the stands after every play. So, not sure who. What's the agent's name again?
Sean Slimy Stellato. I got some inside intel from some of my boys. That was a nickname in college.
Slimy.
Perfect. Thank you.
Perfect.
Evan,
that is great
information.
That is great research.
Great research.
That's better than talking to Tua.
Better than talking to Tua? I thought I heard some Biggie in the background there.
Is that the nickname you want as an agent? No.
Slimy?
Yeah. Slimy Stellato?
Slimy Stellato. So, Sean Stellato was on with Boomer and Gio. All right? and they approached him about this nickname.
Give us where did the slimy originate from?
You know, I don't know if that's just him being a Southern dude, but you know what? I look at it as elegant. Yeah, I was a little. I mean, I don't understand where slimy comes from.
Really? I've never heard that before. So Eli, I guess.
No, but I look at it, guys. Listen, I'm very curious. I'm not judgmental. So until he has a conversation with me, I met Peyton at the Pro Bowl in the hotel when my long snapper Andrew DePauler was, a Pro Bowler. So I don't know where that came in, but if Peyton wants to challenge me at a 40-yard dash or something, more than happy to do that.
No, well, hold on. Now, Eli said they did some digging, and they found that was some sort of nickname that you got when you were in college.
Wow. I never heard that nickname in my life.
Wow.
Okay, so it's totally made up. Shocker. It's clear Eli's joking around. That's what Eli does. He does that irreverent kind of dumb humor. But
He goes with his dumb face.
Right.
Kind of insulting, though.
Of course it's insulting. It's
kind of insulting to call the guy slimy.
He is, I don't know. This guy's very off-putting. Like extreme. And that interview there,
He's giving me a Manziel. What was Manziel's buddy?
The college buddy or whatever his name was. I don't remember what his name was, but the one who he cut off and hadn't talked to in forever. Yeah. A little bit similar.
Give me kind of vibes there a little bit. Dang it, now it's going to bother me. What's that guy? The fixer, some type of fixer for him.
He's just that. This guy is so, like even hearing him do an interview there and the way, he had clearly pocketed that.
Uncle Nate.
Uncle Nate. He had clearly pocketed that line of I can't wait for them to ask me because I'm going to hit him with this. I will beat Peyton in a 40-yard dash.
Yeah, he didn't even answer the question.
Big old mic drop. It's gosh, you're a loser. This guy, I already don't like him.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station. And speaking of Eli, you got a Tom Brady commercial.
Tom Brady?
Yeah, I thought this was pretty cool. So there's Topps is coming out with a Tom Brady rookie card, and because he was drafted by the Expos. So the whole idea of this is the setting for this commercial is they're in kind of like a sports bar, reminiscing about the greatest baseball player that ever lived, Tom Brady.
You know why Tom Brady won 7 rings? It wasn't because of his game calling or his arm.
It was because of his hitting. 649 home runs. What a power hitter.
Excusez-moi, 2 poutines with extra tommy, merci.
There's no question. Brady's the greatest. 23 seasons, 7 championships. The greatest comeback of all time against Atlanta.
I caught a lot of Expos fastballs. But now, here's my pitch to you. Come on down to Brady Auto and catch some major league savings. Now sing that.
That guy just never let us lose.
Except to the Giants.
Twice. Yeah, twice. Without him, they would have moved us out of Montreal.
Sing that Thomas Promise.
And the alarm goes off, and he wakes up. He's like, oh, my God, what a dream. What a dream that was. And Eli comes back on social media and says, well, it wasn't all a dream. Because they lost to the Giants twice. So Eli wins. Eli wins there. He lost with Sean Stellato. He's going to get killed for that. He should. You can't call guys slimy. But this, he wins. It's a good commercial.
Solid.
Green Day. We have a Green Day ticket giveaway to hook you up. Well, audio is probably, the TV was probably better, the visual. We have a Green Day ticket giveaway. We will chop it up, and a former NFL GM giving all the praise and credit to Mike McCarthy. Expressway, commercial free after this.
Let's get you over to QC Kinetics. Get you healthy and keep you healthy, boys and girls dealing with joint pain, knees, hips, back, shoulders.
And Rangers, happy hump day.
Hump day.
To
Hump day.
all of you from Sean, RJ, and Bobby. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. We are going to chop it up. We're going to have a Green Day ticket giveaway. We'll have power rankings at 8, and Lee Bryce stops by the show to make Bobby's wife happy at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, she's going to be happy. I'm not. I got a bone to pick with him about one of his songs that I'm going to need to address. And I'm not feeling great about power rankings. Power rankings are not going to be fun at 8 o'clock.
Why?
Because I have no idea what to do with, like, everybody is disappointing right now. You got San Francisco, Baltimore's really good, Dallas is good. But, like, outside of that, you're looking at things right now and go, like, I don't really want to put anybody else in the top 5. None of them deserve it.
Totally agree. I am right there with you.
Michael Lombardi, former NFL general manager.
Friend of RJ Choppy.
And you're about to hate him as well. I will be the only one left that likes Michael Lombardi besides Brian Broaddus.
I mean, look, he's a JFK assassination super fan.
Yes.
I appreciate history. I like that about him.
Michael Lombardi, who has always killed Kellen Moore, calling him joystick, saying he just wants to coordinate games like he's playing a video game, had this to say. He's keeping score. He's keeping offensive coordinator score on his podcast.
And for all those people that killed Mike McCarthy about being a play caller, I mean, at what point do you apologize for that? Like, at what point do you say, wait a minute, this guy's pretty good? Remember all those times where people were saying, well, he killed Aaron Rodgers. He was the downfall of Aaron Rodgers.
Held him back.
Yada, yada. He's gonna kill Dak. Kellen Moore's by far the best coordinator. Why would you let Kellen Moore go? Now how's that work? This is in February. This is as soon as it happened. I mean, there were, people were all the analytical community, all those, all killing this guy runs the ball. They're going to be too conservative. They're most aggressive. I mean, they go after it. He's going for the jugular. He knows he's got the matchup. He's got full faith in the quarterback. I mean, everybody says, well, if he doesn't win a playoff game, he's going to get fired. No, he's not. I mean, why would Jerry fire a guy that's running the offense the best he's ever had? Him and Brian Schottenheimer are doing it.
Woo! So Michael Lombardi with the Mike McCarthy praise. And as we're talking about this, ESPN playing our Jerry Jones interview with the year-over-year offensive improvement. Last year, Cowboys were at 27.5 points a game. This year, 32.5. You got to factor in some defensive scores. Yards per game last year, 355. This year, 382. Dak's QBR last year, 60. This year, a 75. His touchdown to interception ratio last year, 23-15. This year, 28-6. So that's Lombardi, point one. Then he makes a Patriots comparison with still a question that I also have about this Cowboys team as a Super Bowl threat.
I mean, look, you can say a lot of things about the Patriots' inability this year. From Matt Patricia to Bill O'Brien, it was supposed to get better. It didn't. When you look at the changes made in Dallas, it did get better. Mike Solari's done better with the offensive line. Yeah. Brian Schottenheimer's done better with Mike McCarthy than Kellen Moore. I mean, you can't take it away from it. You really can't. I'm still not sold on Dallas's defense. I think Gilmore was sensational last night, but I'm not sold that this defense is going to be able to continue to play. Now, I think the matchup against Buffalo is a good matchup for them because that front Buffalo's offensive line will have trouble with that front.
Dallas has allowed 17 points or fewer in 4 of the last 5 games, as we're sitting there talking about their defense as well. Michael Lombardi on the GM Shuffle. Something that I was really ticked at myself that we didn't cover last week. It was actually a point from Orlovsky earlier in the week that Jerry reiterated on KMC Friday. The Cowboys defense cannot defend motion right now. We didn't talk about this. That's the kryptonite of the Cowboys right now. So that was Orlovsky last week before this game, but there was a lot of talk about the Cowboys defense having trouble with motion. Jerry brought that up on his own on Friday.
Yeah, I mean, they do have some issues with eye candy and things like that, and that's been an issue for them in the past. They get really... One of the big things that you like about Dallas and one of the things that makes their defense as good as it's been the last few years is they're like really fast and really aggressive. And yeah, if there's some motion at the snap stuff and they start, having undisciplined eyes and running into the wrong fits, it gives them problems. And that's something that's consistently been an issue. But I mean, are they as good as we were talking about earlier in the year when it was like before Diggs got hurt and everything else? Obviously not. Like they're not going to live up to that. But I'm not panicking about defense lately like a lot of other people do. I know some people feel like it's a little smoke and mirrors what they've done, but
I think people would probably think I have an overreaction to the defense compared to others. I'm more worried about it than a lot of other people are.
I mean, so in the motion situation, Phillies ranks where in motion?
I have no clue where they rank in it. They use
they were about a month ago, they were towards the bottom of the league.
In usage of motion.
Yes. Although they do a lot of unique things.
Right.
But motion-wise, they were towards the bottom.
Yeah, I mean, look, what is the defense? That stat of 17 points or fewer in 4 or 5 games.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of that it's a great stat. It is. A lot of that, though, is, you faced in those games, you faced Tommy DeVito and you haven't played the greatest schedule.
And you also played Philly, though, and you didn't give up a touchdown.
Philly was right, and that's good.
Oh, they had 3 fumbles.
Right.
The Cowboys got fortunate.
They did.
Let's not get it twisted.
Okay, but for a team that's led the league in takeaways the last 2 years and is right near the top again, like we do have to give them credit for it. That's part of their identity and how they stop teams.
Yeah, it is. 3 fumbles though. That's not really like their. I mean,
credit to them for stripping. It's a skill. To me, getting some turnovers is a skill. Some turnovers are luck, but
like recovering the fumble is a lot of luck.
Sure.
The ball bounces all kinds of weird ways. Now, on defense, you got 3 guys around it. It's generally going to be yours. Like the Hurts fumble, like the Cowboys had 4 guys around that ball. They were going to get it.
I will say, though, that like on all those fumbles, pretty much, they were technique fumbles. They were your punching.
Name of the defenses in the league off the top of your head that are better than the Cowboys.
Baltimore's better. San Francisco's better. I know they've had some struggles lately, but I think probably Cleveland's better.
Okay.
Those are the ones that spring to mind immediately.
Kansas City, they've had a good run. They've had a good defense.
Yeah, I mean, Kansas City's been good most this year. You probably would have to say they're right in the conversation.
So
with them.
all the ones that y'all just brought up lead the league in points per game allowed. San Fran's 1, they give up 16. Baltimore's 2 at 17. Kansas City, 17.5. The Cowboys are 4th at 18 points a game allowed. Then Minnesota, Buffalo, Pittsburgh, the Jets, the Raiders.
Yeah. Now, interesting.
Cleveland's not up there.
They've had a couple games where they've just gotten rocked. They've been dominant in some games and then just awful in others.
Per play, efficiency, Cowboys are 5th on defense. Cleveland 1, Baltimore 2, Jets, San Fran, Cowboys. And Minnesota, Pittsburgh, Jacksonville, Kansas City.
I guess I have. Maybe it's unfair. I have like a higher expectation for their defense. Maybe I should have flushed that as soon as Trayvon got hurt. But I'm still worried. I'm still worried, like Michael Lombardi is, about that side of the ball for them.
I'm curious.
And the whole thing for me is shifted from the beginning of the year to right now, the beginning of the year, I was totally convinced, like McCarthy was, the defense was their only chance to be shut down to win it all. And now it's clearly, Jerry told us yesterday when Bobby said, what's the difference? You're 10-3 this year, 10-3 last year. What's the difference? He said Dak Prescott, and he's absolutely right.
So they've had a couple games this year, Dallas has, where they got shelled a little bit. Like Seattle obviously was moving the ball as much as they want, put up 5 touchdowns. San Francisco put up a ton of points. But I was curious, I just wanted to look at it since 17 points was like the stat that they were just throwing up a second ago. Dallas is tied with San Francisco for the most games of allowing 17 points or fewer this year. They have 8, and that's tied with San Francisco at 8. And so, I mean, they've had some days where they've gotten throttled a little bit. And then, I mean, you've got games where like Arizona put up 28 on them, but they generally are in the 10 to 20 range in what they allow on games.
All right, we got NFL Power Rankings at 8. We are going to chop it up here in the Expressway. Also a Green Day ticket giveaway. We got RJ's NFL overreactions or not.
All right, let's get right to it. The Bills are back to being Super Bowl contenders.
No, overreaction.
Okay. That was quick.
I can't figure them out. They're so talented on both sides of the ball, and I'm going to dive in on the film on them today and get a better idea of them. But they're so talented on both sides of the ball. They win really impressive games, throughout the season, beating Kansas City the way they did, beating Miami the way they did. That's all very impressive. But then at other times they just lay eggs. And so I'll say that I can't rule out. They're one of a handful of teams I think are capable of winning the Super Bowl. So I'll say not an overreaction. I don't think it's likely. I don't think you can say that they're consistent enough to bet on it, but I think they're one of a handful of teams who can do it.
So if you look at their last 5 games, it's kind of the definition of an NFL season, the way you judge things, looking back on what's good and bad loss.
It's psychotic.
It's crazy. So you lose at Cincy by 6, that doesn't feel terrible. You lose to Denver by 2 today, that does not feel terrible. That week, you lose into Denver, it's like, what are you doing? Well, now look at Denver's defense. It's like shutdown. They destroy the Jets, and they lose at Philadelphia by 3. We all felt like they could have won that game. They beat Kansas City by 3. Like, that's not bad. That's not a bad 5-game stretch, but they're 2-3.
But yeah, they're 2-3 in that stretch. They're all close games.
They lost to the Patriots. They lost to the Jets.
Those are 2 awful losses. But their 6 losses have come by a total of 26 points.
And 26 is a great number, Chop, because the Buffalo Bills have won 4 games this year by 26 points or more.
They're bipolar. They're bipolar.
So I think they absolutely are capable of going on a run. Like, I just don't know how consistent they're going to be, but I say not an overreaction because I think they can win one.
It's funny. Every metric, they're right there near the top. Like, their overall efficiency numbers, like Josh Allen. This
is going to be a tough game for Dallas this weekend.
Listen to me for all the Josh Allen people, and y'all only come out of the ground when Josh throws a pick, which I think has been 9 straight weeks. Of the top 10 quarterback highlights this year, when they run it back, NFL top 10 highlights of quarterbacks, Josh Allen will have 4 of those plays by himself, maybe 5. The highlights that he puts up are crazy, insane. What he did fading on the sideline the other day against Kansas City, this is what I talked about. This guy arguably has the best arm in the league, the greatest physical ability in the National Football League, and I've been saying it for 3 years. That's why I was scared. I was scared to hold my Josh Allen stock earlier in the year. The top 10 highlights, no one else can do what he does except for Mahomes.
He was
0.2
yards away from the sideline when he completed that pass, which Next Gen Stats said that's the closest anybody's been to the sideline on a completion in like 7 years. But since 2020, Josh Allen has 5 completions where he's a yard or closer to the sideline, and the rest of the NFL has 1.
Wow. All right, next one. We're sticking with the same theme. Philadelphia, the Eagles, are done as Super Bowl contenders.
John?
No, I answered the first one. Go ahead.
That would have to assume that they were Super Bowl contenders to begin with.
There we go.
No. Look, they've got an offense that's incredibly difficult to defend, and if that defense were to click into place, they would be one of the contenders because it's just such a weak field overall. It's San Francisco and everybody.
Yeah.
That's the NFL right now. And so in that sense, I mean, if somebody picked off San Francisco, they absolutely could be in there. But No, that defense is one of the worst in the NFL. Like, objectively, it's awful.
So, what's your answer?
I wouldn't say they're a contender right now unless the defense changes.
It's an overreaction. Everyone will be hopping back on slowly. They'll be stepping back on after this stretch of crappy games.
Will you jump off if Seattle beats them this week?
They're a live dog. Seattle is.
I'll reassess. I'll be reassessing. But look, Vegas would say right now, Philadelphia is second in the NFC because when Philly hosts Dallas, if they did in the playoffs, Philly would be a slight favorite. So if you think the Cowboys are a favorite, Vegas is going to have Philly as a slight favorite if they have to go there in the playoffs.
And I think the answer is...
And I think the Cowboys are a contender.
Right. I think the answer is neither, but neither would. But Philly probably... Their style of offense probably travels better, right?
Than who?
Than the Cowboys.
I mean, Dallas clearly doesn't play as well on the road, so I mean, in that sense, I guess. But
I'd also like to. I don't want to delve into this too much because we got to chop it up. But I'd like to do the bad weather studies in the playoffs and see if that's actually a factor still. How much of a factor is that really? Josh Allen throwing in Buffalo in playoff games, what Brady did back in the day. Aaron Rodgers, obviously,
I think take Tom out of anything. I think take Tom out of all studies.
All right.
It skews everything. Eric Bieniemy is the reason the Chiefs' offense is what it is right now. The loss of Eric Bieniemy.
That's an overreaction because Eric Bieniemy didn't have the hand in that offense that he did whenever they were like early on those early years where Kansas City really started exploding as an offense. He didn't have that sort of impact. It stayed the same once Bieniemy was there. That's not a discredit to Bieniemy, but I mean, the biggest thing is they don't have receivers. That's the biggest problem with Kansas City.
How about the different? I mean, I haven't heard Eric Bieniemy's name until one of your emails. How about the difference in coverage of him compared to the first 2 weeks of the season? You haven't heard his name once.
Haven't.
Poof.
The Bears, there was talk of the Bears may be interested if they move on from Eberflus and bringing Bieniemy in.
Total overreaction. The Commanders are scoring 20 a game, even though Sam Howell is up there in yards. Total overreaction. We all know that Andy Reid was the true mastermind. This is a general manager topic and debate for the Chiefs' problems, in my opinion.
I agree. I don't think it's. I don't think he's the reason the Chiefs' offense is what it is. I think Bobby's right. You're right. It's the general manager and.
It's a great
wide
topic,
receiver.
though. I mean, we're not going to get into it too much unless if and when Kansas City loses. How much can you kill the Chiefs GM when this same approach worked last year for a title? They won it without Tyreek. So why would you not think we can win it again without Tyreek? Right. I thought last year was fluky because I still believe you have to have, upper echelon, top end talent, and you're doing your quarterback a disservice, but they got away with it. So how much can you really kill the GM this year?
That's fair. I mean, they're also out of cash. They have a lot of cap room, and that's what happens when you pay a quarterback a gajillion dollars.
Mahomes felt.
Yep, there it is. Next one, Brandon Staley will be the head coach of the Chargers next year.
That's a massive overreaction. There's zero chance that happens.
Who's the last guy that got kept and we were shocked? In any sport.
Marvin Lewis, 4 years in a row, probably.
Jason Garrett.
Garrett, Marvin Lewis. I'm trying to think who's just a total surprise. Was it Vance Joseph? Everybody there were reports Vance Joseph was going to get fired in Denver, and then Elway released a statement said he's coming back. Maybe that one 5 years ago.
What's your answer to this?
I think he's there.
You think he's there?
I don't think the Spanos family wants to. He's got an extra year in his deal. I don't think the Spanos family wants to pay any coach money to do nothing.
They're notoriously cheap.
I think. Look, if they wanted to fire him, I think they would have fired him already. What are they waiting for? There's been coaches that have been fired already this year.
I think it's the point Sean brought up that if they're going to potentially have Kellen Moore there, they don't want to stain that.
Okay, last one. Justin Fields has bought himself another year in Chicago. QBRs north of 65 in 4 of his last 6 games.
Oh, great one.
Running will do that for you.
It will. No, it will. It absolutely will.
Not an overreaction, just because I think you're talking about the skill set that he has. You should probably see that through to the end of a rookie deal, I feel like.
They're going to have the number 1 pick. So now factor that into your answer.
Yeah, I still would say that I think he's going to get another crack. Even if it's...
So if you were the Bears GM, Would you draft Caleb Williams? You said in your prep the other day you were all
Caleb
you didn't hesitate at all.
No, because Caleb is the best player.
Okay.
But if you're talking about what they need and relative to that, I might go get the Penn State tackle. That might be a spot where you just say, hey, we need to build around in other areas. But, I don't think that I'd take Caleb over Justin Fields at this point. Not that I think Caleb's going to be better, but I'm saying I think those resources could be spent better for Chicago given what they've had in the flashes that he's shown.
What do you think?
I think they'll hang on to him. I think it has more.
Dude, if they pass on Caleb and he ends up, I know we're all hating Caleb Williams now, his personality. He ends up being Mahomes Jr. That will haunt them forever.
Of course, because they already passed on Mahomes.
Right?
Did they draft Mitch instead? They're the same year. Of course it'll haunt them. The chances that they're going to take the odds that he won't be that.
Like if they didn't have the number 1 pick, I would say, yeah, Justin Fields could be there. I just don't know if they're going to bypass the quarterback. That's the thing. If they were picking at 7, I would say Fields is back.
Yeah,
and I think he's playing better.
Mm-hmm. History shows he is playing better, but history shows he'll never, be the quarterback they want. I mean, like guys who this is like over the last like dozen or so years. Players, quarterbacks who don't meet or exceed their second-year win total almost exclusively have been busts. Outside of Dak, and the only reason why Dak didn't hit his is because his was 10 in his second year.
All right, let's hook you up. We're doing it every day this week. Our way, just a small way of us trying to thank you for turning it on and leaving it on. The Tolo giveaway.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Green Day in concert on September 11, 2024 at Globe Life Field in Arlington, courtesy of Live Nation. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
All right, it's a hump day.
Hump day.
Here on Sean and RJ. Let's chop it up.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
Do your ladies give you Christmas lists?
Yes, but it's by my request.
Yeah.
It is anticlimactic. I do feel a little bad that I just don't go out and get this random surprise thing, but I'm like, just give me like 8 things that you want. Give me 8 things that you want. I'll pick and choose. What would you rather be? Would you rather be disappointed that I picked the wrong thing, but I put thought into it? Or would you rather be happy but disappointed that it's not a surprise on Christmas morning?
I just want you to put thought in it, and I want you to know me. I want you to know me well enough to know what I want and what would be special to me.
Thankfully, my wife does not think like that because I apply that thinking to jewelry, to purses, to clothes, and I'm not picking out any of that stuff for her, and nor would she want me to. So I always ask for a list from her for birthday and Christmas.
Yeah, because when you don't ask for a list, you end up getting a Roomba or whatever. That's
going back to Shark. Can you send back to Amazon without the original box?
You don't need the box. Oh wait. So you say you bought like a Roomba and it's okay.
Shark.
Yeah, you might need the box with that.
You can't send it back without the box.
You can send things back unwrapped, but there's usually a bag that they need. I don't know, something like that. You might look into that.
Yeah, that's going back. Disappointment.
No, I don't get a list. I always ask her every year what she wants, and she's always like, nothing. And so we ended I end up guessing essentially, but this year, for instance, we're probably going to just take a trip instead and do smaller Christmas thing.
That's piddly little Christmas. Leave that to us.
No. I'm just saying, like we're gonna instead. It's like, all right, do you want to go take a trip
to Arkansas again?
Like, no. It would be we're going to like Seaside, Florida, I think. So, are you going to
Seaside?
Are you gonna? Do you want the trip?
How's your skin gonna handle that, son?
I'm pasty white, dude. Look at that. That's bad. That's blinding right there. Yeah. No, but this year, like, we're going to do, I kind of ask her in advance what she wants to do. Every year she tells me not to get her something, which I know is a trap. But I always end up having to guess. I think she's been happy with everything.
How does she know what to get you?
She runs into the same thing. But I mean it. I'm different. I mean it. I don't want anything.
I agree. My mom is every day, just sweatshirt or shorts. And I'm like, man, I'm over it. I'm in I mean, gifts for the kids stage now. That's it.
Exactly. And
we're moving into a new house. I'm broke.
She's really great at finding something I didn't know I wanted.
Right.
Like getting something that's like sentimental or means something that she's been really good at that. Like, I know I mentioned you guys, I don't think I said this on the, I think it was during a break. Like she found, went and for 1 year for Christmas, found the video of my mom's high school play where she was like the lead or whatever, and I hadn't seen that since I was like 8 years old.
God, she is cheap.
Wow. Yeah, Sarah's got those sentimental stuff.
I'm kidding, Chris. That was very thoughtful.
Like we got, she got us these matching keychains last year with like our. So I have the one with her initial embroidered on it, and she's got mine.
Oh my
God! Did that come with the matching swimsuits?
No, but we have those. We also we're getting matching shoes.
Oh,
I would love to do matching rompers. Absolutely love.
What's this key to?
Oh, that's the key.
Is
from
it your handcuffs?
Wonka Factory? What the hell is
handcuffs?
that?
No. If you must know, that is on a Blade and Bow bottle of bourbon. It's just like the thing that comes on the bottle.
You put this in to take it off?
No, it's like, so you know how like they'll have the foil around the cap?
Yeah.
And so this.
By the way, you liquor companies, can you stop with that freaking wax? It's a pain in the ass to take off.
Oh, is the Maker's Mark?
God, I hate that. The melted wax. I'm sitting here. I got a mess on the floor. It's like an arts and crafts project to try to get buzzed.
It's actually a great story how they came about to do that. This guy was like inventing the company, and his wife was like a chemistry teacher in high school, and she was like,
apparently a dumb one. She spilt it.
No, and she was like, let's do this a little bit different. So she just dipped it in the wax.
Is there a way to get it off that I'm not getting?
You just there's a little tab.
Yeah.
Where you just pull it. You just pull it around. But no, this is on the Blade and Bow bottle. So you just pull the key up and it takes the foil off. So I liked it, so I just took it from the keychain. So she said she wanted work clothes for Christmas.
Work clothes. Okay.
Work clothes. Like she's like, I got enough athletic clothes. I want work clothes. I'm like, okay.
So you give her a gift card to somewhere where she can buy work clothes.
What does she wear to work? What type of attire?
Like she'll wear like either dress pants or jeans, blouse, whatever they call it, sweaters.
Yeah.
And then obviously some kind of heel. But like I'm terrible at that. So I finally got her to send me links of stuff. But that's only like, it's not enough. I need to get more. So now I've got to go deep into the well. And I don't know. I've reached out.
Ask Mackenzie.
I've got a designer. I've got a stylist that's helping me out.
Oh,
yes, the great Betsy Beeman helping me out on that one.
Wow.
So I need help. I'm doing that, but still, it's not.
I thought she wanted something the other day that we were talking about that you couldn't find.
Yeah. What was his name?
Yes. Stop it. I can't find it. That's the problem. I can't find it.
You want to say it or
no? I don't want to say.
Okay.
Because she's listening.
Okay.
Yeah,
well, she knows what she asked you for.
No, but she didn't ask for this.
Oh.
Or maybe she did at one point.
So, well, yeah, it's hard for you to just come up with this idea in your mind.
She has mentioned it.
Okay.
That she would like to get something like this.
All right.
She is not. And I was going to do that for her, but I can't find it. It's very, 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 very hard to find.
Amanda told me she did a search last night and she found it. I said, because I was like, he's looking for this. She said it's all over the internet, but whatever.
Okay.
Cabbage Patch dolls, they're in high demand, man.
All right. Do you ever wonder if your phone's been hacked?
Nope.
Every day. I don't wonder. I assume.
Yeah.
Every day.
Yeah, because I mean it's consistent. Like we're talking about something and then there's an ad for it on Facebook and I'm getting bombarded with ads after Chris and I just talked about kayaking or something. All of a sudden there's all these kayak trips.
Yeah.
No, you just got liquor snobbed. Tolo Drew hit me up. Whiskey guy here. Blade and Bow is garbage.
Well, it's a bourbon. That guy's a moron. Okay. Blade and Bow's very good. You will not find it's a really good value.
I need to get one for my home builder, a bourbon.
Yeah?
Yeah. So give me one.
Okay.
Literally. Not give me a name. Give me one.
Literally. No, Blade and Bow's really good for stuff you could find.
Knee dirty? What'd you say?
Literally.
Oh,
Literally.
You say D is like Florio.
Literally. Anyway, I get these texts all the time. Random texts from hacker accounts, spam accounts, and I assume my phone's been hacked.
Mm-hmm.
A hacker, an ethical hacker, oxymoron right there.
Yeah.
An ethical hacker says if you see a green dot on the Android screen or an orange dot on the iPhone screen, that is your telltale sign that you have been hacked. I did not know that.
Green dot up in the corner on the Androids, I know means the mic is active. And so, like, the mic is on and it's recording.
Okay, give me that one more time.
So an orange dot on your iPhone.
Okay, where would this be?
It would be on the screen somewhere. Now, probably for us...
This is a sign of being hacked.
Yeah.
All right, I have no orange dot.
I have no orange dot either. I assume it would be...
So go to your camera real quick. If you go to your camera and look at the top, I have a green dot on
Yes,
mine.
I have a green dot.
Yeah, I do too.
And what is that supposed to mean?
Nothing for us.
Okay.
Because iPhone. It would be an orange dot would be the warning sign that you've been hacked. It says someone has installed some kind of an app on your phone. So keep an eye on that. The warning dots appear when the device's microphone or camera are in use, and it can be a sign that someone's running malicious software meant to spy on people.
Oh. So they have to get their hands on your phone to do this?
I don't think so. No, they can do it remotely.
I mean, the government surely can. I know that.
Yeah, I mean, I assume we're getting... I assume my Alexa and or the Google or whatever.
My Alexa, the blinking lights when it's not supposed to, and kicking out commands when it's not supposed to, I know something's up.
Yeah. Also, if you get emails from your bank or social media apps asking if you want to change your password, obviously your credentials have been stolen. Be aware.
I just assume it's all scams. I
did too.
I delete them all.
I delete every single one of them.
And check my account. And I have faith in my banks for storing that type of sketchy stuff.
I assume everything's a scam until a process server shows up and hands me documents. That's when I'll believe that you're actually trying to collect something from me.
Should we cancel Ross Tucker?
Yes. I didn't like his attitude last time he was on.
Well, his attitude may be one thing. His pizza toppings are a complete other.
Man.
I don't know what the hell this is, but this dude put baked beans and linguica.
Linguini?
Linguica, which is like a Portuguese sausage on his pizza.
My Lord.
Black or baked beans and linguica on his pizza. Look at that. I mean, you can't. That's not.
It has cheese on it too, so it's a regular pizza.
It's a regular pizza
with baked beans on it.
That's thin crust. I like thin crust,
and I love baked beans.
I like baked beans. I don't know about this other stuff, but it looks like beef jerky.
So Orlovsky gets accused all the time of a lot of his takes are fake, and he's just going for out. Is that what this is? Like, is he just clearly going like, look at my pizza here?
I don't think Ross. I don't think he's a fake guy.
I don't think he is, but maybe he's trolling. Like, he's just like trying to get people worked up. Knew that would set people off there because
baked beans on pizza.
Yeah. I mean, Pete, look, you can't.
It's like mushrooms and chili.
It's really hard. It's really hard to screw up pizza, okay? That is, without question.
Dave Portnoy built an empire off of it.
It is without question. Yeah, he did. It is a first ballot Hall of Fame food.
Yes.
If you were to list all the foods in an NCAA tournament bracket, it is a 1 seed.
Yes.
It's a 1 seed.
Unless it has baked beans and whatever. Pakistan sausage on it or whatever.
This is
whatever it was. What was it called? Where was it from? Where's it from?
Portugal.
Sean McDermott over here.
Portugal.
I mean, when you
Sean
take a
McDermott.
pizza and you put baked beans and linguica on it, I mean, you take it from a 1 seed.
But I don't even like this macaroni and cheese on burgers and stuff like that. Or
people
on
just
hot
try to trick
dogs.
it up.
Yeah, crazy
peanut
trick
butter
it up.
jelly or whatever.
What was it? I think Bourdain used to rant about that he's like, usually the simplest way to eat something, like in its simplest form, is the best way. Like, you don't need to trick up a burger and like throw bacon on it and stuff like that. Even he's like, it's usually at its best the way it is, and that's kind of like how pizza to me is just, it's either cheese or it's pepperoni. I think it's good other ways, but to me that's pizza. It's pepperoni or
And
cheese.
of course you will not eat ham and pineapple on it.
Yeah, I will.
Oh, you will?
Yeah.
So will I. Okay.
Yeah, I like it.
Fist pump.
If I'm doing ham and pineapple, that's when I'll go thin crust too.
Same.
Look,
Fist
see,
pump.
common ground.
You changed me on the prime rib, and now we're same here. 877-881-1053 is the TruckWreck.com text line. We chop it up every hump day during the Expressway, commercial free, and that leads right into, and the guys are struggling, and now I know why. 1 through 5, 5 through 1. We know the Cowboys are in there, right? Who else is in this week's edition of the NFL Power Rankings? Next. But let me go ahead.
by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the greatest show in sport.
The biggest football game in the history of Western civilization. What a ride it's been.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
This is how we do it.
All right, you got to explain it now. You got to explain it.
At Sandler's charity event, they were doing the wiffle ball home run derby. And they got to the finals. And Chris Arnold is MC in this whole thing.
Got you down.
And to start the timer, so everybody got 90 seconds. And to start the timer for everyone in the finals, there was like 20 people. This fool says, I'm going to sing to start the timer. At every time he goes, this is how we do it.
Montel Jordan classic.
And it was over and over. It was every 90 seconds on the dot. And I was like, oh, Chris.
No way.
Look at this, look at that.
Chris Arnold is the greatest hype man in the history of radio stations to have around. He is the most positive team. And that's what he was doing. He was out there getting everybody hyped up for that home run derby.
RJ busted that out in the elevator. I remember exactly where I was when he did. And then you like change your voice and the octaves with it. So my gosh, we'll have to get Chris to do it with a call in or just get a drop.
Got you down.
To be recorded. All right. I now see what y'all were talking about during the Expressway when you were dreading power rankings. What you're trying to say is no one freaking deserves this.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
1 through 5.
3 of them do.
Or 5 through 1. 3 of them do. 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. 877-881-1053. We have to grade ourselves from last week first. Who has them?
I do.
All right.
Sean, you had.
Bobby, pay attention to this, how we grade them.
Yeah, okay. And Fantex, make sure to send Sean the note saying that I've said that same point like 5 weeks in a row.
You're trying to give yourself more points for like the win within the 5.
But why wouldn't that be the case?
I understand.
Because we don't tally. We don't give ourselves 5 points, 4 points, 3 points, 2 points. We don't score it differently.
But I correctly ranked them above them.
Well, yeah, like if San Fran, I understand what you're saying. If San Fran beats the Cowboys this week and we have San Fran 1 and Cowboys 2 or 3, whatever, then that was correctly ranked. I get what you're saying. I understand that. But one of the 5 still lost.
Yeah, this is CFP committing thinking from you two.
Well, yeah, we're a committee.
All right.
Sean, you had San Fran 1.
So you are now going to score them. So that's what you have done. You have assigned that to yourself. So get ready to score them. San Fran 1.
Let's
genius.
go.
Miami 2.
Not genius.
Cowboys 3.
Yes.
Baltimore 4.
Yes.
Philly 5. So in Bobby's world, you would get credit
And
for
you would get credit for that because you had them above them.
So what would be my score?
You'd have 1
4 out of 5.
4 out of 5.
Yep.
Okay.
Boy, you're great on the curve, man.
Yeah, I'll take that. You've been a genius this whole time.
I had San Fran 1.
Win.
Kansas City 2.
Loss.
Miami 3.
Loss.
Baltimore 4.
Win.
Cowboys 5.
Win. 3 out of 5.
Bobby had San Fran 1.
Genius.
Baltimore 2.
Genius.
Miami 3.
Genius.
Cowboys 4.
Genius again.
Kansas City 5.
5 for 5.
Peyton.
I'm in first.
I was 3 for 5.
Peyton. Ooh, this might be 3 wrong. We got to see how Bobby's going to score this one.
Yeah, I thought your power rankings last week were stupid.
San Fran 1.
W.
Baltimore 2.
W.
Philly 3.
Loss.
Cowboys 4. Now, since they beat Philly, doesn't he have to take that as a loss too?
He does. We're putting it as loss just because it's
And
Peyton.
Miami 5.
Yep. That's 2 out of 5. I would. I think, in fairness, it's 3 out of 5, but it's Peyton, so I'm not going to be fair.
Either way, no matter how you score it, I win.
Sean won.
4 out of 5. All right. How's the rest of the country?
Last time you'll hear that sounder.
Grading America's team. Here we go.
Why did you say that?
Blogging the boys kept them at 2. NFL.com from 4 to 3. ESPN from 5 to 2. USA Today from 4 to 2. Yahoo 4 to 2. CBS 3 to 2. Athletic 3 to 2. Sports Illustrated. Who is the idiot who's
AI.
doing this at Sports
AI.
Illustrated? Who was the
AI.
moron?
Nobody.
They had him at 6, and now they're at 4. In no way can you have the Dallas Cowboys as low as 4 this week. That is idiotic. So the whole country is saying 2, except for these idiots, Fish, at SI. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. How would you like to do it, Ralph? Actually, I'm the winner. I'll decide. Let's go. How'd you
I think the suspense is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 because the suspense is at the bottom.
Okay. Go.
San Francisco.
Okay.
I don't know that you can even really make a case for anybody else.
There is no case to be made for anybody else. It is San Francisco and the rest of the NFL. They're the best team in football. By far, that is the team that should be the prohibitive favorite now and until they get bounced from playoffs. San Francisco's number 1.
Yeah, 49ers for me. It's easy. I mean, they're going to be favorites against anyone, anywhere they play.
Same and 2.
The Dallas Cowboys.
Ooh.
I just think like they've played at such a high level lately. Now, are they favored this week? No, they're not. Which is odd. The second best team in the league generally isn't an underdog. But, Buffalo, I think, is absolutely a good enough team to be able to pick them off. But the Cowboys, the way they've played, have earned it. And they mollywopped a pretty good Philadelphia team, even though Philly was, they did go through a stretch that the schedule makers should not have put them through. That was tough. But Cowboys came out on top, and they put it on them.
Number 2 team in the NFL is the Baltimore Ravens still, because the Baltimore Ravens very easily on this season could be 13-0. Like they are one of the few teams in the NFL that has been really impressive in their victories and really has not gotten beaten down in a loss at all this year. They've lost their 3 games so far that they've had this year. They've lost by a combined 12 points. And so I've got Baltimore at number 2.
The Dallas Cowboys have moved up from 4 to 2. You beat the number 3 team in my power rankings. You move up above them into the number 2 spot. Look, back-to-back weeks against beating teams with an over 500 record. I know Seattle isn't right now, but they were at the time. Really impressive wins, and they'll take it to Buffalo this weekend. So I have the Cowboys right now, number 2.
Dallas 2. Over Baltimore. Why? Because if they played tomorrow on a neutral field, I would trust Dak Prescott over Lamar Jackson. So that is why. Is Baltimore's defense definitely better? No doubt that they're better than the Cowboys defense, Bobby?
Yep. No doubt about it to me. That Baltimore is smothering. They're really tough.
I would still, because of my continuous doubt in Lamar, I would pick Dak to win that game. So I'll go Cowboys 2, Baltimore 3.
All right. I've got at number 3, the Baltimore Ravens. They are the second team in per play efficiency in the NFL by a wide margin. The gap between 2 and 3 is very, very big there. They're top 5 in offense, top 2 in defense, top 5 in special teams. They're the only team in the top 5 of all 3 categories. Give me the Ravens at 3.
Number 3 is the Dallas Cowboys. It's nice that that's probably their best victory of the season against Philadelphia, and it's impressive to get 2 victories back-to-back over, like Peyton said, teams that were over 500 at the time. I do think that Philadelphia is incredibly flawed right now, and I don't think Dallas played the cleanest of games on offense. I still think if they put that performance out there against San Francisco, they probably lose by 14 or more, but I got the Cowboys at 3.
Baltimore Ravens 3 for me. I think right now, they're a clear favorite to win the AFC. I don't think there's another team that challenges them right now. Kansas City has been mid. Jacksonville, you don't know with Trevor Lawrence's injury. Miami just blew a big lead to Tennessee. So I have Baltimore at number 3.
Clear favorite out of the AFC. Okay. I like the hot take. This is where it gets very disgusting and ugly.
Disgustingly.
It was a choice of 2 teams for me.
Really?
I'm going to have Kansas City at 4, begrudgingly. What is Kansas City's defense still? Obviously, they're broken at receiver. They're whining and crying about the Kadarius stuff, but I'll have the Chiefs 4.
All right, so you have Baltimore 3. You said the last one?
Yes.
All right. Baltimore 3, Chiefs 4. Okay. This is where it got tough for me, too. This is tough. This is very, very tough.
Sounds like you're trying to decide and make your decision still.
I think they have lost their last game until the Super Bowl, I have the Buffalo Bills at 4.
Whoa! Wait,
Way to spoil Friday.
He said until the Super Bowl. Yeah, he spoiled the picks Friday. They've lost the floor is yours.
They're wild. Their record is not remotely consistent to what their metrics say. They are a top 5 or 6 team in just about every category. Josh Allen is playing tremendous football, and he has all year. Even with the interceptions, he is so good. Oh, man,
you're telling me right now.
I'm telling you.
That the Buffalo Bills will be in Vegas with us.
Right now, I would say yes.
Woo! I like the hot take. That blows away Peyton's hot take.
They will be favored in every game in the rest of the regular season. They're favored against us. They're favored against the Chargers. They're favored against New England. Miami might already have the division wrapped up. They might sit guys that final week. And even still, Buffalo beat them by 1 billion points in the earlier. There are 5 teams in the NFL with a point differential over 100. Cowboys, San Fran, Baltimore, Miami, and Buffalo. Their losses are by 6-5, 4, 6-2, and 3. I mean, I think that this is, the Pythagorean theorem that they do where your record, what it is versus what it should be. This is a team that should have 10 wins right now.
I love the hot take. The Buffalo Bills will run the table all the way up till the Super Bowl.
And I might be saying that because I got a 40-1 ticket on them. Okay? But whatever.
I have no idea what to do past 3 because nobody, like we said, is really deserving of this. I'm going to go with the team that is the only team in the NFL that is top 10 on offense and defense in net passing yards per attempt and rushing yards per attempt. So they are top 10 efficiency team in terms of rushing defense and offense and passing defense and offense, and that's the Miami Dolphins. A lot of people have criticized the Dolphins for their defense this year. They've been, there's some favorable peripheral statistics for them on defense that it's not added up. They've given up some points, but they're actually top 10 in yards allowed. So I just think that they are the scariest team in the NFL.
I mean, Will Levis's bicep vein just gained another 6 yards on them.
I think they are the scariest team in the NFL just with what they can do with their speed. They're not the best, but they are really intimidating. So I've got the Dolphins at 4 begrudgingly.
Yeah, 4 and 5 for me was just who had the better loss, because you had Jacksonville in there, Detroit who lost against the Bears. So I have Miami at number 4. I know that's weird they lost, but they move up in my power rankings. Couldn't put Philly above them. I mean, they looked really good against Tennessee until they had a once-in-a-lifetime choke job. That's really what they had. And so I think they're still a really good team, one of the best offenses in the league. Good defense. I have Miami at 4.
Woof. You will live to regret that, both of you, right there. Philadelphia is number 5. Eagles are number 5.
They were out of your power rankings last week, weren't they?
I love that the Cowboys. Admitted. I heard Micah. I heard Dak. I love that they're like, yeah, that final score a little bit misleading. Like we could have played a lot better. I know everyone always says we still have things to improve. We won by 70, but we can get better on the tape. That score was a little tiny. They controlled the whole game. They deserve to win the game. The 3 fumbles, a little bit fluky. Everyone's selling their Philadelphia stock. I will go ahead and buy it up. The Eagles are 5. They would beat Miami's ass tomorrow.
Ooh, they haven't beat anybody's ass this year.
Oh man, I originally had Kansas City here. I guess I'm gonna stick with it. I don't know.
They actually beat Miami's ass literally earlier in the year.
14 points, big deal. Zach Wilson does that every other week.
There's trouble in paradise. That team's a mess, and I don't think it's anything. They are a mess top to bottom, and top is you could say it's Pat or you could say it's Andy. There is a problem going on.
They don't have receivers. There's a problem.
Yeah, that's part of it. That's part of it. But man, you talk about you talk about Mike McCarthy blaming the refs. Nobody. He has never done anything on the level that Kansas City has of trying to just skirt the entire issue. So I'll take Kansas City, but begrudgingly.
Yeah, and then begrudgingly number 5 is the Buffalo Bills because I just think that they've been hard luck losers several different times. They're incredibly talented. Don't feel great about it. So I've got Buffalo number 5.
And I have Philly at number 5.
W.I. Payton again.
Yep.
Me and you.
Gotcha, man.
Shangelo, W.I. Payton.
Do we actually feel that much different about the Dallas Mavericks? We'll talk about the awesome win last night, and Draymond did it again. We need your length of suspension next. But first, you need the hookup at DFW Security. Most wonderful time of the year. Keep an eye on deliveries, kids, employees, or pets with a jolly good deal on cameras, security, smart home, and more. Call now to get your Tolo Santa. Plex, Sean, RJ, and Roberto here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Don't know how much of that biker gang talk that you guys caught if it was from the commercial break, but nothing that would have gotten us in trouble. Shout out to my home builder, Billy. We were talking about him. I didn't know he was in a biker gang, so now I'm a little bit more afraid of it.
You didn't notice the 20 other people on Harleys riding up behind him to do the work?
Yeah, that's a lot of people for the equipment to build the house. All right, that was the call last night on TNT. This was a thriller. Man, this was a fantastic game. LeBron was awesome. Anthony Davis was incredible. Luka Doncic was himself. And then you got career nights from Tim Hardaway and Dante Exum hitting a career-high 7 threes. Here is the X factor of the game after.
Yeah, just, how Luka plays, and he can find anyone at any point, and knowing that their guy's got to help off and go double him, and I've got to be ready. So that's just, I try and put myself in a situation where I can be on the floor. I don't want to be the guy that's, taken out because I can't hit that shot. So it's just something I'm going to work on and continue to work on.
Oh, that accent.
I was just about to say, I love the Australian accent. It's so great.
It's just a touch of one too. It's not super thick. It's not Crocodile Dundee.
Yeah, it's like a classier Boston accent. Like it's in the Boston accent family, but classier.
Really?
Yeah, they got the same ahs and stuff like that.
Okay, that's fair.
You were making a face when I was talking about the game recap.
Yeah. No, I was gonna make I was thinking of an inappropriate joke that I was censoring. Okay. I'm getting better, Sean. I'm censoring myself.
Yeah, well, you're causing me to stop down, which I don't like to do. It's
I didn't
bad
mean
radio.
to do.
Okay, so the question here is, what does this all mean? Right? The Mavs have had a nice start. It feels like Luka has definitely improved. Kyrie is calm and peaceful and tranquil, sitting up there with Nico last night in the luxury box. Jason Kidd sounds and seems like a smarter coach this season. What does it all really mean? I just want to cut down to it, cut through all the stuff. Is this just a nice regular season, or you're thinking of them as a more legitimate championship threat? They're third in the West with a record of 15-8 behind Minnesota and Oklahoma City. Still shocking that Minnesota is up there.
Get Minnesota tomorrow.
What's that?
You get Minnesota tomorrow.
So who thinks this means something more than what we're used to?
Well, I'll tell you this. The teams ahead of them, the history of the NBA shows that they are not threats to win the title.
How so?
Because history of the NBA says that there is a level of kind of growing pains that you have to go through. You don't go from never doing anything as a young team. Now, you can put a super team together and go, but as a young team, you don't go from barely making the postseason to the finals, right? You lose the first round, and then you lose in the second round, and then you might make that jump, but you never go from nothing to bam into the finals.
Yeah, but
the history of the league shows that.
But remember the context of this team. They lost in the first round. They made the West Finals, and then last year was a massive disappointment.
Right, but that's a progression of frustration and learning how to win or learning how to lose too.
But I think that's the thing, is that I think that you've got a team that, remember before the Kyrie trade, what were they? They were fourth in the West. It was a massive disappointment when they collapsed the way they did. This was a team that was set up to have their fourth straight playoff appearance. Maybe wins a series, gets to the second round. Nobody was thinking Western Finals again. But last year was sort of an outlier. Dallas has been a playoff-capable team.
Yes.
That is who they are. It's just the question of, are they built for the playoffs better now? One of the big things that's...
You're arguing that they've not gone through their paces?
No, I'm saying the teams ahead of them haven't. So that's good for the Mavericks. I'm saying I don't think Minnesota and Oklahoma City...
Okay.
I thought you were
saying that about the Mavs.
I thought you said history shows the Mavs are not a true contender.
No, the Minnesota, that the other teams ahead of them, the head of the Mavs are not true contenders.
Okay.
History shows that because they have not gone through the growing pains. The Mavs have.
So what's your answer to my Mavs question?
I mean, I still think Denver is, going to be the team that's going to wind up being the one to beat. But yeah, I think this is definitely something different. I mean, Luka, they have an elite player. When you have an elite player, you got a chance.
My question is, do we need to view the West like the NFC? That's my question. Is the West so watered down that makes them a possible title contender. At least, let's just say to get to the finals. Let's not say to win it, because you have Boston and you have Milwaukee and you have Philadelphia. Let's just say to get to the finals. Is the West watered down like the NFC? Because Minnesota and Oklahoma City feel like the Detroit Lions and give me the Green Bay Packers, a better team than that.
They're Detroit and they're Tampa or whoever else in the South. The Rams, the Seahawks. Their team. Are they a team like the Seahawks or the Rams? Somebody like that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's my question. I mean, the second best record in the West is 15-7. The Mavs are 15-8, and they're third. Denver 16-9. So they have more losses than the best teams in the East. So, what's your answer to it, Bob?
I think it's Robert. It's clearly different in terms of their makeup and the way they're built. Like Grant Williams is a different type of player than they've had recently. Like Derek Lively is proving to be a different kind of player than they've had at center. Derek Jones Jr. has been a really good contributor for them this year. And the Luka Kyrie combination on offense is working out. And those are all positives that I think you can say that speaks to an ability to, like at the start of the season, I wasn't confident they were going to be able to win a playoff series. I now feel like they're a team that can win a playoff series. They're a team that can make things difficult on them. Do I think they're West Finals capable or NBA Finals capable? No. I don't think that's the team yet. I need to see the defense play better than they have. I mean, they're still one of the worst defensive teams in the NBA.
CBS Sports with the markup through the quarterway. Luka's on pace to become the 8th player in history to average 10 or more three-point attempts a game, side note. After years of bizarre clutch struggles, the Mavs are 8-2 in clutch games this year with a plus 21.6 net rating. One reason for pessimism, Bobby, they still don't have anyone to defend guards. They're 3rd in offense, 23rd in defense, 12th in net rating. And here's what CBS said. Offense has largely been as advertised. They take the most threes in the league. They never turn the ball over. Luka's a supernova. Derek Lively is his ideal center. Kyrie has kept the offense more than afloat when Luka has rested. They're finally winning those close games, and they're finally beating the teams they're supposed to beat. You grade them based on expectations. If the goal was simply to prove that Luka could coexist with Kyrie and you can win 50 or so games, you're on the right track, but they still have a long way to go defensively, probably need a substantial trade of some sort to edge their way into the championship picture.
I wonder if that clutch number, the 8-2 in clutch games, I wonder if that's one of those things that evens out over the course of a year. Like you'll see a lot of numbers. Eventually, the red zone numbers will even out over a year.
Yeah, like one-run games and stuff like that. I don't know. They were on such a. I know it felt like they were on such an unsustainable pace last year at the end of the year. So, I mean, that was going to have to balance. But
look, there's two points. One, I need to see more of Luka and Kyrie against tougher competition. That's one. And two, if the West stays as is, the hard part about this is predicting the West. Are the sleeping Giants going to wake up? Are the Lakers going to make a move from 6? Are the Clippers going to make a move from 7? Is Bradley Beal ever going to freaking play with them in the 8th seed? Are the Warriors dead? They're sitting there in the 11th spot. What's going to happen when Ja comes back for them to make a possible run?
When does Draymond play his next game?
Right. And that is a perfect segue. Let us know what y'all think. Mavs, 877-881-1053.
Real quick, the Lakers are done. After winning that in-season tournament, you don't just get up for a regular NBA game. Okay, there's no way they can get.
That's right.
If they didn't win if they had lost the tournament, they would have won last night.
Classic title hangover.
Yeah, just a big-time hangover. I don't know how they can actually get up for a game anymore.
After that awesome win over the Lakers, this happened.
Beal just picked up his 3rd foul. And now Green runs over Nurkic, and he'll be called for the foul, and they're going to take a look at this. Oh, man.
Well, that's going to be a flagrant.
Yep.
After video review, Green makes unnecessary and excessive contact to the face. The foul has been upgraded to a flagrant foul penalty 2, and Green has been ejected from the game.
Ejected for the 3rd time this season, a flagrant 2 for spinning around and punching Yusuf Nurkic in the face from the Phoenix Suns. Look at it. Look at it here. Whirls around, So intentional. This has to be at least 10 games. Has to. I don't know why. It's another skill that I have that gets me 0 in compensation or money, but I can predict suspensions in the NBA. And he got 5. I said it would be 5 last time. This has to be in the 10 to 15 range. And if Adam Silver doesn't do it, he's allowing a violent player to jeopardize the safety of the rest of his league. That's the way I look at it. I hate this guy. He's a bully, and he's always been an overrated player, in my opinion. And
Triple single.
He's acting like a thug. He's acting like now I saw someone, and I know that's, word you can't use in these discussions, but that's what he's doing. He's going around. He thinks he's Debo. He thinks he's the Debo of the NBA, and he might be. I saw someone tweet, "Oh, this is a worse look for the NBA than Ja Morant with the guns." No, that's not true. But this has to be at least double from what he did against Gobert, 10 to 15 range. And if Adam Silver wants to make it more, I'll fully support it. I hate him.
I think it's at least 10. I would just put the number at 10 just to be a nice little round number, but it's probably a little bit more than that. The guy's a jerk. I mean, there's no other way to say it. Like, it's every couple of months, he's either getting technicals left and right, or this in a situation like this, punching somebody. He has stepped on people. He kicked people in the nards, as we used to say back in the day. Putting Rudy Gobert in a headlock, a chokehold.
Is this the worst of all his things?
Yeah, because this is like this is a sucker punch. It's a cheap shot, not sucker, but it's a cheap shot.
I mean, he punched him in the face.
Yeah, well, side of the head. He got him right there.
I mean, on the actual NBA floor, yes. I mean, I still think the Jordan Poole one was pretty bad, but I mean, yeah, he's just an awful person. Like the way when he steps on Sabonis's, stomach and, going down the court, the little cheap shots, the little nut checks, like he is awful.
I don't even remember half these. I just looked up Draymond incidents. Kicking Steven Adams multiple times, I remember that. The Kyrie kick, I don't remember. The James Harden kick, I don't remember. LeBron's shot to the groin. The shot to James Harden's throat. Various other LeBron incidents. I mean, the Anthony Davis scuffle, the scuffle with Grant Williams, pulling at Jaylen Brown, the Herb Jones kick attempt, the Sabonis stomp is down here at 11 on USA Today's list, sitting all the way down here at 11. Adam Silver, man up. Man up. Stop worrying about your stupid in-season tournament. Regulate your league. Do something about this fool. At least 10, hopefully 15.
He is, and I know I've said this before, and this is an unpopular take. He is my least favorite commissioner in sports, is Silver, because I do think that he is
a player's commissioner, there's no doubt.
I don't know. I'm trying to think of so Killian Hayes got hit that punch that he had in the scuffle that Detroit and Orlando had last year. He was suspended 3 games. He punched somebody in the back of that, and that wasn't a full-on fight. Obviously, Draymond's a repeat offender, so I don't know. I just 8 to 10.
Cam Newton just went after Dak Prescott, and now everyone is going after Cam Newton. The audio in Below the Belt next.
Let's get you some help in your life. BetterHelp.com/Sean.
Here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish this year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. What the hell did Cam Newton say? I don't know. Sean knows. Apparently, I'm going to be angry.
Well, I was playing in the commercial break, so you must have spaced out. Lee Bryce.
I walked out of here, remember? I went
No, I
downstairs.
saw you across from me. Lee Bryce, who you're not going to space out for, is going to join us at 9 o'clock. Choppy booked him, and you are hyped up.
Yeah, I'm excited. He makes great music, and I've got to confront him about really screwing me over. He genuinely does have a song that's caused my wife to be angry at me for a decade.
No.
It's that song, I Don't Dance, because I won't dance. And she's like, why can't you be like this? He said, I don't dance, but here I am spinning you around in circles because he cares enough. I was like, I don't know. I don't dance. What do you want me to say?
Get you a dance class, I guess. I don't know.
I guess that's what I got to do. I have told her recently, I was like, all right, we'll go find like a country dancing class or something.
After the incident, now you finally want to do it?
Yeah, the incident. That's what it is.
It was.
I know. That's what it was. That's what I just said.
You said it in a sarcastic way.
No, I said it I said it in a defeated way.
Yeah.
I said it that's what I said it like.
Cam Newton is trending because he went after all the supposed game managers in today's NFL.
Lamar Jackson, obviously Patrick Mahomes, Dak Prescott, Brock Purdy, but Brock, they're not winning because of him.
He's not turning the ball over.
He's managing the game. And if we were to put that in its own right as game managers, Brock Purdy, Tua Tagovailoa, Jared Goff, and really Dak Prescott. These are game managers. They're not difference makers.
And when you say game manager, I'm not asking you to go out and win the game. I'm just asking you not to lose.
Not to lose the game. Listen, I don't give a damn what you do. You don't have to score every time. You just don't have to throw a pick every time either. If we're going to really call a spade, a game manager is different than a game changer.
Boy, that's a great point about the interceptions. By the way, Cam Newton, every year of his career where he played at least 10 games, he threw at least 10 interceptions for his entire career.
He had a negative EPA in like 8 of his 10 years or whatever.
If Cam Newton had a little bit of, first, he sounds like an idiot. He sounds football stupid. I'm going to give him one benefit of the doubt. I want to see how far back this actually is. I assume this is like hours old.
Yeah.
But I'll give him a benefit of the
Yesterday.
doubt. This is like from the beginning of the season, and for some reason it's just emerging. I doubt it. If Cam Newton had a third of Brock Purdy's touch, he might still be employed versus just being a rent-a-fullback, which is what he was at the end of his playing career. A third of Brock Purdy's touch. And there are throws that Brock Purdy's making I never saw Cam Newton make. Now, Cam was a beast. He did have a rocket arm, had some McNabb issues throwing, and obviously was a force in running the football. The man won MVP. I'm not going to disrespect him there, but if you watch Dak Prescott play and you're calling him a game manager, you shouldn't. This gives fans a higher floor to stand on when we get into the, well, you never played talk. How do you know what you're watching? Because Emmitt Smith still thinks the Cowboys should have kept Zeke, and Cam Newton thinks that Dak Prescott is managing games. So feel better about yourself as a couch-watching football fan like us.
I also reject the notion that being a game manager is a bad thing. Or like it's some knock on you. It's not a knock.
It is a knock. It means like you're a placeholder, like you're a fill-in host.
Okay, I see. Okay, see, I don't look
versus
at it like
that. Okay, well,
like I think Tom Brady and Peyton Manning were game managers. They managed a game. You know,
the difference is
you know what I mean?
The difference is, yo, man, we need you to be the reason we win this game. We need you to drop 30.
Yeah,
and a game manager's not dropping 30. You're a playmaker. He is right at the end of that. There's a game manager and there's a game changer. Those guys were game changers.
No, I get it, but like they also when they made mistakes, their teams lost. When they didn't, like that's every quarterback. If you make a mistake, your team's going to lose. Your team wins and loses based on how you play the game, manage the game, all the things. I don't like the connotation on game manager. I don't like the wording of it either.
Like Jimmy Garoppolo has been a lifetime game manager. Like, make some plays, try not to screw us over. Bill Parcells, all he wanted, it felt like, was a game manager, except for Bledsoe. Like, don't screw up my 86 defense. Don't screw up our running game. And manage it. Like, just be there. Take the snaps. Try to complete some passes. Do not turn it over. If the first thing, this is why Dak was so pissed, justifiably so, in the offseason. If the first instruction from the coach is don't turn it over, you're a game manager. That's my quarterback rule, the way I look at it. You're not a playmaker. You're not a game changer. It's we need you to be safe.
Yeah,
that's a game manager.
Well, and I mean, just think about what,
to me,
managing the game, like let's draw the analogy over to coaches.
People take it too literal. Everybody manages a game and everyone executes a game plan.
Right. That's why I say take it over to coaches. A literal game manager as a head coach was what Jason Garrett was doing. He was managing the game. He was not calling plays. He wasn't installing the offense. He was managing the game. That's what he did. Andy Reid is somebody who's involved in the game plan. So basically what Cam Newton's saying is, if you want to draw an analogy to coaches, he's putting Brock Purdy and Dak Prescott basically saying they're the quarterback version of what Jason Garrett does. And that's ridiculous.
Yeah, I think. I mean, look, I think we're taking. I do take it too literally because I look at bus drivers and game managers a little differently. But whatever.
Either way, it's a dumb take. He consistently has dumb takes, like he did when he was a couple years ago. He's like, "There's not 32 quarterbacks in the NFL better than me." And then when he actually played among qualifying quarterbacks, I think he ranked 41st. So he was right. There was way more than 32 quarterbacks that were better than him. But he is looking for his wins.
Did he throw Tua in that mix as well?
Yeah, he threw Tua and Lamar. Didn't he say Mahomes at the beginning?
Play the whole thing one more time, Pepe.
Lamar Jackson, obviously Patrick Mahomes, Dak Prescott, Brock Purdy, but Brock,
all right, stop.
Winning.
Okay, that's
something's getting mixed.
That's
mixed
what it is. He's listing he's listing quarterback names something, and then when he said Brock Purdy, it made him stop and double take. Wait, Brock is it? Yeah, and he went down another avenue. But what I hate here is, who is he co-hosting this with? Do you know? I don't know who the host is, if it's another former player or who's sitting there with him.
You know, you have the internet. Like, you're acting
I'm not looking at it.
You're acting like this just dropped out of the sky and only I have access to it.
Okay,
He's been trending for an hour.
All right, 1 second here. Let me Google Cam Newton.
Peyton, who's the other guy on there?
Cast.
Well, no, never mind.
Regardless, the guy that's sitting there basically just being his little wingman, his little toady going, like, oh, what a point, when he just says, like, even Dak Prescott, yeah,
his belt to Broadus.
It's just so stupid. Like, this guy is so, I cannot stand Cam Newton. Never good. I always trolled and made the joke about, I always make the joke about Lamar being the running back and Jalen Hurts being the running back. Cam Newton, for a good chunk of his career, not his entire career, but a good chunk of his career, that is what he was. He was a running back who kind of tossed it.
Yeah, rank the three as throwers.
Hurts, Lamar, Cam.
Ooh.
As throwers?
Yeah.
Hurts, Lamar, Cam. He had a cannon, but I mean, Cam
was wildly inaccurate.
Cam's definitely, I'm trying to decide between Lamar and Hurts. You think Lamar's one?
I think Hurts is easy the best thrower of those three.
Easily.
Easy.
Yeah, I think Hurts is the best thrower. Yeah, I can see. Yeah. What?
I might go Lamar, Hurts, Cam.
Lamar, Hurts, Cam.
Regardless, Cam is 3.
I agree.
Cam is trash.
I agree with Cam.
Anyway, okay, so we might have to start cheering for an enemy, guys.
The enemy?
No, an enemy, one that we all like. I mean, Cowboys fans routinely call a cheater, as a matter of fact. That's Lane Johnson.
Oh, there's a Tom Brady.
From the Eagles. No. We cheer for Tom Brady anyway because we cheer for greatness, Chop. We cheer for prestige. So Lane Johnson, who is the Walter Payton Man of the Year award nominee for the Eagles this year, it's DeMarcus Lawrence for the Cowboys. He did a really great thing this past weekend, because I don't know that Cowboys fans would be cool if somebody did this going on the road to Philly. Like it's like, well, that's a nice gesture, but still, Lane Johnson hosted a Gold Star widow at AT&T Stadium on Sunday, and she is a rabid Cowboys fan. Javier Ortiz Rivera told his future wife, this is from Michael Gelkin over at the Dallas Morning News, upon meeting her at a 2004 barbecue, Veronica Ortiz Rivera, to hold on tight. She hadn't ridden a motorcycle before. They went on this trip together. He swept her off her feet. She fell in love. 3 children, 3 deployments later. On the 4th deployment, he passed away. He did not make it back from his deployment run. And Lane Johnson had been connected with her through a charity and had invited her out to this game, did a meet and greet with her on Saturday. She told him, like, hey, I'm gonna be there cheering on the Cowboys, but you've got a big fan of me. And I was trying to think about this. I think some Cowboys fans or Eagles fans, I'm sure, hearing this would be a little like, why are you putting someone in the stadium? Like, you can be nice and do whatever else, but you're putting a Cowboys fan in the stadium to cheer against you, using up your tickets for that. But Lane Johnson, a good guy. He meets with Gold Star families apparently all the time. That is the big thing for him. That's his big cause, is veteran families and, the families left behind when veterans die. And so I do have a little bit of a soft spot in my heart now for Lane Johnson because of that. And that's an OU and a Philadelphia Eagle. So that's a lot to have to take. I don't like that one.
Is he the one who Micah bloodied his nose?
Yes.
That was Lane, right?
Yeah. And so good on Lane Johnson.
Yes.
I'm a big fan of this guy now.
He's localish. He's local.
More likable than Jalen Hurts now for me.
Absolutely. Or Nick Sirianni, that stupid long face head coach of theirs. Today, there is a big meeting. The NFL owners are likely to approve more international games at league meetings this week. I don't know if they did announce. They either did announce or it's going to be announced and it's already been reported. They're adding a new overseas location, Brazil. We're going to get NFL football in Brazil, which one of the most popular NFL Twitter accounts out there, or like highlight accounts, is NFL Brazil.
Really?
Yeah. So NFL's got all these syndicated accounts that basically share the same tweets just in other languages. And the NFL Brazil one is massively popular. And so there is a big following there. What I think is interesting is the proposition is going to be that they want every team every 4 years to sacrifice a home game to go on the road to an international game. And I would be stunned if Jerry were willing to do that on a year where they didn't have 9 home games. It's going to have to be an 8 home games, 8 road, and then that, because he's not giving up, an AT&T Stadium game.
Below the belt every morning at this time when we don't have better guests here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby, 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, RJ has booked a special one. Big time college football fan and country music superstar Lee Brice. Woo! May be responsible for some Bobby cereal later on today. Lee Brice next.
Let's get your carpet clean at Zero.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
I am insensitive.
Can you fist pump to this?
You can't. You cannot fist pump. This is not a fist pumping song.
Yes. The reason you're hearing this, RJ, with a special surprise yesterday, he's like, we can get Lee Brice on. He is performing at the Choctaw Grand Theater on December 16th at 8 o'clock. Doors opening at 6:30. Tickets are on sale now. And the country music superstar joins us here on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill Hotline here on Sean and RJ. Lee Brice here on The Fan. Good morning, Lee. How are you?
What's up? I am good. How are y'all?
Did you know the fist pumping reference?
Well, no. I mean, I know what fist pumping means, but I'm like, you can kind of fist pump to it.
You get a steady little fist pump going there. It's got a nice little beat to it.
I mean, Tom Petty, you can kind of like take Tom Petty, you can sort of fist bump to it, right?
You can. All right, Bobby, you want to start off with how your marriage issues?
Yeah. Look, Lee, I'll be honest. You've written a lot of great songs over the years, recorded a lot of great songs, but one of them has caused marital problems for me. Peyton, can you go ahead and hit the song real quick?
I don't dance, but here I am.
It's a great song, Lee.
And she's the biggest fan here in the building.
She is a massive Lee Brice fan. And this is one of her favorite songs. And I don't dance, Lee. Like, this is just a thing of mine. But the thing is, it doesn't have the fairy tale ending of your song where I go, but I'm so in love and I will dance with you because you've changed me. And so every time my wife, who loves dancing, this song comes on, she is reminded that I don't dance. And she goes, why can't you be more like Lee Brice in the song? So would you please tell her, because she's listening right now with bated breath by the radio, would you please tell her right now it's okay that I don't dance with her?
Here's the deal. What she doesn't realize is I actually don't dance either, right? And so when I do say, okay, babe, I mean, if you want me to dance, here we go. And so it's not really dancing. I mean, I try to go out there with her on the floor and sort of move around with her and look in her eyes. But it's embarrassing for me, but I think it might be more embarrassing for her. So it's not quite the fairy tale ending that it sounds like, but it's the thought that counts. And so all you got to do is get past your fears and just go out there. And even if it's not actually dancing, at least you're trying to.
You can fake.
That's good. Okay,
just drink so much to where you black out, and right?
Yeah, tequila, yes, whiskey, yes,
exactly. I'll be there on Saturday to see the show. So you're saying that I should just plow myself with drinks leading up to this song, and then I can stand up and drunkenly embarrass her, and she'll never ask me to dance again.
If Lee calls you up on stage,
that won't happen.
I
would not do
that. Would you dance with her on stage?
No, I would not do that. I would have to be blackout drunk for that to happen.
Has that ever happened? Like, do people try to get on stage, not to get on the dance, just to get on the rush you? Like, has that happened?
Yeah, it happens. We've had. Yeah, it's funny though. We've had some people run up there somehow out of nowhere, jump up, or find their way to side stage and just scream across the stage. But it's kind of funny because, like, my buddy he runs video stuff. His name's Dallas. He's about 5'10", about 245. He's stout. He looks like a bowling ball, but he's all muscle. And he comes across there like Brian Urlacher, and like football tackles him. I'm like, dude, you can't do that. That was a girl, and she was like 5'3", 120 pounds. You can't do that.
But you were a football player. Like, no one's like no one's going to come up and mess with you, right? You're big enough for that.
That's what I'm saying. I know, but they enjoy their, the one time somebody jumps up there, they like to get up there and, take care of business. And I'm like, guys, you do know that, like, they can't mess with me, right? I'm like, I would love it if they came. I mean, hopefully I would be like Nolan Ryan. If anybody ever made it all the way to me.
You just sold 100 more tickets.
Look at that.
You just sold 100 more tickets. So he was Lee Brice was the Brian Broaddus of Clemson.
He was, yeah. Okay, so we've got a guy here at the station, Brian Broaddus. He was an NFL scout for years, and the way that he made his way in the college football world was he had a high school coach tell him, "Look, learn long snapping. That's what you got to do. Learn to long snap." Ended up at LSU on scholarship. And I know you've talked about, I've heard interviews you've done before where you talk about how you got to Clemson and how you had a coach that was telling you basically like, yeah, look, you're not playing college ball. You're never going to Clemson. I know that's a nice dream, but you're pretty much committed to it. So would you advise anybody out there who's looking to hang out with their favorite team that go the long snapping route, learn how to snap a ball?
Well, yeah, I mean, I will say that doesn't hurt. And if you could do that, like some of those special people, like, I mean, it's like if you could kick a football, I mean, Clemson this year was really rough for the first half of the year. I'm going, I mean, go get a middle school kicker if you need to, but like somebody who can kick the ball through the goal. I mean, I was like, I could kick a 35-yard field goal in my ninth grade year. So anyway, yes, go long snap, but those kicking positions or punting is like all the stuff you grew up doing, but like nobody actually spends time learning that. So if you do it, you have a shot, but also more than that, if somebody tells you can't do it, how many players in all the sports were like, everybody told them you're too small, like, or you'll never, you're too slow or whatever it is. And the truth is there are so many players who have become some of the greatest players in history who they got told that, and they were too short, or they were too slow, or they were too fat, or whatever, or too little. And so you just got to do what you know in your heart that you can do, and your goals or your dreams, you just got to go for them. You can't let nobody tell you no.
Hey, man, your boy Dabo cost me money. When is the I thought you all had the next dynasty. I thought you were taking over from Bama. When is your boy going to wake the hell up and realize the NIL?
Got to get in the transfer portal.
What is he doing? When is he going to wake up over there?
Well, I do understand. Yeah, you're completely right about that, but by the way, a dynasty is like 10 years, and I think he lost like a total of 6 games in 10 years. So let's just say went to the national championship three times. So let's we had one bad season. Okay. Anyway, he is kind of on that train of, but he coaches these players to be men before they're players.
Yeah.
And that's the reason why he changed, turned Clemson all the way to where it got to so quickly. And so he's just still sticking to his roots. Now, I agree with you. There is no way around that, I mean, Alabama Central Technical College, if they going to pay a guy $2 million, they going to go there rather than go to Alabama if Coach Saban is not going to, or,
yeah.
It's one of those things. It's like, man, I mean, it's not like it is what it is now at this point. And the boosters and the schools and the sponsors, they're going to pay it, and they're going to, and honestly, there was half of me, was like, man, these players might not make it to the pros, but if they're the guy that's bringing millions and millions of dollars and millions to the schools every year, then I don't see anything wrong with them doing a commercial, or this or that or whatever.
Do they ever, do they ever pick up the phone to Lee Brice and say, hey, we need one of our alum here. We got to close the deal. There's this recruit here. He is a big Lee Brice fan. Can you come through for us?
I mean, that's never happened.
Lee Brice joined us here at 105 through the fan.
But would you do it? You'd include the number one recruit in the next song to lock it in?
I mean, listen, of course I would.
Anything for those Tigers.
Lee Brice showed us here at 105 through the fan. He's at Choctaw Casino and Resort this Saturday. Doors open at 6:30. Tickets are on sale now. Do you like touring? I've always wondered, like, is that's got to be a massive grind.
Honestly, I love touring. I've loved it since I started. Over 15 years ago, 17 years. Full time, and Now, I mean, the only thing that's happened is the last few years with my kids, they've gotten to ages now to where they have, and they start missing me, and they go, "What do you mean you're leaving again?" That started to get really, really hard, like the last few years especially. And then it wasn't just them. It's like I am starting to, I don't know. I mean, I'm getting a little bit older now, and I'm like, I am just seeing life, and the things that I would love to be doing, hanging out with the kids and cooking, grilling out every night and swimming all in the afternoon in the summertime after they get out of school and, being on the farm and just the things that matter that I think are going to matter in their lives and honestly matter in my life. And so that makes it harder for me to go out and tour harder. But I mean, when I get out there, obviously, I still love it, and I love the music never leaves me. I hopefully, and I don't think it ever will, because it's the biggest part of it's my bones, and so no, I love touring, always have now, but like I said, it's gotten harder over the last, especially a few years. Truly's getting old enough, and Riker, and they love their daddy, and daddy loves them so much, and it's like it's really hard to leave them, in a nutshell.
So I'm having a baby girl, first one, so I need to know the girl dad advice and difference, son and daughter.
Oh, buddy, I'm gonna send you a text. I'm gonna send you a text here in a minute. I have a song on my new record that I'm making right now that it's going to be done in March, and I'm about to put drums on it today. It's called Girl Dad.
Oh, perfect.
So I'll send you a little rough of the demo, and but listen, man, yeah, I had 2 boys, right? And it's amazing, right? You're so tight, and you're like, oh my God, this is the most precious thing, like awesome thing. And then you have a girl. It's like, I don't know. It's like the difference between fried chicken and pizza. It's like, it's like not even
Wow.
It's not even food. It's like, castor oil and sunshine. It's like completely. It's not even the 2 farthest things apart. But I'll tell you this: yes, you're going to be. She's going to be everything to you. And you boys are too, but you can kind of go, all right, boys, you know what? Go out there, get hurt if you want to. Go. Because you know what? Boys, you got to be tough. It's just this thing, like you want. But her, you're like, hey, now listen, no, wait, stop. Whoa. No. Let me walk with you right here. Let me
right.
And the whole thing where she looks at you and goes, but daddy.
Yep.
When my boys do that, I'm like, but daddy what? When she does it, I'm like, yes, you can have a gallon of ice cream right before you go to sleep. Of course you can.
All right, so we were talking about this, and I know Shauna brought this up. We want to know, what is on your rider? Do you have something specific that you have that you like? I've seen people say no brown M&Ms. Like, do you have something crazy on there?
Well, first of all, who wouldn't want the brown M&Ms?
I know, right?
But man, I kind of found out. Got on tour that thing, and they're like, "Oh, we got a rider," and I would walk in and be like, I'd see this stuff sitting around, and I'm like, man, and there'd be stuff at the end of the night, all this stuff sitting there that's not getting used, and so I don't like to waste stuff. I grew up with nothing, and my mama grew up with absolutely nothing, and my daddy, and I just don't like to waste, and so we never did really have much, but there would still be too much. Like there would be chips and extra. There'd be all these sandwich trays and carrots and stuff, and I'm like, hey guys, do y'all really eat these carrots? And I'm like, if y'all don't, can we? And so I was like, listen, we need to chop all this stuff off this rider, because it wasn't a lot, but it still was wasteful. Yeah. And so no, I don't really have. Look, if you make sure you got a little bit, like a little bottle of Jack, a little bottle of Tito's, maybe some beers for Michael, my old drummer, and some ice. It's real. Mine's real simple. Like, you got cups, ice, and a little bit of alcohol. We're, because we really don't spend a whole lot of time in the green room. We have the buses usually, but I do like to take some milk home with me. So I'll be like, hey,
milk.
Or milk, or maybe some protein bars. That way, I don't have to go out and buy them. Like, in other words, I've always got a little milk, and I've always got some protein bars, or
So you take leftovers from restaurants.
Yeah.
Good.
Oh, yeah.
There you go, my boy.
Nothing wrong with that.
I get shamed. I get leftover shamed. Yeah.
Hey, like, I'll take leftovers from other people from restaurants.
Oh my God.
The Peyton route.
I do too, man. If it's untouched, if you know it's untouched, why not?
But steak, you can't. Steak's tough.
Well, if it's like a T-bone, maybe they cut just the fillet part. You could take the other part. I don't know, but I don't want to get into that. Yeah. Exactly.
People don't eat off of each other anymore because they think that the world's going to end if they get somebody else's germs. But the truth is, them germs keep you strong.
Yeah, that's true.
Now, are you a griller or a smoker outside?
I mean, I'm a little bit of both. I mean, I do it. I mean, I literally do it every day.
Wow.
When I'm in the studio, I got a little grill. I have a little flat top, and I have a smoker.
Oh.
Right on my back porch of my studio on the farm. And so, like, today, I was thinking, what do I want to do for lunch? And I'm like, I don't need to order nothing in. I'll just throw some wings on there, or get some chicken, or go get. I did a flat iron, like a cast iron roast, straight up roast the other day.
Wow.
I smoked the roast first for like all day long, like 8 hours, like a brisket.
Yep.
And then I put all the vegetables and all the stuff, and then I let it sit in that cast iron. It was amazing. It turned out but I love cooking, and I love kind of doing it all. But smoking is my real thing. I smoke a whole pig every year for my band. And,
wow.
But we do it with, I just put cinder blocks together, and I got a metal top I put on top of it, and we just have a burn barrel, and I'll burn the wood, use the coals, and just keep it up, a little quarter shovel full of coals on every quarter, like,
wow,
underneath it, for where you can put your hand on that metal, like, and touch it, and like for like a second. If you can hold it on there too long, it's not hot enough. If you can't touch it, you're way too hot. So you just have to, drink beer and stand there all day long, and make sure the heat stays even.
Dude, I'm so proud. 200 more tickets just got sold.
200 more tickets.
200 more tickets. 300 max capacity. No, we know to be sold out. Hey, we heard you were awesome from our boy Anthony DiVincenzo there, who we used to work with. You lived up to the billing. You're welcome back anytime, and can't wait to hear the success of the show and get Bobby and his wife on stage. Thank you, Lee.
All right, y'all. Appreciate y'all. We'll see you soon.
Wow. How freaking awesome was this dude? Lee Bryce, Choctaw Casino and Resort. Nice job, Choppy.
Oh, thank you, sir.
With the booking. Bill Belichick has responded to the rumors. He is out, and Nick even starts to preview the Bills next.
Let's get you over to number one air. Yes, sir, boys and girls. An official partner of the Dallas Cowboys, heating up for the
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss, That's Soda, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Getting set to check in with Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. This is gross. I almost thought this was a joke. I'm going to check and make sure it's a verified account, as a Tolo sent me the offensive players of the week in the National Football League. Here it is. Schefter confirms. Zach Wilson and Tommy DeVito. Tommy DeVito, NFC Offensive Player of the Week.
It's Christmas. All right, they're in the charitable spirit. They're trying to give people gifts right now. That's what they're worried about, not actually who plays the best.
Does he have numbers from this game that could have justified that? Was the quarterback play, I know it was a bad week, was the quarterback play so awful that Tommy DeVito can make a case to have won this thing?
17 to 21, 158 yards and a touchdown.
What?
He made he won a primetime game.
What a joke. New York
The
scripted.
QBR was like 90 for the game, though. Even though
QBR was
just saying, yeah,
that's a good day. I mean, the QBR 9. I mean, because he ran and he had some.
My God.
It must have just been an awful statistical week.
We got to see who's won that award with worse stats than that, or stats that bad. And then before we get to Nick to preview the Bills, Bill Belichick has responded at his presser to the Tom Curran story out of Boston that he will be gone at the end of the year.
Do you have an understanding that Robert will not ask you to be back next year?
Yeah, I'm getting ready for Kansas City. That's what I'm doing.
Do you want to keep coaching? Is that something that you want to continue to do?
Yeah, I'm getting ready for Kansas City.
Have you and Robert discussed your future beyond this season?
Getting ready for Kansas City.
Nick Eatman joining us here on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill Hotline. Good morning.
Getting ready for Buffalo. What's up, guys?
So we cannot figure, I think this is probably the same for everyone throughout the National Football League. We cannot figure out the Bills at all. Can you?
No. I mean, it's the, I always steal phrases from like Brian Broaddus, and the best one ever is the NFL is a strange lady, and she lives in Buffalo this year, I think, because that's what's going on. I mean, it's kind of just the nature of the league. I mean, they're a good team, obviously, and they seem like they're getting in their own way. Maybe it's one of those things where it's that Wednesday, Thursday, Friday where maybe they're struggling because they come to play against some of the better teams. They had some really big games, big wins, but they also have a lull as well. Something's happening where it seems like it's a midweek thing. I mean, the Cowboys have dealt with it as well. I mean, I think that's kind of what happens when you have a really talented team that doesn't always perform to the level that you think they are.
Does this game scare you?
Yeah, it's a tornado. You got a hot team mixing with cold air. I mean, that's what happens. I mean, this is the type of game that, I mean, and just what I just said. Buffalo is a team that has shown that I mean, didn't they just smash the Dolphins early in the year?
Mm-hmm.
They went and beat the Chiefs. They played really well. I mean, they definitely should have won that game against Philadelphia. So, I mean, they are talent-wise, they seem pretty good. And I don't think the weather is going to be to the point where it'll slow down them throwing the ball, which is also good for Dallas. It probably won't slow them as well. But I mean, that crowd, that fan base, they don't get Dallas, every 8 years. They'll be ready to go.
Nick, if they were to go in there and, deliver a convincing victory against Buffalo, even though Buffalo is, just a notch above 500, whatever it is that a better victory to you, a more impressive victory than the one they just had against the Eagles? Would this be a bigger one?
It's hard to say, until you get to the moment. You know what I mean? I don't know if you're going on the trip, but Bobby, if so, it'll be one of those where, after the game, yes, you're right. You know what I mean? You kind of get caught in the moment, this was better. But I don't know. I mean, beating Philly, just proving that they could do that. Go beat Philly. Just make sure. It seems like the Cowboys are as good, if not better, than Philly, but you have to show it, and they did, which is good. But a game like this, we'll see. I mean, but I think cold weather game, it's going to be. This is December football where you expect things to be a little bit tougher. They got to show they can win that way. So it'll definitely be an impressive win. I don't know where it stands with the Philadelphia if they could do that, but it'll certainly be impressive to go win that game.
So you guys wrote that Stephen Jones said he did not think Hankins' injury is severe, Jonathan Hankins, but he could miss a couple of games, and that could put more spotlight on Mozzie Smith. Where are we with Mozzie at this point in time in the year?
I think he's playing. He's obviously getting a little bit better here, and I saw him playing a lot early in the game the other day. I mean, I was like I think it was the first series of the game. I was a little surprised. I didn't know if somebody got hurt or whatever, but I think they're rotating him in more. They're all saying the right things. Dan Quinn, everyone says, "Hey, this guy's making progress." But clearly, for your first round pick, you would have liked for him to contribute more. But I say this all the time when people ask. I mean, it's just not easy. It's not an easy roster to crack. It doesn't matter if you're a first-round pick or not. This team has third-round picks that are looking to get contracts in Gallimore and Osa, and it's not easy for these guys like a Schoonmaker or whatever to come in and try to win a roster spot like that. So I think Mozzie's done okay. I think you would expect more from a first-round pick, but however, I mean, it's not going to be handed to him. I think he'll play pretty good, but I mean, he doesn't even provide what Hankins does.
You mentioned Schoonmaker. When looking back, did they just not think Ferguson was this guy?
I think you're right. I think that's it. But there's something in between. Okay, there's an in between of I don't think they thought he was this guy. But I also think they thought he was better than to take Laporta or whoever in the first round. They remember everyone kind of thought first round, these rookies, all these Kincaid, Matt Meyer, I think that they were going to take him. And I don't think the Cowboys were ever that interested in taking a tight end early. So I think they did see upside in both Ferguson and Hendershot, but also knowing that they needed some depth to replace Schultz as well. So if there's an in-between, I think the Cowboys had it.
Nick, there was we played a clip earlier today from Michael Lombardi talking about how his concern with Dallas is actually the defense, and there's a lot of statistics that look favorable for Dallas on the defensive side of the ball. But do you have any concern that any of that's smoke and mirrors at all?
I think there is some concern when it comes to just. Especially from a defensive standpoint when you're guarding a bunch of weapons. I mean, I say that a lot, and I think teams that have hurt them, Arizona, I think at this point you almost have to throw it out. I mean, it's so long ago, and I don't think either team is playing like that. I mean, it was just every season's going to have a game or two like that. But I think the games that really do hurt them are the ones when you see multiple weapons out there, and then it starts to look at the Cowboys' depth, maybe at corner, maybe even in defensive line, linebacker, all that. Seattle had a lot of weapons. They put up a lot of points. Obviously, the 49ers. The Eagles do as well. And the Cowboys were able to shut that down. So that's a good sign that I don't know who was really banged up for the Eagles. They just had a bad game, and the Cowboys were the reason for that. So that's a good sign. But I do think when you're going up with teams that just test you with so many different ways, Miami's going to do that as well. Then, in Detroit, Buffalo, all those teams have multiple weapons. That's where I think the Cowboys could kind of have some issues when you go into your third, fourth cornerback and have them having to make big plays.
So how many times have you been to Buffalo?
This is my third time. I mean, I was only there. 2007 was the first year, and then 2015, and they're memorable for different reasons. But I mean, it's been memorable. Yeah.
So does it suck, the city? Or charming?
There's better cities. there's better cities. I've only been twice. It's been both times. The first time was early in the year. Second time was late and it was cold. The last one was terrible. That ended Brian Broaddus' traveling career with the Cowboys. He was like, I'm out on that one.
What?
Didn't the plane have to circle?
We went to Houston. And had to get gas. We had to circle Dallas like 6 times before we went to Houston, got gas, and came back.
That was his Madden moment. So it wasn't the city, it was the flight.
But then the city as well. I mean, it was there's a whole story there. Hellman's involved. I mean, it wasn't the best trip ever. It actually was one of the worst. Buffalo was probably one of the worst trips ever. The 15 trip, just all the way around bad. And the game, terrible. Yeah. I mean, Kellen Moore started. They couldn't score a touchdown. It was just bad. And the stadium is not. It's not fun. It's not conducive. It's not. It's like the press box and the state, like that side of the stadium is just kind of like on a different level than the rest. So you kind of have to do a little jaunt, walking a little bit. It's not good. And I think it was good in 1983. I don't think it's good now.
Thanks so much, Nick. We'll pick it on Friday. Thank you.
Guys. All right, bye.
Nick Eatman, entertaining as always, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the official casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Let's talk Luka and Draymond. Crosstalk with KMC is next. But do you want to get a jump start on that brand new life and brand new paycheck that you deserve? My Computer Career.
right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish this year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
In the corner, 3 Exum, picked up Lively with the offensive rebound. Doncic thinking 3. Now the runner, Lively will slam it down up hard and down.
Kevin Hagelin's boy,
my guy,
on the other end of the alley-oop. This is Crosstalk with KMC. That was the audio from TNT.
Is there anybody better than him calling a game?
Harlan?
Yeah.
I was just thinking about this yesterday with all the Al Michaels talk I'm like, Kevin Harlan's a Hall of Fame announcer, in my opinion.
If you were Amazon, now I know that they have crap games. Wouldn't you could probably pay Kevin Harlan half the price. I mean, he's probably listening right now. I'm not saying to do this,
Does
Mr.
he live
Harlan.
here?
I think he does. Yeah. He lives in Fort Worth area.
I think so, yeah.
Like that I don't know if it's in Fort Worth, but obviously Fort Worth, if I say that, covers a lot of the west of our metroplex. Like they should just hire him for half the price of Al Michaels.
I think he's fantastic.
We got him to tell Seattle to suck it once. It was awesome.
Now you're being quiet, and you usually have hot announcer takes.
I think he's much better in football.
Much better in football.
I love him in basketball.
I think he's very good in basketball. Here's my issue.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Here we go.
NBA playoffs, I want him on there. NCAA tournament, I want him on there. A Tuesday game is not important. I don't need it to be Game 7 of the finals. Like, it's just too much for me.
What if it's the in-season tournament?
That's fair. If it's the in-season tournament, then, I mean, you've got to treat it like that. But, like, he's great on the NCAA tournament. He's great in the NFL. He's great in the NBA playoffs because they matter. This game doesn't matter. The loser of that game, he's too hyped up.
He's too good. The quality.
I want to watch a game and just like I just want to be in my chair. Like I don't want to.
But you complain about Al Michaels. You call him Alsomnia
because it's a big game. It's football. It's a big game, right?
Every game
of regular season.
So you'd like to flip out Al Michaels and Kevin Harlan in regular season?
Put Al Michaels on regular season NBA. Let him play to the energy level that is given in a regular season NBA game. Just very
put back
and
from
then put
Lively.
Harlan.
So you hated Gus Johnson?
I love Gus.
Regular season.
Regular, I love Gus, but like he's NCAA tournament, right?
Right.
If he's doing a Saturday college basketball game, Illinois against Purdue on at 11 a.m. In January, chill.
He would call MMA fights too sometimes, which was a blast.
I'm asking you a serious question here.
Sure. Yeah.
When you were doing play-by-play, or maybe was thinking about doing serious.
Listen, hang on. I'm a top 5 hypocrite.
No, I'm not. No.
Right.
I'm asking. No, a serious question. Who did you want to mimic, or who did you think you were mimicking? Like as a great play-by-play person. Who did you want to, or who did you try to, or think you were? Or you
I didn't think I was anybody. I mean, I listened.
Like, whose style did you want to be like?
I listened most to
Matt Pinto.
No,
I
listened most to Cooperstein.
Nice call.
Coop is who I listened most to.
I'm also surprised.
We listened to Coop more than his regular radio
radio
station. We have well more to
Yeah,
it.
and Coop,
Holy moly.
Coop made a preseason game number 3 sound like Game 7 of the NBA Finals. So he does.
Yeah.
I think on the radio you got to do that though. I think radio you got to be, more up.
And maybe it's his schedule and he can't do it because Mark Followell does a lot. He does soccer and he does the Mavs on Bally's. I'm surprised that the NBA hasn't come after Followell to do more national games because I think he is great doing what he
voice
does.
from God.
I think Followell.
Pipes. Yeah.
I just realized it like last year how close their voices are. Followell sounds like Andrew Siciliano. Like really close. I've heard Siciliano do stuff before and I'm like, is that Followell on this?
He's a wrestling fan though, right?
Is he?
Yeah, I think
Big
so.
Rulon
Him and
Gardner
Troy
guy.
would nerd out back in the day. I heard Jericho yesterday. He was awesome. Very good.
Dude, that was so fun.
Did you talk during it?
Yeah, man, he talked a lot.
Yeah, he got mad. He didn't get mad at me. He's like
the Jones
yeah,
family.
you're asking all these. You're asking all these Oprah questions. I was asking because
how have you stayed married
Yeah.
for this long?
He's been married since 2000, and you watch these wrestler interviews on YouTube, whoever you watch, and you listen to their lifestyle because of their travel, and then they're usually drinking and possible drugs and the partying, and you just think, wow. And he's one of the most popular guys. You would just think that would be a tough lifestyle to stay married.
Do you guys ever have you guys ever asked yourself if your wife or significant other would be cool if you were a big time actor and you had to like do a kissing scene? Have you ever wondered like, would my wife support me being a rock star, mega star, and when I got home, would I have to hear crap, or would she be lighting me up, or would it be a fight if I got home and I'm Tom Cruise money and you got to say that you're doing an intimate scene? How would they all react?
I'm going to answer this question for Corey. Corey's wife would not be cool with it because she did not support his dream of going off to Hollywood and becoming an actor to begin with.
Because of this reason?
No. I don't know exactly
like she's
what
like,
the reason
I think you have the
was.
talent. I think you have the looks. But I don't want you kissing
she
anyone.
actually didn't say that. I was in great shape, and I was like, I'm going to Hollywood. I'm going to go be an actor. And she was like, I don't think you're built for that. And I was like, what are you talking about? She was like, I don't think you should.
That's nothing compared to my wife told me I was too lazy to even play video games the other day.
What?
Yeah, it was a top.
That's peak.
It was like a top 2 insult she's ever given me.
What was the other one?
I don't have the other one. I always just leave
top
it.
2. That felt very specific.
Yeah,
about your hands.
I'd rather her insult my hands and say I'm too lazy to play video games.
What was the lead up to that? Like
we were talking about we were talking about gamers or something.
Okay.
I think we were watching a show.
Okay.
And this guy was so obsessed with his video games, and I'm like, maybe I should start like playing video games. And she's like, no. And I'm like, are you ever surprised that, I didn't really delve into it? And I was expecting her to be like, no, you're like, you have other things and you work too hard. And she goes, no, you'd have to move too much for that.
Oh my gosh.
And I was like,
that's so rude.
And I like snapped my head around. I hope she's listening right now. And I was like, it's like no more activity than moving your thumbs on your phone. And she's like, exactly. She's like, when you relax and chill, when you do, you just like the choppy, turn off your brain, watch some not. And I'm like, that's really insulting.
Yeah.
You told me I was too lazy to play video games. It hurt.
I'm sorry, buddy. That's not cool.
I know, it's not cool. She's very, very beautiful.
Now
she is listening. And lucky.
I told Sean the other day, like, Amanda is a savage. She is way up high on the list of people I would not want angry at me because she would hurt my feelings. Did you remember how much she was ready to bite my head off when I at first was like, I don't think that upside down Tolo shirt you have, I don't think that looks like the DiNucci thing. I think it's flipped the other way. And it was like, you're like, oh, I'm going to go tell Amanda she got it wrong. And it was like, I heard the stomping come up. I was like, uh-oh, I'm dead. And she was like, do not. I researched. I was like, okay. Sorry.
Look, dear, he just said you got big ass feet too.
No, it was purpose. It was purpose.
Corey, what's coming up?
Guys, right out of the gate, we will talk about the Mavs against the champs last night. Mike has all the football questions at 10:20. At 11:20, how do you purge? Oh, there it is. I saw Sean pop up. He was like, hold on, what's that mean?
He's never seen it.
How do you purge your social media? Do you purge your social media?
I literally just unfollowed like 20 people during the break.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Any particular reason? Or
Yep. I went on Twitter. I went on Twitter as if I'd ever followed them. I went on Twitter and I scrolled down and then I just was looking there. I was like, all right, who doesn't follow back that I was just following for a social reason? And then I'm like, all right, you're gone. You're
like
gone,
Lee
you're
Bryce?
No, I mean, sure. But no, he's not going to follow back. But like going through and going, okay, I followed this person because I had networked with them somewhere, but they never followed back. I'm never going to see them again. Unfollow. And I was just doing that.
So because Facebook sucks with the friend limit,
5,000.
5,000.
Yeah, I reached it.
Y'all's freaking page, we need some tips. Your show page like blows up when you post stuff. Do you run that page?
You're welcome. Yes, I do.
Wow.
Yeah, we set that up.
I'm not thanking you. I'm asking.
We need a new showrunner.
Yeah.
We set that up day one of the show when we started on weekends. We started it then, and Kevin's done a fantastic job.
So I will periodically go to the Facebook friend thing and see for the blank profile.
Yeah.
Who is
you can drop
unfriended.
it. Yeah.
I also have a morbid question.
I've had so many friends.
Yes,
drop off
I do,
like
Sean. To answer your question
What's
before you ask
what's the time
yes,
length though? Don't
You
say
follow
within.
people if they die?
Don't say 24 to 48 hours. Dang, Kevin!
No. That's not what I said.
Wow.
It depends.
So TMP got dumped.
No.
Within
I was going to say
12 hours.
I'll
That's
never
the
let go
difference.
of Ted.
It depends on how you know that person or if you really know that person. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm sure not all 5,000 of your friends are people that you like hang out on a consistent basis with and everything like that. So
loser. Yeah.
Mine either is, and so it just depends what your proximity is to that person. Like with Ted, that's a different deal. I actually think we might still be friends because that I didn't want to let go of it either. But otherwise,
you gotta get replaced. You know.
I don't feel like I'm not trying to disrespect.
And do you still
them or
go
anything.
through the same? I know you're being way too serious this segment.
I just feel bad now.
Do you still go through? Do you still have like that same 5 people in your mind? Like you come across them and you've thought about defriending them and unfriending them, but like you're like, you're gonna make the cut one more time. Like I'm gonna hang on to you for another month before I go back and maybe do this again. And then you really go back and forth. Like, are they gonna find out? Were they gonna message me? Are they gonna get upset about it? These are all the things that
Have
I
you
go through
ever
with the
had
purge.
someone message you after you dumped them as a friend?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah, because I'm like, no one gets notifications anymore,
No.
right? That you get this person friended, unfriended.
That would be amazing. You've been unfriended.
No, people.
by Sean Sharif
I don't know
on
if
your notification.
I don't know if you can still get that notification, but there would be some type of Facebook notification or Instagram if you friend, unfriend, new friend. I don't know.
I don't think you get one when you unfriend. You get one when you friend. I don't unfriend people who have passed away. I've got, there's probably
I do.
dozen
I'm
or so
sorry.
dozen or so that
I
have died.
do.
I just don't. But Facebook's to the point where people are dropping off Facebook all the time now.
Why do you think that is?
No, don't.
They're just dropping off social media in general.
Okay.
But they're just dropping up all the time. So like I'm not at 5,000.
I know.
I don't go to it though. I don't ever use Facebook. Like
You're at 4987.
49.
Ooh, you've been
So I have
unfriended 13
spots?
times.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I've looked at a couple people. And
You'd have
they've
25 spots if you killed off the dead people.
They've deleted. There's a lot of people who deleted their account that are on my thing. That's like it's saying like you will be friends with them again if they return.
Right.
Yeah.
And I give them.
Yeah.
I have like
You have a profile picture.
You go.
Yeah.
You go.
I've got like 3,000 requests that I can't.
I do too.
I can't get anybody in.
I know.
Into that. So I guess
You need to cycle more.
And
You
I
need to
will.
cycle
And
people through
I know
more.
this is pathetic and lame, but I will only friend request people that like I think are listeners. So I will do research. Not a lot of research, but I'm like, if I see a Ranger profile pic, you're in. I'll go look and see where you live, and if it's like Texas, you're in.
Tell us
Like,
more, Penn
That's how
Badgley.
desperate we are to catch you guys in the ratings.
Okay, let me ask you one more question then.
Penn Badgley.
Oh yeah.
Let me ask
Joe.
you one more question. Do you
So like my friend, like my actual friends,
Yeah.
I don't friend them. I only like friend listeners.
Okay.
Oh, really?
Do you ever get mad at the listeners then for friending obvious bots? Because it'll be like, would you accept this friend request?
Yeah.
You have 3 common friends. And I was like, oh, great. And I click on it and be like, come on,
They have
guys.
3 pictures.
Yeah. Why did you follow
I don't
this?
go that deep into it, so I can't get mad. 'cause
You just look at where they're from and.
well, you have a cowboy hat, a Ranger thing. I'm like, okay, you're local.
Okay.
You're probably a sports fan. Are you in the demographic? You know, if you're like, if you're like,
Oh my God.
yeah, if you're like, if you're like
22, no, but if
16
you're-
years old, like you got 9 years. You know?
Wow.
Yeah.
Holy crap.
Yeah.
That's great.
Put that in the Odyssey presentation, Purdy.
That's
all right. Say it came from Corey Mayhors.
Mayhors.
The KMC masterpiece
My guy over here.
is next right here on 105.3 The Fan.
DFW's number 1. studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Going to be a fantabulous show today. Got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, Mike Bassick, and with us all week long, it is the one, the only, Chris Strong. Gentlemen, let's start it off with cut number one, because I feel like we were ahead of the game on this one.
Back and forth. Doncic into Jackson Hayes. What pass? Exum 3. Goal! What a pass!
What a pass indeed. But that was Dante Exum making the three-pointer. And one of the things that we talked quite a bit about yesterday was his offensive ability showing out more than, I'll admit, more than I possibly could have imagined. And I realize we'll talk about Tim Hardaway Jr. as well in just a second. But
he's better than Grant Williams right now, right?
Offensively?
Yeah.
I could see that.
Is he better?
Grant had a good game, though, last night.
Is he the better addition right now?
I mean, if you just look at the price points, I would argue yes. Just because he costs one fifth of. But in the last 4 games, in the last 4 days, Exum has had scoring outputs of 23, 16, and 26. The 23 and 26 points games are the second and third highest of his career. So you've already seen just about peak Dante Exum offensive output just in the last 4 days, that's pretty amazing to me.
Yeah.
He is playing at such a high level that, I mean, I give Luka a lot of the credit, right? I mean, Luka's playing at a great level right now, but What Dante Exum is doing, by the way, my computer once again, even though the ad blocker, everything, you told me what to do, it's still blocking. So it's saying, hey, man, we've detected your user an ad blocker on HoopsHype. Did we just sign him to a 1-year deal, or do we have another year on?
I will check real quick, but like go back to the credit of Luka, because those threes last night were wide open.
For sure.
Like Dante Exum had nobody even near him.
And even when he would catch the ball, what was funny is the Lakers, because it was their game plan, I totally get it. They're like, do not close out on him. Let him shoot a wide open shot.
Yeah.
Do not close out on him. And luckily, Dante made him pay.
Mike, you're going to love this. It is a 2-year deal, and the second year is not even guaranteed. At this point, clearly you would pick that up. $3 million this year, $3.15 million next year.
Because I was thinking to myself after last night's game, and we talked about him yesterday, but even before last night's game, I'm thinking, dude, Dante Exum's about to get himself like a 3-year, $30 million deal in the NBA. Now, there's a lot of season left. Let's see how it plays out. But so far through 20-something games, he's showing he's a very valuable guard off of the bench, and he's filling in the starter's role because of Dwight Powell hurting his own teammate.
And one of the who was on crutches yesterday.
There's no space that you won't get to Dwight Powell.
It's amazing how much he's hurt this franchise. What a great guy.
Tyler could be standing in front of you, still find a way to get through them to Dwight Powell.
Why didn't Kyrie play last night? It wasn't because Kyrie did anything wrong. It's because Dwight Powell jumped on his ankle.
Is one good thing about Dante Exum as well is he's 28, so you feel like he could be a part of this thing for multiple years, especially at the number that you've got him on. So the contract non-guaranteed, it becomes guaranteed 2 days after the NBA draft. I would assume if things progress, I don't know, anything in this neighborhood, they would obviously pick that up. So Dante Exum, I feel like we talked about him quite a bit yesterday. Great game. The other person outside of Luka, who obviously had a great game, Tim Hardaway Jr., ladies and gentlemen.
I don't know what to do.
He's not getting cold. I called him the Joey Gallo of basketball because the highs are amazing and the lows are just tremendously tough to deal with because he will shoot you out of games. But I know he's had back spasms and stuff like that, but he has been tremendous this year. All the credit in the world. This is his best year he's ever had in his career, I would say. And I don't know. At this point, I'm like, is he going to get cold? Because he's just not getting cold.
We'll see. And I think this is the thing where if you just look at the overall numbers, it doesn't give you the accurate picture, right? Because you might look back at last year and think, his three-point shooting is fairly equivalent. The deal is, though, usually you would go through these tremendous peaks and valleys to get at your final number. And I think he has been significantly more consistent this year. And if you could, that's the thing. If you could just roll Tim Hardaway Jr. out and think just about every night he's going to shoot a lot of threes and make about 40%, you'd be like, great, that's a really valuable asset.
Yes.
But usually what happens is he'll shoot 10 3-pointers and make one, or he'll shoot 6 and make all 6. And it's hard to game plan with that.
I think my favorite thing about what his game is this year, though, is that he's not just three-point shooting. And I think that's helping him in that respect. He'll drive to the basket now. He'll go make a move. Last night he made a really strong move to the left and is doing that a little bit more than I've ever seen him do before. And that's the quality that we needed from him.
I feel like he's done that before because they know this. He only sees the rim when he catches the ball.
I know that.
If the shot's not there, then he's going as far as he can to the basket and throwing it up there too. But it's all going in, and he's making those too. But I feel like I hear what you're saying, Corey. I feel like he's going to shoot the ball one way or another. We're used to him. It's going to be a catch and shoot, but I feel like he's gone to the basket at times in his career. It's just they're going in at incredible rates right now.
Yeah, no, it's really nice to see. And whenever you have three like that are doing their jobs the way they were last night, it makes it a lot easier for the Derek Lively's to get those cleanup things. And Mike, I did see last night what you've been talking about, the whole mindset of Derek Lively just makes it tough for a defensive rebound for the opponent. He makes it tough, and it allows the defense for the Mavericks to set up a little better.
The four other guys get back. So as he is competing for an offensive rebound, whether he gets it or not, it slows down the other team from a quick outlet and a 3-on-2 or a 2-on-2 situation where, I hate saying this, I get it, you pick on Dwight Powell, Mike, but Dwight Powell, there's no competitive, and Maxi Kleber, I'll throw Maxi Kleber in there. I like Maxi Kleber. The Mavericks are missing Maxi Kleber. He's a good 15-minute-a-night guy for any NBA team, but he doesn't compete for rebounds either. So when you have nobody competing for an offensive rebound, it allows that outlet to happen quickly. Or if a good, LeBron gets a rebound, he gets it, and then he's pushing immediately with no type of stoppage. But Derek Lively, because he competes for rebounds offensively, makes the transition a little bit more difficult for the other team.
Now, there's a couple of things coming out of that. And one thing that you just said, Corey, that I thought was really on point.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Is with the performance of those three, it helps ease the departure of Kyrie Irving, who's obviously not there. When you saw that he was on crutches at one point, you got to think, and they said no timetable.
For a bruise?
For his return.
Dude, he body slammed his ankle.
Yeah.
Dwight Powell took all 240 pounds and freaking the Big Showed his ankle.
But it's a contusion. It's a bruise. It's not like it's broken or high ankle sprain. You get a high ankle sprain, they put you in a boot for a couple days.
I mean, it could be a preventative boot. I don't know if that's how they would say. But they also said no timetable for his return, which is, probably not what you want. But the biggest deal was the Dallas Mavericks somehow, some way defeated the champions. The Los Angeles Lakers, as you know.
Why do you say that? They have enough championships.
They covered up all the lockers, Mike, for the champagne celebration. They're raising a banner. This is clearly the biggest deal that has ever happened, and it's not sarcasm at all. I wanted to talk with you guys about one of the tweaks that they have now discussed going forward for the in-season tournament. In all seriousness, obviously sarcasm before, in all seriousness now. We've talked about the ratings and for all the in-season tournament games.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about for our show. They're amazing.
They are. Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Seriously.
Tolos, you're awesome.
Tolos, YouTubers, you guys are spreading the word. Ratings have been awesome. Thank you guys very, very much. Is in-season tournament ratings up 26% across the board. We talked yesterday about how the final game was up 45% from the same NBA window last year. That's all fine and well. But what about the competitive aspect? So apparently they floated the idea that whoever wins this tournament would automatically get a top 6 playoff spot. So I want to start with that. What would you think about, regardless of how the rest of the season goes, you win that tournament, you get a top 6 playoff spot.
I'm about it.
Hate it.
I'm all about it, man. Yeah. You ensure competitiveness for this. They want to make this important.
Okay, so
they want to make it important, and they want you to care about it. So that's that way. If you're guaranteed a spot, dude, you're going to be excited about that moment. You're going to be excited about your team playing in this thing.
So you're excited about November basketball. I'm going to pull up the standings real quick just to pull up who is in the final.
I can offer another alternative if you guys would prefer.
Let's just say you're 5 games under 500 with 5 games to play, but you won in November. Why are you even playing those last 5 games? I mean, there's a big issue with the NBA and the month of April, too, is that a lot of teams aren't really trying very hard in April. And if I'm the 8th seed, I don't need to try for the 6th seed. I'm going to be the 6th seed. I won the 6th seed on December 5th or whatever it was. So I don't think this actually helps competitiveness. Yes, in 4 games, you're competing to make that playoff thing. And then you have 3 games to play, right? If you win all 3, you win the championship in this thing. But then it makes April basketball for that team, at least, meaningless if they are the 6, 7, or 8 seed or even lower. They're just like, well, I don't need to really compete that hard. Okay, I've already made the real playoffs.
Glad you said 6, 7, or 8 because so the story goes is a top 6 berth was seen as too far.
Okay.
But number 7 is not seen as too far. So that seems to be it seems like y'all both kind of get what you want,
We're
but
still
also
keeping the play-in game?
neither get and so exactly.
So there's 15 spots available for 15 teams?
Pretty much.
Okay.
And that's what it's starting to feel like. But if you win, this is not a done deal, but this seems to be what they're thinking. You would get the number 7 seed no matter what. So obviously if you finish higher, you don't get it's not chutes and ladders, right? You don't get dropped back down to number 7. You would keep your regular seed. But if you won, you would automatically jump up to the number 7 seed, which doesn't put you in the real playoffs, but clearly gives you a heavy advantage to get into the real playoffs.
I'm also curious about this too, Kev. I don't know how you would have these numbers. Are these games bet on differently?
Ooh, I'll get back to you on that. That's a good question.
I don't mind this.
Okay.
I just don't think you should make the real playoffs. I think that you're going to run into situations year after year where the team that won this is going to be like, I'm just looking at the Lakers right now. They are the 6th seed after losing last night to the Mavs. But New Orleans Pelicans were in the semifinal. They are right now in 10th place. They would be like, all right, we go from 10th to 7th, but you're still just in a 1-game stupid. I hate the play-in thing too. I just think that it's stupid that only 10 teams don't make the real playoffs. But I look at it and I would go, okay, I can understand if, let's just say the Lakers lose their next game, they could fall to the 10 seed.
Right.
Because they're just a half game up on 7 and 8 and they're 1 game up on 9 and 10. So I can see that, hey, the Lakers won this thing. Even though they're in 10th place right now, they move up to 7 and all the same teams stay in this 1-game shenanigan playoff situation. But it would be crazy though if Golden State right now would have won this thing and they are the 11 seed and you have to knock out the 10 seed. Yep. You're like, we're sorry, you don't make the playoffs because Golden State won a shenanigan playoff situation in November.
Although I will say in that instance, I'm fine with it because the 10 seed was going to get in on shenanigan playoffs anyway.
I'm with you.
Right
now Atlanta's 9-13 and in the playoffs.
And that's a bold time for Trae Young to be like, hey, if we were healthy, we would have won that title a couple of years ago.
Sounds like they're trying. It also kind of sounds like they're trying to take away a little bit from how important the NBA championship is because they want to make this thing more important because they want people to care earlier in the year about them. They want, instead of saying, hey, less games would be better for the whole thing, they're like, let's just use the games we have to make it interesting.
I know we're out of time, but I just believe that article that I read that this is all about selling something to Amazon Prime or Netflix or whatever. They're trying to sell this where this won't be on TNT. It won't be on ESPN. We're going to sell this to an app.
Prime exclusive.
To be like, hey, you get all of these games. You just have to give us $1 billion a year to have all of these tournament games on your app.
They've run out of revenue. They've run out of ways, creative ways. They got to come up with new ways for revenue.
Luckily for them, media has created new avenues of revenue, and they're like, let's take advantage of that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Mike will ask us all the football questions. Next, right here on The Fan.
DFW's #1 Cowboys podcast.
Is also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable and accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-817-333-3333.
Fancy masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for Mike Asks All the Football Questions.
Okay, I'm going to start off with some Dallas Cowboys questions.
I dare you.
And then move on to the Philadelphia Eagles, who can't even spell out their name. You know why? Because they never scored an offensive touchdown. Get it?
Against the Cowboys?
Yeah, against the Cowboys. They only scored a defensive touchdown. I don't know if they can spell after defensive touchdowns.
You've just been hyped for him, Corey, man.
Yeah. Okay. Obviously, there was an injury to a Dallas Cowboy on Sunday night. And so Hankins looks like he's out the rest of the regular season.
I don't know that to be the case.
Okay.
And Stephen Jones did not necessarily lead that way, but wouldn't count on him.
A few
obviously.
weeks, right?
Yeah, I could see
We'd
that.
probably say he's out for Buffalo, and then not probably likely for Miami, but hopeful maybe. I'll leave it at that.
I think that's a good way to put it.
Okay. My question, I guess, also has to do with how long they have to be starters or play, especially on running downs. How important is Mozzie Smith now to the Dallas Cowboys?
I mean, this feels like literally the reason why you drafted him. Not for injury replacement, but because he would just step right in there and be a run stopper. That hasn't been the case because of either, I believe, his talent or...
Hankins is better.
Yeah. I was going to say.
Hankins has been playing very well.
He has. He has. But I think there is a great deal of importance on Mozzie Smith right now.
So the nose tackle position, he's the only one left. Like Gilmore is kind of Gallimore is kind of the backup option on both sides.
Yeah.
But Mozzie is the nose tackle version of it. So I think that like his importance right now is insane. He has to do his job better. It's a great opportunity to get lots of reps though, because we don't know exactly how many games it's going to be before Hankins can get back.
Since he just said that, is it fair to ask, do you think he can do it? Because
I'm scared,
and I don't feel like we've seen enough to make a determination one way or another.
Yeah, he's gonna be okay. Yeah, okay. And what's gonna happen though is on probably a lot of second and third downs, they'll move in like a Sam Williams or DeMarcus Lawrence.
Right, he won't ever be, because I guess they showed the one highlight. Did you guys see the one highlight where Mozzie was playing and it looked like his long lost brother just came back from war and he decided to hug the guard for like 7 seconds? And I was like, hey, you're supposed to kind of toss him one way or the other or try to make some sort of move to get around him. And he was like, no, man, I love this guy. Let's just hug. And so I don't know if you saw this on the game or not, but they're like,
I did. I never at one point did I consider it that way in my brain. So thank you for that, Mike.
I thought it was a positive way that he was just looking at like, man, I love you. Let's hug for 7 seconds. And they're like, they really want Mozzie to kind of work on disposing of the guy a little bit and trying to get to the quarterback.
Yeah.
And I know that was not a run play, but it felt like, and luckily it didn't matter. Did it feel like when Hankins got hurt, they ran the ball like 3 straight times for 8 yards apiece?
I could see that.
I don't remember, so I'd have to go back and look.
I was paying more attention, and I think I changed a couple 4 or 5 yard runs to 8 in my mind. And I was like, because you didn't have Hankins. And they were like, it's 2nd and 6. And I thought, no, it's 2nd and 2. I saw what just happened.
Yeah, so it's just going to be interesting to watch. Now, Buffalo doesn't run the ball a ton. Obviously, the guy from Minnesota, why am I drawing a blank? Number 4 for them. For Buffalo.
You can do this.
James Cook.
Thank you. I was never going to
Dalvin's
get it.
with the Jets.
I just wanted
now.
him to keep guessing.
Oh, sorry.
James Cook was their
so I
draft
would have never
pick.
got it anyways.
He
seems to catch at least watching the Chiefs game, and I'll get to that game in a second, but at least catching the ball in the backfield seemed to be more of a threat than.
It's not just run between the tackles with him. It's definitely swing him out, do a lot of different things out of the backfield. They use him as a weapon, though.
Obviously, the Miami game will be a very big test for Mozzie Smith in the run defense.
The speed there is just like that's maybe his weakness is speed. His strength is not, but what speed is. And if they're running fast, man, that's going to be a tough game.
All right, I'm going to move on to Philly, but then go back to Dallas just to give you a little bit of a hint where I'm going here. Will Philly lose 3 games in a row?
I don't think so, but man, oh man, do I hope so. And it keeps coming back to this because I see on the national stage, what's wrong with the Philadelphia Eagles? I feel like I will think that's a more valid question after this weekend against Seattle, or I guess on Monday. Yeah, against Seattle. Because I think you just got beat by the best two teams in the NFL. That's just my opinion. And if not, they're certainly the best two teams in the NFC. I would love it if they could lose this game.
I think Seattle can beat them.
It's at Seattle. This is a tough, they went at San Francisco. Right, that was at San Francisco, right? And then I know, obviously, here, maybe I'm wrong about that.
They were home.
They're home. Okay,
San Francisco.
Yep, they're home. Yeah. And so these are back-to-back road games. They do get, after Sunday night, they do get an extra day here, but
and then they have Giants, Cardinals, Giants to finish out. So we would like to see them lose.
One of the biggest things, the biggest problems right now is the Eagles. They're very bad in man coverage. And Seattle, it forces you to play man a lot of times because of the skills they have at the receiver spot. So they're going to struggle trying to stop DK Metcalf and Lockett and even Jackson Smith and Jigba, who had a really good game against us.
And if Seattle can't beat them, you know who our hope is with, right?
Tommy DeVito.
Forget about it!
Tommy Cutlets. The naked couch guy.
That's Danny DeVito. That's still not right.
He's a twin, isn't he?
No.
Okay. I'm shocked at this. I guess I shouldn't have said that because it gives you a hint. Do you know what the spread is for Monday Night Football's game? Have you looked at this? Don't look at it. I'm just asking you a football question. Guess on Philadelphia at Seattle what the line is.
2.5 Seattle.
Okay.
Oh, I say Philly by 5.
Philly by 4. I feel like this is more of a pick'em game.
Really?
If I was setting this game, I would think this is more of, maybe I would have Philly by 1 just because they have a better record. But Seattle, watching some of that San Francisco game, obviously I watched all of the Dallas-Seattle game, and they played pretty good
with them, yeah.
With a backup quarterback. They played San Francisco pretty good with a backup quarterback. So obviously this is a desperate game for Seattle. If Seattle's going to make the playoffs, I don't have their schedule pulled up, but I would think a home game against a team that's struggling, and I get Philadelphia's record. They're a very good team record-wise. You would just look at Seattle and go, hey, they got to figure out how to get to 9 wins.
I agree with you. From here, it is Titans, Steelers, Cardinals.
Well, the Titans are awesome.
Yeah, and I was going to say, and what have you seen from either the Seahawks or any of those teams to make you think you could predict that game for sure?
I can't predict anything in the NFL except for San Francisco and Dallas. Now, moving on to my next question, because predicting Dallas, here we are on the hump day. Dallas is a 2.5-point underdog. After watching Dallas play here for a good month and a half, I'm surprised, as I'll transition to the Buffalo-Kansas City game here in a minute, I'm surprised Dallas is an underdog in this game. Discuss.
I saw the point spread come out initially at 2 and immediately dropped to 1.5. I thought, and I said at the beginning of the week, I thought this game would move to a picket. That has not been the case whatsoever. So I am surprised.
I think Dallas is going to win.
I do too. I think it's gonna be a close, high scoring game. I do think it's going to be one of those because I just don't know if the Dallas defense needs to pitch a shutout like they did against the Eagles. Like they were playing with a purpose against Philly the other night, and I'm kind of curious if that defense is going to show up the same way. But I mean, I'm kind of surprised about it right now, the way the Cowboys have been. But I guess on the road, are their numbers the same?
No. And they haven't beaten anybody good on the road.
Yeah, but and then we need to see that. You got to see it, man. They got to do it.
Well, then maybe that is a proper spread.
Personally, I still think it should be closer to pick'em, but the Vegas is high on the Bills, and so I
think the Cowboys are going to win by 3.
Okay,
37-34 kind of game.
I'm picking a little bit lower scoring game than that. I think I'm leaning towards 27-24, but maybe I'm too low on that.
Okay,
on that game.
That's a pretty high scoring game too.
Okay. My next question is, did you watch Kansas City versus Buffalo?
Yes. most of it.
Yeah, because the other game I was flipping, just to be honest, it was a really good, like 3 o'clock at least bracket, is that you had San Francisco, Seattle. Not saying that was the best of games. And then you had Kansas City, Buffalo, which honestly was supposed to, I knew what the game was going to look like from a Kansas City standpoint. I've watched too much Kansas City football to know. But here's my question on watching that Kansas City, Buffalo game. That you watch that game, do you see how bad Patrick Mahomes' receivers are?
Yeah.
I do. I will say, I did not think he looked as sharp as he normally does.
Yeah, there were some
either.
underthrows that I was kind of caught off guard by, and I don't know how underthrows and then a couple of things that sailed out. But I'm used to him being so accurate, and delivering so perfectly. But you're right. Maybe there's a distrust in it too, because you're dropping back and you're like, I don't even know if this guy can catch it. I don't even know if I want to throw it to him right now.
I think they run wrong routes on him so many times that he's confused on where they're supposed to be running at this point.
I agree with that. It was the throw inside I think it was inside the 15 to Travis Kelce that was at his knees when there was nobody around, that I just thought, that's the one guy I would assume you could trust. But I hear you on the other parts for sure.
Yeah, so I just, my opinion, I don't think he was mad that they lost again, but I think he's just furious that he has to deal with this crap. And I don't know what Kansas City does in the offseason. They're strapped salary cap-wise. Because of the championships, because of paying their guys. I don't know how they change that wide receiver core into something that is competent in the NFL.
Yeah.
I mean, Kadarius Toney's a moron. Let's just face it. It's not just lining up off sides. If you watch him, he was stupid in New York, and that's why they let him go, and he's just as stupid in Kansas City. They thought maybe they could get that dummy to figure out how football works.
Stupid?
Yeah, well, he might be stupid in life. I can only know in football what he is. He's a moron in football, and that's factual. Okay? And Sky Moore's a complete and total bust, and then they got people with multiple names that aren't very good at football either. All right.
Is that a shot at Valdez-Scantling?
Yeah. All right. Now, let's go on to another topic. Hey, is Jake Browning good? Like, is he really good?
Yes.
I think it's very difficult
He's
to
the
not
quarterback
be good.
for Cincinnati.
I think it's really tough to not be good in a Zach Taylor offense. That's just what it is.
Okay.
That's just the way.
He has 110 quarterback rating. I know there's different ones or whatever, but, like, he's actually like, when you watch him, he's really good. And I'm like, let me look up. Is this guy like 23? No, he's 27. His last year was at Washington University. That's the last time he threw a competitive ball, was in 2018 when he was a senior at Washington.
This is going to be one of my questions, so I'm glad you brought it up now. For Overreaction or Reality tomorrow is, can Jake Browning lead the Bengals to the playoffs? And at this point, I'm like, I don't know.
Looking like Drew Brees out there.
Yeah, maybe.
I was just shocked when I was going to ask this question on, like, watching Jake Browning the last few weeks. Unfortunately, he beat the Jaguars. Like, that's a horrible loss for the Jaguars. Now, after watching him another week, I'm like, this Jake Browning guy ain't bad. And then I'm like, where was he? Is he like a Brock Purdy, like, draft pick a few years ago? I'm like, no, I didn't know this. 2018 was his last year in college at Washington. He wasn't drafted. He was practice squad, never threw a pass for the Minnesota Vikings 2019 through 2021, and he then signed on with Cincinnati as somewhat a practice squad guy in 2022. And here he is playing quarterback and looks really good at it.
He does.
And we're out of time for more football questions, so.
Okay, maybe we'll get more and Mike likes it. Or maybe you'll just have to deal with it.
Deal with it. Whatever.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we'll switch gears and go to baseball nuggets with Mike Bassett.
Did the Royals watch the playoffs? Next.
I'm a big believer.
segment on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Jerry having a fine year in terms of power production. Shows bunt here and pops it up toward first. Diving for it, Montgomery. He makes the catch. Jordan Montgomery, the pitcher, comes off the mound and makes a diving catch midway between home and first, just inside the line to retire Siri.
Former Texas Ranger Jordan Montgomery with some impressive playoff stuff
Not yet,
there.
man. Not yet.
Right now.
We just have to defer the money.
Yeah, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
All right. That's a fun cut to play. Just a memory of...
We're just going to come back with playoff cuts. Corey's been talking about it.
It is really fun to relive those moments and how big of a play that was from Jordan Montgomery to make that diving play off the mound. Well,
that was the whole playoffs, man. Yeah. Like that, in my opinion, like that moment changed everything. Actually, that's not even just my opinion. That's Pete O'Brien's opinion also. He texted me and said that.
Agreed.
Just real quick, Baseball Nuggets brought to you by the Diamond Factory. But then also, we had that news about Evan Carter signing at the Dallas Card Show. Maybe you said this the other day and I just wasn't here.
What did I tell you?
So it's going to be who, Kevin?
Josh Young is going to be there, and Marcus Semien is going to be there.
Along with Evan Carter.
Along with Evan Carter. I told you when we announced this for Dallas Card Show, I go, hey, trust me, there can be more Texas Rangers.
If you're a big Ranger fan and
next month
want autographs, obviously they couldn't be Christmas presents. It's after Christmas, but there will be a chance for at least those three guys to get their autograph.
Ooh, that could be a fun Christmas present. You can put an autograph ticket in there, and you're like, redeemable in January and Allen.
Yes. Okay, so my tease. Did the Royals watch the playoffs? Their general manager is J.J. Piccolo. And look, Will Smith at one point was great for the Rangers. Without Will Smith on the 2023 Texas Rangers, you do not make the playoffs because you would have blown another 5 to 7 games that he helped close at least that you wouldn't have won, which would have put you out of the playoffs. Remember, you were the 5 seed in the playoffs. So looking at it from that standpoint, great job, Will Smith. Love that you were part of the Texas Rangers, but we went over it the other day. His ERA in the second half was a 6.12, and he didn't help you in the playoffs. He just wasn't himself. After the All-Star break, he just wasn't himself.
And doesn't it kind of feel like he was even worse than that? I know a 6.12 ERA is not good, but...
I think because there were such crucial situations when he came in, you're just heart dropped. Like, is he going to find it?
Yeah.
And he just couldn't really find it in the second half. Well, the Royals signed him, if you missed this the other day, to a 1-year, $5 million contract.
Seems like a lot.
That does seem like a lot. Okay. And so then yesterday, after we got off the air, yesterday afternoon, the Royals signed Chris Stratton, former Texas Ranger, to a 1-year, $3.5 million contract.
I have to admit, I'm surprised Stratton got less than Will Smith.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I would have signed either of them, but...
He wasn't bad for the Rangers in August. September, he started struggling, and he struggled enough down the stretch that the Rangers kind of fell out of favor/confidence in using him in the playoffs. And when he pitched in the playoffs, it was in low leverage situations, which means the Rangers were already losing. They did not put him into games where it's tied. If he doesn't put a 0 on the board, the Rangers lose this game. They decided not to use him in those situations. The Rangers really used a 3-pitcher staff in those situations for the most part. As it got later, it was Chapman, Spores, and Leclerc, and then everybody else was a little bit of hope and pray situation.
Yep.
And so I look at the Royals and I go, guys, no, I mean, I'm happy for those guys. That's $8.5 million for next year. Like, was that? I don't know. That's the way the Royals decided to do it. Good for the Royals, I guess, but it's just interesting to me. And I say this for Aroldis Chapman. We've had discussions about Aroldis Chapman. I honestly cannot find any rumors on Aroldis Chapman. I don't know if maybe you guys, if you type in his name, maybe you can find rumors of teams that are really interested in him or trying to sign him. But I'm just assuming if Will Smith got 5 and Chris Stratton got 3.5, Chapman will get more than that on a 1-year deal. His age is a 1-year deal with maybe a team.
You think 1 for 7? 6.5.
I thought 1 for 6, but then after Will Smith signed, maybe it is 1 for 8.
Okay.
But I don't know.
Ow.
I don't know what his market is.
Yeah.
But I do still see this. This is a little bit older article, but not super old. It does say the Rangers are still very interested in Robert Stevenson, who pitched last year for Tampa after getting traded from Pittsburgh. So he pitched for Pittsburgh and Tampa last year.
Baltimore is considering Aroldis Chapman.
What
Craig
date?
Kimbrell, Jordan Hicks, Robert Stevenson.
Okay, well, they already signed Craig Kimbrell, so that gives me a date on that.
Yeah,
so
it was about a week ago.
So if they already signed Craig Kimbrell, it just makes me wonder how much are they going after Aroldis Chapman after getting one guy to help out their injury with Batista is out for next year, and he was their closer. So they might still be in on Chapman. I don't know, but they got a guy. The Rangers got Kirby Yates. I don't feel like that solves a lot of issues in the pen. It helps, but I look at this article, and this article is still 6 days old, but it does say the Rangers are very interested in Robert Stevenson, which he will cost, just looking at the market. Look at Will Smith, look at Chris Stratton. He's going to cost $10 to $15 million a year.
Can I ask you a quick question about that? Do you think, and I'm seriously curious about this, do you think that those numbers are inflated at all because you're having to go to such a garbage team right now? So what I'm saying is, like, would they have signed for, I don't know, even $500,000 less to go to a better team?
Well, I would say for Chris Stratton, no. I'd have to look at his career. I think this is the first time he's ever been a free agent.
Okay.
So I don't think if the Yankees are a bad example, the Dodgers would have offered him $3 million, that he would say, you know what, I'm going to go play for the Dodgers. I think $500,000 in his.
That's
most
a
likely,
lot of damn money.
I was talking to Chris Jericho off the air after we were done, and we were talking about baseball a little bit. I could tell he's not much of a baseball fan, but he grew up in Canada. They have 1 month a year that they can play baseball.
His dad played in the NHL.
Yeah.
He loves hockey.
Yeah, he loves hockey. So I was saying, like, literally 80% of Major League Baseball players have to work after their career is over. It's only the lucky 20% that actually sign contracts big enough throughout their career that they don't have to work after their baseball career is over. Most likely, Chris Stratton getting this $3.5 million contract, still, in a way, he's going to have to work after his career is over. He's probably going to have 40-plus more years of life, and I don't know what he's going to get after this year, and his career earnings are probably going to be, I mean, this is amazing for most of us. His career earnings will probably be, after his career is over, $10 million.
Okay.
But if you look at it this way, and I know this is not fair to anybody because none of us are ever going to make $10 million in our life, is he's going to have to give $4 million of that $10 million immediately to the government. Like, he's never going to see that money. So 40% of, because he's going to be in the highest tax bracket throughout his career, you're going to have to give at least $4 million to the government, at least. Then you're going to have to give 5% of your $10 million to your agent. And then there is cost of living, because you're not, like, Chris Stratton did have to pay somewhere to live. And usually you want to live in a nice place while you're here playing baseball. So you're not just going to go get, a 2-bedroom apartment for $1,000 a month. Like, he's probably paying $3,000. I know that doesn't seem like much, but then you add in all this stuff. He's probably paying $5,000 a month to just live where he's going to live. It just kind of adds up. And what I'm getting at is, out of that $10 million that he's going to make in his lifetime of playing baseball up to about like 32 years old or 34 years old, he's probably only going to see $4 million of it, like that he's going to have saved and in a bank account. And that does sound like you could live the rest of your life on it. Unfortunately for us, which is really weird, at somewhere between 18 to 23 years old, we actually do have quite a bit of money and are living a lifestyle that's not sustainable without making some sort of income the rest of our life. Some guys are able to do it. I'm not saying you can't, but most of us guys, and maybe $10 million in your career up to 30 years old and not making any more money is enough, and you don't have to work the rest of your life. I'm not saying you do or don't, but it is tough so I guess point as I'm, rambling here is you have to take the most money when you're a Chris Stratton. You
Yeah.
can't take really even
I was just
$100,000
curious
less.
about
But it's a
that.
great
Yeah.
question. For Will Smith, maybe.
Yeah.
But remember, Will Smith last year was on the market in late February. Spring training had already started and got a $1.5 million deal from the Rangers.
You think there's a hope? Because somebody did text us, and this is what I said the other day. There's a hope that they can get a Cole Reagans for Will Smith.
I think that's the hope, but I would go, gosh, when you're throwing the ball at about 90, 91 miles an hour, and it's tough to see a team go, gosh, the strikeout rate isn't there. I bet he comes here. And what he did for the Rangers in the second half would have to worry a team going, hey, if we trade for him, is he at the age where his body just can't handle 6 months of baseball? So it's just an interesting thing. The Rangers aren't doing much right now. They're not really in many rumors. There was, as I click up here real quick, Jung-Ho Lee, and who my son asked me last night, who is this guy? And I said, he's a Korean baseball player. He signed with the Giants for a 6-year, almost $120 million deal. I think it's a little bit below 120.
He was the MVP of that league?
Yes.
Yeah.
Real quick, I know I'm out of time. The Korean Baseball League is a lower level baseball league. The Japanese major leagues is a higher league than the Korean league. They pay more money. Just being an American trying to go over there, I kind of know a little bit about the Korean league. It's kind of like okay AAA baseball. So if you looked at like a really good AAA baseball team, they could go over and play over 500 pretty easily in the Korean league. I'm not saying they'd win it all, but if you just take whoever won the AAA championship this year, I'm not following that. I have no clue who did that. They could go over to the Korean league and possibly win the Korean league. They couldn't win the Japanese league. And Japanese league is below Major League Baseball. But I would worry paying a Korean baseball star $120 million.
Interesting edition of Baseball Nuggets right there. Coming up next, this should be fun. How do you purge your social media? 877-881-1053. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We will talk with Mickey Spagnola in the next segment, but we do have some NFL news. Yannick Ngakoue is broken his ankle. He is out for the rest of the season. Now we're going to move off the sports path for just a minute.
It was the Bears, so it doesn't matter.
Exactly. What do they care? They haven't played a little better, I guess. No, they have. How do you purge your social media? And we start with this from the 812. Got rid of all my social media in 2020. Haven't missed it. I do interact with y'all a lot more now. Maybe too much. No, not too much. The only thing I say is, as long as you just send your text in once or twice, if you send it in like 8 times in a row, that makes me not want to read it.
But sometimes that's not like the control of the person. It's the phone service or whatever.
Oh.
So I did find that out recently.
Well, if that's the case, then obviously we'll cut you some slack. But that's great. I don't know if I would want to do that because I don't feel like I'm on social media too much. I know my wife has felt that way in the past about herself.
On the day that I retire, 20 years from now, hold on, 40 years from now, because I got a lot of kids. I'm going to need to keep working, Kevin.
Okay.
The day that I retire, I will give it up. I will turn it all off, and I will say, see you later. I might still have Instagram, but I don't consider that the same.
Okay. You're on social media a lot. Like a lot.
A lot?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Like a lot.
Yeah. I'll get rid of it. And
the way?
And never tweet again. Never Facebook post again.
Okay.
And I guess this question does kind of pop up too because my cousin is on social media and she posts some things in bikinis. And I'm like,
oh dear.
What is this? Why? I showed you the other day, Kevin, and I was like, I don't know if I should be friends with my cousin anymore. On social media, obviously. But like these pictures, I'm like, this is an inappropriate photo of my cousin. She's older than me too, so it's a different thing.
That thing you showed me was kind of scandalous.
It was saucy. And I don't know if I want that. I don't even know if the back of her bikini was tied. I'm still kind of curious about that, but I didn't want to look anymore.
How well do you know?
Oh, I've known her my whole life. She's my cousin.
Okay. But like, do you see her a lot?
She lives in South Carolina now.
Okay.
So she moved from New Mexico to South Carolina. She's very rich. She made a killing in the oil business.
Wow.
Back when they started drilling in New Mexico.
Okay. See, and I was thinking I wouldn't get rid of my social media. It's just how I cut people off from social media, which I'm totally fine with doing that. We already had a uncomfortable conversation in the crosstalk about how you get rid of some social media people. But the other one that I do is if somebody dies. Look, if you didn't like really, really know them, I'm not following that person anymore.
They're not going to unfollow you.
Yeah. Look, if I die, that's fine. I don't care. I'm dead.
I think I don't care about that either. I really don't do a lot on my Facebook page, Kevin. regarding the like how I manage it.
Right.
But the other day I was like, oh man, there's some people I recognize. I will add them. And then I found out I have like 3,000 other people that want to be friends with me, but I'm stuck at 5,000 now, so I can't do anything different.
Nope.
So I had to get rid of my best friend's ex-girlfriend.
That's fine.
So that I could add one of my sister's best friends.
You have to be ruthless about this, Corey. Being ruthless is what has prevented me from being in this scenario. You don't have a profile picture, you're not real. Delete.
Oh, eggs? Yeah.
Yes. And then the other people that I've started to delete is we get tagged in all kinds of posts. Is when we get tagged in posts where people who I don't like know, but they're fans of the show are actively like bashing our station.
Oh,
then
why?
I don't know. It just happens. Is we get tagged in things and people are like, oh, that station sucks. And I'll click on them and be like, then why are we friends?
Why are you my friend?
You do not want to be friends with me.
Maybe they don't like the
Unfriend.
station, but they like you.
Well, then
you're not okay with that.
Then I'm not okay with that.
Oh, look at that. That is ruthless.
Or even if I was okay with it, they didn't put anything positive in there. It doesn't usually say, it usually like, I hate this or that. It doesn't usually say, but I love this. So I'm fine with unfriending those people.
I block a lot of people.
Okay, so Mike, and I understand that.
I guess on Twitter, right, or X. Do you call it X now?
I still call it
I'll
Twitter.
never call it X. Sorry. But I'm with you, but I do it differently. I mute because
I want them to know.
I totally. There's some people I'm like, hey, look, man, you're actually not gonna make it. This is never gonna happen between us. But yeah, I will mute people because I want them to continue feeling like they're getting their pound of flesh while I never have to worry about it. I want them to have that feeling of I showed him. Why is he not responding to me? And then
that's interesting.
He has such a strong. He's so bit. What's the word I'm looking for?
I don't know.
No,
not bitter.
I'm dug in. I have a strong. I'm dug in.
You have a strong resolve.
Resolve. That's the word I was looking for.
What I don't understand is I feel like I'm helping out that person. They obviously don't like me. I'm like,
by blocking them, you're helping them out.
Yes, I'm helping them out. You don't like me, so I'm helping your life out by you don't have to see anything that I post anymore. So I feel like I'm actually doing something very positive in their life because I can't think of anybody that I follow that I don't like their takes or like them. I'm not following, for example, I'm not following Skip Bayless. I don't want to see what Skip Bayless has to say.
Very scarcely I ever.
Hey, he makes millions of dollars doing what he does. I just don't want to follow Skip Bayless. I don't want to follow Kendrick Perkins. I don't care what Kendrick Perkins has to say. I don't like his takes. He still makes $1 million or whatever he makes by ESPN. It doesn't mean that what he's doing is right or wrong. I'm not going to follow them. I don't really care what they have to say. So it's weird to me that people will follow people that they really don't like and don't like their opinion.
And not giving y'all a link to my cousin's Facebook, all right?
Oh, I can tell it to you guys later. Don't worry about that. Don't worry. He won't tell it to you. I'll tell it to you.
Isn't it easy to find, though? You just search on your Facebook and then search family members.
Man.
And then you just keep clicking on the women that you're following and you'll find that bikini person.
That is a really savvy point that Mike has just brought up. I don't know if Corey's going to love that you brought up that point. That is a really savvy point right there. And I just want to make it clear for the record, I don't mind if people disagree with me about anything. Like I have conversations with people all the time. They're like, hey, I think you're wrong about this. As long as you just like tell me why or give me your opinion. It's the people who are like, this station sucks, you suck, blah, 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 I'm kind of like, well, then we probably don't need to be friends, Like, just, that's all.
I see where you're going with that, man.
Yeah, I don't feel
totally
like that's controversial or
that.
anything like that. Here's the other thing is, I was really curious if people, and we don't have to get into this, but if people ever like see posts from people that they really know and their political posts and they're like, I need to get out of this, because I haven't done that, but I do remember one time a relative of mine posted something on Facebook and people had to speak to this relative to be like, what you just posted is not real. You need to take that down. At which point Brandon, at the time, who was younger, said, "Oh no, is so-and-so fake news?" And so I just thought that was an objectively funny thing to say, and it made me laugh a lot. But I was curious if people like let politics stuff.
Absolutely. I actually got away from Facebook because of the politics
I can see
stuff.
that.
I was like,
there's a lot of that on there.
And like you said, it's a lot of stuff that I'm like, well, that's just factually wrong. And you were acting like you believe it.
Yes.
So I took it off my phone. I do have it up during work, so in case anything is there, but I only look at it during the week at work. I never look at it on my phone because it became too toxic for my own life.
Yeah.
So I was just like, if I'll have conversations about politics that are based in reality. But the stuff that I'm like, I mean, even any side would know that that's not right. I was almost going to say even a Republican or a Democrat would know that what you just posted.
Aren't Republicans right?
No. Well, yes.
Right wing. We need to really clarify that there.
Can we just get a middle wing? That's what I'm looking for.
No. Look.
We either go right or left.
10 seconds. People say that's what they want, but then you look at what's popular, and it ain't that.
Yeah.
All right. From the 405, negative energy people is not worth my time. And that is, and I know a lot of people are asking, this has nothing to do with anybody at another station.
What?
Because people.
I thought it did the whole time.
No, okay, I did not. There are multiple people asking, could these people work for another station? No. I'm just saying, like, fans of the station in general, or I assume at one time they were fans. These are not any other hosts or anything like that. Is one thing I have realized that I've tried to lean in a little bit more is, and just to shout somebody out, this is what Kavanaugh would say all the time. You can make your social media experience what you want. So if you think you're surrounded by hate mongers or people who are looking to start a fight, and like, I definitely feel like there's some people I know who just put something up there just so they can get like a whole comment battle going. You can get rid of those people. You can get rid of them from your social media experience.
How?
By just unfriending them,
block,
or blocking them, or muting them.
Go to their house.
All Bible.
Take them down, right? Is that what you're saying?
Go
to their house, take their electronics from them.
No, just unfriend them.
Go to their house and disengage their Wi-Fi. And then they can't use.
No, you can just
climb up the power pole and cut their power off.
Mike,
Yes.
I know for a fact you would not do that. That is way too much effort, Mike.
Yeah.
He's probably just using the pole saw.
Yeah, pole saw. That way I don't have to climb anything.
There's no way you're using a pole saw either, because if they're anywhere outside of the Oak Cliff area, you're going to be like, oh, that's going to take me 2 hours to get there. I can't do it.
No, I'm having somebody call me from Floral Park, New York. I don't know who's from Floral Park, New York right now.
Tough one, man. I don't think I've ever been there.
And there's
Michael Strahan's calling me right now.
Yeah, I do. Pick it up. See what happens. Off air, turn your mic off. From the 682, I don't have social media. I used to. I don't miss it. I don't need it. And my wife will go through bouts where she's like, I'm giving up Instagram or whatever for like Lent, for example, or whatever. And
she wants more lint in her laundry?
No, that's LINT.
Or the soup?
And I think lentil soup is, I think she enjoys that. But then once that time is up, she's like, I'm going to go ahead and grab Instagram again.
She fiends for it.
I don't know if that is exactly.
You ever see her sweating and scratching her neck or anything?
I gotta have my Instagram.
Can I just look up some social media person? That would be so weird if she's like, I just need to know if so-and-so had their baby.
I need the update on Downton Abbey.
Yeah, I don't know
No, you don't.
any
Trust
of
me.
that to
I had to watch
be the
that
case.
whole in the movie. Ugh.
And this is the part that makes me sad. From the 817, I cut ties with a close friend of 30 years because of negativity and politics. I know there's plenty of people in my own family that we have different political views, and we just try to like avoid it because I do love that person, but I understand how those issues could break you apart. And from the 214, Kevin doesn't want to respond to my Instagram because I'm poor and eat pizza rolls. It depends
How
on
does he know?
the Totino's pizza rolls or regular pizza rolls. I don't care if you have money or not. Just do better for yourself and don't eat those pizza rolls. I will
say that Totino's has started to like slack on the amount of stuffing.
Where I brought more light to it for you to
Nah,
recognize.
they're just not as. It's not as like you'll get some sauce and you're like, is that even a piece of sausage there? What's going on here? Where's the cheese?
I have only posted 3 things ever on Instagram, and I'm not super active on Instagram. I posted when.
But do you use Instagram?
No. Well, except for those 3 times.
I've posted a few times.
You ever
on
look
Instagram.
on Instagram?
Not really. Because I'll go to Instagram and it's like, you have 66 notifications. And I'm thinking, but why?
There are times that I want to send something over to you on Instagram that I think that you'll like, kind of like with TikToks.
Okay.
And I don't because I know you don't use Instagram.
And I do
I don't
whenever
know if we follow each other.
Whenever you send over, whenever you send over something on Instagram, or on TikTok, I definitely look at it. But my 3 posts were Noah being born, Brandon turning 18, and then Brandon graduating from high school.
Oh, wow.
And the only people I follow on Instagram are Jess, my son, and 105.3 The Fan, because I'm always tagged and stuff by them.
Makes sense.
But I don't
No, that's
really.
Carter. Carter's always doing that.
Okay, thank you, Carter.
With our
You're
little
doing a great
shorts.
job. I followed you because of that. But other than that, like, I don't really do Instagram, and it's the same as my Twitter handle, but I'm never on there.
Oh, we could use one of those, Mike. They say you and I could use one of those 2-sided saws to cut the whole pole down. And then
That cuts off people we don't know, though.
yeah, we're just trying to get to that one person.
Yeah, we just want to get that one person to not have power.
Or you could just unfriend them, right?
Or we cut their water source off. Oh my God. We get the tool and we take the whole thing. What is that? What is that thing?
What?
You know,
This can't have started how you wanted it to.
Yeah, you get. Well, it's the key. Yeah, you get the key.
Get the key to
get
take
the
the
hole.
pothole thing. It's
Yeah.
not a pothole.
And
It's-
turn it.
that ruins your car.
Turn their
So I
water
just want
off.
to recap. You're going to get the key to open up the pothole and then maybe get a saw. That's what you're doing?
Yeah, but you just
You don't need a
just
saw.
turn the water off.
just turn the
and
knob.
then they
It's
just
on the
don't know
key.
what's going on. And they're
Yeah.
like, hey, our water's out. We must have a busted pipe.
And
And all
then-
you did
and
was go
then-
to their house and turn their water off from the street.
While they're freaking out about that, then we go to their backwash section where the overflow would come out. And just shove toilet paper and mud in there, and their pipes are clogged now.
Then we wear like a mask.
So you're
and we
wait,
hide
stop
behind
it.
a tree,
Stop
and then
it.
when they come out of their house to see what's going on, we really scare the living daylights out of them.
And then run off.
Yeah.
So your reaction to someone not liking on social media is all of that, huh?
I think so.
Oh my God. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Well, show
Coming up
them.
next, the Texas High School Football State Championships have begun. Plus, we'll talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on your home of revenge, I guess, 105.3 The Fan.
Fan is also brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable and accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-817-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. We bring you our Dallas Cowboys Insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Can you tell us all the amazing scoop and gossip that you got in the locker room?
It was kind of slow there for a while. I had to walk off when Stephon Gilmore was starting to talk about his days in Buffalo. If you remember, he was a first-round pick for the Bills, played there 5 years. And, of course, he got asked about the weather, right? And he said, well, you got to be ready for all the elements to come. So, and then Brandon Aubrey was surrounded by the media. NFC Special Teams Player of the Week again.
Congratulations, man.
How about that?
As it should be.
He's awesome. I got a question about him. And
said he's not superstitious, so it's okay to point out that he's gone 30 for 30.
Is he a little stitious?
Yeah, I don't know about a little stitious, but not superstitious. He claims, and he doesn't matter, or he doesn't care if people talk about, whatever, streaks or this or that, because his focus is all on making the next kick, and the rest of it doesn't matter, as a good kicker will always tell you, right? Did I ever tell you the stories about how I found out about him?
I don't know if you did.
Because they signed him in the summer, remember? It was like July 6th, I think it was. And I saw it come over, and I said, oh, they just brought in somebody else to challenge Vizcaino, right? Some kid hadn't kicked, whatever. And then I get a text, comes up on my phone, and it's from Chris Boniel, Cowboys former kicker and assistant special teams coach. So basically he was the kicking coach back then, 2011 through 13. And it said, you guys just signed my kicker, Brandon Aubrey. And I'm going, the hell's he talking about? Well, little did I know that he was the special teams coach for the Birmingham Stallions and in the USFL, where Aubrey kicked for 2 years, right? So he was sort of his kicking coach that last year when he went 14 of 15. And so we talked, and he told me about him and everything. And I said, well, the Cowboys are going to have a problem this year finding a kicker to do at least, do as well as Maurer did last year. I said, they're spoiled. I said, other than the extra points in the playoff game, he made 90% of his field goals. And Boniel says, well, my guy made 92% of his field goals, right? And it's like, okay, touche. Now he's made 100% of his field goals. So that's kind of how I found out about him and how steady he was, and that he had the right personality to be a kicker in the NFL, kind of low-key guy, doesn't get overly excited about much of anything, as we've seen so far. And now we know the rest of the story.
Oh, Paul Harvey right there. I love it. Time for news.
And, and the Cowboys, I'm sure Fossil knew who Chris Boniel was. And so when he went to scout one of their games, he had a pretty good information source on just what the kid was like. And I think, as Fossil tells the story, kind of once he met him and saw him and saw how, even keeled and steady he was, it's like, well, we got to bring this kid in when it's time. And so I think there was some time between their championship game and when they signed him that I don't know if there was a waiting period before you could start signing those guys from the USFL. But yeah, they had that in the back of their mind all along.
What a story.
That was a good story.
He came prepared with that one. That's nice.
Did you like my Paul Harvey impersonation as well?
Yes, that was very good. And I want you also to know, and you guys might
I don't know who Paul Harvey is.
You are kidding me, Mike. And you work in radio?
Last Harvey I knew was Darnell Harvey.
It's
Keitel.
Was he a pitcher?
Wait, no. He was a draft pick.
Donnell?
Donnell Harvey. He was a horrible player for the Mavericks.
He's a basketball player.
From University of Florida. Left-handed. Couldn't shoot to save his life.
You know all that, but you don't know who Paul Harvey is?
I don't know. I have no clue who Paul Harvey is.
He was an iconic radio broadcaster who could segue in between stories and advertisements better than anyone I've ever heard in the history of this medium.
And he would do the research, Mike, on how maybe somebody got famous that we knew their name, and so he would give the guy's name, and then he would give the background, and he would finish his report with, and now you know the rest of the story.
Wow. Oh, I think I've heard that before.
Yeah, and he would be like, and that little boy that nobody loved was Richard Nixon. And then he would be like, good day.
Vin Scully did that with baseball.
Yes. He is as important to radio as Vin Scully is to baseball, says me.
Okay.
And by the way, so you guys should probably get a cut on this. When you asked me about the Here We Go.
Yeah.
Well, in everybody's locker today, there's a hoodie there, and it says, Here We Go with 4 O's.
Oh, that's a lot of O's.
Right?
Yeah, here we go.
So it's you guys started a monster. Because Jason Garrett asked Dak about it in his pregame interview for NBC.
See, I was just like, we all were talking about it, but I was like, I've never heard the backstory on it, and we just needed a...
And you guys had it before everybody else got it.
Look at
You
that.
helped us carry out that mission.
And by the way, and not to pat myself on the back, because I'm giving you guys credit for, asking me to go find out, right? But Jason asked him about it, and Dak it was Friday when they did the interview, and Dak tells him, and it got on there, whatever they used, I guess, on Sunday. He said, yeah, somebody just asked me about that. Because Jason asked, where'd the Here We Go start? And he goes, somebody just asked me about it. He goes, yeah, it was Mickey. Just like that. Like they were amongst friends talking about people they knew, right?
All the kids out there were just like, hold on, you got the scoop on us again.
No, they were saying, who in the hell is that?
Oh!
I like the humble attitude there, Nick.
So anyway, but as for the Bills, we haven't found out too much yet in the locker room.
I wanted to get a little thought on your thoughts on the left side of this offensive line. And do you think Tyler Smith is about to be an All-Pro?
I think he's got to be in the conversation for Pro Bowl. We can start right there. And it just dawned on me that, who was playing there, right?
Ooh.
Connor McGovern.
That's right, yeah.
And he has started 13 of 13 games for the Bills after signing that free agency contract, 98% of the snaps.
Wow.
And his leaving and Tyron Smith, his resurgence, allowed Tyler Smith to play left guard, if you think about it. Yep. Although I think he might have beaten out Connor McGovern anyway. But, it's funny how things work out. And, he's having a good season in Buffalo. And I just saw where the other Connor, Williams, tore his ACL and out for the year for the Dolphins.
Oh, I think they both are, right? I think McGovern is out for the season now, too, isn't he?
That's the Jets. I think that's the Jets McGovern.
Oh.
Kevin.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Right.
Both of them are playing up in the New York
Right.
area.
And they're both on the offensive line.
Yeah, that is confusing. Although I guess we have Tyron and Tyler Smith both play on the left side. So we've talked so much, and there are so many amazing numbers that you've gone over, and you've seen them in the game notes. And the Cowboys are the only team in NFL history to have 30 points in each of their first 7 home games, and the highest point differential, and all this other amazing stuff. But now they're having back-to-back road games against back-to-back quality opponents. Do you feel like you know what the Cowboys are on the road? I know they've played all season, but their road schedule, they don't have quality wins there.
Well, but they've also played two of the better teams in the league, right?
True.
On the road.
True.
So they haven't had that opportunity at home much, although they did beat Seattle, winning record going into the game. They did beat Philadelphia, winning record going into the game. And by the way, the Jets were 1-0 when they beat them the second game of the season.
Also winning.
So I think you have to take into account who you play and not where you play, if you think about it.
You're right about that. I just think about Philadelphia as an example. And I know it was like 5 weeks apart. You play Philly on the road,
Right.
rough, tough game, back and forth. You play Philly at home and beat the crap out of them.
Right.
So I guess I have to admit, I'm a little worried about how this team will translate on the road in the next couple of weeks because of the opponents they're playing.
But there was after the loss to San Francisco, there was a resurgence of winning no matter where they were playing other than Philadelphia. Because they started off scoring a lot of points. Okay, they threw in a clunker on Arizona. Was that because they were at Arizona? Because I don't know that there was any home field advantage there for Arizona.
Yeah, you might be right. I am worried.
Except
I
for
guess
their
I
own
am
beds.
worried
they
about
had their
that.
own beds there in Arizona.
You know, I'd be worried more about the elements. You know, you never know what you're going to run into in Buffalo, right? Who knows? The lake effect can change in 10 hours, right? And then even in Miami, you know, you could run into, you could go from playing in 25, 30 degrees to 85 degrees within a week. So, you know, that also factors in. So, I mean, they did crush other teams on the road. Well, it was the Giants, though, wasn't it?
Yeah.
They got win over the Chargers. It wasn't impressive, but it was a road victory. So, what are they, 3-3 on the road right now? Yeah. And two of the opponents have two of the best records in the NFL.
Correct.
So Buffalo, what, 7-6?
Yeah.
Well, we'll find out if you're right. If the road
I
makes
hope
a
I'm
difference.
not.
No, I'm not saying, but you might have something there. Sometimes you can look at numbers, but then you got to, look inside the box to see why those numbers turn out that way.
Right.
Because, Philadelphia, you lost by inches, 5 points. Could have very well won that game.
Yep.
So
be in a very different spot right now.
The different spot. I said it, third game of the season. This Arizona game's going to come back to haunt you.
As Jerry said, remember Arizona.
Yeah, right. Remember the Arizona.
Let that happen again.
Thank you very much, good sir. We will catch up with you again tomorrow.
Okay, sounds good, guys. Take care.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the fan. Coming up next, an astonishing stat for Dak's primary MVP competition. We'll talk about that and a lot more in Gridiron Gravy on 105 through the fan.
Hey, this is Chris.
The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Bunny Roads.
1st and 10 Niners in the Philly 48. Purdy looks left, now middle, throws, caught. Broken tackle by Deebo Samuel, runs for a first down, 30, 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown! San Francisco!
KNC masterpiece.
Dude? I told you to stop that.
Gotta keep you humble.
Keep calling for that.
Gotta keep you guys humble.
I just keep thinking of Christmas when I hear stuff. I think of Kevin. Just a hint. I think on Friday I'm going to bring you a Christmas present.
Okay, I'll bring your Christmas present on Friday. We're going to talk.
I'll bring y'all's Christmas presents on Friday.
I'll bring yours next week. Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip.
And let's start with the NFL is expected to vote today to award Super Bowl 61 to Los Angeles. That would be for the 2026 season.
Another one that doesn't go to Arlington.
Yeah.
Which Los Angeles?
There's only
the
one.
Chargers or the Rams?
It just says SoFi Stadium. So
don't they play in the same place?
Yes, they do.
Do you think, Mike, that Jerry, like when he sees that, he's like, good.
That's my place.
That's my place. I built that place.
God.
Jerry Jones food is in there.
I hope not. That'd be annoying.
Hey, isn't this crazy though that the Cowboys built that stadium and after getting one Super Bowl, they're like totally not going there ever again.
And it's a great stadium. It
and
really
you're in
is
the
a
middle
great
of
stadium.
America for the most part. I get you're further south, but
ice bowl.
It's indoors. It has the huge screen. I get Arlington. I love you, Arlington. I get that there's not tons and tons of hotels or big hotels right there. Obviously, they've built a new one. I don't even know if is it open yet? The new one that's built that's next to Texas Live. Like, I don't know if it's open yet. Like, because I think that would be a fun weekend with the family to stay for a weekend, and you have Six Flags and you have the Rangers and you possibly have the Cowboys, all kinds of things going on. But I guess Dallas-Fort Worth did such a bad job of putting everything within 100 miles.
It wasn't
within
our,
100
it
miles.
wasn't our, it
And
iced
then
over.
And then the ice happened.
It was bad. It was something we don't always see like that either.
Why don't they give us another chance?
Also, the seating situation too.
I know.
Yeah.
It was our first go, man. We never had a Super Bowl before. Give us a second chance.
Yeah, Kevin. Why don't they like us?
I mean, because of the seats that you mentioned, the weather, and also I think the biggest thing is because the Metroplex is so big, things being spread out so far apart. I think that.
LA's not big.
Well, yeah, but nobody wants to go to most of those parts, and so they have them all in a finite group of space. That's how I wanted to say.
Up by the Hollywood sign.
I don't know if that is the case or not. Now, you heard Mickey say it. Brandon Aubrey won the NFC Special Teams Player of the Week after he kicked field goals of 60, 59, 58, 57. No, I'm just kidding. 45 and 50 yards through the uprights. Good for him. He also won this award in Week 8. So, Special Teams Player of the Year. Look out. Here we come.
I have a question. In Corey asks all the Cowboys questions in the Corey's Corner C block.
Yes. I knew it would stick.
Is it whether or not Tommy
About
DeVito
Brandon Aubrey later
won Offensive Player of the Week? Yes, he did. Boom. Forget about it.
Yeah, but this week doesn't count.
He gives all normal.
So did Zach Wilson.
DeVito gives all normal people a chance. You know, you can make it in the NFL. DeVito did.
That's a great
Him
point.
and Jake Browning.
So,
I'm confused on stuff.
What do you think is more confusing, the rise of Jake Browning, or if I would have told you at the beginning of the year, this season, at this week in the season, that Zach Wilson and Tommy DeVito would be named their respective AFC and NFC Offensive Players of the Week?
When did you say we would ask this question?
At the beginning of the season.
Okay, so for Zach
Rodgers
Wilson,
would've
it
been
might have been a little bit like, well, I guess, did Aaron Rodgers get hurt and the number 2 overall pick is living up to like expectations? And it's just shocking.
That would be like, yes and no, but he'll still win this award.
At least I could see that. After watching the first half of that Giants-Cowboys game and Danny DeVito, Tommy DeVito, I was like, this is the worst quarterback and team I've seen in my life. This is horrible. I've seen bad. I was alive in 1989 to see the Dallas Cowboys. This is the worst ever. And for them to actually win football games and for Tommy DeVito to come out of that couch every Sunday and play football.
Tommy DeVito was 17 of 21 for 158 yards and a touchdown. That does not sound like he should have won.
Do you think when they play in Philadelphia later this year, since that reference is from Always Sunny in Philadelphia, when the Giants come out of the tunnel, do you think they should show Danny DeVito on the big screen come out of the couch to introduce the New York Giants?
Totally
They
naked.
wouldn't do it.
They have to.
They got to do it.
I hope they do. By the way, in his last 3 starts, Tommy DeVito, 5 touchdowns, no interceptions. The Giants are 3-0.
Is there any way you make a custom couch for the actual Tommy DeVito, except not being naked? That would ruin probably things. Him come out of the tunnel and come through a couch.
Except for that last thing you said. I support all the rest of that.
All right, so they beat the
through a
Commanders. They beat the Commanders, the Patriots, who might lose their coach, and the Packers. The Packers is actually commendable.
Yeah.
That's a commendable victory right there. Let's see how they do against the Saints. And then
I just need them to win
and then
one game
fingers
against
crossed
the
against the Eagles.
Just win one game against the Eagles, and we're good to go. All right, let's go from that to let's talk about Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy he's been astonishing this year. I feel like we've talked about that plenty of times. He had another game in which he completed at least 70% of his passes. 70.4% of his passes is, I believe that is the 6th consecutive game where he has completed 70% or more. And the only person he trails in 49ers history for that is Joe Montana, who had 8.
So the reason that I say my son had a couple friends over Saturday night, and they were talking football. They're freshmen in high school. And they're like, and I hear this because you hear this from people that talk about Brock Purdy. He's just a system quarterback. It's Mike Shanahan. And I said, now, wait a second. I understand he's not the best quarterback in the NFL. And I'd even say, yeah, Dak Prescott is better than Brock Purdy. But we saw Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah.
That's a system quarterback. And Trey Lance had his opportunity. And I know he got hurt, but he had a small opportunity. He had a window to show how good he could be in this. It's just Mike Shanahan. It's not the quarterback. This has to do with the quarterback. Like it or not, Cowboy fans, Brock Purdy is really good. I don't know if he's going to be great. I don't know if he's going to do this for a dozen years, but he is really good. He's not perfect. He's not Peyton Manning. He's not even this year 2023 Dak Prescott. But he's really, really good. So I would just, like I told the 9th graders, I would stop saying he's a system quarterback because there's been plenty of people in Mike Shanahan's system that haven't come close to what Brock Purdy's doing.
A couple more notes I want to throw out from the last slate of games that we saw before we continue to move ahead is Deebo Samuel scored his 19th rushing touchdown, establishing a new all-time record for rushing touchdowns by wide receivers. So congratulations to him. No touchdowns were scored by the Minnesota Vikings, which cost one bettor a lot of money. This bettor made a parlay and bet $4.46. Their 6-leg parlay was that a touchdown would be scored by Odell Beckham Jr., Jake Browning, Baker Mayfield, Kareem Hunt, Jimmy Graham, and Josh Dobbs. Now, remember, for the quarterbacks, that doesn't mean you throw a touchdown. That means you have to get into the end zone. He would have won $100,000. I mean, that's $100,000 is still a lot. But because Josh Dobbs could not score a touchdown because nobody from Minnesota could score a touchdown, you lose. Be honest, were you positive Jimmy Graham was still in the NFL?
I did know this because like a month ago, he scored a touchdown. I go, Jimmy Graham's still in the NFL. So I had that feeling.
Yeah, he scored another one.
About a month ago when Jimmy Graham scored a touchdown, I was like, I had no clue this guy was still around. I thought he might be an assistant coach with Jason Witten in Frisco for the Liberties.
So they lost.
I still think, Kevin, that if you have a game like that Vikings game, if that happens, both teams should have to chain up their doors and they're not allowed back into the facility that week. Not even like owners and nobody's
Only
allowed
till the game
back in.
starts. Then
they're just
okay,
like, guys, that was embarrassing to the entire league. You're not allowed back in. Both of y'all stunk that bad.
Now, we brought up, if you missed it.
It was a pitcher's deal.
Yes, it was. In case you missed it with Mickey earlier, center Connor Williams for the Dolphins is out for the season with a torn left ACL, former Cowboys player. And Mike McDaniel is saying that Tyreek Hill is day-to-day, and they'll have a contingency plan if he isn't good to go. His ankle was stiff, and he was in pain during the game until it loosened up. So, obviously, that is a huge part of their team, and if he's not able to play specifically next week, I'm sure the Cowboys would be relieved about that. And finally, Hacksaw Max Duggan has been moved up to the active roster for the Los Angeles Chargers.
Maybe he's the next Jake Browning.
I mean, that is a lot to live up to right now because obviously Jake Browning has been incredible, but he moves up to the active roster. We brought you the news yesterday about Justin Herbert being out for the rest of the season.
It's the year of the injury quarterback.
Yeah, I guess
With all these backups coming in for injuries of guys that have been taken out for the rest of the season.
Hey, in these football nuggets, I'm just going to say this. I was talking to Derek Holland yesterday because he was bragging about his Brownies beating my Jaggies. And
please don't ever say that again.
Okay. Well, I said, isn't it amazing? Because he watched the whole game, and I've been watching Jacksonville football. I'm like, isn't it amazing how much miscommunication they have on offense? And I said, I don't know if it's always Trevor Lawrence, if it's always the wide receivers, if it's always, I don't know what it is. He's like, yeah, it is. Watching that game, how many times after a play's over, it looks very confusing to Jacksonville what was supposed to happen after the play.
Right.
I'm like, that shouldn't happen in December where wide receivers and quarterbacks are looking at each other going, I don't know who was supposed to do what.
I'm glad somebody brought this up on the fan text. I thought about mentioning this to you off air. You know, Jason Witten's team is from Argyle, not Frisco,
Oh, sorry,
right?
Argyle.
There is a Frisco Liberty, but this is
crap.
Argyle Liberty Christian.
Crapola.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here
I get confused a lot.
I know. Coming up next.
What are we doing?
I'm curious to see how this plays out. Do you think CeeDee Lamb is already better than Des Bryant ever was? 877-881.
We're having Des on.
1053.
Yes, call in.
Truckwreck.com text line. It's just a question.
No, what's the phone number? If Des wants to call in, what's the phone number?
877-881-1053. We'll get Des the hotline number if he needs it.
Wow.
We'll discuss that coming up next right here on The Fan.
Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Oh, my God. All right. What's your email or what's your Twitter thing?
Yeah, you get him on his Instagram.
Thank Kevin. Yeah, no, hit me up on my Instagram. That's fine. I probably won't see that. It's just a question.
Send him sunset pictures on
Who
your
came
Instagram.
up with this question?
It's a show question.
I take no part in this question, but I'll have to answer it.
You asked me the other day in the conference room, and I said, you shouldn't do that, Kevin. That's a terrible decision.
But you thought it would make for good talking. Just might end up poorly for me. Do you think CeeDee Lamb is already better than Dez Bryant ever was? It's just a question. You can say no. You can disagree. Hopefully it won't get meaner than that.
Dez is my favorite player, and there's nobody ever better than Dez Bryant.
You don't think that.
Dez Bryant had 3 elite seasons. And that was 2012 through 2014.
Yes.
He was elite. The 2011, he was very, very good. He had 63 catches on 103 targets, and I felt like that should have been more. But the touchdown numbers, like, you just can't. The numbers on touchdowns are amazing.
Agreed about the touchdowns. I was going to present the rest of the case based off of those 3 elite seasons. 2012 to 2014. We agree? Those are Dez's elite seasons?
Yes.
Okay. In that time, he had 273 catches. In this same 3-season run for CeeDee Lamb, he has 282 catches. So CeeDee Lamb's already got more. What about catch percentage? 62.6% catch percentage for Dez Bryant. CeeDee Lamb's catch percentage in these last 3 years, 69.3%.
Nice.
What about yards in games? Dez Bryant in this run, 82 yards per game receiving. CeeDee Lamb, 81 yards per game receiving. So close, but advantage Dez. The biggest difference is, of course, the touchdowns, where Dez holds a massive advantage on touchdowns. CeeDee Lamb will have more catches and a better catch percentage. CeeDee Lamb will also probably have a first and second team All-Pro to his name, whereas Dez Bryant did, deservedly so, make first team All-Pro in 2014.
Okay, those are really good stats. And this line right here is the absolute truth. From the 972, CeeDee is 10 times the route runner than Dez ever was. And that's true. CeeDee's route running ability is phenomenal. Dez Bryant was physical, he was big, he was strong, he was going to out-muscle you at the goal line. He had all these great qualities. Like, you can't talk about that stretch with him without just sounding like you're going overboard about how good he was, because he was that good. CeeDee Lamb right now is polished in almost every aspect of his job. And there are so many things that he does so well-rounded. Like Dez, you put the ball up, he can go up and get it, and he's coming down with it. You say you need a physical thing at the goal line, you know that's going to happen. But CeeDee does everything else involved too. Like, he does all these other things. I do also love, I know Dez did this pretty well too, Jake Ferguson gets that catch the other day, and CeeDee Lamb's in there in the mix trying to make big block for him. I love seeing that kind of stuff. I do think that at this point and in the future, like CeeDee's going to have more receiving yards than Dez did. He already has 4,000 something right now. He's already there. You can almost go to him every play, and he looks like he's been open for 10 minutes whenever most of these throws are happening.
Okay, and here's a text to go along with this, and this is one of the reasons that like kind of sparked my curiosity. Don't worry, I'll have another question for you tomorrow that'll probably make people mad too. From the 903, CeeDee is good, but he hasn't been good long enough. There was a 3 to 5 year window when Dez was arguably the best wide receiver in football. False. It was a 3-year window at best. He had 1,000-yard seasons 3 straight years. He was incredible. He also had double-digit touchdowns every single year. He was rewarded with being first-team All-Pro one time in 2014. That was it. That's also when he led the league in touchdowns that year. CeeDee Lamb, just the reason why I wanted to bring it up is CeeDee Lamb has been really good the last 3 seasons. Last year, second-team All-Pro. I think this year he's going to be first-team All-Pro. Yeah. And so if you just don't think he was better, totally good with that. But in terms of the 3-year sample size, that's why I wanted to bring it up.
So it's a great question. I think CeeDee Lamb's going to be better, and there's going to be a major issue with the Cowboys if he's not. Because
I can see that.
When you look at Dez Bryant, this is tough. He only played 8 years for the Dallas Cowboys. That was it.
Yeah.
After this year, so CeeDee Lamb is in his 4th year. Dez Bryant only had 4 more years on the Cowboys, and after year 5, they were not memorable for good reasons. They were memorable for bad reasons.
Right.
He had, after 4 years in the NFL, he played in 54 games total after that for the Dallas Cowboys. He had 3,355 yards in those next 4 years, and that's including year 5 where he had 1,320 yards.
Wow.
So when you do that, in year 6, 401 yards. In year 7, 796 yards. And in year 8, his last year with the Dallas Cowboys, and pretty much his last year in the NFL, 838 yards. Because in 2020, he came back and had 47 yards in his career for that season. So I look at it, I think it's a very tough choice. To be honest, it's a very tough choice because you do have those first 5 years of Dez, which were very good. And right now, CeeDee Lamb is matching that. The numbers are very close. But if CeeDee Lamb is not better than Dez Bryant in year 8, something went horribly wrong with CeeDee Lamb. Let's be honest. It went horribly wrong with Dez Bryant. After year 5.
After he got the deal.
It went horribly wrong.
This one, I like this text from the 301. Comparing 88s is like comparing my kids. I can't do it. I love them all the same, except for Michael Irvin. He's my favorite. And you need to add Post Malone to that group.
What?
So says Drew Pearson. Is Drew Pearson, did you hear about this?
No.
Is Drew Pearson told TMZ Sports, which you know, they get good info, is that Post Malone is their honorary guy in the 88 club. He's like, yeah, he's on a group text with us. And so he's a big fan. And so Post Malone.
Is Antonio Bryant?
You know what? That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that.
I believe I've seen pictures, and it is the 3. It's Michael Irvin, Dez, CeeDee. I'm sorry, the 4. Michael Irvin, Dez, CeeDee, and
Post Malone.
Drew Pearson.
Oh, okay, Drew Pearson and Post Malone.
But not Antonio?
I guess not.
Well, when you take your jersey off and throw it in the coach's face, you don't get to stay in that group.
That's not fair.
Okay, well, let's say Antonio Bryant is on this text
chain. Come on, let him in, Dez.
So is...
You guys have the same last name.
So is Post Malone. And so I thought I would just let you know that Drew Pearson says that Post Malone is part of their 88 text chain.
I was looking, Kevin, I wanted to visit the All-Pro years that he could have had.
For sure.
And unfortunately, he was up against Antonio Brown and Calvin Johnson in most of those years, I believe. I don't know who
or
who
Julio
it was.
Jones, possibly.
Josh Gordon led the league in receiving yards
and
in
was
2013.
A time.
So that was you had Demaryius Thomas. I would probably say, and Did somebody recently bring up Demaryius Thomas in that conversation? That
he was like Dez to me.
Well, I think that Demaryius Thomas and CD are actually closer because Demaryius Thomas was a more polished receiver than Dez Bryant was, but Dez had raw ability that just you can't find. It's tough to find that kind of thing. But the way that Demaryius Thomas ran routes, the way that CeeDee Lamb runs routes, and the connection he has with his quarterback, I see similarities between the two. And the target numbers are huge for him. So, and I know that Eric Decker was on those teams too, but you had two really talented big receivers that were very fast with Peyton Manning. Right now, it's CeeDee Lamb doing his thing, and you have the option of Jake Ferguson and other tools to go to, but loving what their connection is between CeeDee Lamb and Dak right now.
And somebody asked what were the touchdown numbers. The touchdown numbers, there is a gigantic advantage for Dez Bryant. 41 touchdowns in those 3 years. CD is at 23 in those 3 years. And I realize there's still 4 more games to go, but I mean, you ain't going to make up more than what, like 6, maybe? And so gigantic edge to Dez Bryant in touchdowns. They're pretty much the same yards per game. Big edge to CeeDee Lamb in catches and catch percentage.
Yards per reception to big edge for Dez, I believe. I think it was like 15 in that 15 range. Yards per reception, and CD right now is kind of in the 13-12 range, which it does feel like, hey, I can get 10 yards almost every time I throw it to CeeDee Lamb.
Can I ask you this? It felt like every time Romo threw an interception, it was Dez's fault, according to certain people. That Tony never threw a real interception if he was throwing it to Dez. Dez screwed him up. Do you feel like that gives CD an edge, that CD runs? Because somebody said he's a much better route runner. Does that give an edge at all to CeeDee Lamb right now that he's not creating turnovers? Now, he does have, last year he had a drop issue, CeeDee Lamb, and I think that Dez, if he had a drop issue, I'm sorry, I'm forgetting. Maybe he did. I'm just forgetting that he had a drop issue if he did. But I feel like I'd rather have a receiver that has maybe a hair of a drop issue than a hey, you ran the wrong route and I threw it where you're supposed to be, and instead of that, there was a defensive player there and he intercepted the ball because of it.
Well, and I don't think that, I don't know if I've seen CD run very many wrong routes, but as far as route runner goes, Mike, it's the precision in the route that I think is the most important. There's no improv in his routes a lot of times, unless they do scramble drill. And now, on his touchdown, it looked like there was a scramble drill moment where Dak had to get out. But the precision within the route. I'll also add this too: the ability to hand the ball off to CeeDee Lamb gives him another edge too, because
I didn't really think about
he's
that.
A weapon.
Yeah.
He's a weapon in so many different ways, and I'm just happy that it's grown into that, because when he was at OU, I was like, I want this receiver. We got him, and Mike, you were like, he's going to be the best ever. And it took a minute, but he is turning into it right now.
He's great. Obviously, him and Dak have a special connection, and Dak really wants to feed him. Dak is, I'm not saying every play, but Dak really looks to CD to really get things going offensively, and it's working. I just wanted to read some of these texts.
Yeah, there's a lot.
From the Twitch. It says, which one does Kevin hate more?
I don't hate either one of them.
Swaggy Booties.
What?
Are you out on CD already?
No. I thought you said I brought this question up because I was a hater of Dez.
Wow,
which
I
am
realize
not.
you're a CD hater too.
Badass mofo Lady T. Kevin has relapsed and needs to go back to rehab.
Oh wow, that's coming back.
People get really worried
Mike
about
_
that.
Cowboy says Dez is a diva, CD isn't.
Oh, okay. I've seen multiple people too. One said, I think Dez is better, but in the long run, CD will be better. Another person, which I love, said, Dez is better right now. Check back with me after the Super Bowl, which I love the projection on that. And so I was just curious where everyone would fall here is, and I love you guys comparing Dez and CD. I personally think from the 817, not me, CD is a better overall wide receiver. However, you were comparing Dez's best 3 years, and we don't have CeeDee Lamb's best 3 years on the books yet. And that's why I wanted to ask.
Wow.
That's why I wanted to ask
interesting.
already.
We could have even better 3 years than the last
I
3.
think we will.
That's
And just think with Dez, I'll bring this up again. Dez had one more, when we were thinking, oh my gosh, Dez. he literally, after year 4, had a great year 5 and then fell off the face of the earth when it came to being a good wide receiver because of injuries, not anything he did. His lower body, he was just dealing with so many lower body injuries.
And his connection with Dak was not the same as it was with Romo.
I did want to add this, Kevin. Have you seen the Michael Irvin audio or video on why he talks about his number not being retired? And the Cowboys just don't retire numbers.
Sure.
But in the conversation, he's like, I don't want my number retired. He said, because when they hang your number up there and it's retired, you get your flowers that day. Every time CeeDee Lamb scores, I get my flowers because he's wearing 88. And everybody remembers Michael Irvin.
Great point. That is a great point. Appreciate y'all's feedback very, very much.
I can't believe that was the most risky segment in radio.
That was Kevin who wanted to hate on Dez or CD. We're just
I'm not hating on anybody. How do you know I don't just both think they're amazing?
Oh, but somebody did point. I think it just goes back to your Michael Irvin love, and you wanted to hate on both of them.
Tomorrow, are you trying to compare Dak and Romo?
I'll tell you what.
I got a Micah question for you tomorrow.
Oh, my God.
It's just a question. You don't even know what the question is yet.
He's better than
I do
DeMarcus
hate
Ware.
88 Antonio Bryant because I bought a lot of his rookie cards.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 Through the Fan. Hopefully, y'all will keep that feedback coming because it's time for the moral compass. The Cowboys say they won't. But would you use family ties as a means to win a football game? We'll do it next right here in the Fan.
The Expressway is brought to you by QCkinetics.com.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where let's see how long it takes Chris to remember the audio I said to come back with right here. All right, I think he's got it now. Hit that audio, Chris.
Allen again rolls. On the move, lets it fly. Oh, Diggs! Oh, what a catch! Stephon Diggs, one hand. First down, Buffalo.
Now that is, of course, Stephon Diggs, which leads us to the moral compass. The Cowboys say they won't, but would you use family ties as a means to win a game? 877-881-1053.
So what you're suggesting is that they call Stephon, the Cowboys, and say, throw this game so that your brother's team can win the Super Bowl.
I would assume you would lean more on Trayvon and be like, hey, what happened at your third grade birthday party or your 8-year-old birthday party or something when you're in coverage? And so he could give them the inside secrets about his brother.
And why are you saying the Cowboys say they won't?
Dan Quinn said he was asked if he would ask Trayvon Diggs the secrets to stop Stephon Diggs. Dan Quinn said, quote, I would not do that. I wouldn't want to put him in that situation. That's his brother. I certainly wouldn't. Now, he did say wouldn't like 3 different times, which makes me wonder if he would.
I prefer that I would have liked it if he had said I shouldn't. Because then that leaves it open where he's like, well, I said I shouldn't.
So
not that I will not.
He says they're not going to do it. The Cowboys are not going to do it.
I shan't.
But then you have to go to the bathroom.
No,
that's Old English.
Okay. If y'all were in the same situation, or have you ever leaned on your family to help win a game, or used inside family information to win a game?
What?
Like
what family member played for the Buffalo Bills in our life?
Yeah.
I did not say
like
it had
charades?
to be in an NFL game or anything like that.
Like
Mike.
if your my sister's never played for an MLB team.
Let's
I didn't say for an MLB team.
Mike, you're up on the bump next week, and your dad is coaching the other team. Are you going to call dad up and be like, all right, give me some scouting reports on these guys that I need to know about? I mean, you're getting a scouting report anyway. And do you think dad's going to do that? Do you think he's going to be like, I want to see you have the best game ever today against my team?
No, he's not going to do that.
He wants to win too. He's like, you said you wouldn't buy me a house.
I feel like there's such bragging rights against family members. Think in your life how mad you get when you lose.
Sure.
And how satisfied you are when the other person loses.
I love it so much.
Right? Did I say that correctly?
Yeah.
I didn't want to say the satisfaction of you winning, just the
No.
satisfaction of seeing them lose. Isn't there more satisfaction in seeing somebody else lose you don't like than the satisfaction of winning yourself?
I think so.
That's
I do
wrong
too.
that I'm saying it.
I do too.
But it feels so good when you see them lose. You're just like, you know what? I'm more celebrating you losing than me winning right
Which
now.
isn't the way it should be, but I don't think you're wrong.
I like this
Like
line.
our kids lost at Byron Nelson last night, but I really wanted them to win to get that grandpa to shut up on the other team, but it just didn't happen.
I like this line from the 254. Quinn said wouldn't because he already did it.
Ooh.
So I wouldn't do that in the future, but I've already done it. I do you, because you got to think that if Trayvon was healthy, he knows his brother better than anybody. He wants that coverage. He's not walking away from it. He's like, you know what? I want this competition all night long.
And I think it should be the same, even though he's not playing. We always hear
He should call up Stephon Gilmore and say, hey, here's some suggestions.
Yes.
I think he should.
Yes. Because look, we always hear about, these teams, they're family. All right. Stephon Diggs is not on your team, family.
Yeah.
If you need a great advice for a great Christmas present, then you spread the word. You need to win this game.
Yeah, water's more hydrating than blood.
Huh.
That's true. Hydrating. You need both in your body, though.
I think, yeah, you're probably right.
Well, this is a good point from the 817. That's what Gina Davis did. She gave the breakdown to defeat her sister.
She dropped the ball at the end of the game on purpose.
I do believe that she
Like
dropped
on
that ball
Martin?
on purpose.
I am kind of curious, would Stephon Gilmore call up Trayvon or reach over to Trayvon somewhere in the place? I guess he was at the Mavs game last night. Trayvon was with
I
Micah.
saw Micah Parsons on.
Trayvon, Micah, Bland, and Jaron Kirsch were all there.
Did they show them all? Because why did I only see Micah?
Maybe they
only pointed out Micah.
Yeah, I thought they messed up one of the graphics and they pointed out the wrong person.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
But that's who I saw in a picture this morning. So I think that Stephon should do that. Just call him up. And if he says no, I'm not going to say anything. That's fine. But I think it is your responsibility as part of your team. You're trying to get to a Super Bowl here.
Okay, so you're in this scenario, Mike. Would you talk to the rest of your team about ways to get inside your brother's head?
Yeah.
Okay, I like it. I think I would too. From the 972.
What do you think like the Lowe family does when Tampa and Texas are playing each other? Do you think Nate Lowe goes to the pitching staff and says, my brother hates the ball around his hands?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, I think you would. I think you.
I don't think there's anything wrong with that either.
Right.
Although I'm not sure.
Then you go a little bit too inside and you hit his hand and break his hand. You're like, dang it.
I got my brother's hand broken.
Yes, and I don't want that. By the way, multiple people are backing up Dan Quinn, but for a different reason. Is Dan Quinn said he wouldn't do it. He didn't say anything about Al Harris not doing it from the 806. And then from the 903, Dan Quinn wouldn't because Trayvon Diggs would take care of it without being asked. So multiple people are like, no, he's on the level, but there's a different reason.
I do, Kevin, though. I do like the idea of what you suggested earlier, though. Less about the physical things you can probably see while watching film, but more about things to get him off of his game.
Yeah.
Like you go in there armed with some like in Mythic Quest where he couldn't slaughter the pig. You know, like some little note from his past that nobody would know except for Trayvon. And he knows that it gets under his brother's skin and mentally he just can't keep up. Once you've done that, once you've cracked into the skull, now he can't give up on it.
So he makes a catch and you're like, wow, I'm really glad that you made that catch. I'm surprised you didn't treat it like it was a balloon because you knew he was afraid of balloons growing up or something.
Wow.
And then you just use that level
of
mental warfare to try to figure it out.
Yes.
All right.
Oh, wow. That was a great catch. Kind of like Sally in third grade. And now Sally left him. And so he's like, that's the catch I got away. You know, something like that. I like this.
Okay. So do you think that this is what the Cowboys, well, not that exact thing, but do you think the Cowboys have asked or Trayvon has volunteered some side of inside information about Stephon?
He probably has. He probably has had some conversations. He's probably talking to Stephon or Deron Bland, and he's like, hey, watch the inside shade or something like that, for sure.
I wonder how much they watch their conversations between each other. And what I mean by that is, as you get to be an adult, do you ever say, I can't cover this route or I can't do this in a route combination to your brother when you know you're playing them like in that season?
Probably not like that close, but I'm sure in the past, right?
Or do you
just mention it?
But do you ever give away I wonder if you ever talk about, we have this play and it's called this.
Yeah.
And then you're like, I shouldn't have said that because I am playing him next year. Like, I don't know. Like, I just wonder how much even between brothers, let's just say, because we're talking about the Diggs brothers, is how much do you withhold a conversation about a specific thing that you do or you've done, knowing that can be used against me at some point?
Yeah, like the Mannings. You know, I wonder what if they talked football and how much it mattered. Like, did it matter? When they squared off? Was he telling anything?
See, and I understand what both of y'all are saying. I feel like just in the natural flow of talking with your brother, you might be complaining or something might slip out and be like, well, that dipwad can't catch an in to save his life. And like, I think that might just slip out and you didn't mean to reveal it, but here we are.
Yeah.
Do any of us have brothers?
I don't.
Nope.
I have So I will tell you this. I have stepbrothers and a stepsister. And my stepbrother was going to Rowlett High School. And I was covering Allen. And Allen and Rowlett were playing. And
I remember this.
The coach told me before, I was like, by the way, my stepbrother plays for Rowlett. He plays defensive end. I hope y'all have a great game. And after Allen got their butts whooped by Rowlett High School, the coach, I was supposed to go talk to him. He walked off and wouldn't talk to me. And then whenever I got to his office that Thursday or Friday, he said, "You told them our game plan." I was like, your game plan is literally throw it up to Dan Buckner if he's single covered and throw it to anybody else if he's not. I didn't say anything. And so he was like, he blamed me. He accused me of giving information to my stepbrother. And I was like, there is nothing. I told him nothing. And then he lightened up and was like, yeah, we just got our butts kicked.
Yeah, you probably should have looked into something else that happened before that game. We can talk about off air.
I think people on the fan text know what happened.
Oh,
I've seen texts before about it.
If you know what actually happened in that game and what the real problem was, text in. That would be amazing. I want to go to something else, actually switch topics for just a minute, if we can go to cut number 5 from last night. This was a big deal in the NBA.
Fields has picked up his 3rd foul. And now Green runs over Nurkic, and he'll be called for the foul, and they're going to take a look at this. Oh, man.
Well, that's going to be a flagrant.
Yep.
After video review, Green makes unnecessary and excessive contact to the face. The foul has been upgraded to a flagrant foul penalty 2, and Green has been ejected from the game.
So Nurkic was just guarding him regularly, barely had his hand on him. Draymond Green decided to do kind of a spinning back fist or a spinning back slap and hit him straight up in the face. It was so bad that one of the Warriors teammates audibly was like shaking his head, or not visibly was shaking his head after it happened. Now, let's go to cut number 6. And if you're a big fan of condescension, check out this explanation.
He was pulling my hip, and I was swinging away to sell the call. Made contact with him. As you know, I'm not one to apologize for things I meant to do, but I do apologize to you, sir, because I didn't intend to hit him. I sell calls with my arms. I don't fall or to sell a call.
Oh, my God.
I'm not a flopper. So I was just selling the call because he was grabbing me and pulling my hip back. So I spun away, and unfortunately, I hit him. And so, like I said, I apologize to Yusef because I didn't intend to hit him.
That's a lie. and he knows it too. Dude, listen, man. Have you watched the greatest hits from Draymond Green?
I don't know.
It's about a 5-minute video of him fake tripping and over people, fake step, like all these things where he's trying to make it look like he didn't, but you can't reach 10 feet away from somebody to hit somebody and it be fake. Like, it's the way he's doing it is bad, man. And it's not good for the game either. And it's not good for other players out there. And I'm really surprised that nobody has just jawed him. I'm very surprised that it just hasn't happened where out of nowhere he's gotten popped by somebody out there. I guess the rest of the league, either they don't want the suspension or they don't, or they're scared of him.
Well, let's go to Yusuf Nurkic. He has his own thoughts about how that all played out.
I don't know, man. I was behind the play. I don't think what's going on with him, I don't know. Personally, I feel like that brother needed help. I'm glad he not tried to choke me, but at the same time, it had nothing to do with basketball, man. Like, I'm just out there trying to play basketball, you know, they're swinging. I think we saw that often, but hope he, you know, whatever he got in his life, will get better.
Yusuf Nurkic says hopefully he gets help, and it has nothing to do with basketball, which brings to mind, how long will Draymond Green be suspended? Oh, I also like he said, I'm just glad he didn't try to choke me. Because remember, he got suspended 5 games early in the season for trying to choke out Rudy Gobert.
I assume it's going to be a maximum of 5 games, but I think it'll be 2.
Oh.
Am I wrong?
You want the... I mean, it hasn't come out
yet. It needs to be 3, at least.
Well, I think it needs to be long, but I just think they're going to look at it because he wasn't looking at him when he hit him, because he did swing his arm, so it was like a no-look kind of punch, and I do think he was trying to make contact.
Oh, for sure.
But I just think that they're going to look at it and go, we have to suspend him, but we can't. It's not like a look at you and punch you. It's a swinging of the arm when you're not looking, and so that's why I don't think they're going to look at it as a real punch.
That's again,
and that's like dirty people are good at that. Like that's how dirty players do it.
Yeah,
That's like Ray Allen, a lot of people that had the same agent as I have, like they hate Bruce Bowen. It's like we know what he's intentionally doing, but you can't prove it to like the NBA what he's intentionally doing.
So the betting odds right now are 21 to 30 games. So y'all's numbers are way too low. That'll be higher than that. And the next favorite is 11 to 20. I think it should be at least 20 games.
So no, you're saying that they're going to give him 20 games?
I think they should.
You're saying they should.
I think 10 should be it. I think that 3 is the lowest number.
To me,
based on
should.
their
I'm
rulings.
with you with should. If you want to stop Draymond Green from doing it, pay for half a season. Hell, you know what they should do? They should be like, you're suspended the rest of the year.
Season.
But they're not going to. So I know you're saying the word should.
I say will 12 games.
Okay, so your guess is 12.
A little bit higher than 10. I think it'll be at least 10, though. At least 10.
Okay, I'm going to guess 2, but I hope it's closer to your number.
And look, that doesn't mean this is going to be the way it is, but 1 through 10 games is 5-1 on the odds, and both 11 through 20 and 21 through 30 are close to even.
It's a 10-minute and 48-second video, Kevin, of all of his biggest hits.
If Corey and I bet on this at 1 to 5 games, is there odds for like 1 to 5 games? Because I know you're giving. I only
see 1 to 10.
What's 1 to 10? Because I feel like
1 to 10 is 5-1.
Dude, I would do 1 to 10 in a heartbeat.
Okay.
I just don't think they're going to be that harsh on this.
Do you think he gets suspended some? Because suspension is 33-1.
That's why I'm saying 2 games.
Okay. But I think it'll be at least 10.
I could see it being 5.
Not what should. I think it will be at least 10. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We'll keep an eye out when that discipline comes down.
I do want to bet this because I just don't think they're going to be as harsh on this as people think.
Okay. So you think...
But I'm not against him getting 20 games.
No, I understand. You just don't think that's the likely outcome.
I think the NBA is going to look at it. If I was running the league and I'd be like, he is an issue. He's a problem in our league. And look, they're going to be, luckily it was a nobody that he punched. I hate saying that, but when you're running the NBA, if that would have been Kevin Durant or Chickenhead, like they would have looked at it differently. And they would have said, look, these are some of our stars that he's now taking out of games and possibly injuring. Since it was a nobody and it was like a no-look punch that landed, I think they're not going to look at it as harshly as a real punch.
Interesting.
So that's my opinion. We'll see. I hope it's a lengthy enough suspension that Draymond would stop doing these things because I think he's a good basketball player that doesn't need to do this.
And then just one more quick note. I know they were voting on it today. The NFL did pass it, and they will have a regular season game in Sao Paulo, Brazil next season.
He covers the Eagles.
Not Sao Paulo, Antonio, Brazil. Sao Paulo, Brazil.
Paulo Pinto.
All I know is Brasilia, Brazil, because that's the capital.
Okay.
And
Bogota,
if you're rich
Colombia,
there, you're
Lima,
a Brazilian.
Peru.
Well, there's nothing I can do to stop it now because it's time for Mike Likes It.
Thundercats. Okay. Let's talk about our Metroplex. I've been thinking about this, so I think we're going to have a lot of fun here. This is going to be fun, sports fans. The Texas Rangers won the World Series. 2023, November 1st, the Texas Rangers become the World Series champs, the champions of baseball.
You're not dreaming.
Forever until next World Series. And maybe they back-to-back it. We'll see if we're living in that euphoria. But this is the topic. The topic is euphoria right now. Dak Prescott right now is the odds-on favorite. Not by a lot, but he is the odds-on favorite to win the MVP. The Cowboys are 10-3. They are going to go for the first time, and it feels like forever. For a lot of people listening, for the first time in your life, Cowboy fans, for people that are about 35 years old and younger, for the first time in your watching football for the Cowboys' lives, they're going to win 12 or more games for 3 years in a row.
Yeah.
I don't know what the playoffs will bring, what they will do, but right now your quarterback has a great chance of winning the MVP, and your team is going to win 12 or more games for the third consecutive year and have a great chance to go to the NFC Championship game for the first time in your life. For me, last time they did it, I was in high school. I'm 46 years old. Don't want to add that extra one on there. I'm 46 years old. Last time they went to an NFC Championship game, I was a senior in high school. Okay? So That is great. Right now, Luka Doncic is playing like the MVP of the NBA. Now, Jokic is playing better.
Sure.
But if you're watching the Mavs, Luka has done, I know he got a cheap technical, not last night, but the game before, because at the end of the game, he got tired of the lefty guarding him and really wanted to talk crap to the Memphis Grizzly guy who was kind of talking crap to him. And he's like, screw it, I'll take a tech here just to show him up at the end. But Luka is improving maturity-wise. He's improving his game. I think he's being a better leader. Like, he's doing everything that we were critical of Luka of at the end of the 2023 season. He has improved on tremendously, and he looks like he could win the MVP this year. We'll see what happens. Jokic is the leader right now with a lot of games left. And then you look at the Dallas Stars. They are a very good team. Watching them for the first time, like really watching them, I get there's a few teams in the Western Conference that are better than them, but they're in the mix to go back to the Western Conference Finals and possibly
I certainly agree with
win
that.
the Stanley Cup. Like, they are close to good enough to do that. How good of a euphoria are we in that the Rangers won the World Series, unexpectedly so? Dak is the MVP leader, unexpectedly so. The Cowboys are good. I won't say unexpectedly so. I think we saw that they would be good this year. We just didn't know how good. Luka has improved tremendously.
You said they'd go to the Super Bowl, so
yeah,
like, you expected them to be good.
Yes, for a while, and then right at the end, I backed off. Like I should have just stuck with it.
That's what makes I want them to make the Super Bowl a lot, but just for you to have to live through, you called it and then you backed away from it, and it happened would be amazing.
Do you know how many Cowboys tweets I'm going to get if the Cowboys like, you don't get to celebrate, you weren't, and I'll be like, that's fine, I get it. I get you stuck with them way more than I did. Congratulations. Enjoy the victory. You know, I will say, if the Cowboys make it to the NFC Championship game, make it to the Super Bowl, win the Super Bowl, if that all happens, enjoy it.
I know what you're discussing with the euphoria real quick, but I did want to add this. One of our Tolos yesterday, Jonathan, and you know Jonathan, he's met us a couple different times. He asked us yesterday on Twitter, would the Cowboys, if they won the Super Bowl, would it overshadow what the Rangers did? And I was like, no, not for me.
I would love to say it would add to it.
It would add to this euphoria that you're talking about right now.
That's a good question, though.
It wouldn't, because it was the first time for me as a Rangers fan to experience that. Now, for a lot of people, it would be their first time as a Cowboys fan to experience
at this point, 50% of Cowboy fans, they have never experienced anything like great with the Cowboys.
And only 7% have ever been in stadiums.
Oh, my God. I know, Jerry. I know.
So passing the ball to you, Kevin, here is this in the last, let's take 25 years. So pretty much right around when Dirk Nowitzki comes to the Dallas Mavericks. Is this the first time since Dirk Nowitzki arrived from Germany that this is like the best time in Dallas-Fort Worth sports history?
I still think there is a period in 2011 that I thought was better. I know how it turns out, but there was a period in 2011 I thought was still better for now. Okay. I think this has an opportunity to overtake that because the Mavericks won the title. Dirk finally got his championship. And it felt like the Rangers were on a march to the inevitable. I realized that they weren't. The Rangers team was kicking ass and taking names. And so there's a big chunk of time in 2011 that I thought was probably better for now.
Were we 8-8 with the Cowboys? Was that the 8-8 years?
Let me go double check that. I think actually the Dallas Cowboys went on a win streak right before maybe the World Series or something that like that gave me optimism. Okay, here's how it played out. Because as soon as the Rangers lost the World Series, the Cowboys won 4 games in a row to jump up to 7-4. So you still had like some reason for hope. But you're right, is the Rangers won the World Series. That is never going to change. Dak might be the MVP. Luka might be the MVP. And the Cowboys look like they're going to be a threat. Now, whether or not that actually happens will influence my thought about this a lot. But I still think there was a period in 2011 that was better, but I'm
with you.
It's close.
I think that's a good compliment to this year to be like, this is a good year to compare. Obviously, in the 90s, the Mavericks were the worst franchise in all of sports. We barely had the Stars, right? The Stars are 93 or 94.
Yeah, I think 93, 94 was the season where they started.
So when they come from Minnesota, in your face, Minnesota. And the Rangers were just rangering it. They're right around 500, type of deal. So, Corey, what's your thoughts on how you're feeling in your sports pants? Because it's definitely not in your sports underwear.
This is my favorite time right now. I think that I can ever remember because of the high level each franchise has decided they wanted to put out there. We got to watch Corey Seager and Marcus Semien. We got to watch Aroldis Chapman. We got to watch Jacob deGrom for a minute. We got to watch Max Scherzer in the Rangers uniform. There were great players wearing the Rangers uniform, and then Nathan Eovaldi's entire run in the playoffs was just a blast. So that alone puts me in this place where I'm just like, we watched not just history but historic players as well. And then as you're saying about Luka, he's a historic player. He's a generational talent. It's a reality. Sure. Can they manage to put a good enough team around him has been the question and will continue to be the question until he's no longer here. And I don't know when that's going to be. So we're watching a historic player there. We're watching Dak have what I think by the end of it will be a historic year for him. It might be his best season. So my euphoria right now is this is the most fun I've had watching DFW sports, and it couldn't have come at a better time. Our ratings on the show have been great since January all the way through this year, and more people are going to be more excited about things and listening in and tuning in. And hey, all you Tolos and Twolos out there, welcome those new Twolos and Tolos that come along.
Two more things, and Mike likes it. A little bit of an update. The Wyatt Langford cards, now that I'm seeing finishing auctions on eBay, aren't going for as much as I thought. They still are. Okay. Just to give you an idea, his autograph card that is the same as Evan Carter's one that I collect. Evan Carter's one is about $150. Wyatt Langford's are ending at about $300. So they're about 2 times more expensive for your basic one, which I thought they would get bid up even more. I'm not telling you to buy them. I still think they're overpriced at this point, but they're not as overpriced as I might have made it out yesterday as I seeing them finish up their auctions. And then my last Mike likes it is had an interesting conversation with my wife this morning before I came to work. Is as she was about ready to walk out the door, she said, "Hey, just a reminder. I know I haven't told you, so the vets are coming. The veterinarian is coming to give the dogs their shots today, and they'll be they'll be here at 2:30. And what you need to do, make sure you don't forget, go into the refrigerator, and some of Ranger's poop is in there." And I was like, "What?" She's like, "Yeah, they need to look at his poop," and so I put it in Ziploc and then a Tupperware. So I'm like,
you're done with that Tupperware forever, right?
Yeah. So I'm like,
just making sure.
So we got a dog turd in our refrigerator right now.
I don't know how to feel about that.
Yeah, I guess at 2:30 I get to take the dog turd out of our refrigerator.
Does it smell like?
She made sure frozen. To Ziploc it and then Tupperware it. But I was like, can't we just leave it outside? Why do we have to refrigerate it? Heck, sometimes you leave the fruit out. We should refrigerate more fruit than we do the turds. All right, so that's Mike likes it.
I'm probably inclined to agree with that last part. We're the KNC masterpiece right here on
poop again. I'll go pick up poop in the backyard when I get home. This isn't the last poop he's ever going to have.
Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Top that.
Cowboys questions next.
Good news to the
DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where our good buddy Twolo Tasha has reminded us, find out if your company does matching programs for donations. You can still get involved with My Possibilities, Derek's 60 Feet 6, Jared's Swinging for a Cause. All kinds of awesome charities out there, and your company might do matching of your donations. So check that out before the year is up.
I do believe that our link, Kevin, if you wanted to donate to MP through us, you can still do that through the end of the year. I believe that's the case.
1053thefan.com/peaceathon.
You could help us get to 100,000.
Oh my God, that
this
takes
year.
so much pressure off next year.
Yeah, it's only going to take
12,000
more dollars, something like that.
Yeah. Make it happen.
Mike, go donate the last 12,000.
Okay.
Thanks, Mike.
There's no way.
My wife wants to test me for ADHD.
How is
What
she
do you
going to
think?
test you? Oh, you know what?
Because she has the test at her office.
It's interesting that
I
it's
think she
taken
should.
this long. It feels like you would have either thought that early in the marriage
Are you gonna do anything
not,
about it? or
not thought it at all.
If you have it, would you be like, I'm taking the medicine now?
I don't even know if they have medicine for it.
They definitely do.
I think it stunts your growth, though. It makes you really
You
short.
are as tall as you're ever going to be. Unless you get stilts or something. I knew that's what you were thinking. And by the way, Justin Jefferson said he's going to play on Saturday. Now it's time for the C
retired.
Block, starring Corey Majors.
All right.
What's in your corner?
Speaking of that, real quick, my you know the what's that new movie out?
Oh,
Hunger Games.
Leonardo
Napoleon.
DiCaprio.
Oh yeah.
Star Wars?
No, what?
Scorsese, Children of the.
Doesn't Leonardo
Midnight
DiCaprio sound
Sun.
like he would hang out with Lando Calrissian?
Yes.
I can see that.
Like, oh, it's Lando and Leonardo again.
There they are.
Is it Killers of the Flower Moon?
There you go.
There we go.
That movie is like 3.5 hours long.
My uncle found out that we are, like, our family is descendant of that tribe.
Oh.
Or he's thinking that we are part of the Osage tribe.
Cool.
So he's.
Are you saying Ice Age?
Osage.
Osage.
And they are.
Probably don't joke about that.
They swabbed my grandpa. For the the test. What's the test? The
23 and
genetic
the
test?
DNA test stuff.
Okay, yeah.
They swabbed him over the weekend, and I was like, now Grandpa's going to be on the grid. That's how they get you, man. That's how they get all your info.
And the COVID shot.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Well, the COVID
dude.
shot
What the
actually
hell,
that was
y'all.
the COVID shot was to
Jeez.
control whether or not the boys or girls are being born. Look at all the girls being born this year.
What is happening?
All right, back.
Is there a chip in it or something?
I don't
Stop
know.
it.
I think it just changes your DNA.
If I wanted Derek Holland back on the show, we'd make that happen.
All right, here you go.
I'm just kidding. I do
Cowboys
want
question.
Derek back
There's
on the
no
show.
way they could put a chip in liquid.
Did the win over the Eagles? You saw the
Stop
was
it.
A little spaceship.
Stop it.
Did the win over the Eagles resolve your worries about this Cowboys team? If not, what is their biggest weakness?
I hope this is an acceptable answer, and this is why I was kicking it around with Mickey, is winning games on the road. That's why I think the schedule is actually perfectly structured to make me not afraid of any team in the NFL except for the 49ers, is your next two games are on the road against playoff teams or playoff potential teams. If you win those two games, there is no team outside of San Francisco that I will think is better than the Cowboys.
I'm with you. I feel like it's San Francisco and Dallas. I understand the road situation. Maybe I'm not putting enough on the road situation. I get it. They've lost all 3 games on the road. They're perfect at home.
But further than that, I use the Philadelphia Eagles as my example. I realized 5 weeks had passed.
Right.
But the Cowboys had already gotten it handed to them by the 49ers, and they still lost to the Eagles on the road. Then they play them at home. They look like the far superior team to the Philadelphia Eagles. My concern is you've played 3 really, really good teams this year. I do not count the Seahawks. But even if you do count the Seahawks, home game, 1. Philly, home game, 1. The other 2, road game, Philly, San Francisco, you lost.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my concern. I know that's not a specific area, but I'm still concerned about that.
But you still have worries there.
I do.
Okay, all right. Can Stephon Gilmore do it again? He had probably his best game of the year against
see
A.J.
that.
Brown. and he said it was because of the old man, him being called an old man. Can he do it again this year?
How much faster is Stephon Diggs than A.J. Brown?
More elusive, I think. Yeah, he's quicker.
Like A.J. Brown's more physical.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't know the scouting report on Gilmore at 32, 33 years old. Is he better against physical receivers than quick, fast wide receivers?
I'll be honest. I think he's just really skilled at being around where the ball's going to be, and that's his best quality, I think. When the reason I asked this is A, Diggs, B, Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle coming up after that. Like, that's a big concern too. And Gabe Davis hasn't been bad this year, but that's been, that Buffalo offense has been a little wild.
Right.
But I'm wondering if he can continue this, or was that just a one-off more than anything else? Do you think that there's more of it?
I do think there's more of it.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay.
I do think that these next 2 weeks, especially if Tyreek Hill's healthy,
yeah.
I don't know if he's going to be healthy 2 weeks from now. They're different teams, right? Philadelphia is not throwing the ball as well as they did earlier in the year or last year. Buffalo right now, I guess they're hot because they beat Kansas City, even though that wasn't like a all-out like slugfest of offenses. I feel like we'll find out the next 2 weeks.
Okay.
I don't want to, just like when the Cowboys gave up a lot of points against Seattle and it looked like their defense was falling apart. And I said, hey, it is one game, and they were not good. I used a bad word yesterday when describing the defense against Seattle.
We had to dump it thanks to Chris Strong.
Yeah, I forgot that we were on the air. But I don't want to take this one game from Gilmore. Not that he's been bad. He hasn't been bad at all for the other games, but I don't want to take this one game where he took on a Pro Bowl / All-Pro receiver and was able to make his life very difficult and say, that's who he's going to be every game from now on at his age.
Yeah, that makes sense. What category do you put Jake Ferguson in right now? And I'm going to give you 3 categories. Jason Witten, Dalton Schultz, Jay Novacek.
I mean, I would argue he's in the Dalton Schultz category just because
he's like 7th in fantasy points at the tight end position.
Yeah, and like I can't put him in the Jason Witten category until we get further down the line, or he scores a touchdown runner with no helmet on, or something like that, And I think Dalton Schultz, and I think he can be better than Dalton Schultz for sure. But right now, I'd put him in the Dalton Schultz category.
I think he's better than Dalton. You're giving me 3 categories. Yeah. I'll go with Doug Crosby.
What? Okay.
Crosby.
What?
Number 84 in the 80s.
Are you adding a different category? Is that what's happening?
Yeah, there's usually A, B, C, and D.
So you have taken it on yourself to create a new category to Corey's question?
I'm okay with that, actually.
What the hell?
That's perfectly okay. Do you want to add a new category?
I feel like over the last 4 or 5 weeks, he's better than Dalton Schultz. But if we're including the whole season, we have to Dalton Schultz him. But
I also think sometimes people lose sight of Dalton
Witten's
Schultz
like a top 5
good here.
tight end of all time. So I'm not putting him in that category.
And then somebody from the 214, Jason Witten, was overrated. Y'all love him, though.
What?
Well, he's going to go in the Hall of Fame, most likely.
He's rated exactly where he was supposed to be.
Yeah. I am so flustered by him adding a category. I'm going to stick with the Dalton Schultz category.
Okay, all right. Dalton Schultz, that's fine.
Hey, old Cowboy fans, was it Cosby or Crosby? It's Crosby, right?
Bing Crosby, right?
Yeah, he sung songs.
Like what? Tell me one song.
No, I don't know. Have Yourself a Merry Little Christmas? Did he do that? Did he Bing that one? Isn't that his name? Bing Crosby.
What else do you know about Bing Crosby?
He did Swinging on a Star.
He's not a good person.
White Christmas, Pistol Packin' Mama.
What? How does that song go?
Don't worry about that.
Okay.
She's a pistol packing mama.
Man, that's a really up-to-date beat for Bing Crosby times.
I binged it.
I do when Chris Collinsworth said that Jake Ferguson was the enforcer, I kind of lost it for a second. I was like, nobody's ever thought that way. Nobody's ever thought, oh my gosh, You better not do that. Jake Ferguson's going to come after you.
Yeah.
But hopefully that's the future.
He's very physical. He's more physical than Dalton Schultz. And so it seems like he can
He's
break
got an
a
attitude,
tackle.
too. He does have an attitude, and I like that.
I agree he's more physical than Dalton Schultz.
And what did he tell us during Peace-a-thon? He was like, I want to be, you can either be the one getting hit or the one hitting back. And I want to be the one that's hitting back. It's a physical sport.
He also told us they were going to celebrate in the bucket.
And they did.
Yep.
Just like he promised.
Yep.
Then he was like, I better not tell y'all too much.
That's also true.
Are the Cowboys the second best team in the NFL? That's actually for another segment.
Yes,
Kevin.
that's the next segment.
Will Brandon Aubrey break the single game record for field goals before the regular season ends?
What's the record? Probably
the
not.
record is 8 field goals in one game.
Really?
By Rob Baronis in 2007, October 21st, 2007.
He won the MVP of the NFL
In
that
a
year.
38-36 win over the Houston Texans, he made field goals of 52, 25, 21, 30, 28, 43, 29, and 29 yards.
Do you know if they won that game?
The record came as time expired following a 63-yard drive in the final minute led by Kerry Collins. And Kevin, yes, a 38-36 win over the Houston Texans.
Wow. I do not believe he will
5
break that
other
record.
kickers have kicked 7 field goals in one
I
game.
believe he will kick 7 in
If you
Billy
would have asked
Cudniff-
this in the first 5 weeks of the season, I'd say he has a chance with our red zone offense.
True, but it's gotten dramatically better.
Billy Cudniff and Chris Bonio.
Those are both Cowboys.
Yeah.
Both have kicked 7 field goals in one game. One against the Giants and one against the Packers. And was the one against the Packers, was that the one that spurned the bounty gate or the bounty game? Because
Don't know.
I can't remember what it was. Yeah, but there you go. So he has not gotten to 7 yet. Can he make 8 or 9 and set the record?
No.
At
Because we were too busy scoring touchdowns.
Yeah.
Do you accept that as an answer?
I will accept that as an answer. But do we want to give up all of our touchdown plays? I say we just kick field goals for the rest of the season.
No, I'm not going into these next 2 weeks going, well, we can't use all the touchdown plays because what are we going to use after that? I mean, no.
So you'd rather use all the field goal plays in the playoffs because we have no more touchdown plays.
What in the world makes people think that because you scored a touchdown on a play and used it, you can't use it again? We didn't complete a pass and go, can't do that anymore.
How many times have you seen the Cowboys run the same touchdown play this year?
I'll have to go back and research that. I feel like I've seen
Probably a few.
Yeah. I feel like I've
But
seen
do you
it.
know? You said
I
probably.
have
You
no
said you
clue.
don't know.
I can't remember all
So
the
at the
touchdowns.
moment-
I don't
Is there
know.
any way anybody remembers all the touchdowns?
I'm sure
Roddice
somebody.
might.
I'm sure Bobby does.
That's true.
He's like, look
especially
at what,
all the Dak ones.
He's like, look at what Dak just did again.
From the 940, this feels so hurtful. Not gonna lie, I forgot Kerry Collins was a person. They didn't say football player.
Just a
They said
person.
they forgot Kerry Collins was a person.
Penn State.
Carolina.
Carolina.
So,
I think it was UNC.
so
I don't
hurtful.
think so.
I think Kerry. Did he not go to UNC?
I'll bet you $1 he went to Penn State.
He went to Penn State. I don't think I knew that.
Well, do you take the bet or not? I know I messed up the way I asked that.
What did you just say?
Do you take the bet?
Yeah, UNC's Michael
He
Jordan.
did go to Penn State.
I think you're
I'm glad I didn't
confusing
bet on
Michael
that.
Jordan with Kerry Collins.
There's no way. You
That's
weren't
it.
right.
That's it, Mike. Thank you.
Yeah. Or were you thinking of Sam Perkins?
It was Michael Jordan.
James
It was
Worthy.
definitely Michael Jordan.
Keep going down the
Kerry
line.
Collins.
J.R. Reed.
Tyler Hansborough. Yeah, let's just keep going down the list.
Rasheed Wallace.
Stop
Jesse
it!
Hawley.
Stop it!
Clyde.
Actually,
Drexler.
I can't stop you because it's the C block. I have
Hey,
no authority.
I
over
found
this.
out what happened to my forearm.
Hold on, Mike. I got another
Oh.
question. You had a whole segment to do that.
Yeah.
Has Mike McCarthy found the right balance with Pollard and Dowdle?
I think he has.
It's
I really
so
do.
good right now.
And CeeDee Lamb.
No, yeah, that helps. Like
He
that's,
runs.
I
He runs
know.
the ball like once a
He
game.
does, and Turpin.
It's true.
He gets to feed everybody.
I love you guys so much.
Lot of mouths.
I'm gonna start changing it to that. I thought that
Hold on, did you say you're gonna start changing it to I love you guys?
I
I
am.
like it.
I thought that Tony Pollard, even though if the stats don't necessarily reflect it, I thought that was one of Tony Pollard's best games because of the burst he hit the hole with, and it felt like better vision in that game.
By the way, the 4-2-5, a lot of people texting this in. This is wild. That Bonio game was a Monday Night Football game in 96. Me and my dad went to the game but didn't see it because we bought from a scalper. Apparently, over 100 tickets were sold for the same 4 seats.
Oh. So you sat in their laps?
Yeah, like how did y'all manage?
He said he didn't get to see it.
Because he might have been like the guy who had the people in his laps.
So you think he would be sitting in that person's lap facing him? Is that what you're putting out?
No. If I have, let's just do the math here.
Okay. Do the math.
There's 25 people per seat.
Uh-huh.
So it's kind of like Yertle the Turtle, if you've read that to your kid before. Like, there's certain ones that can see. The guy who's number 25 can see the game.
Yeah.
Maybe
So you
even
wouldn't
24.
be able to move your head left or
Not
right.
if you're like numbers 1 through 5.
Dude, and
you're
you know
screwed.
what? And there,
Why would you let all those people sit on top of you?
You have the same ticket. The ticket person's like, you have to sit here.
No. If you have the same ticket, Mike, and you go to a sporting event, you're not going to go, oh, well, or figure something else. So you're going to be like, well, guess I'm sitting on your lap, brother.
That's how I used to do it. We used to
What?
cheat and I went to Texas Stadium back in the 80s. We had 4 tickets. I would be the 5th. They were tear-off tickets. You know, there weren't computers in the 80s. And so
there definitely were computers
at Texas Stadium.
in the 80s.
there weren't
I
computers.
didn't say
there
that.
Were computers
There was
until
definitely
1984.
computers in the
Kevin.
1980s.
There were not computers when Steve Pallur was our quarterback.
1984 was the first time we had.
And so
That's not right.
we would hand them 4 tickets, and I would be the 5th, and they would just rip them, and I would walk in, and my dad was like, if there's not a seat available right next to us, I'll sit in his lap. Most of the time, there were 20,000 empty seats. But when there wasn't a seat available around us, I would sit in his lap.
Mike? How old were you?
6 to 9 years old.
That is a different deal than a whole bunch of adults piling on top of each other
Just
like
think
Yertle
about-
the Turtle.
think about
You tell
this,
me,
too.
we go to a Cowboy game in a few weeks. We go to the Detroit. We win the tickets from our station. Somehow we both have section 110, row J, seat 10.
I'm not sitting in your lap, and you're not sitting in my lap.
Well, what are we supposed to do? There's no seats available.
Yeah, what are you going to stand the whole time?
Go to standing room only.
You're
You-
going?
You would rather
What if
sit
standing room only sold out?
there's more space. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. God, I really do love
Mike's
you
on to
guys.
something from the 2940. That's
No,
back in the 90s
no.
when safety didn't matter. Remember, you could sit in the back of your dad's truck back in the 90s?
Yeah, I rode in plenty of trucks. And not in the truck, in the bed.
I used to ride like
But
on
the
that.
people don't do that anymore.
On the highway
But
from
they don't
Duncanville
do that
to Arlington.
anymore. When's the last time you saw a kid in a bed of a truck riding down the highway?
Got to be in the country.
Okay, in the city. Fair point. It's been a long time, right?
Sorry, I threw your pen on the floor. Yeah, I remember sitting in Grandma's car, and I would sit in that the back window. You know that section right above the back seat. I just lay down and sleep up there like a cat.
I don't know what happened. We're the KNC Masterpiece.
Great segment.
Was
Corey.
it? Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next.
That's my favorite one today.
Time. I love you guys. Time to power rank the NFL
I
power
love you too. I'm
rankings.
going to give you a hug.
Are the Cowboys the second best team in the NFL? 877-881-1053. We'll do that next right here on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, guys, let's talk about Men's Tea Clinic. How about getting a gift for yourself this holiday season?
Make those power rankings and find out if you think the Dallas Cowboys are second in all of the NFL lands. But Corey, you have some interesting MLB news for us, do you not?
Yeah, Ken Rosenthal and Fabian Ardaya are saying that Yamamoto's meeting with the Dodgers yesterday at Dodger Stadium featured Mookie Betts, Freddie Freeman, and Shohei Ohtani. So they were all there to pitch to Yamamoto that the Dodgers is the place to be. And Kevin, after finding out the genius $2 million that they have to pay him, that gives the Dodgers plenty of ammunition and plenty of money to spend on Yamamoto if they want to. So this is fascinating.
That's unbelievable. If they got both of those players, man.
Well, I mean, supposedly also we have MLB Network on. They're going to try to make a strong pitch for Josh Hader too.
Okay, and so the interesting thing, and I want to get back to Hader in just 1 second. The interesting thing about Yamamoto is I wonder if Shohei has discussions with him about the potential endorsement and other money that can come in that would incentivize him to also kind of backload his contract like Shohei did and save the Dodgers even more money towards the tax.
I heard Harold Reynolds talking about this a little bit the day that Shohei signed on MLB Network, and he said, boy, if Yamamoto goes there, and this was before the rumor obviously today, he said, he'll just be an afterthought there. Like, there won't be any pressure on him. The pressure will be on Shohei. It'll be on Betts. You have Freddie Freeman. It'll just be like he won't be a major talking point on that team. And a lot of times that's not a bad thing when you're coming over to the major leagues for your first time, that you're on a great team and you're not having to take on the load of, are you the savior of the organization?
Yeah. That's an interesting point as well. And Josh Hader there makes more sense than that nonsense about going to the Mets.
That's so like the agent. I don't know who Josh Hader's agent is. I don't have it pulled up, but what a fake report. And I mean, I guess you have to put it up if you're MLB Network, but I'm like, they just signed a $20 million a year closer. And they said for the next
rebuild.
Yeah. For the next 2 years, we're not going to try to win. So let's have 2 closers on the team while we lose 90 games.
CAA Sports.
Yeah, but they're just trying to draw up New York interest. They're trying to we have to get Cohen is willing to pay $20 million for a closer. It seems like nobody else is right now, which I don't know. I don't know what Hader's number possibly could come down to. Maybe it stays at $20 million, but if it starts coming down a little bit, I wonder if the Rangers bite at a $15 million number or a $17 million number.
I think 15 for sure. 17, I would be intrigued by that. All right. We're time to power rank the power rankings. Would you like to go with, and I have another question, The Athletic, NFL.com, or ESPN?
This is a tough one. ESPN.
I was thinking the same thing.
Oh.
We're on the same wavelength today.
Now, I want to ask y'all before we get, oh my God, are you popping and locking?
We're waving.
And Chris too, thanks a lot, buddy. You've picked your side.
Picked the right side.
No, you did not.
You picked the fun side.
That's fair. If you were making the power rankings, where would you have the Cowboys? And then we'll dive into ESPN.
Power rankings, I would have the Cowboys at 2.
Same.
I would too.
2.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because they haven't played the Ravens, and the Ravens are really good, man.
Sure.
And I don't know if you watched much of Lamar Jackson throwing in the game against the Rams, but his throws were fantastic. He had some very good throws, but I would put the Cowboys right behind San Francisco, and San Francisco deserves what they have at the moment.
So you go San Francisco 1, Dallas 2,
Baltimore 3.
Okay, I think I would as well, and that is actually how ESPN plays out. So ESPN goes San Francisco 1, Dallas 2, and the Baltimore Ravens 3. And I
have no clue.
Okay, we'll get to that in a second, but I want to point out, we talk about how the Cowboys were a universal top 5 team. The top 3 is now set. It's just in slightly different order. So The Athletic has San Francisco 1, Dallas 2, Baltimore 3, just like ESPN. And the NFL flips it up just a little bit. San Francisco 1, Baltimore 2, and the Cowboys 3. But all 3 of those spots have those as the top 3 teams. San Francisco, Dallas, and Baltimore. You said no idea where to go from there.
Because Miami lost.
They did?
Kansas City lost.
They did.
Philadelphia lost.
They did.
I guess they'll go. No,
It is
Philadelphia's
one of
lost
those.
back
Did
to
Detroit
back.
win? Oh, you said it's one of those teams?
It is one of those teams. Detroit is not there.
Did they win this week,
I
though?
thought they lost too, didn't they?
Yeah, they lost to the Bears.
Oh, that's right. They stink.
I'll go with Philadelphia being at 10-3.
Philadelphia is number 4 in all of these. And so, so for ESPN, for example, it goes Philly, Miami, Detroit. They have the Chiefs down at 7. The NFL goes Philly, Miami, Kansas City with Detroit at 7. And the Athletic changes it up a lot.
Okay.
They've got Philly 4. They have the Buffalo Bills 5.
I'm interested. I was thinking about this. I hope it doesn't happen. But if Buffalo beats Kansas City, which they did, and then they beat Dallas.
Cowboys, yeah.
I was wondering, all of a sudden Buffalo becomes what you'd consider a real contender.
Yes.
That it would be tough to catch Miami, but they do get to play Miami later in the year.
That's the last game of the season for them. And I know they lost, but they would say, hey, we lost the Eagles by 3, then beat the Chiefs, then beat the Cowboys.
Yeah.
And then the next 2 weeks are not particularly difficult for them at all because they have the Chargers and the Patriots before they round back up and play the Dolphins to finish out the regular season.
I have the quarterback power rankings pulled up.
Ooh, okay. Tell me about it.
Do you guys want to guess or just tell?
I am going to go.
This is from CBS Sports, by the way.
Okay. I'm going to say Purdy is number 1 despite the discussion we've had about MVP odds and Dak being 1.
You are correct.
Dak 2.
Dak is number 2. He was number 3 last week, so he goes from 2 to 3. So number 1, Brock Purdy. Number 2, Dak Prescott. Number 3 is.
I think it's Josh Allen. Josh Allen is.
Really?
I know everybody hates on his interceptions. The dude scores points.
Who I was going to say Mahomes.
Mahomes after that crappy output. I know it's not on him, but it's still.
It's Josh Allen.
Oh my goodness,
dude! I told you who's the number. Go look at fantasy points right now, and Josh Allen's the number 1 scorer. I don't know, not for every league, but
it says here,
he scores.
One of the sentences: every play is a fireworks display, for better or worse.
Yes, that's a fact.
With Josh Allen, number 4 is.
I'm saying Lamar then.
You got it.
Hated on my Mahomes pick.
Number 5 is Corey.
I guess I'll go with Mahomes there.
Mahomes is 6.
All right.
He was 5 last week. Dropping 3 spots is Jalen Hurts to number 5.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, I totally forgot.
Sense.
Because the Cowboys made him look so bad, I forgot he was an MVP candidate.
That's true.
Rounding out your top 10, Tua T is 7. Matthew Stafford is 8. Russell Wilson is now in the top 10 at number 9.
Look, man, I've apologized a couple times, but that thing keeps chugging along and fighting for a playoff spot. So good for them.
Moving up 5 spots, because this is going to be interesting. Most likely they're going to have the first pick in the draft. Justin Fields is now considered a top 10 quarterback in the NFL because of injuries. I'm not saying that he is, but when you start looking at people that are now out of this list because of injuries, they have Justin Fields at number 10 now in the NFL. I do think that's a little bit high for him, but
that does feel high. I mean, I know clearly they've been playing better. I'm sorry if you just said this. Where's CJ Stroud then?
Well, he
got hurt, so he's off the list.
Yeah. Okay, even though he might still play. Okay.
Well, I'm looking real quick. Aiden O'Connell is 32. Bryce Young is 31.
Who's the back? Is Davis Mills still the backup?
Davis Mills, 24. That's who they rank as the Houston Texans quarterback.
Right.
So
because he didn't practice today for CJ Stroud. So
regarding one thing that I did say earlier before the season regarding Justin Fields, I said that I thought having DJ Moore would be huge for him, and DJ Moore has had a fantastic season. He could be even better. But that's where I still think if you surround Justin Fields with better talent, that team is better, or he is better.
I would be inclined to agree with that.
It's interesting because you said, where's CJ Stroud? Because they're projecting he would play. Geno Smith didn't play.
Or he could play. I don't know what the projection is.
They're projecting Geno Smith will play, I guess, because it was kind of it was a Thursday injury that he had at practice. They have him at 15. So it's just interesting how they choose.
Okay.
So you're not going to rank Drew Lock because you think Geno is going to play against the Eagles, which is good news for us.
Yeah, for sure.
But they don't have C.J. Stroud ranked anymore because I guess the injury, he didn't finish the game. And I guess they're projecting, at least as of today, they're projecting that he won't be the starting quarterback this week.
Kevin, I'm going to have to get this audio.
Oh.
Because this tweet, the annual Microsoft Excel Championships went down this weekend.
What?
I have no clue. I didn't know that was a thing.
I feel like
But now that we know this, it sounds like a sport. Excel is a sport. There's audio from the championships.
And it sounds like a golf event. Like, oh, this is the Microsoft Excel Championships in Houston, Texas.
That's a great point.
It does, but evidently it's
a
how good can you use Microsoft Excel in 46 seconds or something.
Hey, look, if they had the house cleaning Olympics, I want to know about this as well. I really, really do.
If they had how to get blocked on internet, I won that because I can't get on Hoops Hype or CBS.
Hey, where was Jake Browning on your list? Do you remember?
That's a good question. It's not my list. It's CBS. Number 19. Right behind, right ahead of. Hey, it's Tommy DeVito.
I can't do that on the Twitch cam.
We're the KNC masterpiece.
Isn't that what the Mafia did or something?
What do you think that
Stop
means?
doing that, Mike. Stop.
Okay, well, there you go.
Stop that. It's FCC.
I didn't do the
violation.
middle fingers. Oh, I did that. That's what I might. When you were saying 3 different things, I did my fingers and left the middle one for the last number 1.
Yeah. What were you saying in that moment too? That they should say for kickers. It's like it's a kicker. It should be a 3 something instead of
because Mickey said touche and I said no 3 shay.
3 shay. Yeah. So he turned his mic off, and while Corey's asking a question, he goes, "Hey, ask him if it should be 3 shay because it's a kicker." I can't believe
you have a microphone. You
got
can
that
ask
question
him.
out.
So I feel like at times I disrupt the show enough.
Yes.
And I feel like I want to do it even more, but I just want to pass the ball and be like, here's another disruptor.
Just somebody to do it.
Hey, Corey, do this thing. We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Colos, I'm here to bring you the good news. Cousins Barbecue has expanded their all-you-can-meat deal. Now it's Monday to Saturday, 6 days a week, all day.
12 games over the next 4 days, back to back to back at AT&T Stadium every single day. And I don't know if their server crashed or what. I can't get further updates. But the last I saw, in the Division I 1A six-man championship. Gordon is leading Westbrook 70-20 in the third quarter. So I feel like they've probably got that wrapped up. On
it is a final.
Okay,
Light
it is
70-20 is your final. Gordon is state champions.
15-0 season right there. I always think this is a cool time of year, especially since we got to go and cover so much playoff football. Have you ever been out there for any of these extravagant? There's a lot of people.
I've been to the girls' basketball final.
Okay.
Sunnyvale was in that. That was a lot of fun in San Antonio.
Yeah, absolutely. What about you guys? Have y'all?
Oh, yeah.
Broadcasted games.
Yes.
Like for Coppell.
Yes.
In the plus. Very exciting. Ted Emmerich and I doing that. And it goes back and forth, the emotions of the game. And, you get to know the kids a little bit and their families and stuff. It's a lot of fun. And you can see why everybody's so invested in it, though.
The tough part about it can be when you get to know the kids and the families is you're not supposed to root, but inevitably.
Oh, no, we were Coppell's broadcasters. Yeah. I was such a homer.
See, I had to work.
Like that. You ever heard Dave Lapham with the Cincinnati Bengals?
Yes.
Go, yes, go, yes, boom, yeah.
That was like you.
Teddy's all professional, and I'm like, go, yes, go, and block, and I'm that guy.
It's amazing. If you've never gotten to go out there, it's fantastic. Saturday, obviously, will be the big dogs, but we got to do Friday Night Stars, where we would broadcast from the Star in Frisco, and then they sent us out for the state championship. So we're on air doing the show.
You and Eric.
And Kyle Yeomans and Heckma Harrison. Heckma Harrison, who's also doing stuff with DallasCowboys.com as well. And we were doing the show live at the end of Duncanville North Shore during the Hail Mary.
The Hail Mary? So the very first one.
Yes. And it was incredible. I mean, obviously, we're going for Duncanville at the time. We want the DFW school to win, but we've got to try and be unbiased. So play happens. We're just blown away. I'm like, well, they got to review it. They got to review it. My bias was definitely leaking into the broadcast a little bit, but it's amazing.
Part 5 of that matchup in the last 6 years is Saturday.
And I didn't even honestly realize that. That is crazy, dude. North Shore just keeps cranking them out, as does your Duncanville. Are you going to be there?
Duncanville's only won one.
They won the last one, though.
Yeah. Because at some point last year, I was like, if we lose again, I'm never watching another high school football game. I can't do this anymore. It's the Buffalo Bill kind of thing. You're just like, somehow, some way, something happens. The kid who's a running back at Fresno State.
Jaquindon Jackson?
Yeah, he was the quarterback who they were going to beat North Shore easily. Then he gets hurt in the semifinal game, tears his knee up, and they have to start a freshman in the state championship game. Like, there was no chance of winning at that point, and they got blown out in that one. That was the only, I think, blowout of the series. But, it's I've never brought us. You've been around a long time. I know there's been been teams that have been to the state championship game quite a few times, but for two teams, 5 out of 6 years to meet each other. Like, I don't remember this ever happening in high school football. I understand Allen would go on a run or whatever, Plano, Judson, but not a run like this. Two teams at the same time.
Even when Plano was there, or Judson, or Permian, or it's never been anything like this at the highest level. At 2 or 3A, I would have to go back and check on that.
Yeah, I tell you what, though. And what's amazing, I think, Mike, you were talking about yesterday with South Oak Cliff.
Yeah, 3 in a row now.
3 in a row.
After DISD couldn't do anything.
Forever. And now, and good luck to the Golden Bears.
I mean, we got a chance back-to-back years, DeSoto, Duncanville, and South Oak Cliff.
And DeSoto would be the real state champs. I hate to admit it, right? But they won 49-35 earlier in the year. So if DeSoto wins their championship game, you'd have to say nationally, DeSoto and Duncanville will be ranked nationally if they both win their championships. But DeSoto should be ranked higher.
Does Duncanville still have cool uniforms? Are they rolling out?
They're rolling out a lot of all whites now with red. Okay. As this, like the numbers are red, the pants are white.
Yeah, SMU looking.
That's what I was wondering.
They do D-ville on the side.
They do the Ville? Is that what they say on the
D-ville.
front? D-ville? There you go. I like this. Good deal.
That sounds about right. I'm just kidding, Mike. I'm just kidding.
I don't know.
How awkward do you think it's going to be?
It's hard to do a show with these people over to our left.
Are you kidding me? Have you heard this show before, Broadus? It's hard to do a show with us.
I was just. There's always things you have to deal with along the way. That's what I'm saying.
I'm always trying to keep it on the path.
Oh my good night,
Mike! I applaud what you're doing. I listen to your show a lot. I like what you're doing.
I like what Mike does. MVP.
You know what, Eric, I'm on your side now. I get why he makes you so mad sometimes. I do. I really do.
You know, Mike's always saying, "Stay in line, guys."
Yeah,
that's always his line.
Definitely. Hey, how awkward do you think it's going to be when the Bulls have their first ever Ring of Honor and Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen are there together?
Are they going to show?
Oh, that's
it'd be awkward,
awesome.
yeah.
That's happening?
Yes.
I bet
They're putting Scotty in at the same time.
Yes, they are.
Luke Longley, too?
I'm
They're not
surprised.
giving Michael Jordan their own day?
Yeah, I'm surprised Jordan didn't insist on being a class of one in the initial class.
Man, that's a good point.
But no, that will be awkward. I'm sure it'll be awkward for quite a few people, in that.
That's probably true.
In that group, because they're going to bring a lot of the alumni back around, I'm sure, to celebrate that night. And maybe that'll be a good opportunity for Jordan to apologize to those people.
I feel like they could have staggered this differently, to y'all's point, is Scottie Pippen, Michael Jordan, Phil Jackson are all going in. Right on. Tony Kukoc is also going in that first class. I feel like we probably could have distinguished a little bit between Kukoc and the rest of the team.
Is that GM going in too? That they
yes, Jerry Krause.
Holy
Jerry
crap.
Krause
He's
is
dead, though,
inducted
right?
as well. Yeah, I'm sure he'll have family representative or something along.
Or AI Jerry Krause.
I wonder how much
Hey,
family
that'd be
representative.
Hey, Heggie,
MJ
10 games on that suspension, they think, in the league, by the way. Reached out to some guys.
Draymond.
10 games?
10 games, yeah. I know you guys were gambling on it. 10 games is what my NBA guys are saying.
Does that
There you go.
feel... You guys said 2 or 3.
I said it should be 10.
Oh, okay.
No less than 3.
Oh, boy.
That was
heard
my
the
thought.
segment.
10.
He was
Repeat
the only one who said
offender is
10.
the
He
word
said
everybody's
20.
using. Repeat offender.
I thought 30.
The betting odds have 21 to 30 as a slight odds, but I obviously trust your guys' broadest. And
yeah.
10 makes, I guess it makes sense that it would go up, but at some point in the same season, you definitely try a back fist on somebody, and then you put somebody in a chokehold, and you're like, 10 games.
Yeah. Maybe 25.
This is going to turn out to be
It'll be a range between. I could see as many as 25.
Lifetime ban.
Yeah, because
would be shocking.
he's not showing any inclination towards being held accountable. It's just getting worse.
Did you hear his post game? He's like, hey, this is what I can't believe that happened. This is an accident.
He was flopping, he said, right?
No, he said
You can't let him get away with that.
Doesn't flop, so he
Yeah.
waves his arms around.
You'll be on the right path when he says, I get in these moments and I do crazy things and I try to make it look like an accident and I'm sorry. I need to get a hold of it.
And that's what Nurkic said. He needs help. I hope whatever's going on in his life
He's
gets
had
better.
some fantastic moments in his career where he's been a terrific teammate and, really gotten control and been more disciplined in these moments. But this is as bad as it's been. This is rock bottom, and hopefully he can get out of it. But I think he's got such a toxic relationship with winning and losing, and them not being as great is getting him down, putting him in a bad place.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always, Heggie. Thanks so much for asking. No guest today as Baldy is at the White House. So we'll find out tomorrow at 4:20
behind Valley Ranch.
what Baldy has going on. But
awesome.
I think a different White House
Oh,
brought us.
no, he's at the one behind Valley Ranch.
That's just Pure Gold.
He's mowing the lawn.
That should have been kept as a monument, just like the sportatorium.
Is it still there? Can you take pictures of that house?
There's a plaque there for all to come see.
Awesome.
Take a
I'd
black
set it up
light
as a
there.
museum.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Have tours.
Yeah, instead of like a red carpet, you put a white carpet
Paco's
going
over
to
there
it.
cutting the yard right now.
Yeah.
That was his real name.
Get some of those gals Brian went to see for his birthday last night dancing in the living room.
I want for my birthday.
Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. It sounds like it's going to be a fun one. We've been the KNC
Hotel
Masterpiece.
sheets are clean less than that place.
Good night. Make your way back with us tomorrow.
Like the Bulls are done putting people in after they're an annual one, right? Like we did it. We're done. Our organization sucks.
Jerry
Kirk
Reinsdorf.
Heinrich, bro.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Take another shot at Dez, Kevin.
I didn't take a shot at
You hate
Dez.
Dez.
No, I did
Can't
not.
believe you, bro.
You are officially a masterpiece. Thanks for listening and supporting the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bosch Power Tools and AutoFlex Leasing.
DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're feeling great. The truckwreck.com fan text is open for you. There's Brian Broaddus back at you again here with the white LSU sweater. He's rocking it as per usual, representing the university. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup here at Mass Control. LA Live coming up at 5:49. Woolchuck and Chia follow. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video, and along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through The Fan. It is a back-to-work Wednesday.
Yeah.
And we're excited to hear what Brian has to say about the Cowboys taking on what the Bills offense coming up at 2:40.
And I'm going to give you a little Carl Davis, little scouting report of a gentleman you're going to need to know while you deal with injuries to one of your defensive tackles.
Big boy, Carl Davis.
You're going to need to learn about Carl Davis, practice squad player for the Dallas Cowboys.
I'm going to give you a little Bill Belichick right now.
You don't give a damn.
I'm getting ready for Kansas City. You see him?
Yeah.
He's they're asking him about reports he's getting fired.
Yeah.
And he had another epic Rasheed Wallace, Marshawn Lynch, Bill Belichick presser where he just repeats the same thing over and over again. And looking forward to hearing that audio. It's just bubbling up right now on NFL Twitter.
Yeah, we'll probably run that in the finest later on this afternoon. But I do wonder, like, who's more impressive in those scenarios? The guy up at the mic who's just going back to the well every single time, or is it the reporters who get denied and then the next one's like, all right, my turn.
Yes.
And then the next one's like, all right,
I want in. I'm going
it's
viral.
my turn.
I think it's the reporters.
I think it's a reporter.
Respect all around, though.
If he's gonna be that way, and you know this is probably the last campaign that he's gonna have with you, just go all in.
I'm asking it every damn time.
Push the chips in. Just try and draw them offside.
They should have done. They should have.
Make him mad.
See, they should have collaborated as a media group and just said, this is all we're doing.
Yeah.
And for 10 to 15 minutes, all we're going to hear Belichick say is, we're on to Kansas City.
Yeah.
We're on to Kansas City. Don't ask it about another player. Don't ask anything. Just pepper him about his job status and just be like, okay, thanks for your time, Bill.
I would definitely go that route, and I'd make it to where you have the question, but just rephrase it in a different way. But it ends up being the same question, and then maybe finish this thing off with you asking the final question. And that way the thing will last for 2 minutes, and that will really.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Now, all right, listen, guys. This is what we're going to do.
06.
All right, Archer, you're going to ask David Moore. You'll get the first one. Archer, and then Chiafalo, you're our last guy.
I'll come over the top.
140. Make sure you just draw it out. You know.
Man, you guys are
bring up all the old stuff.
You guys are mean. This guy's a legend. He's having to answer questions about getting fired here after bringing the city 6 Super Bowls.
All the things
they can't even keep this quiet.
He also brought him a Fat Patricia offense. Okay, I mean,
got
come
rid
on.
of Tom Brady.
That takes away at least one Super
Bench
Bowl.
Malcolm Butler. What the hell was that guy doing?
Yeah.
You guys are heartless. Yeah. Bill Belichick.
Yeah.
So how many wins does he have? What would you say if the Cowboys hired him? Would you be ticked off?
You know what? It's
like,
funny.
man,
It's funny you ask that question because that thought has gone through my head before.
Yeah, I mean,
because how often do you have? And there is a great relationship between the Joneses and Bill Belichick.
Absolutely.
I mean, a great one to the point where, like, could Jerry even help himself? You know, like
he's available.
Bill's available.
The problem is there's not a good relationship between Bill Belichick and a functioning working offense. And that's what would really concern me. Be like, okay, defensively, we might be chill here, man. We're going to lose a bunch of games.
Absolutely.
I mean, they've lost games where they give up 10 points or something.
I mean, if you're Jerry and you know, for whatever reason, the bottom fell out of the season, you could maybe convince Bill, if he didn't have a better opportunity, I'll be the head coach and DC, but we're going to have an OC and a real GM. And under that situation, I think I might like the idea.
He'd bring back his guy McDaniels.
Isn't Dan Quinn under the same situation, though?
What do you mean?
Well, as far as if he were to be the head coach, he's going to have to hire an OC, right?
Yeah, for sure. But Dan Quinn doesn't have a recent track record of having just complete ineptitude when it comes to hiring that. Like he's at least Dan Quinn has on his resume, I hired Kyle Shanahan before the world knew for sure that he was a freaking Jedi.
Hey, and somebody on my staff fixed your offense at bye week.
Yeah.
We're doing things right over here with this. I think that would be the nightmare. Like if you lose Dan Quinn and the season went bad and you don't trust Mike McCarthy, now you got to start from scratch with a coaching staff. And I don't know if the Joneses understand what exactly has fallen into their lap here over the last 6 weeks.
Yeah, there's no chance. Belichick ain't coming to Dallas. But I don't know. I don't know if they. I mean, I think that they're very satisfied with what Mike McCarthy's doing.
Yes, right now. Right now, yeah. But how quickly can things change?
Yeah, I mean,
the Eagles lost 2 in a row. They want everybody fired.
Right now, the sky's falling. I mean, you have an ugly loss in the postseason again. We're going to be having a very different.
You're about to get Buffalo, who like people are the way they're talking. They expect Buffalo to win, and then Miami, if they get healthy, could beat you. Both those games on the road, we could be looking at 2 losses and like, is Mike McCarthy's seat heating up real quick? And
could be.
About 10 days.
All right, in 2 weeks, could this be like what Philadelphia's going through right now?
Yeah, sure,
absolutely.
I mean, I guess, but I'm not predicting that because I don't think they're going to lose necessarily because of. I mean, I don't think their offense is going to be a big problem here. I mean, the last time you saw this team struggle is because their defense was getting tore up and the offense was scoring 41 points.
Yeah, if they
versus Seattle.
If they were to lose, though. Would people
they'll look through the reality will say it's not Mike's fault probably, but that's how narratives get spun up.
Yeah.
Well, I guess
you lose and people
that's what I'm
come
saying.
up with reasons that you
suck. It might not be the offense's fault, but if they lose, people are going to say, "Oh, well, here we go, 5th seed."
For sure,
have to go on the road. If you can't win, they can't beat anybody.
They'll start saying, "We'll see how it finishes in the playoffs," and then if you lose like. What two in a row in December, and then you're out in divisional round. You've lost 3 of your last 5 games or something like that. I could see it.
Yeah, well, because ultimately, if they lose, I mean, even if it's not necessarily because their offense was a problem, like they could lose their offense was good, but they probably lost somewhere along the way because McCarthy did something stupid from a game management standpoint.
Clock management issue.
Go lose to the NFC South team in the first round.
Brian was hitting around about the Raiders yesterday, though. I was picking up those breadcrumbs.
Yeah.
I see what you're doing.
Yeah.
Raiders would make a lot of sense for Belichick.
Makes some sense.
Maybe the Chargers.
Try and make some
but he can't bring his guy McDaniels along, and I don't know if he wants to do that.
I just don't know if that.
I don't think so.
You don't think so anymore?
No, not a McDaniels. No,
not with the Raiders. Probably that bridge burnt.
But I think but I'd keep an eye on Belichick if in fact he gets to the streets. Keep an eye on the Raiders.
How much hope are you guys having for the number 1 seed right now? I saw the computer simulation numbers, or at least one outfit put it in single digits. There was a story today. Todd Archer did it. We'll break it down a little bit later on.
Guardians got the first overall pick with single digits, right? In the draft lottery.
Yeah, it happens.
I mean,
lottery.
What do I say?
No, but I'm saying, isn't that like this isn't
luck related? Yeah.
But I think things happen. That's my point.
No, actually, right. I'm with you.
Things happen. Sure. That's well said.
Things do happen.
I mean, the 49
the first time.
No, you absolutely did, but there's a little different when it's lottery compared to like the Niners just going out there and beating the teams in front of them, which seems pretty likely.
You're going to need a win out, and you need San Francisco to lose to maybe Baltimore.
Or the Rams.
Or the Rams. Yes, even though in the regular season it seems
Doesn't that seem more likely than like 8% or whatever it is?
It does.
Baltimore and the Rams? That's a division rival and maybe the best team in the AFC.
Yeah.
But those teams could beat you.
But that's also factoring in the Cowboys running the table.
Right. Yeah.
A lot has to go well. I mean, I think that it's more likely that they find a way to get the 2 seed and win the division because Tommy Cutlets knocks out the Eagles. And then the Niners dropping out of the 1
I think their
seed.
divisional chances are in the 30s right now.
I like the divisional chances. I'm starting to feel much better about that.
Yeah, because Philly's just falling apart.
And if you can at least get the 2 seed, get a couple of home playoff games, be a huge win, man.
So, I mean, the Bills were 5-5. They fire Ken Dorsey, even though their stats were terrific. They knew it wasn't going to add up. They're 2-1 since with the loss to Philly, where they kind of had that game won. It goes into overtime. I guess their defense is playing better since they fired the OC.
OC's dialing it up a little better for you right now.
Okay, you're playing better complementary football.
Yeah.
But I do think the Cowboys offense does have a good chance to expose them if they get calm wins, which we are still expecting.
I was on with Buffalo's guys last night. They were telling me the weather will actually be pretty good.
Yes.
Nice.
I am nervous. I mean, pretty good on Buffalo standards. I mean, if you're still talking about 15, 20 mile an hour winds,
no rain or snow.
I thought there was going to be some showers.
No rain or harsh cold. You don't need like this game to be like 5 degrees.
Yeah, if you're 48 degrees,
yeah,
feel pretty good about that. That's a big win for Buffalo.
Yes, for sure. But I mean, how much do you trust the quarterback? And I'm in love with what Dak's doing. I'm in love with what this offense is doing. But if there is wind and rain, which I think there could be some second half showers, it's basically going to be a night game in Buffalo.
And it will be a night game.
So 15, 20 mile an hour winds with a little bit of rainy rain.
I think the guys in Buffalo, like I said, that I was on their little podcast last night, that really nice guys, and they were even telling me that the Buffalo guys, their team doesn't like to play in bad weather. They're like, man, no, you talk to the players, they don't want to play in this crap. They don't want to play in cold wind and all that.
Yeah, you got to psych yourself up for it.
They want to play in dry conditions, and they were like, listen, this thing's got a chance to be dry conditions for you. So I take their word for it. They live up there.
Only the meatheads of previous generations who, would take all sorts of narcotics before the game and get themselves fired up and, would do crazy stuff would, pretend to embrace weather like that just so people would think they're crazy. But inside they were shivering. Mm-hmm. Their eyes told you they were crazy. The cold didn't bother them, but they were just doing a bit basically. And it was an awesome bit back in the day, but these players are smarter.
They don't want to play in bad weather.
No, nobody does. No. You can barely talk. Okay, I had a crazy idea today while I was working out. What do all DFW sports championships of my lifetime have in common? And the answer might annoy you, but I just want you to know I'm doing my part, and I'll reveal that for you at 5:20.
Okay.
How about that for a tease?
Can't wait to be annoyed at 5:20.
You got it, buddy.
I just love to hear you're working out, man. It's fantastic.
Dude, I'm having a blast with it, too.
You're looking good.
I don't know if I'm looking good, but
I think
all my muscles are sore. That's a good thing. So
it's like a good sore.
I feel like I'm on my way to being able to maybe play a little pickup basketball or something. But right now, I feel like I can barely
I think you'd
walk.
feel a lot better if you had one of those trips.
No, I was about to say I'm really proud of you for avoiding the TIF streets.
Dude, that's the first. That's the first cookie I've said no to since March.
Yeah,
and that was hard.
We're here till 7 o'clock.
Till 7 o'clock. Okay, Mavs over the Lakers, 127-125.
Wow.
There were a lot of great performances in the game, weren't there?
Yes.
33
a lot of 30-point scores in that one last
pass
night.
from Luka was absolutely sick, nasty. Grant Williams in his bag, but Dante Exum, gentlemen.
Yeah.
He was even surprised.
He's a good player.
Did you see him?
He does look a bit surprised.
He was
shocked.
looking around. He was kind of looking around like, what am I doing out here today?
I was like, this is a roster placeholder until you find somebody better, then he'll be back on the street. Now all of a sudden, no, he looks like a legit player.
Yeah, I think he went to Europe and he fixed his shot. Yeah. He was always a guy that could defend and dribble and pass a little bit. He had the Euro game, but he didn't have the Euro outside shot. Now he does. He's shooting it at 40%. After the previous 8 years in his career, he was a 30% shooter.
That's insane.
He was Westbrook from 3 in the first stint, and now he's back with the long ball.
7 of 9. I mean, that's unbelievable.
Well, and he didn't even really show it. I think they had some confidence that he would be that guy, and after last night, the numbers have leveled out. But I think he hit more threes last night than he had all season coming in.
Yeah.
So nice. he helped level those numbers out a little bit. But if he can just stay consistent, hopefully that's like a shot in the arm, get him going. He's played good basketball over this stretch where they've needed him, and he started he's done winning things. But if you get the 3-point ball going, then it's like, oh my gosh, okay, this is great.
I just think it's a player with a full skill set. He can defend, he can dribble, he can pass, he can make plays for others, he can take the ball to the hoop, and who knows what that 3-point percentage is going to look like at the end of the year. But right now, he's back. And that was the word on him, is that he'd gone on over Europe and worked on his jump shot.
Hopefully he keeps it going, because if we're looking at trade packages, and we talked about Hardy, if you have Dante Exum who's performing, it makes it a little bit easier to move from Jaden Hardy.
We need a bigger game from Hardaway. I would feature him. I'm talking to Luka about this. You hit 32, that puts him on the trade radar. That gets people excited, especially if you need a sixth man. Maybe Tim Hardaway Jr. can be that guy. We don't have any firepower off the bench. Get him a 40 bomb in early January and just let that simmer. A lot of minutes. You want him averaging 19, 20 points per game between this and the deadline.
Keep taking charges.
I think they can pull this off.
Yeah, act like you're playing defense. To me, did you guys get the feeling that the Lakers were playing prevent defensive basketball last night? They were spread out.
They were still hungover from their championship.
I'm watching them. I'm sitting there watching the game. I'm going, why are they so wide? It's like Luka's gets the ball, just drive, get the ball, drive, get the ball, drive.
Yeah.
I kind of was thinking, what are the Lakers doing?
Trying to stay home.
You think so?
I think so. Yeah.
Except on Exum.
They just weren't giving any help, D.
There was none.
Yeah.
There's absolutely no help at all. I'm all for it, man. You just want to keep playing.
Watch out for Exum.
I think that's a strategy. Like, we're not going to let you shoot open threes. We're not going to let Luka suck us into the paint and then throw incredible balls to the corner for 45% three looks. You're going to have to crush us yourself, and Luka accepted the challenge.
I kind of felt like I was coaching for the Lakers last night with that. I was like, hey, listen, get really wide and let Luka drive anytime he wants. Just kind of stay real wide.
The two's better than the three.
You
Let him have
It's
it.
like the pandemic defense. Stay 6 feet apart. Don't help.
Social distancing.
Oh, boy. Hey, where you want to go next, Wolchuk?
I've got some NFL true or false for you with these 9 bold predictions for the remainder of the NFL season. That's next.
Through your phone, smart speaker, or more, name your device. The Odyssey app is there for you, thanks to our friends at Comerica.
Look, we're all concerned about our checkbook, right? Our bank balance. Maybe you think you can't afford soda weight loss. You can't afford to play with your health. The decisions you make now will have a huge impact on how you live in your 60s, 70s, 80s, and beyond. If you're overweight now, you will absolutely pay for it in the years ahead. Reverse the aging process and get into soda right this very second. And here's Soda team member Amanda to tell you why.
I truly believe that soda works because people will walk away from our program having a better understanding of not just nutrition, but nutrition for themselves.
Amanda's one of the wonderful people you'll meet at Soda's 7 beautiful in-office facilities around the Metroplex. I go to the Hillcrest location in Dallas, and you do not want to play with your health, guys. I did it for far too long, and I'm so glad that I finally made the decision to let state-of-the-art weight loss help me turn my life and my health around. So join me, Bobby Belt, as I'm now fitting into a smaller belt. Go to SOTAweightloss.com today. Soda Weight Loss is, say it with me now, state-of-the...
There's a style that no matter what time of the year is the right fit for everyone, every day. It's called a healthy lifestyle, and there's never been a better time than now to see how it can work for you. To get started, enroll in a Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas plan and get access to thousands of top gyms and studios starting at only $28 a month. This includes virtual personal training and other exclusive deals. We're talking about amazing offers and discounts every single day, 365 days a year. Enroll now at 365dealstx.com or call 1-855-814-7222 to access these money-saving offers. Once you're there, you can sign up for our Blue 365 discount program. It's just one more way. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas is here for you 365 days a year. Through it all. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, a division of Healthcare Service Corporation, a mutual legal reserve company.
The Dickey family always mandated that the only Polish-style sausage worthy of their restaurant must have high-quality coarse ground beef and pork, rich spices, and fresh natural casings. We still serve it to this day, and it's so popular, Dickey's sausage has been named the official sausage of the Dallas Cowboys. The perfect matchup on game day. Dickey's Barbecue Pit. No one outsmokes us. Order at dickeys.com. For groups, call 866-BARBECUE.
Dibs on the ribs. Polos, I'm here to bring you the good news. Cousins Barbecue has expanded their all-you-can-meat deal. Now it's Monday to Saturday, 6 days a week, all day. You can get your prime Texas barbecue, the quality and the quantity that you desire. 3 DFW locations. Stop in and tell them Chia Follow sent you.
Fill your game day cooler with the refreshing taste of Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Smooth, real brewed tea with a 5% kick of alcohol. Look for the bright yellow cans. Twisted Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Save big every day during Lowe's 25 Days of Deals. Save $100 on select Masterbuilt smokers for the grill enthusiast in your life. Plus, get up to 55% off select smart home gifts for everyone on your list. Order eligible in-stock items by 2 p.m. to get same-day delivery. Lowe's knows deals every day. Valid through 12/13 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Delivered by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Fees vary based on purchase. Additional terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Hey, you. The one on the couch who just told your friend you can't go out because you're busy? Ready to get real about your psoriasis? When your current treatments don't do enough to help control the inflammation beneath the skin, causing plaques and pain, stressing and scratching, it's time to stop hiding and get real with your dermatologist so they can help you get clear. Get real clear about psoriasis at letsgetrealclear.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Get ready, boxing fans. This is Chris Arnold. Got to tell you about a big knockout doubleheader coming to UTA's College Park Center December 15th. First, you'll see 7 exciting pro fights live in the arena, featuring some of DFW's finest. And then witness the Jake Paul versus Andre August fight streamed live under the College Park Center giant video boards. For tickets and information, go to utatickets.com. That's December 15th, 7 live fights, plus Jake Paul on the arena big screen got you down.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer.
COVID-19 can keep you on the sidelines. If you're more likely to get very sick from COVID, ask your doctor if prescription oral treatment is right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Best Buy Windows and Siding.
Zero is your hero at Best Buy Windows and Siding. 0 down and 0% financing on 10 single-hung windows for only $59.50. Just $59.50 with free installation.
Financing with approved credit.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation on the Fan segments brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation. It's 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online, truckwreck.com. Now, here's Zach Wolchuk with some NFL true or false.
Yeah, I saw the Shine 9, the man with the most hair gel in all of the athletic world when it comes to broadcasting.
So shiny.
Very shiny. He put out his bold predictions. So we'll go through, we'll play a little true or fart with this. And if you're new to the game, well, thanks to Robert Flores having this slip up on air, it was born.
All right, we've moved to the red zone as far as the running back conversation goes here on this SportsCenter Fantasy Draft Special. True or false? Marshawn Lynch matches last year's production.
What an absolute legend you are, sir. All right, true or fart, false. Number one on here, the 49ers will earn the NFC's number 1 seed, Brian Broaddus.
I would say that's true.
Damn it.
Yeah.
Get you making sense over
I was going to
there.
ask you guys this question.
Ask us.
Is there a team in the past that we've just automatically just earmarked as they're the best? I'm looking at it. I'm looking at Is there a team like, if you play them, there's no way.
Specific to the Cowboys or just across the board?
Because all we're talking about is how great San Francisco is.
It's been a few years since it's been like this.
Is there anybody? I was trying to remember a team. I'm sure the text will tell me there's a team out there, a Baltimore Raven team, a New England Patriot team. Patriots. Is there a team out there? Because you never
the 90s Cowboys.
There was a time where the 49ers lost 3 straight games. And we were like, oh, hey, in trouble. And now it's just like,
assuming they're healthy,
we just like everything you say about the 49ers is they can't be beat. It just seems like, and I'm thinking like, well, Dallas offensively, looks a little different to me. Looks a little different. Maybe the defense, maybe a little different here.
Yeah, I think a lot of it has to do with, from a Cowboys standpoint, you've just consistently lost to this team, so we feel that way. But even across the league, you're looking at
we've just given up hope that we could beat San Francisco,
but
right?
The Niners were also undefeated until last year, until their quarterback got hurt. Who knows? Did they go to the Super Bowl last year? If their quarterback doesn't get hurt, you've just seen them consistently, caveat when healthy, be the best team, even going back to last year.
Yeah. But there just seems like we've just thrown up our hands and said, 49er matchup, no way. You're getting smoked. Yeah. That's just the feeling I'm getting right now by everybody in the town.
Yeah, and I think the Cowboy fans, because it's exactly what we've seen. You've played them 3 times, and the last time was terrible. So it's just a bad matchup. It's unlikely that you beat them. But they could. I do believe that
make for a great movie.
For optimism.
You
never know.
Because right now there's just so much negativity about playing them. And I get it. Negativity. Well, we're negative. But I just wonder about that. Is there anybody that I was trying to remember in my history of
the 07 Patriots? I don't think many people were picking against them.
We're not. There's no way we beat this team.
What would be your prediction for the final score right now?
I think that it would be a lot closer. I think Dallas would play them differently. I think that to me, and Gavin, again, I'm buying the Cowboys offense right now. I'm buying it. I'm buying the adjustments they've made, the way they're getting their guys involved, the way they're creating opportunities. I'm buying it. So that's my hope, that if you play them again, that offensively you won't score 17 points or you won't score 12 points. You score you score and put pressure on them to have to score along with you.
Which would be fun, and that'd be a different
I didn't
type
give you a
of game.
score. I didn't give you a score, but I think offensively, I think it would be a better game.
Because that's the one thing we haven't seen in those matchups is your offense show up.
Your offense has not shown up.
Your defense has done it 2 out of the 3.
Yeah.
But your offense never has. So that'd be fun. But I think true. I think we all do think the Niners, even if they lose one more, they're probably going to end up getting the 1 seed.
Yeah.
All right, true or fart, Dak's going to win MVP, Gavin.
I'll say true right now. I think I'll take him over the field because the offense is so optimized right now. He's always been a great statistical quarterback, and now this, puts that idea on a little steroids.
I think he should, but I will bet that it ends up being Purdy because Purdy will be the quarterback of the 1 seed, and there's a chance that Dak is the quarterback of the 5 seed.
Ditto. Exactly what he just said. Voters will not look at the whole body of work. They'll look at the best quarterback on the number 1 team in the conference.
Which is a shame, and that's not how it should be. Yep. But I don't trust the voters to get that right, so I'd probably go with Fard as well. And then the Buffalo Bills, Eric, who the Cowboys play, and nobody circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills.
Buffalo Bills.
They're going to end up making the postseason.
Yes, that's a true. I don't have their schedule right in front of me here, but they are much better than their record shows, and they are much better than the teams that are currently sitting in those AFC wildcard spots. So, yes, I will go true there. Bills make the playoffs.
They got to win 3 of 4. It's Chargers, Patriots, Dolphins. Okay,
crowded field.
I thought they played Denver in there. They don't. So I had the wrong AFC West team. I think they do then. Yeah. I will pick them to beat the Cowboys this week. Okay, I'm sorry, but the game's on the road.
Yeah.
And I think they'll win. They'll win against the Chargers and Patriots easily, and then who knows what happens in Miami? But they should be at they'll be at 10 wins at that point.
Yeah.
I think they make the playoffs as well.
I think true as well.
Yeah.
If the Cowboys do beat them, I think they would go balls to the wall for the dub in Week 18.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
And then speaking of the AFC postseason, Brian.
Yes.
Your Sean Payton Denver Broncos 7-6. They run the table. They make the playoffs.
They win the AFC West.
Wow. That would be an incredible bounce back for them to win the West.
They're 1 game back right now.
They are.
Does anybody
if they
trust
run
Kansas
the table,
City? Anybody trust Kansas City right now? Seem like a team that's kind of reeling a little bit.
I won't go that far, but yeah, the Broncos are. I mean, they're probably going to win out. They're going to see Easton Stick, Aiden O'Connell, Bailey Zappi. I mean, and their defense is playing legit.
Their defense is playing great. It's crazy.
Kansas City's at a fascinating crossroads. L'Jarius Sneed and Chris Jones are coming up into free agency. They need playmakers. They need to keep their defense. It'll be really interesting to see how good they are. But right now, I'm looking at Kansas City like not a Super Bowl team. I thought they could beat anybody even any given week. They're just too flawed to make a run.
They are, and I don't know. There's something about postseason Kansas City. It's tough to bet against them, but they don't
play all their
like
games
that.
at home.
They don't look like that same team. But I do think the Broncos make the playoffs because of that schedule, and what a turnaround for them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's incredible, and I would love to hear what Sean Payton's biggest critics have to say. When Mike McCarthy's been on the ropes, I've been excited about the idea of Sean Payton, and you guys act like he's just some sort of a numbskull. I don't know, maybe Bountygate rubbed you the wrong way. I don't know what Sean Payton did to you, but there's not enough respect for the work this guy did and continues to do in the NFL, if you ask me. It's time now for the G-Bag of the Day in the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius Alexander.
Check. My mic sounds nice. Check 1. Sound all right?
Yep.
Sound great.
How about this? Let me get my joints. Hold on.
Yeah, joint.
Oh, there we go. All right.
Is that a joint?
Joints what?
All right, here we go. Our G-Bag of the Day champion is a Manitoba Junior Hockey League announcer. That's up there in Canada.
There we go.
Yeah. This is one of the funniest sports calls I've ever heard in my entire life. These are facts.
Joey Bielik has it. He turns back. Looks like they're doing a little reverse that you might see in football. And here comes Bazin. He's got some speed. Split the D. Oh, what's he going to do? He's shooting the roof, Daddy. Oh, look at that. Look at this. Look at that.
It's still good, bro. It's still good. Hold on.
Ball, and here comes Bazin. He's got some speed. Split the D. Oh, what's he going to do? He's shooting the roof, Daddy. Oh, look at that.
Look at this. Look at that. It's fantastic, bro.
What's he gonna do?
That's a good catchphrase. See him going all the way to Sports Center with that.
That's beautiful. Look at this. Look at that. Look at this. Look at that. Let me get my vibes. All right, let's see what else I got for you boys here. On a hump day. Hope you're enjoying yourself on a hump day there, Tolos. I was sitting on this one. Didn't play it yesterday, but I'm playing it today. Comedian Nate Bargatze.
Yep.
He asked Eli Manning and Peyton Manning about their relationships with their centers.
Nice.
You know, the two quarterbacks and whatever. Yeah, check this out.
Hey, you know how much you talk about the centers, and you got to be comfortable with the centers? I mean, y'all talk like they just bring you a guy from the bleachers for the backup center, and you're like, what's your name again? Like y'all never met him, and the whole thing's off.
We've met them. Yeah. It's just not. It's a comfort. It's a comfort area. You don't want to go around that area of too many people. You know.
Yeah, you kind of want your hands to be for one set of butt cheeks, Nate. So you don't really want to, share that with several. So you kind of stay loyal.
Could you blindfold and just have your hands under and tell who it is?
Yeah. 100%.
I could, for sure. I knew Jeff Saturday's butt cheeks as well as anybody. So yeah, I mean, I don't think you ever want to you don't want to use blindfold and butt cheeks together very often. But
stop saying the word butt cheeks. It's bothering me.
Yeah, we can't.
It's bothering me.
You stop saying the word butt cheeks.
Stop saying butt cheeks.
Dude, they might have created the greatest moment in ManningCast history right there. At least from what I've heard. Oh my goodness, that's outstanding.
Yeah, that's wild. Peyton Manning, he knows all about it too. He knows all about it. I want Jeff Saturday to prank him. It's too late now, but you know what I mean? Cut the bottom out of your joint. So the boys hang, and he returned it like, oh! Got your back, Peyton.
That's a wonderful training camp joke on a day where nobody can watch practice.
Yeah. When I played quarterback, we used a shotgun a lot. Thank God it was a shotgun.
I was thinking about that the other day, just how weird that is. You know?
And then you got to tap them up there, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you want the pow, pow, give them a little, 3 taps, and you give me that ball. It's wild, man. What a wild sport.
Remember that audio we had a decade ago of Jim Harbaugh at a coaching clinic explaining it?
Yeah.
You got to get the knuckle of your index finger right on the bleep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
on his
right
tank.
there.
Yeah, he's wild.
You can feel it. Yeah, you can
feel it right there.
And they all shaking their heads, listening okay, coach. Yeah, you're right.
Taking notes.
So you say right here, coach.
I'm a starfish.
Let's go to KMC Masterpiece. Let's listen to Kevin's on this question. This is not a nominee. I just want you to hear Kevin's on this question.
Kevin, were you nervous this morning when we had Chris Jericho on?
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe you, Kevin.
Yeah.
Starstruck.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
All right, what else we got for you boys? Oh, here's another hockey call right here. Buffalo Sabres, their analyst got hit in the face with a hockey puck. It's Rob Ray, excuse me. He can take it, apparently. Doing a little research on him real fast. He's a tough guy. Listen to this.
Under 6 minutes to go, and Buffalo up 4-2. On a Monday night game. Look out, Razor. That was right
in the nose.
Did that get you?
Yep.
It did. Razor's got a towel.
Yep. Good to go. Normal guy would have been carried out of here.
Yeah, there weren't any tears or anything. You're good. Bring back some memories, did it?
Yeah, it felt good. Actually, it felt really good. it kind of like, give me a stick, let's go.
Yeah.
He's bleeding from the face.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
He's got a huge towel.
Yeah, what a wild boy.
That was right to the forehead?
Yeah, right to the forehead, man.
Jeez.
Oh, it's the hardest bone in the human body.
Yeah. Speak for yourself.
Yeah, really. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
Yeah. It's hard.
It's hard.
I made it up. Let's see.
It's hardest bone.
Isn't the femur or something like that?
Yeah, and the tongue's the strongest muscle.
All right, man. Appreciate it, bro.
Oh, I'm being for real.
Okay.
I showed up to that day.
What's that mouth do? What's that mouth do?
So you don't say. Let's see. Mr. Dawson,
Show and tell.
you're a member of the Peloton community.
Yes, sir. Gavin M. Dawson, if you'd like to follow me.
Boom.
Got a yellow jersey he wears when
Do
he
you
rides.
use like your regular face as a
I haven't put up any sort of PFP yet or anything.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't know they had like a row machine side of the Peloton community because it's called Peloton. You know what I mean?
I got a lot of stuff.
Roaton.
Yeah, I didn't know.
I might get that too. I'm having a lot of fun with that Peloton.
It is a lot of fun on that row community from what I can tell right now. Listen to this clip.
If you ever have an opportunity where you're like, I'm not sure what to do, then just come inside. Okay?
Yeah.
Wow, that did not come out correctly. Move your legs inside your hands. I got kids on here.
Yeah, anything can come out when you're working out, man.
Yeah.
You start feeling good. The endorphins, you know.
You get tired. And, you know, the next thing you know, your brain's not getting as much oxygen as you hope. She sounded out of shape. Most of the trainers are like, they don't even break a sweat.
It's the row machine. Row machine's a whole lot of work.
I bet.
It is. Jeez, Dawson, come on. She sounds out of shape.
Well, I'm impressed that most every cyclist that I've been with will just like haul ass and stand up, and they don't break cadence at all with their voice.
But you're moving this thing right here. You're doing that a little bit. You pull it to your chest and back. I don't know, Dawson, man.
Yeah.
This fool got back on the bike a week ago. Now he's calling somebody else out of shape. This is amazing.
I've been climbing the leaderboards.
She sounds out of shape to me.
I think
she's kind of breathing
That's
funny.
how winded she is.
I think soccer practice has kept up my cardio pretty good, actually.
I should get a discount.
Better shape than her.
Better shape.
Maybe I need to be a teacher.
That's awesome. Is it the Manitoba junior hockey announcer doing a little
Those are good ones, by the
reverse
way.
that you might see in football? Is it the comedian asking the Manning cast about relationships with centers, a razor hit in the face, Peloton rower, trainer? I'm going to go with the comedian, man. I'm really into that guy. I'm going to have to Google him up and watch some of that
Yeah,
stuff.
he's on. Nate was not that funny at all. Okay. Yeah, his dad was crazy. He's on Netflix.
Right on.
Yeah, I watch his crowd work on Instagram. It's kind of funny. You know, get you warmed up.
Oh man.
Yeah, I'm going for the Manitoba guy though.
Yeah, me too. I'll go for the champ.
It's 2-1, Wolchuk.
Yeah, I'm going with the champ.
3-1, Brian.
I'm going with butt cheeks.
No.
There it is.
Yeah, what are you voting on?
By a score of 3-2. Still your G-Bag of the Day champion,
I know
the
G last
Manitoba
night, buddy.
hockey announcer. Okay, speaking of Brian.
What?
It's time for Krusty's Corner.
Cheeks.
Yes, I'm gonna give you a scouting report on a nose tackle, and I'm also gonna talk about the Buffalo Bills offense. We'll do that next.
I'm going to give you a scouting report on what happens when you're hurt in an accident and it's not your fault. You're going to call the Frankels. Put their number in your phone right now, 214 or 817-333-3333.
They've had some problems with, but we'll get into those guys real quick. Let me talk about Carl Davis, 9-year veteran who's on the Cowboys practice squad right now. I could see this as being an elevation this week for Hankins. When you look at Davis, 6'5", 335 pounds.
Would he get more snaps than Mousy?
I think that you're going to see a combination of the two.
Okay.
And the thing I worry about with Mozzie is, and I've said this before, and it happens when you watch him on tape, he's laid off the ball. And when he's laid off the ball, he gets blocked.
I mean, you noticed that day one of camp.
Yep.
Hasn't changed that much.
And when I took a picture one time I was watching the tape, someone goes, "What's wrong with Mozzie Smith?" I took a picture of a end zone copy I had. And I sent it to this guy, and it was him and his stance, and the guard and the center were already into their block. And his hands were still on the ground. He's gotten better, though. When Mozzie Smith plays on time with everybody else, he's gotten better. That part of it. He's strong enough to get rid of blockers. He can play off blocks. He can move to the ball. When he is late, he has absolutely no shot.
But this is the exact premise
why you got him.
Of the S2 test is how quickly can your brain detect something and tell your body to move.
Yep.
And they've been probably yelling at him now for 6 months. Move faster, and he can't fix it.
Well,
he needs a gimmick
Yeah.
to this is
something
bad.
to trigger him.
Yeah.
Something, he's right there on the ball. But he's going to get a lot of work in this game. But I just wanted to kind of talk about Carl Davis because I know people are asking about him.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what are they going to do? They need to go out and get Ndamukong Suh or something like that. They're not going to do that.
No, they're not.
They're just going to elevate Carl Davis is what they're going to do. And what you got to know about Carl Davis is that he is the similar size and weight of what you have with Hankins. He's not the athlete of Hankins. There's times where he is very good at holding up at the line of scrimmage. When the ball's at him, he can make plays. If you ask him to have to move laterally to make plays, where we've seen Hankins move laterally and make plays.
Yeah. I mean, Hankins will take him 5 yards down the field.
Hankins will play outside, as I always say, outside the tackle box. He will move. This guy is a little bit more stationary in the way he plays. So that's kind of where you're looking at right now. A really powerful guy, really good straight ahead player, really good player when the ball's at him. But to make up, to do the things that Hankins does with the lateral play, that part of it's not there, though. So you're going to have to find ways to work around that. So this is a replacement that's just the big body and occasional play, and it has to be right at him for him to make the play. Otherwise, though, he's kind of just taking up space out there is what he's doing. So that's Carl Davis. I watched him. He played this past summer with New England. I was watching all the games in preseason that he was playing, the Green Bay, Tennessee, those people that were, so you could kind of tell, veteran guy, but big guy, but doesn't have the lateral stuff that you need you're gonna miss that with Hankins. All right, Buffalo Bills offensively. This team looks different than when between the time Ken Dorsey and Joe Brady, now the offensive coordinator. To me, it looks different because what they're doing is they're getting their running backs more involved in the passing game. And I'll tell you what, though, James Cook, and we all know he's the brother of Dalvin Cook. If you didn't know that, you know it now. But this guy has got a real feel for the game, James Cook. The burst, can make cuts at a high rate of speed. He's got really good hands, though. And they figured out ways to get him on routes where they set it up where much like with the motions and the wheels, and then have him picks and run the wheels and just flat throw the ball to him. They screen the ball to him. This is going to be one of those games where you're going to have to deal with him. And with the defensive tackle situation I think Buffalo's going to test them in running the football. And I think James Cook is a guy that you absolutely need to be aware of. Ty Johnson is another guy. Ty Johnson went Maryland. I remember him coming out. He was a guy who was a big kickoff return guy, and he's an explosive player. I mean, he's like a legitimate 4-3-2 guy, and you could see that when they hand him the ball, there's some explosiveness to his game. And then there's Latavius Murray, too, is another one. We all know Latavius, veteran player, straight ahead, power guy. So those are the three backs that you're going to have to deal with in this game.
And then Josh Allen, the element of him actually running the ball.
That's exactly what it is. That they're willing to call plays. Joe Brady has design plays where direct snap and they just power the ball with the quarterback. And I'll say this about Josh Allen, and I'm a big Josh Allen fan, but I think there's times that he moves in the pocket and he doesn't have to move. I think he gets a little, and I'm not saying, I use the word jittery, but he doesn't always help his guys. Now they don't get a lot of sacks. He'll throw the ball away, and Gavin mentioned the turnovers. I watched all the turnovers he had. I've watched every interception he threw. He throws those YOLO balls. You only live once kind of shots.
He plays a lot of hero ball.
He plays some hero. He throws the ball to receivers that aren't open. He throws the ball. He gets interceptions because it reads very late, and he throws the ball late. He throws interceptions because he doesn't see the field. He doesn't see defenders. Dallas, Dan Quinn, anything to do where guys, and this is where Bland and Gilmore are good at coming off coverage. We saw Bland in the New York Giants game where the ball went vertical. They're trying to get the ball to Hyatt, and he came off coverage to go make an interception. That's a possibility in this game because there's times where Josh Allen will throw the ball and he doesn't see the other side of the field or coverage around his guy.
Yeah, they have to be looking at it like we can't have multiple turnovers in this game, and if we throw it 35 plus, that could easily happen against Bland. Plus, Cooks is one of the few runners in the NFL at over 4.5 an attempt.
Yeah, well, I think that's probably one of the biggest differences with Joe Brady to Ken Dorsey. Dorsey would just get away from the running game, and it would be working.
Yeah.
But Joe Brady has shown a commitment to the run since he's taken over.
He absolutely has. And when you look at this team, if you're the guys and gals that believe in the metrics, this team is, and it was just something I looked up. I was curious about this as a unit, this offensive line in this running game. It's one of the best in the league when it comes to successful running plays. That's 4+ yards a carry. 47% of the time, they have a carry that goes for 4 yards or plus.
That's impressive
in a game. And if you look at them, they're the second best team in the league when it comes to running for first downs. Jeez. So that's something you're going to have to deal with in this game. It's a veteran offensive line with the exception of Osiris Torrance, the guard from Florida. We all kind of know if you follow the draft show or you follow the work that Zach and I have done, on the station when we covered the draft. He was a guy that we talked about from Florida, big body guy. But they do a really good job with the protection side of it too. Now, it's a pin and pull. There's some pin and pull elements to their game. It's not that way all the time. Pin and pull is when the down blocks and pull guys, not the most successful things that they do, but there's some elements to that. But when they really want to come off the ball and try and maul you, they can do that too. So this will be Dallas having their front seven against these 5 guys up front. The tight ends, I think, are good players, but I don't think they're great blockers. This is a team that also will play with a fullback. You have to be ready for that. Dawson Knox, I mentioned, as a tight end, and Dalton Kincaid. Knox was on the injured reserve for part of the season with a broken wrist, and he's back in action. Kincaid is dealing with a shoulder injury. That's a reoccurring thing for him. These tight ends can run routes. They're not your traditional tight ends. They play more like wide receivers. So how the Cowboys, I feel like they can handle things on the outside, but let's see, even dealing with Diggs and stuff like that, how they handle the running game and how they play these tight ends might go a long way to determine if they're going to win this game or not.
It's freaking awesome. Another epic matchup here, Cowboys fans. We'll continue to talk about it throughout the rest of the week, and thanks so much, Brian Broaddus.
Thank you.
You're looking at that defense tomorrow?
I will have the defense for you then.
Von Miller's going to play everything. Haven't heard much on that in a while now.
No,
so
he played last week.
He did play last week.
I saw they had an injury in the secondary. Micah Hyde, that's a big one. I saw he's questionable at this point.
Right. That's their safety, yeah.
Okay, we'll get more from Broaddus, though, and what the film says tomorrow at 2:40 here in the G-Bank Nation. Coming up next, NFL News of the Day. Chuck, where are you taking us?
Yeah, the Kelseys break down the best play that didn't count, and the sky is falling in filthy. We'll tell you about that next.
I want to tell you about my friends at Men's T Clinic, the Men's Total Wellness Authority. It's great to go.
HomeSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Yeah, buddy. It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up at 3:20, just for fun. We'll do a little Cowboys news of the day, but would you like maybe a tiny look at the draft and maybe a little free agent preview? You know, we are just 3 months away from NFL free agency raging. Are there key Cowboys on the list? Who is on the list? Here's Wolchuk with your NFL news of the day.
Oh, don't tempt me with a little draft talk. You know we're always ready for that. It is a terrible, terrible time in Philadelphia for a lot of that fan base, man. The sky is falling after 2 bad losses to the Niners and the Cowboys. And Derek Gunn, who's one of the reporters there in Filthy, said, quote, "I've been going back and forth with a couple players in the locker room. And I'm like, what the heck's going on?" The first response I got back was, "We are very predictable. Look at our pass routes compared to the Cowboys' pass routes. Our pass routes take too long to develop.
Whoa.
Dallas gets their bleep out real quick."
Wait a minute. Somebody actually said about our routes, combinations.
Shocking, right?
How about that?
And that ain't the Kellen Moore offense, boys.
We've come a long way. Like people are admiring our passing game that way.
Eagles fans are watching. Oh, wait, where's all those comeback routes and high leverage situations that everyone in the building knew was going to happen?
Man,
this is a tell. Like, you know, the cool slang is about 2 years old when the newscaster starts using it. When the Cowboys pick up the latest offense, you know the window of opportunity is very nearly done. You know, as far as having a competitive advantage by running this.
Man, Nick Sirianni, of course, is saying we're not making any changes on the offense. We believe in what we're doing. They're just going to stay steadfast. All right, we're not going to overreact to 2 games. We're still a good football team. But, I mean, you've got their bloggers and beat writers. They're talking about Howie Roseman. He hasn't put together a championship roster. I mean, they think this team's trash. They think they're dead in the water.
I mean, I know some Dak homers think that I believe Jalen Hurts is better, but I never have, not for a single day, and I think it's starting to be revealed. You took away just a little bit of his athleticism, and now they trailed at halftime 6 games in a row. You know, this is it's great. You know, we might be setting up for the golden era of the 21st century in the Cowboys.
Their problem really, to me, is their pass rush or lack of.
Yeah, you got one guy you can rely on.
It really, yeah. If you could find a way to block Reddick, then you could kind of attack this secondary. And I think that's what people have kind of figured out.
And it's probably what made the secondary look so good last year. When you lead the league in sacks, you know, that marriage and that combination of we've got a really good pass rush. You're not asking these guys to do too much. I mean, losing Gardner Johnson clearly is a huge loss for them at safety.
Linebackers have been a problem for them.
Right, and they haven't been healthy at linebacker. But
what happened to Graham and Sweat? These guys were
good. Well, Sweat could play. The problem is he gets there, but he can't finish, or he can't. It's close. He's like a really close one. Yeah. And I think Graham, the age is starting to show on Graham a little bit too. Yeah. But they drafted those kids from Georgia, and they're all massive inside guys.
And Nolan Smith, they're asking to do a lot of coverage stuff.
Yeah.
And that's not his strength.
No, that matter of fact, the one huge play that went down the middle of the field, like 37 yards to Ferguson, was Nolan Smith.
I couldn't believe it.
It's in coverage.
Like, what are you doing right now? That is not Nolan Smith's game. You watched him at Georgia. Anytime they put him off ball and asked him to do that, I'm thinking, why? This is just a terrible decision. That's not his strength. We did find out where the Super Bowl is going to be the next 4 years. So obviously this year it's at Allegiant Stadium in Vegas. Next year it'll be at the Superdome in New Orleans.
Ooh, 2 in a row.
Then we've got Levi's Stadium in Santa Clara,
3
California.
3 in a row.
And back to SoFi Stadium in L.A. for 2027.
4 in a row without having to go to Phoenix or Houston or some crappy town.
So
sorry, Houston.
Is that the one that's at Levi's Stadium there in Santa Clara? Is that the 60th Super Bowl?
It is.
Is that Super Bowl 60?
It is. Yep.
So the Super Bowl 50 was hosted there, right? I believe. And now Super Bowl 60.
You're right. Yeah. It was Broncos Panthers there for Super Bowl 50.
Yeah.
Boy, we're going to be living it up. San Francisco's not bad, although the
you said
walking.
The homeless deal was a bad situation.
Yeah, okay, but there's so much to do. Once you traverse the homeless, now there's all sorts of historic bars and great walks and all sorts of awesome stuff to get to there.
And Wolchuk's always wanted to drop a deuce on a curb.
Yeah,
so
I didn't do that the last time I went to
bucket list,
Bourbon, you know.
No, but that's a San Francisco
I'm
bit.
looking forward to the New Orleans one myself.
Yeah,
That'll
be
really
we'll be
excited
puking
for
on
New
that
Orleans.
curve.
Dude, I've been wanting to go back to New Orleans ever since the last time.
Just give us your cash app.
LA's going to be just okay.
Well, I deleted that for a good reason. I'm not going to be going back there.
I think it's ranked in order for me: Las Vegas, New Orleans, San Francisco, Los Angeles. Los Angeles would probably be kind of a pain in the
So
butt.
I've never been to San Francisco, but you guys did scare me when you were there. It didn't sound like the greatest trip.
Minnesota was a bad
Oh,
trip,
there was
right?
stuff to complain about. There was stuff that was good
But it was
content.
still fun?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a neat place. It's different.
This is going to be a blast.
Yeah.
I'm
And
pumped
you know,
for
you got the wharf there. A lot of it comes down to how good the weather is, but there's so much cool stuff to go walk around and see in San Francisco.
The clam chowder with the bread bowl, right?
Darn right.
Let's go.
Mhm.
That's going to be amazing. Gentlemen, if I told you this a week ago, I think we all would have laughed out loud.
Fart.
But your offensive player of the week in the AFC, Zach Wilson. This time last week, we were talking about, man, the guy doesn't want to play. He's broken. Maybe that's all they needed to do. They needed to bench him and then get him to say, I don't know if I really want to do this. Is this for me? And then throw him to the Wolves. And then when he went out there and he bleeping performed, and Tommy Cutlets, Tommy DeVito, is your NFC Offensive Player of the Week. Shout out, of course, to Brandon Aubrey, who is your Special Teams Player of the Week. And then Oklahoma State's Tylan Wallace with his walk-off touchdown on that punt return for the Ravens. But gosh, both New York quarterbacks, AFC and NFC Offensive Players of the Week.
That was not on a single preseason bingo card. Wow. I mean, that either one of those guys
What are the odds
would
of
be
that,
player of the
man?
week,
I
let
know.
alone the same week.
What are the parlay on that?
I mean, if you had a bet on
5,000?
that, man, you'd have made a
Holy jeez.
ton of money. No doubt. That would have been incredible. And we did officially get the vote today, the owners who are meeting here locally, that they're going to have a
Brazil?
regular season game in Brazil next
Yeah.
season, expanding the international game schedule. I wonder who gets that first Brazil game.
What city?
Or just which teams they put in there.
What city?
I was just wondering if I was thinking, what city is going to get?
Does Miami work for that?
Actually, you know what? There was talk that maybe because Dallas has 9 home games next year, and the thought is that would Dallas give up one of those their ninth home game in order to be the first team to play in Brazil?
That could be fun. So it's been since 2014 since they went international when they beat the Jags.
That's in London. The thing about the Brazil, we talked about Argentina down there, South America. Really big New England Patriots.
You said the Patriots.
Patriots and Pittsburgh Steelers. 2 big teams down there.
Well, I think I'd want to make that trip if they do play in Brazil.
That'd
I've
be a
been
blast,
looking
man.
for one of those butt lifts, actually.
Yeah.
I hear that's the place
well,
to go
with you
get it.
riding
Talk about
the
those
bike,
Brazilian booties, huh?
You ride
Yeah.
the bike so much, you're going to need a butt lift.
That's right.
Yeah.
Big story today is Cam Newton and his comments on his podcast. Now, I mean, do we take what Cam is saying here seriously, or is he doing this for clicks? But Cam's calling several quarterbacks out for essentially just being game managers or bus drivers, if you will. Here's Cam.
Lamar Jackson, obviously Patrick Mahomes, Dak Prescott, Brock Purdy, but Brock, they're not winning because of him.
He's not turning the ball over.
He's managing the game. And if we were to put that in its own right as game managers, Brock Purdy, Tua Tagovailoa, Jared Goff, and really Dak Prescott. These are game managers. They're not difference makers.
And when you say game manager, I'm not asking you to go out and win the game. I'm just asking you not to lose.
Not to lose the game. Listen, motherfucker. I don't give a damn what you do. You don't have to score every time. You just don't have to throw a pick every time either. If we're going to really call a spade, a game manager is different than a game changer.
Interesting what Cam said. He's getting a lot of heat for this. I did think Kimberly A. Martin really put him on blast this morning on Get Up in the season that seems to be of the backup quarterback. She's like, where's Cam?
Got no gig.
Cam, you don't have a job. And you're out here calling these guys out. And then a lot of people are comparing Dak and Cam's statistics through 8 seasons, both with 194 touchdown passes. Dak's got one more game-winning drive than Cam. Dak a significant number of less interceptions. Cam with 123, Dak with 71. Dak's completion percentage much higher. And that's also with Cam having, and that's like Cam's entire resume with 4 extra seasons compared to Dak. He's already caught up to some of those touchdown numbers. So, yeah, I don't agree with it when it comes to Dak. I think Brock Purdy's been able to open up that San Francisco offense a little bit more. But I don't know that I love the term game manager anyway for a quarterback. But a lot of people are disagreeing. I don't know if you guys think that he's making sense here or he's talking out of his rear.
I think that he's right on Tua. I think he's right on Goff. and I don't know who the other
Purdy
one
was Purdy and Dak.
Well, okay, so those are the four. I think he's got two of them right and two of them wrong. I think we know Dak is more than a game manager, and I think we're seeing that Purdy is as well. I'm less sure of that, but I'm sure enough to say he's wrong about Brock Purdy. But Jared Goff and Tua, those are system quarterbacks.
Yeah, and all these guys are making incredible throws. So, I think what you think of as a bus driver, we're kind of getting into semantics, like how exactly do you define that? But they're not Manning, Brady, Mahomes, Aaron Rodgers. I think Cam has a point, like him, Lamar Jackson. They're dictating and attacking the defense with their legs, and that's what allowed both those guys to win an MVP. And maybe if you just go off the passing numbers, they compare. But I'm keeping the defensive coordinator up at night with my ability to run, and I think maybe his bias is towards that. Like, what are you doing to really go take place? But my final point, sorry if I'm holding the floor too long, is that I think most of the quarterbacks who have good offenses to play in don't have to try to do too much. Like even Mahomes, ideally, let me get 240 yards in 28 attempts and hand it off 20 times and we'll get out of here with a nice win. That's you don't have to. Like you have to depend on your quarterback when you're in 3rd and long all day, when you're down 10 points with 8 minutes to go. That's when the quarterback has to go be Superman. NFL teams have figured out the game is to not turn it over and to scheme guys open. So I think, brilliant offense lends itself to looking like a bit of a bus driver in people's minds, but I think you're doing the smart thing by not putting the ball at risk and trying to throw tight windows all damn day. I don't even know. The conversation's a little
it could be good quarterback play, right?
That's disciplined quarterback play.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what Cam's going with there.
I think he's trying to get a job.
But he's getting his clicks.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
if
he's
that's what
blowing
the
up
end
on
result
social.
was,
Yeah.
everyone's talking about that today, including us. So interesting there. Okay. We got the New Heights podcast out. Of course, Travis and Jason Kelce, they're going back and forth in regards to the greatest play that never was, which some people are saying. Now, I do think that the touchdown from the Miami offensive lineman last year, Mr. Hunt, when he somersaults into the end zone, is in contention. But that play that the Chiefs had that got called back for Tony being offsides was beautiful. Here are the fellas talking about the crazy lateral that didn't count.
Have you ever thrown that far of a lateral?
No.
You just whipped that out on the spot.
On the spot.
It was like a perfect spiral. Like, how did you go from having it tucked to throwing a perfect spiral that fast?
Dude, it was such a bang, bang. Like, I caught it, turned up field, saw the single high safety coming down, knew I had broke the contain angle of the guy chasing me. When I made the safety that was coming down to try and tackle, when I broke his angle, I knew it was 2-on-1. He's the only guy on that side of the field. I know KT was over there from the route he ran, saw him out of the corner of my eye in a lateral position, in a position where I knew if I could get him the ball, I knew he had space to score a touchdown.
What did Andy say when you got to the sideline?
I didn't talk to Coach Reed.
You didn't talk to him?
Dude, in retrospect, could you imagine
if that didn't work?
If that got tipped?
No.
I could see Coach Reed just in my head. Come here.
That is not something you see every day. Insane creativity.
I went up to KT today, man. And I told him, I was like, man, we had that place rocking. I was like, hey, man, we just gonna have to do it again, big dog. I love KT. If we get the opportunity again, I'm going to throw that shit right into his chest again. He's one of the best players we got with the ball in his hands. You turn on the film, you watch what he does when the ball's in his hands. Everybody hating on KT right now, you can miss me with it. I'm trusting in 1-9 every time he's out there on the field.
Mahomes has doubled down on it, too. They are really defending Kadarius Toney. Travis Kelce also talking about, did he think Toney was lined up correctly?
I guess, do you always check with the official when you're lining up on the ball?
I don't like to hover the line of scrimmage too much.
But do you check to make sure that you're being counted as on the ball, or you just kind of know?
I'll more so check ball, check where the ref is, and then get on the line. When you rewatch it, that's what Kadarius did. I think there's so much you can go down the road. I think Dan Orlovsky, shout out to Dio, I think he made a great point of he was doing that the entire game. He was kind of on the line of scrimmage, and the refs didn't really say anything. So how was Kadarius in his mind supposed to know that, he's been offsides the whole game?
It's rough when a call gets whipped out that I haven't seen the tape. I don't know if that's true. I haven't seen Orlovsky talk about it, that Toney was lined up essentially offsides the entire game and getting away with it. But if that is true, it's unfortunate that, when the game's on the line, there's a call like that made. But regardless, I hate to say this because, listen, we all make mistakes. You just got to try and not put yourself in the position to get that call against you, right?
It's reality, yeah.
In order to be on the line of scrimmage, all you have to do is essentially be breaking the hip line of the center.
Center's ass, yeah.
So there is a good amount of wiggle room. You can be on the ball and also not in the neutral zone. It's easy for me to say, I just put my hand on the ball.
Yeah. For him, I mean, he's setting the line of scrimmage. Jason Kelce isn't going to be off, but I did love the back and forth, them talking about that. There is video from the sideline angle of Tony going over and checking and waving at the side official to check and see, hey, am I on? Clearly, when you get the overhead view, he's definitely lined up off sides, but it's a shame that it happened.
It's an incredible shame that it happened. I love his commentary about the play that he made impromptu with the back pass.
Which we were all wondering, was it designed?
Yeah.
No, he just winged that sucker.
I think with tight ends, like that sort of like sports IQ is maybe as important or more important than like measurable toughness and power. He wasn't a high draft pick either. He wasn't coming into the NFL thinking he's going to rip the NFL's head off. But there's just something to I think because so much of it is in the middle of the field, that it's almost like, I don't know. There's an intangible there at that position. I think that makes it the most unpredictable one as far as projecting greatness from college to the pros. Okay, would you like an NFL draft free agent preview? We'll do both those things. Have a sports hodgepodge coming up as well here at 3:40. It's the G-Bag Nation on your home of the Cowboys, home of the World Series champion Texas Rangers here on the Fan.
Thanks to our Tolos. Those are our listeners who...
Berkey's or visit us at Berkeys.com.
Berkey's, we're there when you need us.
Welcome back. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Franklin Frankel for a free consultation. It's 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. Little NFL draft, NFL free agency here is, a lot of teams are already looking at building towards next year, so a lot of this content's getting cranked. Obviously, the Cowboys have much bigger fish to fry, and that's the majority of our focus here. The Bills game is now massive. It's such an exciting opportunity to go out there and on the road and get a win. I think that would be what officially would maybe set the town on fire in a bigger and greater way than we've seen in a long-ass time. Thinking of the Parcells years, certainly they were very close. They had a 13-win season, but I don't know. I think going and getting this win and making it 6 in a row, boy, with the offensive adjustments they've made, like the belief might get in an all-time high.
I'll tell you that 2016 season was pretty special. The run Dak and Zeke and the others went on that got
was like 10 in a row.
I mean,
but you knew the defense wasn't good.
But there were some huge wins along the way.
Yes.
Midway through the season, I think the Green Bay win for Dak. Then at the end of the year, they go to Pittsburgh. This Buffalo game kind of reminds me of going, you go into an AFC team that's, it's up there and, as far as
it would be a Pittsburgh caliber win.
Yeah.
Maybe also a statement type of win like in 2014 when they went to Seattle, which was a tough place to go and win, where you're thinking, okay, this team's a little different because, it's similar to what, Hellman, who lived in that building like you did for so many years. Growing up a Cowboys fan my entire life, this just doesn't seem like one of those games the Cowboys win. You go to Buffalo against a big, strong quarterback that can run on you, and that's been kind of the Cowboys' Achilles heel defensively.
And a good running back.
Yeah, you don't know how your quarterback's going to play if it does start to get a little cold and rainy because he doesn't have to deal with that a ton. There's so many question marks, and they're running the ball well. What have teams done well against the Cowboys when they beat them? They run on them, right?
Yeah.
So for me, there's a lot of mismatches in this game where it's not a game the Cowboys would typically win. If they do, I'm feeling really good about it.
Your run defense was so undisciplined against Arizona that they beat you with Dobbs and Connor. This is precisely the game I picked the Cowboys to lose, right? You're up against a running quarterback and a good running back and a defense that's not horrible on the road. This is what you lose unless you've changed your identity. That's what we're going to see on Sunday.
Yeah, for sure. And I think they have changed their identity, and I think this is really, other than the San Francisco deal, I think this is the last sort of level that they can unlock to be like, okay, like you've sort of proven everything you can prove other than beating San Francisco.
Yeah.
And so doing it in that type of environment where there's going to be some level of weather, we'll see how bad it gets, but if it's a little windy, a little rainy, and pretty cold at night versus a desperate team that's a legit team, if you win that game, all of a sudden it's like, my gosh, what can't this team do?
This could happen. You could go to San Francisco and win. I think that'll be the take on Monday. Okay, 2024 NFL Draft Intel, news nuggets and what all 32 teams need. This is ESPN's NFL Nation. I'll just keep it here in the conference. Projected first-round pick number 30. That would be NFC title game.
Oh, Dallas.
Cowboys can look anywhere and everywhere for help in this draft. They will use free agency to fill holes, make sure they can choose the best player available, writes Todd Archer. But O-line, D-line, linebacker, corner, running back, and potentially wideout could be options. Cowboys have 16 players set to become unrestricted free agents. Tyron, Tony, Pollard, Gilmore, Dorrance Armstrong. They likely won't be able to keep all of them, so hitting at those spots in the draft becomes a must. It's going to be huge. They need a great draft, which they had in 2022, but 2023 was a disaster, Brian.
Yeah, it sure was. And so, Todd threw a big old wide net. If I had to narrow it down, I would say probably linebacker would be right on my top of my list. And then I would think about they always can draft an offensive lineman, but I wonder now if you're thinking about
having Tyron back.
Yeah.
I think that
he's going to be a coveted free agent.
Ooh, yeah, that'll be interesting to see, what his market looks like. I think you're right. They desperately will need a linebacker. doing just the early work we are on this class, I think the meat for the linebacker will be day 2. I think second or third round is where you can address that. Maybe a Jalen Ford out of Texas, who's a local kid from Frisco Lone Star. They'll be able to have him in at Dallas Day. But this first round is loaded with offensive linemen.
Offensive linemen, yeah.
I think this is the draft. You go linemen at the end of the first round, and you can take one of these tackles that can kick inside to guard. There's the Duke kid that played left tackle for them that has, I think, guard or center flexibility.
There you go.
But I think this is the draft. You come away with an offensive lineman. You keep replenishing that to make it a strength.
Because you could lose Biotish, right?
Yes.
Biotish is the free agent. So, yeah, I think going to the offensive line well, and I don't think you can, I mean, we all need to appreciate what we've received from Tyron this year, but banking on that year in, year out, that you're going to get double-digit games out of him at a high level is extremely risky.
With the Giants, the buzz is that the GM has talked about studying quarterbacks. The ESPN's Football Power Index gives the Giants a 50% chance to land a top 5 pick at this point. You'll be able to get a quarterback outside the top 5, though, won't you? There's enough of them that, if they choose to do that.
I know I've looked at 3. I've looked at Caleb Williams, I've looked at Drake May, and I've looked at Jaden Daniels. And to me, I think Drake May reminds me of Eli Manning.
Dumb face?
As a player.
Is it his face? Or
better athlete, but similar skill set coming out of Mississippi. Similar the way he throws the ball, similar with there's times with the lack of accuracy, and I don't think he necessarily has a strong arm. So if people are talking about Drake May as being the second guy, I don't think I would have it that way right now.
I think it's going to end up being Jaden Daniels. I watched Daniels with Neighbors, man. There's a lot to like about Jaden Daniels.
The thing with Jaden Daniels will be people will not fall in love with how thin he looks.
And they're going to have to struggle with that with Caleb Williams, too, because he's not your prototype size-wise. He's thicker, but he's shorter.
Well, he's like 6'2". He's like 6'0", 1'5", which would be like really like 6'2" is what he would be. He's over a half, so that's 6'1 and a half. He looks bigger on tape.
He looks
because he's thicker,
body-wise, thicker.
You talk about mobility, agility, arm talent.
Oh,
he's got it all.
It's unbelievable.
It really does.
With the Eagles' projected first-round pick 29, they have 9 picks, including 2 in the second, to supplement a playoff caliber roster. Secondary is likely to be a focus with Darius Slay and James Bradbury both over 30. Okay, and then
I've always seen the one corner, and that would be Nate Wiggins from Clemson.
The Commanders, Washington's direction with its first pick will be determined by how the organization views quarterback Sam Howell. Would you believe in Howell at this point?
Well, no, because that's going to be a totally different coaching staff and maybe another general manager. That's going to be that whole organization is going to have. They're not going to believe in that quarterback. They're just not going to do it. Not with a chance to grab one of these other guys.
Okay, we also have free agency rankings. And I think the good news here is you don't get a Cowboy until 14. So a roster that might be picked to be in the NFC title game by a lot of people. You don't have a free agent until Tyron Smith there at 14. Salute to him for getting back to the player that, he was, he's at least in the ballpark of the guy that he was in pass protection. Mm-hmm. That's fantastic. Took a pay cut to stay with the Cowboys this year. I think they find something that makes sense here, guys. If Tyron Smith stays healthy the rest of the way, I think they will do some sort of a deal with some guarantee and some incentive based on games played.
Absolutely. I mean, Broadus has talked about over the years, like Tyron Smith, when threatened of the idea of like being traded, it's like, I might just hang him up then. Like he just wants to be a Cowboy. The Cowboys clearly want him around. Yep. And if you were bringing him back after all these years where he was letting you down, and then this year he's actually being a super productive version and healthy version of himself, to date, then it's like it would make no sense to not bring him back with the way they've done it.
You just have to practice him a lot less, it turns out. Those are the 2 injuries on the year in practice.
Well, it just depends on, too, what they feel like with their backup offensive tackles. Do they
how those guys are coming along.
Yeah, do they really want
Awesome Richards or whatever?
Richards, yeah, we'll see.
Let's go.
They might have to go, they might have to go the cheaper route for some of the contracts they've got coming up.
Okay, the top 3 free agents in next March's class: Chris Jones, Kansas City; number 2, Kirk Cousins; and number 3, Josh Allen, the pass rusher. To give you an idea, number 4 is wide receiver T. Higgins. I just wanted to talk about wide receiver position for the Cowboys. Where do you guys view that going? Is Cooks going to be retainable? Is he going to go to that spot late in his career where the offers aren't there, or will there be a big market? He's really come on strong. I think Cooks is a very viable wide receiver. I don't think the Cowboys are going to have much budget for the position, though. So I kind of see them keeping Lamb for sure. I think Gallup's gone.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if Cooks is here, but I think they'll go with draft picks and kind of what they have in house, and maybe get a cheap veteran. Maybe get a cheap veteran, but I think they're going to lean on Ferguson more and start looking at Ferguson as hey, this is a very legitimate weapon that kind of counts how Kelsey and Gronk counted in New England.
Which they should. I mean, I think you got Cooks back next year, so you'll have him in CD, and then they're going to be looking.
Oh, Cooks is under contract?
Yeah, he's got one more year left.
One more year. Oh, cool.
So, they're going to probably look at Jalen Tolbert. The question is, and we've talked about this yesterday, what do you do with Michael Gallup? Is Michael Gallup somebody that you move on from? Can you save money by moving on from him? Do you look to trade him potentially? But this is also, every year we're talking about it. It's kind of the golden age of wide receiver we're in right now.
Yeah.
I've watched three guys, Harrison Jr., Neighbors, and Keon Coleman. All three are absolute studs. I haven't even gotten to the two Texas kids that are coming out that I think are very impressive in A.D. Mitchell and Xavier Worthy. But if you want to address wide receiver in the draft, you'll be able to do so.
Yeah, if you look at Dane Brugler's mock draft, I think he's got 7 of them in the first round.
Jeez.
So yeah, this is something pretty. And the 3 that Zach mentioned, Coleman is from Florida State. Man, what a stud!
Route runner, catches
Holy
everything that's thrown at
That's
him.
the McDonald's kid. Game day, crushing McDonald's.
And then there's a Dunze, the Washington player. It'll be fun watching the college football semifinal. A lot of these guys we'll be talking about will be playing.
Let me bring up a name to you. Number 31, free agents here. 3.12 yards after contact per attempt in 2023 has him in the 80th percentile, Wolchuk, which is good. He's as good as 1 out of 5 that puts him in that special group. He might fall off. He's old. It's Derrick Henry. We talked about him last year. Didn't want to trade for him. I understand, but he's still getting it done in a big way. I think that's your big veteran. You draft a guy, your running game's amazing in 2024.
I've been on that. Technically, that's what Tennessee's doing right now. They drafted Tajay Spears, who I loved coming out of Tulane, and he's really working a 50-50 split. If you do move forward and you got a big bruiser in Derrick Henry, and then you draft a guy that you like, and we'll see, what happens with Deuce Vaughn's development, or if they just view him as kind of a third down scat type back. But yeah, I don't mind that plan moving forward, because I think Pollard's probably going to end up commanding way more money than Henry would when you look at kind of the wear and tear. Pollard's numbers, this was crazy. I saw this from NFL Research. 2 running backs this season have 13 games or 50-plus scrimmage yards. It's Pollard and McCaffrey. That's it. And I don't think we view Tony Pollard as having some kind of outstanding season right now, but compared to other running backs, Tony Pollard's still been very productive.
They've managed to pass it to him a lot. I think over the last month, he'd be on pace for an 85 catch season. It's criminal that Kellen Moore did not figure out a way to get that involved, especially when before the injury. He could have taken over the NFL. Yeah. Could have had a damn Marshall Faulk season, Brian. Yeah. Kellen Moore robbed that from us. Hodgepodge coming up next, Chief. Where are you taking us?
Primetime show, hey, and today's meat question of the day next here in the nation.
Okay, I want to chat Twin Peaks with you, though, because this is the best place to go for eats, drinks, and scenic views. It's your ultimate sports lodge. Has the menu to match. Twin Peaks.
Brad Pitt would play me. It's called the greatest man in the world.
Corey, Kevin, and Mike. The KNC Masterpiece. Middays on 105.3 The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. 5 new roads. Relax and enjoy the difference.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Eric Chiafalo has your sports hodgepodge. Here's the Chief.
Okay, so Brada celebrated a birthday yesterday. Don't think we made fun of him quite enough yesterday, to be quite honest with you. So I dug up a little something so we can do that today. A little bit late, a little bit half-assed, but that's what we do here in the G-Bag Nation. We got the meat question of the day. I feel like the prime rib conversation sparked something. We had the top 10 cuts of meat yesterday, so we will get to that. But I just saw that Shohei's number 17 Dodgers jersey set Fanatics' all-time record for sales within 48 hours of release.
Wow, my goodness.
Now, it's a different sport, but do you guys think you could pull the previous jersey sales record holder? It was
Messi's 10
pretty recent.
for
Okay,
Miami
wow. Damn you.
International.
Look at that.
Miami.
Those were everywhere.
Pink ones.
The pink one.
The pink one, yeah,
I
it's
would
sharp.
absolutely love one of those.
And you know, when we were talking about last week or a couple weeks ago about Deion Sanders being the sports person of the year.
Hint?
No,
Okay.
I would like to have one. I don't think they would find one my size though. That's the problem. Those soccer
tight fits
shirts are man. You have to be in shape like Dawson to be wearing those.
Oh,
things.
shoot. I'm not in shape.
Yeah.
You ain't seen nothing.
Yeah, you got to go, if you're generally XL, you got to go 3X on one of those.
The problem
is those can make you look bad.
Have you guys noticed? I mean, yeah, I love my sweater from Whataburger, my Christmas sweater.
Look good in it, man.
That thing was a triple extra large. I thought I was wearing a tight fit shirt.
It hugs you nice, dude.
I know,
those lovely lady lumps.
It was like, yeah, you know what? Bennett took the sweater from me.
Good for him.
Bennet's like, oh no, Dad, let me see this. You tried on. Oh, I'll see you later.
He just walked out with it on.
Yeah, and it was like a triple extra large. And I was thinking,
jeez,
put on that freshman 20, didn't he?
No, he's like
Bennett's still looking good.
When you order shirts, it's like you order him a large, slim shirt. But for some reason, I don't know how I put that sweater on. If it looked fine on him.
I think you're overrating how big you've gotten, Brian. You're still a lean meat shape.
Whatever.
Marathon shape.
You guys can just kiss my ass.
His birthday was yesterday, guys. Yeah. We can crush him today.
Yeah.
We'll get to that sound here in a second. But
I just want to see him be a Doubtfire.
Oh, we're gonna
butter him up till he wears the Mrs. Doubtfire costume.
He'll be doing it.
I swear I want to get hammered when we go on remotes. That's the one I want to do with the Tobos.
Well, you might need a. That's what you keep putting off your payoffs. We need to get a payoff. I'm hungry for one, Brian.
Going on remotes makes me want to get hammered too, Brian. I don't blame you.
Can you smell the liquor?
So Colorado's.
I might just cook for you guys to kind of get out of this thing for a while.
Well, you know,
that's not fair to the listeners.
Chicken pot pies for everybody.
Gosh, don't tempt me.
I do want one of those pot pies.
Love your pie.
So Colorado's going to launch a Coach Prime marketing course for students.
That's insane.
Hey, by the way, I talked to Bennett about this at brunch yesterday. He's taking a class this next semester, the history of college football.
What?
I am paying for a class at the University of Texas called the history of college football.
You should be teaching that thing, man.
I tell you what, I wish they had that when I.
So if you want to learn about that, come sit in the living room.
When you walked into college, did they have that? And then you walked out, you turned around.
I had to take art history. It was terrible.
Yeah, I had to take music history.
Yeah.
Brutal.
But it was an elective that he has. It's part of it. It's the history of college football. I'd love to go to that class.
The internal Q rating personally for the University of Texas just skyrocketed, man.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
College of Media Communication and Information, University of Colorado Boulder, CMCI 4021, Primetime Public Performance and Leadership, Tuesdays and Thursdays.
He teaches? He's
NIL and all sorts of different things. I mean, they got a nice little rundown of what they're going to do, helping college athletes and stuff like that prepare for their careers and stuff. He will, in fact, not be teaching it. That was my biggest question. It looks like they will have he will be a focal point in the coursework, which makes a ton of sense, but they will have a variety of media experts, as they put it, that will be teaching this class.
Okay.
So sort of guest speaker kind of class. I don't know. That'd be fun.
Is this teaching his college athletes, or is this teaching regular students?
It sounds like it's geared more towards athletes, not necessarily just football players.
That's what I'm saying. So the lady basketballers who upset my LSU lady basketball team, they get to learn this course?
Yeah, because it says it'll focus on helping college athletes explore how to manage their time in college, prepare for career, manage their celebrity, and all these different things. Man. So, yeah, I mean, he's the prototype. That's
seen it all.
No question about it. Okay, let's get to the meat question of the day. How do you guys feel about this? Because I've done it this way, not personally, but I've eaten it, and it's worked out. I'm talking about ribs, and I'm talking about the way you go about cooking them. Obviously, you want to smoke them.
You're about to tell me the crock pot way, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's gone viral. Apparently, some gentleman in an office Christmas party who raised his hand and said, yeah, I'll be that guy to provide the meat. He provided ribs that were first boiled before they were like seared, I guess, on the grill, and he's just getting crushed for it. And I feel bad for him.
I've never seen that be done before.
I've seen
probably like a family recipe.
You boil first and then put on the grill.
I'm just saying, is that
just to warm up the temperature?
Is that a foul? Is he committing a penalty here?
A massive one. It is. But I tell you what, I've been watching people cook these hams. And people boil the hams.
Ham's different though, because you don't need to smoke ham. That's not like a barbecue item, you know.
Yeah, but man, some smoked ham is I mean, but everybody I'm watching, like Pittman and all these guys, are double smoking because these hams you're buying are already smoked, and now these guys are adding more smoke to it.
Well,
but this one guy, and
you still can't boil
a British
ribs.
guy.
No.
It was a European boil the ham guy.
Well, he's probably a bigger idiot than these guys then, because the deal is when you smoke meat, if the meat has been already taken to a temperature of about 140 degrees, it doesn't absorb the smoke anymore. You need like raw flesh meat to absorb the smoke. So usually when you're cooking, it's only really taking on that smoke for the first couple, 2-3 hours. And then you wrap, and then you do the extra stuff to make sure it's falling off the bone, if you want to do that, you know. So, yes, this is a huge mistake. I think you feel sorry for those husbands that do that, that go either show up at a work event or send that food with their wife to her work event.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, you could make it somewhat decent if you strip all that meat off the bone and doll it up with some barbecue sauce and some seasoning and mix that all around. It might still make some pretty decent sliders.
It's going to want a little Sweet Baby Ray's on there.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it. Yeah, that's tough. I do feel bad for the guy who feels like, hey, I'm doing a great service for my colleagues. I'm showing up with the main entree of the night for the holiday party. I'm about to be sort of the MVP.
Yeah.
I'm high-fiving folks.
Everyone's thinking they got ribs.
Then you're getting side-eyed. Yeah. That's
just hurtado.
So
sad.
all he did was boil the ribs. That was it.
He boiled them, and then the way I read it here is he just like gas grill seared them. Like this is a guy who doesn't have a smoker, I guess, or doesn't have the patience or the ability or the means, whatever it is. So it's like boil and then grill. So I don't know. He's getting crushed for it. I wasn't really sure. I have consumed ribs that were this way. Before my palate really developed, and I was devouring them, and I think I even said compliments to the chef. So I might just be way off base here.
I thought you were going to tell me that he cooked them like in a slow cooker, where they folded around the edges of
they do that too. Yeah,
the slow cooker,
like a crock pot.
Yeah.
Rib.
Yeah.
So my aunt, she owns a restaurant in Indiana. That's how she makes ribs.
Cooks them fast that way, right?
And the family loved it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Until I smoked them some ribs Texas style.
Yeah.
And they're like, wow, I can't believe Angie Nan thinks she's making ribs right.
Well, let's make fun of Broadus just real quick here. Speaking of food, we go back to just a few weeks ago at AT&T Stadium. The offensive lineman burrito was delivered by the folks at Legends, and Broadus couldn't get enough of this thing.
Always getting it done, and I'll tell you what, you eat one by yourself, you're not going to eat for 2 days.
Yeah,
that thing is like it's like a loaf of, just the size of like a loaf of bread. It's a big hunker of words can't even describe how big and nice that is.
Happy birthday, Broadus. We love you, brother.
Really big and nice.
I'll tell you what, man, that burrito was good, though, wasn't it?
It was a big hunker.
It was a big hunker burrito.
Words can't even describe how big and nice that is.
There were so many words coming into my head, and they were all wrong. Every one of them. I could not get a right word.
That's weed. That's weed.
By the way,
well done, buddy.
That's the
He
last,
complimented the burrito's vascularity at one point. It was really insane.
By the way, that's the last time you're ever wearing my coat in a cold weather.
Oh,
got
it could have
him.
gotten way worse for you yesterday.
I was going to get you your own sideline parka, but not now.
No, I was going to get you the Messi jersey, so we're even.
That's a story I need the rest on and some follow-up questions. I can't believe you gave Chief your coat.
Yeah.
Wow. I was cutting glass. I looked like Jennifer Aniston in Friends.
I'm just
and what did you have left?
I love that.
I had on my vest and a long sleeve shirt, but I looked over at him and he went to break, and literally he was shaking so violently.
Yeah.
I just took it off. I go, man, this guy, he's the host of the show.
Take it off.
If he goes down, I'm having to host. This thing is not going.
And
anywhere.
how much show did you have left?
2 hours.
Oh my goodness.
I sat there. Yeah, I stood up though. It helped me. I kind of put my hands in my pocket and kept moving, and then watching the Philadelphia fans come up and just start yelling at us
feats of strength,
Yeah.
I mean, he sort of he really embraced it in a huge way.
What a
but he's
what a friend too.
What a friend, teammate of the year, and I'm forever indebted.
Yeah. I think that might actually make up for making Wolchuk leave game one. Actually, the college football trip and that
speak for your damn
gesture
self.
towards the nosebleed boys.
Man,
I made you whole again.
Definitely. I'm ready to forgive you for what you did to Wolchuk. So for whatever that means.
Hey, I tried to get him a ticket. I got him a ticket to the Big 12 game.
Brian certainly went above and beyond.
I had a trip organized to Arizona. We could have been there for the clincher game.
That's right.
We had it.
Should've
We had
gone.
it. But hey,
really need you guys to step up and say we'd have done the show. You guys go.
You guys were acted like you couldn't do 5 hours. You two doing the show.
Friggin' sissy ninnies.
Yeah.
I mean, World Series.
I'd have been more than happy to if somebody asked me, so you guys could go.
We did. But
Damn it,
you
somebody
guys
told
turned
me
it
they
down.
asked.
Dawson's like, I don't see that happening. I don't see that happening. Not today. No.
Yeah, you're trying to blame me for this?
I'm blaming you for all this.
That's a good move, actually. It's amazing.
Not going to point the fingers, but Dawson, you're a problem. Finger pointing.
We got to run. Mixed bag coming up next. Wolchuk, what's this all about?
Mark Wahlberg crashes a frat party. Who would you like to have crash your party? We got nuggets on the ice, and how long would you wait for a burger? That's next.
I'd wait a long time if it was a good burger. I don't have to wait much time at all to get a great deal on a new vehicle. I just called D&M Leasing, 972 or 817-35.
Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It is hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Sorry for the hiccups. I'm crushing a protein bar here. Trying to get that lean muscle packed on here.
Peloton Dawson.
Getting back in shape a little bit.
Different animal.
Wooly Bullies Top 10s coming up at 4:20.
Slam the sugar cookies.
We have a rim session at 4:40. I like that version of myself better, but this feels good. Okay, get all those inflammatory ingredients out of your body. Start exercising a little bit. Endorphins get flowing. Brian, you know what that's like.
Nah,
Happened to you.
1986.
Around the Rims coming up at 4:40. Multiple ejections last night in the association making news, and football's finest at 5. Here's Wolchuk with your mixed bag.
Thank you very much. It is funny when two brothers get to play against each other. Unfortunately, we're not going to get to see it with Cravon and Stephon Diggs, but I saw some quotes from the 33rd team. You've got the St. Brown brothers who do a podcast together, and obviously Equinemius St. Brown and his Bears defeated Amon-Ra St. Brown and the Lions. Equinemius said, quote, "We whooped that ass." And Amon-Ra said, "We're still 9-4. You guys are still 5-8. He said, "Well, hopefully you guys don't bleep the bed, man." And I love a good brotherly trash talk back and forth between one another.
Oh man, yeah, it's one of the greatest things.
It is.
When it comes to like holiday season, getting the brothers back together, and it's just a constant roast fest.
Absolutely. Speaking of roasts, we talked about this, I think, when Brady retired. But it's finally now we have a release date.
The Brotox?
Tom Brady. And I'm sure that the Botox is going to be discussed. Will be roasted by Jeff Ross and others on Netflix on May 5th. And I really hope we get Eli there, because Eli is doing an excellent job anytime he can of trolling Tom Brady with those 2 Super Bowl wins he has against him. But
he's got it. Yeah.
It'll be a special taping featuring Brady's friends and frenemies that will air on May 5th from the Kia Forum. And I look forward to this.
Both Peyton and Eli
much.
will be there.
Yes, I bet Peyton. Yep, of course, Peyton will be there. Those two went back and forth with one another. Great story that I've had for a couple of days. This is from the Third and Long podcast, courtesy of Verizon. Trent Williams was with Eric Armstead on the show. Trent Williams, who's now the offensive tackle of the Niners, but he was drafted out of OU playing with the Washington Commanders. And he talked about his welcome to the NFL moment. And it just happened to come against the Cowboys and a Pro Football Hall of Famer and now Ring of Honor member. And here's Trent Williams discussing that very day.
Welcome to the league moment. It wasn't a moment. It was a whole game.
A whole game?
It was a whole game, man.
Longest game of your life?
What? Oh my God, yeah. D-Word took me to the woodshed, man. That was my first game ever lining up. And, I came from Oklahoma. I had never really studied an opponent. Like, I never really watched film, never took notes. Like, you just go out there and block. I kind of equated it to basketball, being able to hand check somebody. So I'm like, I just kind of, I didn't use technique. I just played like an athlete. So I figured they got me to the NFL. That's what I'm going to do on the next level. And, I was hearing all the talk about D-Ware and, some of the old linemen just was in the locker room just talking about like, man, when you look at him, look like his uniform is painted on. Then you hear one dude like, man, he could tie his shoes, get standing up. I'm thinking like, damn, this dude really like this, but I got all this pride. I'm like, man, forget it. I'm going to go out there and just play like I play. And Coach Mike Shanahan, the Godfather, he called me in. I want to say it may have been a Thursday of that week. He was like, hey, man, you're not getting the chip. We're not slot chip. We're not helping you. I mean, you're making $10 million a year. You're going to have to prove it. You ain't going to be here long if you don't. So I'm like, what? What? That guy, yeah, I ain't gonna lie. That had my heart. I lost some sleep.
Yeah, you go against D Ware, you're going to maybe fall in love with practice and technique a little bit more.
Yeah, I'm going to start trying a little bit harder here, Trent Williams. And clearly he's had a phenomenal, also probably Hall of Fame caliber career.
For sure.
But shout out to DeMarcus Ware.
I mean, DeMarcus Ware, what he would do to you as a rookie, that would be extremely frightening. I mean, I think it was with the Broncos.
Did it to Tyron Smith.
Yeah.
Like Tyron Smith, that first training camp, man.
That was a long one, I bet.
Tyron, you're kind of like going, God, is this guy any good? But it's Ware, and you're like, okay.
It's iron sharpening iron right there.
That,
I think it was versus Joe Staley, and I think it was when Ware was a Bronco. But when he did that fake spin inside and then go back out, and he made Joe Staley spin, who's a really good tackle. Like Staley spins, and when he spins, he realizes, oh, wait, DeMarcus Ware never actually spun. He just pump faked the spin, and now he's sacking my quarterback. It's one of the coolest pass rush moves I've ever seen.
I loved it. Great story there from Trent Williams. Now, Mark Wahlberg, his daughter is going to Clemson, Ella. So it's Parents Weekend, and his daughter's a member of Alpha Chi Omega sorority. And Mark decides, you know what, I'm going to one of these frat parties with his daughter. And he says, you know, if I had gone to college, I'd probably still be a 25-year senior. Like, I don't think I would have ever graduated. I would have stayed there as long as I could. He said, I was at the frat house, and, a couple of spots in town. It was nuts. Parent Weekend was incredible. But how would your career path have changed if you'd gone that route instead of this one? Asked a reporter. He said, I'd still be in college. I'd still be at the frat house. I'd be a 25th-year senior. Then Michelle Monaghan, who was with him because they're going ahead and promoting a new project they're doing, said, the grandfather, the patriarch of the fraternity, that could be a great movie. And he said, that's actually a phenomenal idea. You just gave me a new movie. And he looks over at Will Ferrell, and they might end up making a script here. But there's video of this. You've got Will Ferrell, Mark Wahlberg out there at Clemson. They're doing chugs. They're pulling shots with all these guys. I mean, he's in the weight room.
Hasn't that already been done? Old school?
Old school to an extent. They created their own fraternity. But this would be, I think, Parents Weekend. They go back and try and do their own twist of it. And we're recycling ideas all the time in Hollywood.
Okay, that's all we're doing, I believe.
We're just doing remake after remake after remake. And anything with Mark Wahlberg, I think we'd see. But you've got Mark Wahlberg out here taking pics, lifting weights with all the Clemson players. I'm sure Ella, his daughter, is loving this. But who would you love to maybe get to party with of an actor, celebrity, crash a house party of yours?
Snoop.
Probably Wahlberg's daughter.
Ella,
with you.
Are you looking at what she's working with over there?
I can imagine. A pretty good imagination.
Probably got the same biceps.
Snoop
as her
would
dad.
be fun to party with, though.
Snoop,
absolutely.
Oh yeah. Obviously you want one of these people that's going to kind of be the life of the party, so they're going to put on a show.
Bill Burr would be fun to have. Talk
like
sports.
Will Ferrell DJing that USC party looked pretty cool that one time. Bill Burr would be hilarious.
Bill
absolutely.
Burr would sit there with drinking with you and talking sports and arguing with you the whole time.
I tell you what, I mean, you guys are pretty close hanging out with Stephen Jones. I think Jerry Jones has to be right at or very near the top.
I bet Jerry
fun.
Would be a blast.
He's trying to get music going. He's talking with everybody.
Yeah.
He's bringing everybody in. He's going to try extra hard to make sure everybody's comfortable.
At the end of the night, they're talking about going to Vegas on the plane. That's what you do.
Oh, so all of a sudden,
you're always like,
you start at your house party and he crashes it. Next thing you know, you wake up, you're in Vegas the next morning.
Exactly.
With the
No, that's serious. You're on your way to the airport to get on the plane. That's the Jerry Jones way of
That'd
doing
be a
things.
blast, man. It really would. Oh, we got a vote for Van Wilder's Ryan Reynolds. If he's in character, that'd be a blast. Matthew McConaughey getting texted in, Kid Rock.
I have to have Juicy J. You ever heard of Juicy J?
Yeah.
Yeah, Juicy J, 100%, bro.
Man.
Yeah. I will share my life with his right now.
Dude.
I will take my life to be him. 100%.
Do a little switcheroo.
I'll switcheroo on that dude.
Wake up, it's a Parent Trap.
He's living the life, bro.
Is he?
Yeah.
I haven't heard him make any music
bro.
lately.
Probably why.
But he's just
out here living the dream.
Shoot, he's producing all types of music right now and writing songs, man.
That's
Sitting
beautiful.
back in
Yeah,
those
mixtapes
producer
going
cups.
crazy. Juicy J.
Man, it was a good run. Like Wiz Khalifa and Juicy J were doing some stuff together.
Yeah.
That's where I was really introduced.
would
Like,
be
oh,
fun.
dude, this guy rocks.
Absolutely. Now, In-N-Out has opened in Idaho. Guys, this was absolutely nuts. But people were camping out and waiting 9 hours to order
In Idaho?
at this In-N-Out in Idaho. It's their first ever
Probably
location that's
chilly.
opened. I remembered when the first one opened in Frisco.
Yeah.
And there was a 2 to 3 hour wait for that one.
Yeah.
But Idaho lost their damn minds to go get themselves a double-double animal style over here.
Well, they don't have much, so you could imagine, like, if East Texas was an entire state in the north, that's probably what you'd have in Idaho. So they were probably shocked that a major chain like that. I can't imagine what they do for Whataburger. You're probably looking at 48 hours, probably.
Is there a fast food place that you would camp out for? Like, how long would you wait for a burger? It's the greatest burger that's ever been made.
I'm going to wait 3 days until the line goes down. And then if it's all that, I'll go get some then.
I do appreciate the commitment.
Yeah, I mean, 9 hours for any food, let alone fast, like a fast food, seems pretty insane.
I don't know, man.
To just be sitting in your car or whatever. Like,
there's some days where I would have waited for a Jack in the Box taco.
But you got to stay spicy. You got to stay drunk.
Yeah, but that's while you're hammered.
That's what I'm saying. I'm I'm at the Texas Motor Speedway where I don't leave the infield for 4 days. Yeah. And they kind of show up Jack in the Box line.
It's insane.
Yeah.
I mean, I would be down. Like, what about there's some of these barbecue places, that are like open a couple days a week, and it's like, hey, we serve until we run out, and we're waiting 2-3 hours at a time. Like, I'd be down to do something like that. You told me it was Burger of the Year.
Mm-hmm. Man, my Uncle Sonny was way ahead of the game on that. He figured out how much he needed to cook so he could close at 3:00. And
that's amazing.
And what they've done is by just cooking just enough, they've made the demand that, boy, you got to get there, got to get early. They could cook to keep this thing open to 9, 10
there are
o'clock.
A lot of places
but they
still
don't
do that.
They
Yeah.
don't. They make it so it's supply and demand. They're like, okay, let's just cook a little bit and make everybody freak out that they've got to get to us right now.
That's brilliant.
So it is. It's way brilliant.
Plus, you only have to work half the time.
Yeah, that work-life balance feels pretty nice.
5 hours of radio.
Yeah.
But I would go probably. I would put it at like 3 hours. Like 3 hours for something like super special, not a fast food in and out.
It seems like the one that's Franklin Barbecue in Austin was the one where I think David Hellman waited a few hours for that one.
But if you could line it up to where it's a party out there, I think you could get a good
that's
12.
what Franklin does.
Yeah.
What you need to do is set up like the beer stations so you can sell beers as you moving it along in line, and maybe some appetizer things along the way, some onion rings or fries or whatever.
Different checkpoints. You get to the onion ring checkpoint, the beer checkpoint.
You get a fresh beer, that's what I would do.
This is a good segue because I wonder where the chicken nugget checkpoint would be, because I needed to bring your attention to an ECHL game between Toledo and Kalamazoo. It's the Kalamazoo Wings.
Dawson, that's on our cable package,
to
by
be
the way.
frank. Yeah, you might be able to actually watch this happen.
This is sports?
It's a minor league hockey game. Yeah.
Quality package.
So the crowd was largely comprised of elementary, middle, and high school students because they got out of class for a school education day in Toledo, and they were taken to this ECHL game. Now, there's a lot of chaperones on hand to oversee any type of unruly behavior, but there's a face-off in the second period, and that gets interrupted when what appears to be a chicken nugget was tossed over the glass and landed on the ice. So one of the forwards from Toledo decides to take matters into his own hands. He goes ahead, he gets his stick, he flicks the nugget back over the glass. Well, then he gets assessed a 10-minute misconduct penalty for this act. Can you believe this? According to the misconduct penalty, it is imposed if any player deliberately throws any equipment out of the playing area.
Nuggets aren't equipment.
These officials deem that a chicken nugget was indeed equipment.
Was it NBA referees on this one?
This is erroneous. This is ridiculous.
My goodness. I mean, first of all, why didn't you just eat the nugget?
Just pick it up and eat it?
I think it'd been fun to flip it up and take the stick and flip it up.
Like you're at a hibachi?
Catch it.
Dude, like you alley-oop it to yourself.
Alley-oop to yourself with a nugget.
You've got a bunch of kids in the audience. Now we're going to give this guy a 10-minute misconduct penalty because some kid threw a chicken nugget onto the ice, and I'm just going to simply flick it back up into the stand.
That calls for a riot, pitchforks. I mean, they should be outside. They should be...
Yeah, something weird. Is it a full moon or something? Sorry to interrupt you there, but I
was
feel like
nowhere.
The refs were horrible at every sport last night.
Something went down, man.
Yeah. There must be something going on.
This was too much. We're trying to do too much.
Maybe there's just like a nationwide referee group chat, and they all just decide when they're going to run amok of whatever it is, like however low level. I mean, there was youth sports yesterday that was just getting crushed.
And somehow Draymond was in that group chat. He was like, I'm in too, guys.
Yeah. I'll help y'all out a little bit.
Just terrible.
More on that and Around the Rim coming up at 4:40. The top 10's next. What's the subject, Zach?
Can you believe this? Jamie Foxx has turned 56 today.
Hey!
I've got the top 10 Jamie Foxx movies. What's your favorite? And is Jamie Foxx the most talented individual in the world? That's next.
Sports with lots of laughs mixed in. Sean and RJ.
system from Linux. Call 877-BERKEYS or visit us at Berkeys.com.
Berkeys, we're there when you need us.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It is the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time now for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. Here's Zach Wolchuk. Zach with an H, the Woolly Bully.
Thank you very much. We will celebrate Jamie Foxx, who I think is the most talented person going right now. I really do. If you think that there's somebody more talented than Jamie Foxx, please text it in. But I'll go through his accolades here in just a moment, what this man has accomplished, not to mention the impressions that he is capable of doing. But we'll get to his top 10 movies here. What's your favorite Jamie Foxx film? Do want to give a shout out that we just got to Natalie from the 214. She's got a big jiu-jitsu tournament in Austin this Saturday, so shout out to you.
Good luck.
Awesome.
Kick ass.
We appreciate you. Go ahead.
I tried to get Abby into jiu-jitsu like 7 years ago.
Didn't get into it?
She just, she wouldn't go for it.
No, wasn't her thing. It's not for everybody.
No.
But I did see this. It's the best trios, and we might be able to see the best trios in Major League Baseball in the history of the sport in 2024. Problem with this list is from MLB Network. The Rangers trio, I think, is way too low. Way too low. Number one, now with Shohei Ohtani going to the Dodgers, it's Mookie Betts, Freddie Freeman, and Shohei. And that's fine. I respect that. That's an amazing trio. Then you got the Braves with Ronald Acuna Jr., Matt Olson, Austin Riley. Pretty damn good. Then at 3, we've got the Astros with Yordan Alvarez, Kyle Tucker, and Jose Altuve. They watched what Kyle Tucker did in the postseason because he didn't do anything.
You did.
In terms, it was a bag of ass, I think, Brian, is what Kyle Tucker did out there in the postseason.
That's a fair assessment.
At 4, they're going with the Yankees with newly acquired Juan Soto, Aaron Judge, and Gleyber Torres. And then we've got the Rangers at 5 with Seager, Simeon, Garcia. I think we need to flip the Astros and the Rangers. I think the Rangers need to be at 3. Then we'll go with the Yankees, and then we'll put the Astros at 5.
Yeah, it'd only be appropriate at this point.
I mean, what are we doing?
Would you like a vote of just take the Astros completely off that list?
Just kick them out. Yeah, I mean, you got the Phillies at 6, Schwarber, Harper, Trey Turner.
That's like
good.
a better group than the Astros, right?
How about the Padres? Manny Machado, Fernando Tatis, Xander Bogaerts. That's good. The Rays with Yandy Diaz, Isaac Paredes, Randy Arozarena. I'll take them over the Astros. And then we just watched the D-backs in the World Series, Corbin Carroll, Ketel Marte, and Christian Walker. I didn't see the Astros in the World Series. Did you?
No.
No,
I didn't.
Bleep them. They don't deserve to be in there. But the Rangers were definitely too low. We need to swap them. All right, let's get to the top 10. Shout out to Jamie Foxx. He's 56 today. If I were to tell you that Jamie Foxx was just 4 years younger than Brian, would you believe me?
No, absolutely not.
I mean, what the hell?
No, I bet he could still go out and...
there's no question.
Yeah.
There's no question.
Who do you think could drink more beer, though, between the two of you? Because my money might be on you after seeing you at the parade.
That really was a once in a lifetime thing for me to do that. But I'm gonna summon it all back again.
I mean, in Jamie Foxx's heyday, he could whoop you at anything. I'd say. But right now, I think you'd get him. You've been holding up pretty well.
Texas kid.
Couple Texas guys getting at it. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. From Terrell. Now, I mean, Jamie Foxx, the talent that this man possesses. I mean, you look at what he's done in his career. Of course, he wins an Academy Award for Ray. He's got a Golden Globe. He's got 2 #1 singles on the Billboard Hot 100. Guys won a bleeping Grammy. I don't think there's anything this man really hasn't accomplished from an entertainment standpoint. I mean, Lucius, am I being overzealous by saying I think Jamie Foxx might be the most talented individual living
No,
right
he
now?
is 100% the most talented man in Hollywood. He can dance, sing, he's a comedian, he can write,
He's
he
incredible.
can act. Yeah, that's 5 tools right there.
Yeah,
We're talking about
player,
athletes. There hasn't been a guy like that since Sammy Davis Jr. Jackie Chan.
Yes.
Jackie Chan is super talented like that. He's a 5-tool actor
And he's
or whatever.
overlooked. He's overlooked.
Yeah.
But God, dude, Jamie Foxx, his resume is unbelievable what he's accomplished.
And he's one of the most impressive quarterbacks I've ever seen, too.
Hell yeah, he is. Stephen Willie Beeman.
Can spin it.
Gosh, I love that dude.
He was in a Booty Call, too, was another good one.
Yeah, I knew you'd love Booty Call.
He was
Did you see
Buns.
Pootie Tang?
His name was Buns in that movie.
Were you a Pootie Tang guy too, Brian? What? You see that movie Pootie Tang?
I didn't see that one.
Tap-a-tow.
That was one growing up. I'd see it on HBO.
Yeah.
I was like,
Was
I
it
probably
like
shouldn't be
Cinemax
watching
thing?
this, but I'm going to watch it anyway.
Was
No,
it
it wasn't
like-
a Skinemax.
It's like a
It's a real
Lorna.
movie.
Was it?
Pootie Tang's funny, man.
Yeah.
It's a funny movie.
It's parody. It's really crazy. It's over the top.
hilarious. So I got the top 10 Jamie Foxx movies. Yeah, hell of an impressionist, absolutely.
Yes, the impressions, man. Like,
I mean,
and I guess that's part of the stand-up comedy kind of deal
is he
to an
still
extent.
doing the Mike Tyson movie? Is that still supposed to come out?
I'm not sure, but he does the best Tyson.
His Tyson's so good.
It's so spot on.
It's so good. We got love for Donald Glover coming
Oh, yeah.
in.
Donald Glover.
No doubt.
Actor, singer,
Yep.
rapper, writer, comedian,
Yeah.
Chris Tucker.
director, dancer.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Yeah, Donald Glover's certainly in the conversation.
Gosh, what would that be like? To be like, I am good at so many things.
Like, there's nothing I'm not good at, really. Yeah. I mean, it's incredible. Some of the honorable mentions of the top 10 movies for Jamie Foxx: White House Down. Of course, the new Spider-Man that came out. No Way
Dreamgirls.
Home, where he was Electro.
Yeah, Dreamgirls.
Dreamgirls
Dreamgirls is good, bro.
Yeah, Dreamgirls is in the top 5.
Miami Vice, one of my old favorite shows.
Number 1 new show, Miami
I love
Vice.
Miami Vice.
Yeah, he was Ricardo Tubbs.
He's Tubbs.
He was Tubbs. Jarhead as well as the honorable mention. Which, man,
They should have buried that one, bro.
Woo! I'm surprised people. I couldn't believe it was on this list, man. Jarhead was
It's
not
very
good.
disappointing.
It was very disappointing. Number 10 is Baby Driver from 2017, which is a really good film.
He's like a, I guess, just supporting actor in that one,
Supporter.
right?
Yeah.
That was a good movie.
Oh, Baby was a good driver, right?
Yeah, no, Baby. Yeah, Baby.
Yeah, that was a good
one that
movie.
just listened
Yeah,
to music the whole
underrated
time.
movie. Yeah.
They were supposed to do a sequel to that at some point, but I think Ansel Elgort, the guy who was the lead in that, I think he's running into a bit of trouble.
Is that right?
Yeah, yeah.
I'm gonna look up this.
Did you
dude.
not get consent or something like that?
What's
Might
his
have been
name?
some issues.
Hansel. Oh, he got me
Hansel
too'd
with an A.
I don't understand not getting consent. Consent is the fire part.
Yes.
That's some of the best parts.
Yeah.
It really is, dude.
Yeah.
I need to be slapped in the face with consent.
Oh,
Because I can't even tell when you're giving me consent sometimes.
Slap me. Dude, the 214 Law-Abiding Citizen. That's an underrated movie.
That freaking movie is phenomenal.
So good. And that should have been on this list.
Man, when remember when he's in the prison cell and he's getting his final meal, and he ends up just murking the inmate.
guard.
Like no, it's the other inmate that's with him. He's like sharing his
yes,
food. He's like,
I know
hey,
what
this is
you're
my
talking
final meal,
about.
but I'm gonna let
He's
you,
like, he's
other
about to be a
inmate,
good dude, and then he
yes,
just kills
and
the
then-
guy.
Yes.
That movie's really good, man. I haven't seen that
Intense.
in a long time. That was also one that would pop up on TV occasionally, and then you end up sitting there and it's 30 minutes later. Wow, I haven't changed the channel.
When the mystery unravels there,
It's
incredible.
so good, yeah. You don't see it coming. Number 9 is Soul, the animated film that came out on Disney Plus, where she voices the main character. I think that's getting a re-release in theaters soon.
That's a great movie.
Number 8 is Ali.
Yeah, he was good in Ali.
He's a supporter in
Yeah,
this.
he was good.
Boombayah.
Number 7 is Just Mercy, which is another movie that came out in 2019. It's with Michael B. Jordan. Michael B. Jordan plays the lawyer of Jamie Foxx. It's based on a true story as well. If you haven't seen that, I think it's on Apple TV and Prime Video. You can give that a watch.
I really liked his work as Mother Bleeper Jones in Horrible Bosses.
Yes, dude. He's hilarious in that. Mother Bleeper Jones. Number 6 is Any Given Sunday.
Yeah, of course.
Fighting for inches.
Gotta claw with your fingernails for that inch.
You play to win the game.
That's
And he
good.
said some spit came right there on my lip when he said
It sure did.
Man. Number 5, and I'm surprised this one's not a little bit higher. This one's been texted in quite a bit. Django Unchained.
Absolutely.
Django.
Absolutely.
Django.
Players Club is Players Club on that list.
Players Club is
See,
not.
that needs to be on the list. I was waiting, but no, go ahead and put it out there, man. He was a DJ and he was fire on
Not
there.
on here. This is courtesy
And
of
he got
USA
Lisa
Today.
Ray.
Ooh.
Number 4.
Great song by Rappin' Forte back in the day, too.
You guys have called this one Dreamgirls. Comes in at 4.
Yeah,
2006. And I didn't see this movie. Number 3. Tommy Lee Jones is apparently in this with him. It's The Burial.
I don't think I remember that
It's
one.
on Prime Video. Apparently, this might have been like a straight streaming movie, but
Okay.
I have not seen this either. He's in a
That's
he's
a new
Florida
movie.
Yeah,
attorney.
I'll check it out, bro. The Burial.
Number 2 is Collateral,
Tommy Lee
that's good.
Jones.
That's good.
which he's in with Tom Cruise. Yeah, the cast looks really good. I'm surprised like none of us have ever even.
Have to check it out in the
He's
holidays.
He's a producer of the movie is part of it. Yeah.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
Collateral is a really good movie though.
Yeah.
That one slept on a little bit. From 2004, an LA cab driver, and ends up picking him up. The stuff that they get into is pretty nuts. Apparently, you can find that on Netflix as well if you haven't seen that yet. Yes, Will Smith was Ali, Tim, but Jamie Lee Foxx was his trainer, Ali's trainer in the movie. Number one, though, best.
Oh, wait a minute.
Houdini Brown, right?
Jamie Foxx film.
Yes, he was Houdini.
Yeah, he was.
Yes, he was. I know what it's going to be, but we did not
Angelo
mention.
Dundee was a trainer.
And I know they're not going to have it on the list.
Yeah, throw some stuff out there.
Redemption. There's a movie he played. He played Stan Tookie Williams. Quote unquote started the Crips.
Oh,
great movie right there,
come
bro.
out?
I learned about Stan Tookie Williams through that movie right there. And a movie called Bait. It's hilarious, man. It's hilarious.
Yeah, okay, so you know what number one is. I'm sure a lot of people do. Of course, it's what he won the Academy Award for, and he was absolutely fantastic as Ray Charles. It is Ray from 2004. If you haven't seen it, it's fantastic. He was incredible in it. But yeah, that ends up coming in at number one. Booty Call did get an honorable mention, as did The Players Club, which came out in back-to-back years. You mentioned Miami Vice from 2006. The Kingdom, which got texted him quite a bit, 931. It's like, what? The Kingdom's not on the list? 817-972, all texting in The Kingdom. But Jamie Lee Foxx, shout out to you, sir. And
Jamie
shout
Lee
out,
Foxx?
excuse me,
You're thinking about Jamie Lee
not Jamie
Curtis.
Lee. I'm thinking of Jamie Lee
In
Curtis.
Trading Places.
Yes,
That's what he's thinking about right now.
That scene. That's one VHS. You hit that rewind.
Yeah, with Arnold.
Arnold Schwarzenegger. What was that movie?
True Lies.
Oh my God,
True
that was
Lies.
she was on fire that movie,
Yeah,
bro.
she was. She does that little dancey dance.
Yeah, I would have jumped out of helicopter too for you, girl.
Woo! But shout out to Jamie Foxx turning 56 today.
Salute to Jamie if he's in town. Stop
Jamie
by.
Lee Foxx.
We'll celebrate you.
Jamie Lee.
Okay, football's finest coming up at 5. A lot going on in the world of basketball, Chief. What do you have for us?
Yeah, let's hit a rim sesh. Draymond, Joker, and some Mavs goodies next year in the nation.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, Babe Laufenberg joins us at 8:40 to talk Buffalo and preview his new restaurant with Jason Garrett. We'll play high-low during the Expressway.
On the Fan, presented nationally by Casamigos Tequila. Casamigos, brought to you by those who drink it. And Lowe's. Lowe's knows home improvement. It's Boomer on 105.3 The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. 5 new roads. Relax and enjoy the difference.
All righty. Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Expressway's coming up at 5:20. We'll give you the latest of what Mike McCarthy had to say. It's time now to recap a very eventful evening in the world of the association. Here's Eric Chiafalo.
Let's go ahead and cut the lights out. We'll put the kids to bed. The G-Bag Nation's going all 56 inches around the rim.
I had it up there, bro. I promise.
I got all the faith in the world in you, man.
I promise, bro.
I didn't lose faith for a second.
I got a joint here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when the Mavs beat the champions, and Dante Exum goes berserk from beyond the arc.
Yeah.
That might be more surprising than DeVito and Zach Wilson being the players of the week in their respective conferences. That Exum was just making it rain last night. Darvin Ham's like, I'm sorry, everything about this matchup told us don't worry about him. It's basically 4-on-5, and he made us pay. And we never adjusted because why would I adjust? I'm just a coach, man. You're starting to ask too much of me.
LeBron exchanged jerseys with him after the game.
Yeah, I got to get me that Exum jersey.
Luka tried to jump in there and give him the headband and the jersey, and LeBron went right past him.
It was pretty funny though. There was like a bad lip reading after LeBron and Luka were kind of like hugging, telling each other what's up, and somebody was giving a little their own take on what was being said, and it's Luka like, hey, we're gonna get Mark, we're gonna draft Bron, then we're gonna get Joe, we're gonna move somebody over, kick somebody off the team, we'll open up a roster spot for you. LeBron's like, dude, please, let's set this up, get me the hell out of here.
That would be so sick.
Well, it was good. I mean, for the Mavericks to win, versus that team, second out of a back-to-back, you could tell Luka was, he was fatigued. He spoke about it after the game, just how tired he was.
He was into it a little bit, though. When he plays LeBron, he's into it, though, right?
Yeah, and he tore him up a couple times.
Yeah, I got that.
Did you see his numbers over the 2 games? McMahon tweeted it out: 68 points, 14 boards, 23 assists.
In the 2 games versus LeBron this year?
In 87 minutes. No, just the back-to-back. The back-to-back. Wins for the Mavs. Because he had to carry the team. He's so shorthanded right now.
Lively's a good player, too, by the way.
Oh, Lively's fantastic, yes. But still a rookie.
Well, I loved at the end of the game that it was his shot block and then rebound, to like sort of ice out. We're going to for sure get this victory
took
here.
That shot at the end that you see that one that just went clanging off, and you're like going, ooh, that's kind of the shot he usually knocks down, that long range. You're thinking, oh no, he's gonna kill, he's gonna cut this lead in half kind of thing. But thank God he missed that thing.
17 assists with the 33 points for Luka, and one of those sort of impossible passes that he made behind the defender's back. Even Exum is like, oh my gosh, I'm just so glad I knocked that one down, because nothing erases a sick pass assist like just clanking the shot. And Exum, he absolutely nailed it. But that pass and Luka's got a long history of incredible passes. That's right up there with the best of them.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of guys on this team in particular are going to shoot significantly above their career 3-point marks because of how open you're going to get. And it's just stupid what he's capable of with the vision.
I was talking to somebody in the organization about him because I was like, man, what are you guys doing with this cat? And
Exum?
Yeah, Exum. And my guys go, he goes, he's done exactly what he's been asked to do. He doesn't try to do anything he's not. It's helped him with his confidence, and the coach has had a lot of confidence in him. Jason Kidd since day one has had confidence in him, and it's one of those things. He works on his shooting. He shoots it well, and my guys said with Luka, he's always going to be open. He's not sure anyone thought 7 and 9, but 35% on good attempts is more than doable. So that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to encourage him to shoot more when he's open.
It's incredible how even the bad NBA shooters that can't make them in games can make wide open threes.
Yeah,
and that's the opportunity now.
Well, he knocked down some good ones last night, man.
Yeah,
that was good to watch.
It's good to see Grant Williams get back going because he had been banged up, but before that, he was just not shooting the ball well at all. And then the first half happened last night. I was like, okay, he's back. playing some good basketball, benefiting from playing with
Need to
Luka.
get Hardaway going, keep him going.
Yeah, keep him alive for sure. Hopefully that's a trade piece here in the coming months. But you had Jason Kidd last night saying, Luka has to lead the league in double teams. He just sort of said that in his presser. He's being doubled for the majority of these games, which is very true. I saw from Tim Cato in The Athletic, according to Second Spectrum, Doncic has been blitzed in pick and roll situations, which is where both defenders just go and double him immediately. In those situations, he's been blitzed 140 times already this year. He describes it as a staggering amount, and then he proves it by showing that that is more than twice as many times as Cade Cunningham, who is the player that comes in second in that particular stat. So Cade Cunningham's been blitzed 62 times. He's second in the league. Luka's 140 times. They're like, my gosh, Luka in a pick and roll, we're very scared of you.
Did you feel like they were blitzing him last night? I know earlier in the show I was talking about like the Lakers were playing their prevent defense there, like the preventing.
It's interesting what they'll consider a blitz, though. Like
Yeah.
you take a step there and show, and it might only happen for a second or so. But yeah, I felt like the Lakers.
Everybody else, I agree with.
I'm looking for teams. Did they not do it as much?
I didn't feel like. I mean, I was just watching the
I think
game.
the Lakers were pretty content with like, hey, if Dante Exum beats us, then okay.
Yeah,
Like,
that's what they were
yeah.
committed to. It was like their spacing was just it just was
Like go
weird.
and let others shoot besides Luka because
Yeah.
they had a shell of their parts really, but then they came home. I mean, Hardaway Jr. was awesome. Exum was banging down shots, so they did beat him.
Yeah, I don't know what you do. I think the response has to be a defense will be good enough to have a guy who they trust to stay on Luka a lot more, so you can stay home. Because Luka, it's like the quarterback that kills every blitz. That his passer rating goes to near perfect when you blitz him.
Yeah.
Yeah, he sees. It's like he's playing with 5 eyeballs. Like the fact that he was seeing Exum on that play, is amazing. He just sees everything so well. His IQ is through the roof.
Like if you have Giannis, I think in that finals matchup, Mavs Bucks, you're like, we got to see what this looks like. Giannis, play your best defense. We'll find the offense elsewhere. But if we can disrupt Luka with 7-foot super athlete, then we have a chance to win this game on either end of the court.
Draymond Green back at it again, ejected from the game last night versus the Suns. He basically, 360 punches the Phoenix center Yusuf Nurkic in the face. It's immediate flagrant 2, and you are ejected, Draymond. And basically after the game, he somewhat apologized. He says, hey, he was pulling on my hip. I was swinging away to sell the call. So he admits to sort of the flopping deal right there. He says, made contact with him. As you know, I'm not one to apologize for things that I meant to do, but I do apologize to Yusuf because I didn't intend to hit him. So, but, lifetime achievement. That's your reputation, Draymond. He is now, this is going to be, I believe, his 4th suspension of the calendar year. This will, and it looks like Stephen A. Smith's like, my sources in the NBA are telling me this, they're going to lay the hammer down on him. He's going to get 10 or more games.
Yeah,
and that's warranted.
I asked a guy on one of these coaches. I asked him. I said, "What do you think?" And he said 10. He felt like it was going to be 10 games.
That's the number that instantly popped into my head when I saw that play. I think anybody else could get away with it, but I think Draymond's in a weird spot here where the losses are starting to get to him. And if he doesn't watch out, something worse could happen, like a longer suspension, out for the year, traded off of Golden State. I think this is really hitting a head for him. We gotta get this figured out or go. It was cool, like when you hit Jordan Poole in the face and like the team traded him the next year, but now it's like, dude, these are the kind of things, and this one really bothers me because this is why I stopped playing pickup basketball my sophomore year in high school.
People hitting you
with people like this, that wanted to play but couldn't play, and so like you'd get the fake. I'm going up for a rebound, but I'm kicking you in the nuts.
Yeah.
I'm elbowing you in the head like Karl Malone to Isaiah Thomas. And it was around those early 90s when that Bad Boys team was popular. And I was like, dude, I'm out of here, man. This is not fun at all.
Treating you like the Euro players.
They were, man.
Because that's what Nick Young says. Swaggy P talking about Draymond. He's more of a cheap shot guy. Tends to do that to a lot of Europeans. He's messing with nothing but foreigners. End quote there. from old Swaggy P.
What'd you say?
Nick Kerr, Steve Kerr has he loves to get on his high horse at the microphone and like kind of control or reprimand everybody societally and all these different things. But Draymond, he's got like nothing to say. Oh, I haven't seen the highlight. Don't really, can't really speak on it.
Got to go back and watch the film.
Yeah,
yeah, that's a lot right there. Haven't seen it. Got to go back and watch the film.
Watch the tape.
Next question.
Yeah. and then the next day,
answer.
Then the next day they go, it's the 24-hour rule. We don't talk about that anymore.
Yeah,
It's amazing. Dude. It's perfect.
I'm on to Kansas City.
You take two cliches and you just bounce right out of the problem.
Genius.
And Nurkic, by the way, is like, hey, what's going on with him? I don't know. Personally, I feel like that brother needs help. I'm glad he didn't try to choke me, was the line from Nurkic.
Yeah.
He is funny because, yes, it was just a few weeks ago that you had Draymond Green getting Gobert into a nice little headlock for an extended period of time. So, but that wasn't the only ejection. You got Nikola Jokic, the Joker, the champion, the MVP. He gets ejected because a ref got a bit emotional. It was not his second technical foul, but he sort of rips into a referee, didn't like a call or a missed call, and so he gets ejected. After the game, Jokic, listen to this, dude. Listen to the way Jokic approached it to the media after the game.
It is what it is. I'm just happy that we didn't play in Serbia this game. It's going to be really fun to see how it will be ended. So it was interesting,
Man. Sounds like an Eastern European gangster sometimes.
Yeah. Happy we didn't play in Serbia here. The lives of those refs would be at stake.
That's what he said.
Yes.
It would have been funny to see how this would have been handled in my native Serbia.
With a little smirk on his face. He's got he's got his evil villain black turtleneck on.
Yeah.
He's like he's adjusting his Rolex.
Looking like a Bond villain.
They could have died.
That might be the most disrespectful thing that's ever been done to a reigning MVP.
I agree,
Outside
dude.
of David West touching Dirk's face like that.
Yeah, it was disrespectful.
Granted, I don't know what was said there. It must have been. I would love to know what was said.
If you lip read, he's running up and he's running back on the court like Luka, and he turns to him and he goes, "That was a bleeping foul."
Yeah.
And then he gets ejected and he goes, "For what? For saying that was a bleeping foul?"
Yeah.
If Luka would get kicked out for that, he would be kicked out in every other game.
No question about it.
I think they missed a basket, and he missed a basket at the rim, and then the rebound, and then it didn't, it didn't, like he was a little embarrassed. He was embarrassed by it.
It was one of those where you should have hooped,
He's
but you
turning
didn't.
back to run up court to play defense.
Trying to blame it on
Yeah,
a
you
foul.
could see him yelling back at him. So these officials.
But that's like Tim Duncan getting thrown out for staring at Joey Crawford in like 2007. Remember that one?
Oh my gosh. Yeah. There's been.
I just looked at him.
Yeah. Yeah.
What's going on, bro? These guys are so sensitive. I guess it's like a Mercury moon or something like that, or retrograde or something like that's going down. Toxic energy in
Got
the
some
air.
lady officials too.
It was a Toxic Tuesday yesterday.
That's right.
So
now it's a butt naked Wednesday.
Everything's no, it is butt naked Wednesday. Thank you, old Chuck.
All righty, G-Bag Nation. Hope you're having a nice little Wednesday with us. Man, this Cowboys-Bills game is starting to get really exciting. This is the earliest in the week where I'm starting to get those pregame, not jitters,
You're
but like
picking
excitement.
Buffalo, aren't you?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. That's not why I'm excited though.
I thought you were because
I'm excited about the opportunity for the Cowboys to win and
just
prove
hate
me
the
wrong.
Cowboys so bad. I just thought maybe
this would
that
be
was
an
the case.
awesome win.
Don't feed
Really
the trolls, Brian. Love
Stop
of God.
trolling over there. What are you doing?
Yeah. I can't even hit my reply button on Twitter
I
anymore.
know.
I have to get
trust
traumatized from
Trust
it.
me, I blocked 1,000 of them the other day.
I appreciate you having my back there. Duncan got ejected for laughing too. Yeah, it's just weird crap over the years with these damn NBA refs. They get way too worked up, having a bad day. The next thing you know, it's like, huh? I hope that ref should be suspended for 2 weeks. Like, you need to be held accountable and shamed for that. I want to read that in the New York Daily News or something like that. So these guys will get the message. You can't do that to the MVP. You really shouldn't do that to anybody. We got to run. Football's finest next, Chief. Where are we going?
The Dak career arc is not unprecedented, and I got to say, I like how this could play out next year in the nation.
Okay, and I'm going to tell you why I do think the Cowboys could very well win the championship coming up at 5:20. Okay, but before we get there, I got to tell you about my friends at D&M Leasing. Because if you want or need a new vehicle,
fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 4, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I hope you're having a terrific day. We're now just 15 minutes from the expressway where we take you commercial free to the top. LA Live with Lucius Alexander's coming up at 5:40. Now it's time for an edition of football's finest, which I've been told is Cowboys heavy, Chief. Is that true?
It is. It is.
Nice.
We'll hit some couple NFL just general things here that are worth it, but got a couple of Cowboys things. The first one is I heard someone reference Dak Prescott and what's sort of happening with him right now, playing at the height of his powers, and like, have we ever seen this before? Sort of this late in his career.
A season with this many games against bad defenses?
Yeah.
Oh, so I'm sorry.
The point was taken to Stafford, and he's in the NFL for many years. Everyone knows by any standard he's a good quarterback. But we're never putting Matthew Stafford in the upper echelon of super beasts, Brady's, Manning's, Breezes, name that stud in that era. But we all knew Matthew Stafford was a good quarterback. All of a sudden, he gets with a good offensive mind. Sean McSex, he goes to the Super Bowl, wins it. Now, you can take it a step further, because I think we've seen this twice. Stafford is a really good example.
Who else you got?
I got another Matt.
Goff? Oh.
Matt Ryan. Yeah. Matt Ryan. We knew, hey, this is a good quarterback. Quarterback. No one's talking about Matt Ryan as a top 3 quarterback in the league at any given time. Always top 10.
Yep.
And that was the same with Stafford. I think that's been the same with Dak. Everybody knows, hey, good quarterback, top 10 quarterback, whatever. And then what happened when Matt Ryan got with a Jedi offensive mind? Kyle Shanahan. What does he become? An MVP. And into the Super Bowl. He's got a 28-3 lead in that Super Bowl. So the two like examples of what we've seen to liken it to Dak both end in Super Bowl appearances, one with a Super Bowl championship, the other one in Matt Ryan was an MVP. And you're talking about guys that were a little bit later into their career like Dak. They, 8, 9, 10 years in, whatever it is. And so, like, to me, wow, okay, if we've seen this before, and I would take either of those scenarios. You give me Matt Ryan MVP in a Super Bowl, you give me Matthew Stafford winning a Super Bowl. If that's what we have in store here, I'm fired up.
I think there's quite a bit of that. The Pittsburgh Steelers, I think, with Big Ben, and I think that's the perfect category for Dak to be in. It's the category that I put Tony Romo in. It's these really good quarterbacks that you put them in the right situation, good play caller, usually have to have a top 10 defense along with that. They can take you on that carpet ride, and that's why I think it's so important here. And Jerry Jones talked about it Monday that you finish the fight when you get the chance.
Yeah.
Because it's not going to be every year.
No.
It's going to be almost every year with Mahomes and Brady, in their primes. I can get you the Super Bowl. In a rebuilding year, they won it. In this situation, you better take advantage, and if you get up 28-3 in the Super Bowl, you better not let them catch you, because it could be your chances could expire there at the end of the game.
Okay, so we like that. We like a Stafford and a Matt Ryan sort
I
of
think that's
like
perfect. Yeah.
This is kind of cool. I'm excited. 972. Dak's always been really, really good. Now he's got a great playbook to go along with it. Thank you, Coach. I'm with you, 972. I'm absolutely with you. And it's been a real joy, and this is about to get even more fun going into Buffalo and what's next here when it comes to the schedule. But this is very, very exciting. Now, speaking of Buffalo and what they got going on, I saw this. Ed Werder tweeted out a quote today from the offensive coordinator with the Bills, Joe Brady. Mm-hmm. And he was a graduate assistant at Penn State when he first met Micah Parsons at a high school camp. So Joe Brady was, he was bouncing around colleges. He made his name for himself with LSU and Joe Burrow as their offensive coordinator.
Did a hell of a job.
He was phenomenal. And now he has replaced Ken Dorsey midseason as the play caller in Buffalo, and it seems like it's paid off for him. I mean, Broadus is watching the tape, and he's sort of liking what he's seen from an offensive standpoint there.
Yeah.
So this dude's he's a young offensive mind, seems to be pretty good. But how about the story here? As the graduate assistant at Penn State, he meets Micah Parsons at a high school camp, and the quote here is, Micah decided he wanted to play wide receiver for the camp. He was the best wide receiver in the camp. Everything he's doing in the NFL doesn't surprise me at all. An absolute freak of an athlete.
Yeah, he sure is. I mean, his running back highlights in high school are just like, what the hell? Somebody that is that big and fast. He's just an absolute freak athlete.
I mean, how many positions would he genuinely stand out as above average in? I think all the defensive line spots, all the linebacker spots, safety. Could he play corner against a big, slow guy? Probably not still. Not if you're an actual wide receiver.
He'd be able to do.
So 2 spots on defense are out. On offense, none of the line spots. But running back, he could. I'm sure he could be. If he committed himself in college, he'd be a hell of a tight end right now. You know, there's just like half the positions at least.
Geez, you can maybe make him an H. You know, like you can move.
Juszczyk.
That kind of guy. Like, can you imagine him just flying to the flat and you throw him the ball, he catches it. Now he's turning up fields and trying to
decade All-Pro is an H.
Well, I mean, heck, when they're struggling early in the season with the red zone, all right, if you want to fix, why don't you just put Micah in there in short yards, let him go get it.
I wonder how often Micah just walks around the locker room. He's like,
we'd all die when he went in there and his shoulder got slammed and he's not.
Yeah, only do it in the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
do it when it matters. But I mean, we see it in training camp. He gets bored and he's jumping around all the different position groups and working with them.
Yeah, I think that's an important thing because while his speed is there, it's the full skill set and the dedication to your craft. That's just elite sport IQ, competitiveness. There's so much of the intangibles that come along with Micah Parsons, and I don't know if he gets enough credit for it.
Speaking of not getting enough credit, how about Matt Owen tweeting out about DeMarcus Lawrence and his impact when it comes to run defense? When
this is not surprising. If you
for sure.
And I'm not saying it as an attack to you, but this is.
I heard it that way.
Me too.
I did. I kind of jumped on that.
It's all right. I deserved it.
But it's not surprising because when you and it's strange that everybody's kind of picking up like they're saying, "Oh, run impact now." He's always been a really good run defender. He's always been a good run defender.
Yeah,
because he understands how to read blocks, and there's some gambling going on too now. He will gamble on going down and just knifing down inside that they won't block him. That to the point where, it's like if something happens with the ball were to go outside, you would go, what the hell is he doing? That kind of thing.
The only thing that's surprising is that he's so dominant at this age still. He's getting up there and still whooping ass like he's 24.
Injuries that he was dealing with.
He is such an aware player and able to read what's happening in front of him. He's like, there's a minute that guy steps down for a block and someone's going to pull. He's like in that guy's hip pocket on the pull, running so the guy can't block him. He just, that awareness is amazing. It really, really is.
Well, this season when he's on the field, the Cowboys give up 3.5 yards per carry. When he's off the field, they give up almost 4.5. It's almost a full yard difference in terms of yards per carry.
That's Sean Lee type impact.
It is, dude. That's huge.
And he was just not getting the love and support when he's making, $20 million a year. Fans are like, where are my sack totals?
That's exactly right.
In terms of just being one of the best all-around defensive ends in the sport over the last decade, DeMarcus Lawrence is in the top 5 conversation.
So, the Dolphins just played on Monday Night Football. Peyton Manning reached out to Mike McDaniel about just chatting to him or with him for a few minutes so he could have some talking points because the Manning cast was sort of going back and forth between games. They were mostly locked on the Giants game, but they would flip it over to the Dolphins game from time to time. So, like from a production meeting standpoint, the media members, the play-by-play guys, they get to meet with the coaches. So apparently, Peyton Manning texted Mike McDaniel, Dolphins head coach, and just said, "Hey, any chance I can talk to you for about 10 minutes about Monday Night Football?" This was leading up to the game. And McDaniel responds, bleep yes, you're bleeping Peyton Manning, bro. And that was it.
McDaniel response.
That's weed.
Totally weed, man.
Yes, everything about him is. Have you guys watched the Hard Knocks?
The last one was kind of sad, but they're still good. They had 2 sad episodes so far, but they're still good.
The one where Jalen Phillips has his the Achilles issue.
Yeah, that was sad.
That was tough to watch.
They had a loss, so they watched them lose.
That's true.
They hit you with that scoring to let you know this is really sad.
Yeah.
The music tells you. It's been a pretty good one though.
He's
really
good immediately too. It was sad to watch, but I need to watch it. I mean, Lucius, you've been talking since the beginning that it's.
They restored the feeling, man. It's back.
I had like all my buddies and they're like, man, this Mike McDaniel is just like so weird, and I'm like, yeah, he is, but I think he's awesome.
Yeah, he's like playing Madden with real life people.
Yeah, I love him.
It's like, all right, man, I guess I'm a coach.
Yes.
Here we go.
I love how he talks to the players. You're like, it's hilarious to think he's the head coach with the way he communicates to his guys.
I mean,
but
his
they clearly love him.
Like when he finds out Tyreek Hill's available. Hey, I just got a call from the Chiefs. The GM comes in. He's like, wait a second, what? I thought Tyreek Hill was an untouchable. He's like, okay, I just went and watched all of his offensive snaps from a year ago. Then I watched from the last 3 years. Then all of a sudden, I've seen every single snap of his entire career, and I'm like, I've got to have him.
And it's worked out. Now Tyreek's a monster. Well, he always was, but he's maybe even more so now, on pace for the 2000 and whatnot.
It's crazy what he's doing.
Okay, we got Vrabel sound, which I believe to be better than even the Belichick sound, but we have both.
Wow.
Okay. All right. Is he saying for a Super Bowl he's going to do the you know what again?
The cutting off, the hang down?
The man part.
No, he only needs to say that once.
All right.
We know that remains.
We know he would.
That remains true. Here is Mike Vrabel, head coach of the Titans, talking about his quarterback Will Levis, and Will Levis plays the quarterback position like a battering ram, which makes sense. I mean, he's just reeking of testosterone. He's ripped up. The vascularity is insane, and he wants to find contact. Like, he's not looking to get out of bounds. He's not looking to slide. He's running around and he's trying to hurt people. And Vrabel's like, "Yo, we can't be doing this." They asked him about it. They asked Vrabel, like, "Hey, what's the deal? Why isn't Will Levis like sliding?"
I don't know. I think we're still trying to work on that. We showed them examples of quarterbacks sliding and using the rules to their advantage. I guess we'll have to show them examples of quarterbacks not sliding and getting the shit knocked out. So we're going to try the other way this week.
We'll try the other way this week. Good, as you should.
Oh, that's good teaching right there.
It is, man. It's deadpan.
These guys don't believe it until they get really hit by an NFL linebacker that injures them. And they're like, oh, man, you're right, coach. Yeah. It's like Trent Williams earlier. You don't want to believe it. Like the old people, you don't get it. You know, it's crazy how young people don't believe old people, man.
I know.
They really think they're the first ones to go through these experiences.
What do you know?
Speaking of old people, here's Bill Belichick being grilled about his job security. He handles this the only way you can, just a masterclass at avoiding the question. And I think the reporters did an incredible job here as well.
Bill, I wanted to ask you a question. Speaking obviously for yourself, in your understanding, do you have an understanding that Robert will not ask you to be back next year?
Yeah, I'm getting ready for Kansas City. That's what I'm doing.
Outside of all the rumors, do you want to
Yeah, I'm getting ready for Kansas City.
Bill, while understanding that you're getting ready for Kansas City, have you and Robert discussed your future beyond the season?
Getting ready for Kansas City.
Now, I love that last guy who goes, with the understanding that you're getting ready for Kansas City, have you talked to Robert Kraft? And then it's the same answer. I mean, it's just fantastic.
I wonder what it's like in the walk-off with Belichick. Does he start cutting up?
There's not a walk-off.
There's no walk-off with Belichick.
There's not one.
Does any media member have a relationship with him?
The
that's
walk-off
genuine?
is just him walking off by himself.
I know he can cut up and be fun.
No,
but he never shows any of that.
No, there's guys that he absolutely trusts and talks to and stuff, and they never say a word about him or anything like that, or never divulge anything. But and he was on College Game Day the other day.
He's good.
He had some actual
Him and
personality.
McAfee were definitely chopping it
He can
up.
turn it on.
But that hour that he does for his media stuff, he can care less. He really does. He doesn't want to help anybody in that way.
The end of an era, as this week Belichick and Mahomes will face off one last time, at least in this configuration.
It might be in the same division though next year.
Now might be a nightmare for Mahomes. I saw 3 of his worst 4 games have been against Belichick in the Patriots. So that'll at least be fun and nostalgia filled. And just a reminder, all good things do come to an end in sport, and they're more willing than ever. I mean, when Jerry canned Landry, that was the shock of the decade. This is like, oh, they're doing it. Oh, okay. Well, I guess that's the way it goes.
It actually went down the same way, Gavin.
Did it?
Well, the same way of how it ended, with the way that the team went being from legendary to they didn't draft very well, and things kind of went by the wayside. You just weren't good enough. Your personnel wasn't good enough, and you weren't coaching good enough. And I mean, the decision had to be made on Coach Landry, and it's being made on Belichick too, likely.
I mean, at least Landry had like 7 years of suck, right, or 5.
The last 3 years,
Three.
like 87, 88. Yeah, I mean, I'd say that was 86, 87, 88 that was a big struggle for them. Yeah.
Yeah, that stunk, and this one I'm sure stinks for some, but it also, that turning over of a new leaf can be very refreshing for an organization, and I do believe Belichick's pride and ego got the best of him in this situation, and he thought he didn't have to listen to anybody anymore. Okay, the Expressway, everything that's been breaking in the world of sport, had a terrifying but glorious epiphany today about the Cowboys and their chances at a championship, and I'll share that with you as well next right here. It is the G-Bag Nation on 105 through the Fan.
More G-Bag Nation, less commercials. We go commercial free.